Chapter 1. Please no. Physical education teacher. You must pull out quickly if you don't. I feel I might perish. I am an excruciating pino. Help me. Please, I implore you, pull out. The zombies are coming. Before him stood a stunning young woman clad in a perfectly fitted school uniform, her brow slick with perspiration, trembling in fear. Her features rivaled those of a film star, and her figure was enticingly voluptuous, her skin delicate and flawless, yet she was helplessly crying out. Perhaps due to excessive blood loss, her complexion was slightly pale, exuding a certain morbid beauty. She gasped for breath, terror evident in her expression, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, dampening her already thin attire. In her fright, she had collapsed onto the ground, her hands laboriously bracing herself, revealing a pitiful countenance that made her vulnerability all too apparent. The door to the sports changing room was violently struck by some unseen force, producing a thunderous sound. It was deafening. The atmosphere was thick with impending peril. Bang, bang, bang. Through the crack of the door, a viscous green liquid began to seep in, emanating an unpleasant fishy odor. If not for the memories retained, one might have mistakenly believed they had wandered into a fishmonger's stall. At this moment, the physical education teacher, who was the protagonist himself, stood in bewilderment, staring at the beautiful girl before him. What on earth was happening? Hadn't he been engrossed in a gripping, fast-paced apocalyptic novel late into the night? Just as he rewarded himself, how had he suddenly found himself transported here? Liu Shi, merging with the memories of the original owner, quickly discerned the situation that he was, in fact, a physical education instructor at Jinghai University, one who had stayed on after graduation to teach, exceedingly familiar with the institution. Having just concluded a physical education class, he had entered the changing room to shower and change. Emerging from the shower, he discovered the world outside had transformed. Zombies roamed everywhere, and in his fright, the original owner had stumbled, allowing Liu Shi to occupy this body at that precise moment. Liu Shi was merging his soul with a new body. This wounded student had burst in, hastily shutting the changing room door behind her, seeking his assistance. Now fully aware of the scene before him, Liu Shi crouched down in front of the beautiful student, observing her scabbed wounds, and sighed, shaking his head. Nothing is more disconcerting than a doctor who sighs and shakes his head. The sight frightened the student, prompting her to sob uncontrollably as she urgently inquired, "What's the matter? Physical education teacher. Is it serious? Am I beyond help? Can't you really assist me?" The student in front of him was someone he recognized. Her name was Zhuang Xiaoting. She was a third-year student in the dance department at Jinghai University, possessing exceptional beauty and grace, and at the tender age of 20, she was in the bloom of her youth. Liu Shi gazed at her flustered demeanor and let out a resigned sigh, uttering helplessly, "Classmate, the nail embedded in your foot has already formed a scab. There is no need to extract it. Fact, it appears rather aesthetic. Moreover, it is fortuitously lodged in a minor artery. Should it be removed, the inability to staunch the bleeding may lead to your demise from excessive blood loss. This matter transcends the mere question of whether I can assist you. It has become a matter of life and death. What should I do then? Teacher, I beg you, save me. I do not wish to perish. Your desire to live is entirely natural. Who among the vast majority of humanity harbors a wish for death? Yet, the distinction between the desire to live and the inevitability of death is indeed profound." Liu Shi felt utterly powerless. He contemplated advising her to seek the school nurse, only to recall that they were surrounded by zombies outside, rendering escape impossible, and he was uncertain of the nurses. Survivaled that moment. Liu Shi received a message on his phone. Emergency notice, September 9th, 2049, at 9:09 a.m., that a mysterious zombie virus has erupted globally, causing most of humanity to lose their sanity and undergo biological mutations into zombies. Only a small fraction of survivors are immune to aerosol transmission. However, once bitten by a zombie, the likelihood of infection is absolute, and as of now, no vaccine exists to prevent this. Please prioritize personal safety, remain indoors, and refrain from venturing outside until the crisis subsides. Damn it. Liu Shi could not help but curse aloud. Is waiting indoors for death the only option? Yet, the growls of zombies outside grew increasingly pronounced. To venture out now would be tantamount to courting death. Trapped in a dire predicament. What a shocking turn of events this is. Wait. Liu Shi turned to glance at the injured Zhuang Xiaoting, his eyes filled with trepidation. Could she have been infected by the zombie virus and be on the verge of transformation? If she were to become a zombie, being in the same room would place him in jeopardy. Without hesitation, Liu Shi seized a pair of dumbbells nearby. He distanced himself from Zhuang Xiaoting, casting a wary gaze her way, his expression a tumult of uncertainty. Sensing Liu Shi's hostility, Zhuang shouting pleaded, "Teacher, what are you planning to do? Please, don't. I am human, not a zombie." Having fled from the outside, Zhuang shouting had witnessed the zombies firsthand, fully aware of the drastic changes that had engulfed the world. Most of their classmates on the playground had already succumbed to zombification, while those who remained human became prey and sustenance for the undead. Zhuang shouting had narrowly escaped due to her timely reaction and proximity to the locker room door. Yet, she was oblivious to the malevolent soul who had carelessly left a nail on the ground, which had caused her injury. She beheld Liu Shi's defensive posture with mounting anxiety. Zhuang shouting was acutely aware that the strikingly handsome physical education teacher before her, standing at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, boasting an enviable physique with a well-defined waist and 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, might very well decide to end her life. In a desperate plea, she quickly knelt down, begging for mercy. Liu Shi responded with a grave expression, "Rest assured, if you remain human, I am highly unlikely to harm you. However, should you transform into a zombie, I regret to inform you that even if I promise not to kill you, the 20-kilogram dumbbell in my hands will not be so forgiving." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ziying's heart raced with anxiety as tears streamed down her face. "Teacher, please, I assure you I am not a zombie, I am human. I beg you, save me. I believe there is still hope for me." Liu Shi remained unmoved by her beauty, steadfast in his vigilance. If her body were to undergo any transformation, he would not hesitate to take decisive action. In this post-apocalyptic struggle for survival, the distinction among people was stark. There existed only the living and the dead, without any regard for gender. Moreover, the nail at the entrance was one he had placed there himself. Liu Shi carefully scrutinized the seemingly vulnerable student before him. After a moment, the pitiful Zhuang shouting remained curled up in the corner of the changing room, disheveled and tear-streaked, gazing at her physical education teacher with pleading eyes, hoping for mercy and perhaps a gallant rescue. Yet Liu Shi maintained his state of alertness. He remained motionless, mirroring the stillness of the threat. However, maintaining the status quo was becoming increasingly impossible as the sound of impact at the door grew ever more intense. In mere moments, zombies could burst through, and escape would become a shared impossibility. As Liu Shi contemplated his escape plan, should the undead breach the door, he resolved to abandon the delicate girl before him without a second thought. Firstly, he would employ his dumbbell to shatter the glass window behind him, drawing the zombies' attention away. Then, he would seize the opportunity to hide within the wardrobe and devise a means of escape. Just as Liu Shi had nearly perfected his plan, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of a post-apocalyptic zombie virus outbreak. Humanity faces extinction risk. The multiplicity blessing system has automatically bound itself. The IT is hoped that the host will continue the hope of humanity by procreating and contributing, thus earning substantial rewards. What the heck? The system. It's here. Upon hearing this prompt, Liu Shi felt an unexpected wave of relief wash over him. His taut nerves gradually began to relax. Fortunately, such a cataclysmic beginning was accompanied by the quintessential system of a transmigrator. It seemed that fate had not entirely forsaken him. Yet, in this desolate world, where survival was paramount, thoughts of procreation felt utterly out of place. The prospect of childbirth required a lengthy gestation period. Could he truly endure until that time? Moreover, Liu Shi now possessed only his left and right hands. Lacking even a girlfriend, the task before him seemed daunting, resembling a long and arduous journey with no clear beginning or end. Whether he could accomplish it remained uncertain as Liu Shi grappled with his confusion. The voice of the system resonated once more. Ding! Would the host like to claim the novice gift package? Without hesitation, Liu Shi responded, "Claim it." As soon as his words fell, he distinctly felt a transformation within his body. The system's voice commenced its announcement. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully claimed the novice gift package. You have permanently acquired 1. Complete immunity to the zombie virus. Even if bitten or exposed to infected bodily fluids, you will not contract the virus. 2. An initial storage space of 10 cubic meters. 3. A doubling of physical strength, enabling you to eliminate up to 5 zombies in a single encounter. 4. Golden perpetual dual kidneys, a man's ultimate desire. 5. Successful activation of the information panel. While this system was impressive, addressing my needs with uncanny precision. To establish oneself in a post-apocalyptic world, the foremost priority was to avoid becoming a zombie. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain, unless one aspired to become a zombie king. A peculiar rise to power. A zombie king? Why not just be human? What compels one to strive for such a title? Regarding the storage space, though it initially offered only 10 cubic meters, the potential for upgrades was entirely promising, so there was no cause for concern. As the energy from the doubled physical enhancement and the golden kidneys surged through him, Liu Shi felt invigorated, as if he could shatter a sandbag with a single punch. Moreover, certain burgeoning desires left him parched and restless. His vitality was exceptional. Such vitality. Hello, I am well. Everyone is well. Liu Shi involuntarily recalled a catchy advertisement from his past life. It turned out they spoke the truth. Good health truly was paramount. Ahem, Liu Shi noticed he was slightly losing composure. Clearing his throat, he turned to glance at Zhuang Xiaoting, who was now staring at him in a daze. In this perilous moment, how could he still entertain such thoughts? His demeanor was so conspicuously exuberant. Ignoring Zhuang Xiaoting's peculiar gaze, Liu Shi adjusted his mindset, his expression slightly awkward but quickly redirected as he focused on the battered door before him. Facing the zombies poised to break through, he felt a surge of courage, shedding the previous fear that had gripped him. With the assurance of an infection-resistant physique, he no longer felt the need to dread a few zombies. However, for the sake of caution, he vowed never to provoke the undead unless he possessed absolute strength. Thus, he prepared himself. Liu Shi swiftly sprang into action, relocating all the lockers from the changing room to the front entrance, effectively barricading it. The iron lockers, which had originally been welded to the ground, would be impossible for an ordinary person to move. However, with his enhanced physique, Liu Shi found the task effortless. In a matter of moments, he had secured the door, much to the astonishment of Zhuang Xiaoting, who could only watch in disbelief. Once the entrance was blocked, it became evident that the zombies could no longer sense Liu Shi and his companions, gradually falling into a state of eerie silence. Indeed, it appeared that the zombies, newly emerged in this apocalyptic world, possessed a generally low intellect, relying solely on scent and faint perceptions to hunt for prey. Liu Shi brushed off the dust from his hands and turned his gaze towards Zhuang Xiaoting, who was seated on the ground, feeling an unusual stir of emotions within him. He crouched down once more and inquired, "For the time being, we are safe, but your wound poses a significant issue that if left untreated for too long, it may lead to infection and ultimately death." Just as Liu Shi was about to continue, he noticed that Zhuang Xiaoting's eyes were brimming with tears, which soon spilled forth, soaking her shirt. "Teacher, I beg you to save me. My classmates have all turned into zombies. You're my only hope. If you rescue me, I am willing to do anything you ask. You can have whatever you desire." The hint of amusement flickered across Liu Shi's serious countenance as he teasingly asked, "Are you certain about anything? Anything at all?" Zhuang Xiaoting paused for a moment, then nodded pitifully. "Yes, as long as you save me, I am agreeable to anything else." Liu Shi fell silent for a moment. Seeing that the physical education teacher did not immediately acquiesce, Zhuang Xiaoting felt an inexplicable surge of anger and attempted to press on. "Moreover, teacher, as our instructor, shouldn't it be your duty to assist your students? We are the flowers of our nation, the future of our country. This is your responsibility and obligation." Before Zhuang Xiaoting could finish, Liu Shi interrupted her hastily. "Stop, Zhuang Xiaoting. Please understand that we are in apocalypse now. The moral constraints of society no longer apply. Are you attempting to morally blackmail me?" Zhuang Xiaoting suddenly realized that she had indeed been overreaching. In such dire circumstances, it seemed inappropriate to be so audacious. She explained, her voice trembling, "Teacher, I did not mean it that way." "Did not mean it? Then pray tell, what constitutes my responsibilities and obligations? Let me make it clear. The norms of the school have become irrelevant. Look outside, zombies roam everywhere, and no one is paying me a salary. Why should I still serve you?" Liu Shi retorted with a hint of playful defiance. Zhuang Xiaoting felt that she had acted too hastily, inadvertently striking a nerve with her teacher and provoking his ire, intensifying her sense of panic. Suddenly, she knelt before Liu Shi, clasping his thighs with both hands, pleading, "Teacher, I am truly sorry I misspoke. Please do not be angry. Forgive me. Oh, have such a proud dance student." Zhou Xiaoting, humbly beseeching him, was a sight that stirred an inexplicable delight within Liu Shi. Was this sentiment not somewhat perverse? Typically, this cohort of dance students held an air of superiority, flaunting their alluring physiques and enviable figures, coupled with an enticing colletage. They had never deigned to regard him, a mere physical education teacher reliant on brute strength, with any respect. Their aspirations were invariably directed towards billionaires and directors with box office successes exceeding 100 million. Or perhaps, at the very least, they sought to align themselves with dance troupes under the patronage of affluent elites, serving as mere entertainment for their leisure hours. They would never cast a glance towards someone like him, a teacher whose only wealth lay in his muscular physique. Yet, in truth, Liu Shi's muscles were not excessively developed. His physique was remarkably well-proportioned, appearing only slightly more robust than that of Peng Yuyan. Liu Shi seized the opportunity with precision. Implicitly and explicitly, she conveyed to Zhuang shouting, "Forgiveness? It is not entirely out of the question, but it hinges upon your actions." Zhuang shouting's eyes were filled with alarm. "But, teacher, my foot hurts." A day later, Liu Shi cast a glance at Zhuang shouting, who was curled up in the corner of the changing room. Her eyes were slightly swollen from tears, and her lips appeared to bear some discomfort. Additionally, her calves involuntarily twitched, indicating she was no longer fit for walking. Observing Zhuang shouting's face of grievance, Liu Shi felt a pang of sympathy. Liu Shi discovered an influx of information within his mind, awaiting his scrutiny. Name: Zhuang shouting. Age: 19 years. Height: 168 centimeters. Aesthetic rating: 93. Physique rating: 95. Leg length rating: 98. Affection level: 20. Communication experience: 1. Goodness. The details contained within this information panel are remarkably specific. From this, one can discern the fundamental attributes of the individual and their disposition towards oneself. It even reveals the cleanliness level of the person in question. The Zhuang shouting before him is undeniably immaculate, truly pure and unblemished. The sole blemish lies within myself. Haha. Yet, what is the meaning of this affection level of 20? A reminder to the host, when the affection level of the counterpart falls below 0, they will be classified as an adversary and must be eliminated promptly. An affection level of 60 signifies that the individual has developed a profound love for you, whereas, upon reaching an affection level of 100, it indicates that they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their life for you. Furthermore, when the female protagonist's affection level reaches 100, unexpected advantages will ensue. Liu Shi nodded thoughtfully. There is certainly no need to contemplate death. However, the question remains, how can one enhance this fondness? Host, must I still instruct you on this matter? Naturally, it is through the gradual cultivation of affection over time. Liu Shi lightly tapped his forehead. Indeed. Zhang Ailing once remarked that the path to a man's heart lies through his stomach, while the entrance to a woman's soul is a hymn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a quality young lady amidst this wretched apocalypse. You have received the beginner's gift pack. The future of humanity now holds a glimmer of hope. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the skill of serendipitous fortune, which allows you to unwittingly attract good pregnancy vibes with each attempt. Ding. Congratulations, host, for your invincible prowess, ensuring a minimum affection level of 60 in the future. Ding. Congratulations, host, on upgrading your storage space to level 2, now encompassing 100 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a hidden reward, which can be claimed upon meeting certain conditions in the future. The details of this reward remain confidential for now. This is a one-time offer. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has doubled. By vanquishing zombies, you will earn corresponding attribute points, and should you obtain a crystal core, additional rewards await. Please continue your efforts. As the system's voice echoed, Liu Shi hurriedly began to check his attribute information. Name: Liu Shi. Age: 25. Height: 188 centimeters. Weight: 86 kilograms. Strength: 100. Spirit: 90. Speed: 80. 20 meters per second. Possessing traits: golden dual kidneys, attribute enhancement, affection aura, hidden, impeccable aim through serendipity, immunity to the zombie virus. Personal assets: 100 cubic meters of storage space, currently empty. Number of young ladies rescued: 1. It must be said, this system truly proves to be exceptional. Having rescued a quality young lady, it has bestowed such generous rewards. The abundance is indeed remarkable. With 100 cubic meters of space, it seems ample room to store numerous supplies. Given that the zombie virus has only recently erupted, many resources remain intact. This is an opportune moment for scavenging. Among the rewards, what pleases Liu Shi most is the guaranteed minimum affection level of 60. This feature is extraordinarily powerful. It implies that regardless of the woman's feelings towards him, as long as he successfully rescues her, she will inevitably fall deeply in love with him. This is simply astonishing. For the inexperienced Liu Shi, it serves as an unbeatable trump card. What could be more extraordinary than this aura of affection? Of course, Liu Shi would never force anyone against their will, barring exceptional circumstances. After all, A forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet, though it may quench thirst. Liu Shi is not a ravenous fiend and maintains certain standards and boundaries. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, survival is paramount. Only then do other pursuits hold significance. Moreover, slaying zombies also grants points. Thus, should he encounter zombies, he must be prepared to take action. Liu Shi would not toil in vain. Indeed, just as Liu Shi was lost in the joy of receiving his reward, Zhuang Xiaoting's voice pulled him back to reality. It is quite hot. Liu Shi turned to look. Zhuang Xiaoting appeared to be somewhat off. Liu Shi gently placed his hand on her forehead. She actually has a fever? In her dazed state, Zhuang Xiaoting murmured, so cold. Liu Shi's expression grew slightly grave. Her body temperature was excessively high, fluctuating between chills and fever. This was evidently a sign of wound inflammation, certainly not a result of her previous exertion. It was imperative to administer timely treatment and dress the wound. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Liu Shi gazed intently at the charming visage of Zhuang Xiaoting. After all, she was the first woman he encountered in this apocalyptic world. Though the circumstances leading to their meeting were somewhat convoluted, with the system at his disposal, it was imperative to ensure her safety and to facilitate the birth of their child in order to reap even more substantial rewards. Liu Shi pondered for a moment and ultimately made a decision that aligned with the current circumstances. Wait here for a moment. I will fetch some anti-inflammatory medication and prepare some food for you. Remember, if anyone knocks on the door, do not respond or make a sound. Understood? All right. Just return quickly. Zhuang Xiaoting, in a state of drowsiness, momentarily regained her senses and reluctantly urged him. Liu Shi was about to turn away when he noticed the other person's hand instinctively tightening around his arm. In that instant, his heart was filled with warmth. Is this what it feels like to be needed? Liu Shi gently grasped Zhuang Xiaoting's hand and softly set it down. Being needed by others can indeed be quite troublesome. Rest assured, your teacher is quite capable. I shall return shortly, so simply await my return. Liu Shi turned his head, regaining his aloof demeanor without the slightest hesitation. He opened the window and leaped out. The entire motion was smooth and fluid, exuding a sense of professionalism. Outside the window, Liu Shi surveyed his surroundings. The number of zombies nearby was sparse, merely a handful scattered about. The moment Liu Shi made his entrance, it was evident that the surrounding zombies had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma emanating from him. Such fresh flesh was undeniably tantalizing. Several zombies abruptly ceased their aimless wandering and, with a vacant curiosity, turned their gaze towards Liu Shi. Although Liu Shi possessed great strength and speed, the absence of a suitable weapon posed a significant dilemma. He gazed at the vast expanse of the playground. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shi picked up the javelin from the ground and began to execute a series of swift maneuvers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Liu Shi resolutely charged towards the zombies, unleashing a brutal onslaught. With his enhanced physical prowess, both his speed and mental acuity surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In Liu Shi's perception, the movements of these zombies appeared languid, akin to a slow-motion spectacle. Liu Shi's combat lacked intricate techniques. It consisted primarily of swift thrusts, employing a spear to strike the throats and heads of the zombies. Each thrust was precise and efficient. Liu Shi, while vanquishing the zombies, counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, 18. Liu Shi panted heavily, his brow glistening with perspiration. Slaying 18 zombies in one fell swoop proved to be somewhat strenuous. After all, he had only recently acquired such immense power, and his body required time to acclimate. This battle felt prolonged for Liu Shi, yet to the outside world, it transpired in the blink of an eye, merely a fleeting moment amidst the flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. From a distance, it appeared as though Liu Shi's figure has traversed through numerous positions of the undead, delivering them entirely to the Western paradise, thereby achieving their liberation. Liu Shi steadied himself, striking a commendable pose. He adjusted his breathing, and one by one, the zombies behind him collapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 18 zombies, earning 18 attribute points. Liu Shi glanced back at his achievements, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, this was quite impressive, even somewhat cool. Without further ado, he made his way toward the school's convenience store. He hoped that the supplies there remained intact and could fulfill his current needs. Additionally, the infirmary was conveniently located beside the store, facilitating the search for the medications required by Zhuang Xiaoting. Moments later, Liu Shi arrived at the entrance of the convenience store. The area around the entrance appeared desolate and eerily quiet, reminiscent of the school holidays, devoid of the usual bustle. The stillness was almost oppressive. Were it not for the remnants of human flesh strewn upon the ground and the pungent scent of blood that served as a stark reminder to Liu Shi of the apocalyptic reality, he might have allowed himself to become complacent. Bang! Liu Shi forcefully kicked open the door of the convenience store. As the door swung wide, a cloud of dust was stirred up. The store, though modest in size, was remarkably well stocked with an array of supplies. Inside, several zombies roamed aimlessly, likely remnants of customers and the store owner from the world before. Their attire appeared relatively new, suggesting they had yet to experience the ravages of violence. Upon spotting Liu Shi at the entrance, the zombies seemed to awaken with a sense of longing, as if recognizing a long-lost beloved, and they rushed forth in a frenzy. Just in time. Here I come. Liu Shi's figure flickered as he maneuvered with incredible speed among the throng of zombies. The spear he wielded, initially intended for training, was now employed with a newfound finesse, evoking the gallant spirit of Zhao Zilong reborn. Liu Shi, originally an athlete, was proficient in various martial arts. With the enhancement of strength and speed, confronting these mindless and inexperienced zombies proved to be a trivial task. Within a matter of seconds, several zombies had fallen to the ground, their heads punctured with gaping holes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain 19 zombies and earned 19 attribute points. Quite impressive. Liu Shi strode confidently into the convenience store. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly absorbed all the supplies within into his storage space. Among the items were everyday necessities such as toothbrushes, towels, and toothpaste, alongside an array of food items including bread, instant noodles, rice, and snacks. Additionally, there were various condiments essential for daily use, including sugar and salt. Remarkably, he even gathered feminine hygiene products and a small umbrella. The presence of these items resonated within his storage space. Liu Shi revealed a satisfied smile. It seemed that with this batch of supplies, there was no need to worry too much about food in the near future. Just as Liu Shi was contentedly preparing to leave the convenience store, his ears suddenly twitched. As if sensing something unusual, Liu Shi turned around, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and lowered his voice to call out, "Who is there?" At the entrance of the small shop, Liu Shi sensed an extraordinary commotion. He called out once, yet there was no reply. Liu Shi waited with a hint of apprehension for a moment, only to discover that the source of the sound posed no anomaly. Liu Shi, endowed with extraordinary auditory acuity, possesses the ability to perceive sounds within a radius of 10 meters. Even the faintest whisper of breath cannot evade his keen discernment. Liu Shi feigned calmness as he remarked, "Oh, there's no one here. It seems I was merely too tense." After his words, the other party's breathing intensified, revealing a hint of restlessness. Clearly, this individual was not a zombie, for the undead lack such emotions. Nevertheless, the person managed to maintain composure, remaining silent without revealing any telltale signs. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly have remained oblivious. Liu Shi feigned a loud stride, pretending to walk away. After taking a few steps, he came to a halt. Swiftly, he altered his course and turned around, hastening towards the source of the sound. Liu Shi surveyed his surroundings. This was the small storage room of the convenience store, and there should be a moderately sized compartment behind it, designated for the proprietor to store various goods. Liu Shi gently approached the door, pressing his ear against the panel to listen intently. Indeed, there were voices within. Liu Shi did not ponder further and pushed the door to the left. A sound akin to a flurry of objects tumbling to the ground resonated from within, likely the clutter obstructing the entrance. Ah! As the gap of the door gradually widened, a young woman's voice erupted in a stifled scream, only to be abruptly muffled by her hand, evidently in fear of being discovered. After a brief silence, the young woman hurried to the doorway, attempting to barricade it. However, this was a sliding door, and no matter how much strength she exerted, it would be difficult to withstand the external force. Moreover, when it came to strength, it was likely that no one in this school could rival Liu Shi. It turned out there truly was someone inside. Liu Shi peered through the crack of the door and beheld a captivating figure emerge within the dim light. Liu Shi could barely discern the other person's facial features and appearance. She was clad in the uniform of Jinghai University, and a short skirt could hardly conceal her elegantly long legs. Her legs seemed to extend beyond the bounds of mere existence. Complemented by black stockings, she appeared irresistibly enchanting. Her flowing long hair, perhaps neglected in its care, fell in a slightly disheveled manner, veiling the delicate, fair skin of her neck in a tantalizing manner. Liu Shi observed that the other person appeared weak and feeble, resembling someone who would topple at the slightest gust of wind. Internally, he felt a surge of amusement. Yet at that moment, it seemed inappropriate to express laughter. After all, in this terrifying apocalypse, where the undead roam freely, his smile could be rather unsettling. Just imagine, a stunningly beautiful woman, on the brink of despair, suddenly confronted by an adult man whose features remained obscured. Upon their encounter, he flashed a tantalizing grin. Who would not be filled with trepidation? Liu Shi stifled a smile, forcing himself to redirect his attention, and with a refined tone, radiating warmth and positivity. He spoke, "Dear student, do not be afraid. I am Liu Shi, the physical education teacher at this school. I happened to pass by and was pleasantly surprised to find someone here. Are you all right?" Liu Shi's voice was imbued with a magnetic charm, accompanied by a subtle softness that belied any hint of malevolence. It resonated in a manner that momentarily stunned the listener. "Teacher? Are you truly a teacher? Have you come to rescue me?" The girl's voice quivered, clinging to her final vestige of hope as she inquired, her hand firmly braced against the door, revealing her stubborn disposition. "Yes, I am Teacher Liu. Seeing you unharmed brings me relief. I merely ventured out in search of food, not specifically to rescue you. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Do take care." Upon hearing this, the girl was momentarily taken aback. How was she to continue this conversation? Was he not supposed to enter and whisk her away, offering words of comfort? Shouldn't he enact the classic scene of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Why was he departing after merely exchanging a few words? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Liu Shi released his grip on the door and prepared to turn away, adding, "By the way, there are zombies roaming nearby. You must exercise particular caution during the night." Liu Shi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, patiently awaiting the moment his counterpart would fall into his trap. As anticipated, upon hearing that Liu Shi intended to leave, the girl mentioned the evening. The mere thought of the zombies rendered her unable to maintain her composure. Stealing a glance outside, fear surged within her. Once she was certain that Liu Shi was not deceiving her and genuinely intended to depart, she quickly opened the door and whispered, "Teacher, wait. Please don't go just yet." Liu Shi paused his movements and lifted his gaze towards the girl. At first glance, she was stunning. Upon closer inspection, she was disarming. Beautiful. Truly, she was extraordinarily beautiful. He had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty, with the exception of Zhuang shouting. "Do you have something to discuss, classmate?" Liu Shi inquired, feigning innocence with a guileless expression, attempting to appear earnest. At that moment, the girl pushed open the door and stepped out from the partition, surveying her surroundings. Upon discovering the absence of any zombies, she felt considerably relieved. Approaching Liu Shi, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and timidly said, "Sir, I apologize. I didn't realize you were a teacher. I thought you were a bad person. Could you possibly escort me away from here? I am quite frightened, being alone, truly terrified." Liu Shi gazed intently at the girl before him, marveling not only at her beauty, but also feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Where have I encountered her before?" "Classmate, I must correct you. Although I am a teacher, I could very well be a villain. In this apocalyptic world, do not hastily place your trust in someone based solely on their former identity. I advise you to exercise caution. What is your name? I feel as though I have seen you somewhere." Upon hearing Liu Shi's words, the girl instinctively took a step back. He spoke with a degree of reason. "Have I been too trusting of others?" Yet, attempting to maintain her composure, she replied, "I believe you are not a bad person. After all, how could a villain possess such handsome features? My name is Diana, a student from class Music 1. It is not surprising that you remember me." "Diana? Are you the renowned Diana, one of the 3 most beautiful girls at our school?" Liu Shi could not help but once again scrutinize the female classmate before him. The title of campus beauty was indeed well-deserved. There was no need for further elaboration. Simply speaking of her legs, how exquisite. It was no exaggeration to say they were a marvel. "Ah, I am indeed the Diana they speak of, dear teacher. Please take me away." Diana seemed resolute, her demeanor growing increasingly assertive. After all, remaining here was undoubtedly a path to doom. The desolation surrounding her instilled a profound fear within. Yet, little did she anticipate. Liu Shi, however, shook his head and earnestly replied, "Classmate Diana, I must respectfully disagree with your assertion that handsome individuals cannot be malevolent. The essence of a villain is not solely defined by one's identity, often. It is unrelated to appearance as well. Have you forgotten about Fan? Diana found herself at a loss for words. Her cherry-red lips parting as if they could accommodate an egg. Her delicate pink lips trembled slightly, for she could not counter his argument. The teacher's words resonated with undeniable truth. she realized her perspective had been rather superficial. Yet, she thought to herself, could you not grant me a shred of dignity? I too possess a sense of pride, after all. But then again, in this apocalyptic world, what does pride truly signify? Survival is the ultimate truth. Perhaps it would be prudent to cultivate a thicker skin. Teacher, I apologize, I was mistaken. By the way, there is still some food in the compartment. Let us take it with us. Diana swiftly adjusted her mindset and reached out to Liu Shi, attempting to integrate herself into his company. Although their group consisted solely of the two of them, for some inexplicable reason, Diana felt an unshakable trust in her teacher. Is there food? Liu Shi did not lose sight of his priorities. He circumvented Diana and approached the compartment. Upon activating the light, he was astounded to discover an abundance of supplies. Not only was there food, but a myriad of resources as well. This university supermarket was unlike the campus convenience store. Here, the assortment was truly comprehensive. He collected dozens of bags of flour, several dozen bags of noodles, and an array of bread boxes. A mountain of bottled water was gathered, along with various bedding items and household necessities. Everything was taken without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the compartment of the convenience store had been thoroughly pillaged by Liu Shi. Diana, observing the swift vanishing of the supplies under Liu Shi's control, was left utterly astonished. Was this the manifestation of spatial abilities? Or perhaps magic? Teacher Liu is truly impressive. He appears to be far more complex than he seems at first glance. It seems that following him was indeed the right choice. With such ample resources, we should be able to persevere for quite some time. Liu Shi finished organizing the supplies and approached Diana, gazing into the distance as he spoke. Diana, it is not out of the question for you to accompany me. I can offer you protection and sustenance. However, I have one condition that you must agree to. If you cannot fulfill it, then that is the end of the matter. Having spent a night in the dismal confines of the apocalypse, Diana felt a profound sense of despair. Now, having encountered a living person, she grasped the last glimmer of hope for survival. She would accept not just one condition, but even 100, for the worst outcome would still allow her to live. Only by surviving could there be hope. With these thoughts in mind, she nodded resolutely and said, rest assured, teacher, not just one condition, but even 10, I will agree to. Please, tell me what it is. I am truly capable of fulfilling it. At this moment, she felt an unwavering determination. Liu Shi no longer feigned pretense, and the fox's tail finally revealed itself. He slightly lowered his head, and his gaze met Diana's. In each other's eyes flickered their respective intentions and desires. Liu Shi's aspirations and requirements are quite straightforward, to comply with the system's arrangements to the fullest extent. He seeks to amass more goddesses and procreate abundantly, all in a bid to swiftly enhance his own prowess and rise to prominence amidst the apocalypse. Diana, therefore, stands as one of his coveted targets. Diana's intentions and needs are equally transparent. She yearns to survive in this desolate world and clings to Liu Shi, aspiring to become an indispensable presence by his side. As for the sacrifices she may have to make, she has long steeled herself for the necessary toll. In prosperous times, she could embody the lofty and untouchable White Lotus, pristine and unblemished. Yet now, the circumstances compel her to adapt. The situation has become dire. Liu Shi spoke slowly. The conditions are quite simple. For you, there is really no loss. In this tumultuous era, with the population dwindling, humanity teeters on the brink of extinction. For the sake of our last hope and the continuity and resurgence of humankind, all you need to do is agree to bear my child, and I shall take you away. Diana was momentarily taken aback. Bear his child? Was it truly to be so direct? However, she quickly regained her composure, persuading herself to accept this proposition, as she had no better alternatives. This outcome was, indeed, akin to the worst scenario she had imagined, yet still fell within an acceptable range. Thus, she instinctively inquired, is that it? Yes, indeed. Is there perhaps a more favorable notion you have in mind? As soon as Liu Shi's words fell, a gentle sensation enveloped his hand. He glanced down to find Diana's delicate hand grasping his own. Observing the deserted surroundings and the absence of any zombies, Diana's courage swelled. She took Liu Shi's hand and led him once more into the secluded compartment. The ambience within was not unpleasant. It was private, immaculate, and softly illuminated, radiating an intimate charm. Most importantly, the ability to shut the door ensured they would be undisturbed by any encroaching zombies. An hour later, Liu Shi gazed at Diana, who was busily organizing her clothes. Before him appeared a notification that only he could perceive. Name, Diana. Age, 18 years. Height, 172 centimeters. Bust, D cup. Beauty rating, 98. Figure rating, 99. Leg length rating, 100. Favorability, 60. Number of communicants, 1. It was truly astonishing. Her leg length rating was indeed an impressive 100. Was this the epitome of perfection? The impression was simply overwhelming. He recalled the scene from just moments ago. Liu Shi was still in disbelief, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. It was utterly astonishing that such a perfect campus beauty was indeed giving birth to his child. Moreover, his rapport with her had suddenly surged to 60. This was simply magnificent. Just as Liu Shi was savoring this moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing a remarkable young woman in this wretched apocalypse. You have also proactively employed the skill of precision, resulting in a successful conception. Rewards bestowed upon you include mastery of swordsmanship and the acquisition of the Sword of Victory. The Sword of Victory, forged from the hardest metal in the universe, boasts an impressive total length of 160 centimeters, with a blade measuring 120 centimeters, a hilt of 20 centimeters, a blade width of 10 centimeters, and a weight of 1,000 G. Ding. Congratulations, host, on gaining an additional point of favorability. Henceforth, any strong push will ensure a minimum favorability score of 61 from the other party. Ding. Congratulations, host, on upgrading your storage space to level 3. Now reaching 500 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host, on tripling your strength. The attribute scores obtained from defeating zombies remain unchanged. Additionally, acquiring crystal cores will yield extra rewards. Please continue your efforts. Oh my goodness. The storage space has indeed been upgraded to level 3, now encompassing 500 cubic meters. This is incredibly cool. It seems that I will be able to store a greater quantity of resources in the future. Thus, I must expedite the accumulation of supplies. My strength has increased threefold. Liu Shi felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his entire being. In this moment, he was acutely aware that a radiant silver sword had materialized within the confines of the system space. As soon as Liu Shi's thoughts stirred, the Sword of Victory materialized in his grasp. Hiss, 1,000 pounds. Indeed, quite heavy. An ordinary person would undoubtedly struggle to wield it. Liu Shi exerted 30% of his strength and began to wield the Sword of Victory with a few strokes. With his mastery of swordsmanship, a wealth of knowledge regarding the way of the sword flooded his mind in an instant. From this moment forth, I too have become a swordsman. Being a practitioner of the sword is quite splendid. Moreover, I have gained an understanding of the way of the sword. My rewards are abundant. With a mere thought, Liu Shi effortlessly returned the Sword of Victory to his storage space. Although it was his first attempt, it appeared to be executed with remarkable ease. Liu Shi softly called out, "Sword, come forth," and instantly, a blade appeared in his hand. Liu Shi exerted himself in silence, dispelling any possibility of being unable to lift the sword once more. Thus, the cycle continued endlessly. Liu Shi was having a delightful time. Swordsmanship. He was interrupted by Diana, who stood up and said, "Enough, teacher, let us depart swiftly. The strange noise we heard earlier may attract the zombies." Liu Shi contemplated for a moment, acknowledging that the recent commotion had indeed been rather excessive. Overwhelmed by excitement, he nearly lost control. "Very well, let us depart," he declared. As he prepared to leave, he felt a gentle pressure on his arm. Looking down, he discovered that Diana had approached him, her arms firmly encircling his, seemingly fearful of his potential withdrawal. Sensing Liu Shi's inquisitive gaze, she shyly averted her eyes, a delicate blush still adorning her cheeks, and plaintively remarked, "Teacher, I find myself somewhat unable to walk. Might you assist me?" "Certainly, let us proceed. The infirmary is nearby. We shall first acquire some supplies, and, in passing, attend to another student in need of assistance," Liu Shi organized. Liu Shi supported Diana as they emerged from the convenience store. They had already spent a considerable amount of time inside, and it was imperative to locate the necessary medication swiftly to return and treat Zhuang shouting. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. In this apocalyptic world, everyone must race against the clock to survive. Moments later, Liu Shi effortlessly dispatched several zombies obstructing his path and arrived at the infirmary. Ding. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 6 zombies and receiving 6 attribute points. Liu Shi, disinterested in the system's notifications, forcefully kicked open the door to the infirmary. To his astonishment, it was entirely empty. There were neither personnel nor zombies present. Liu Shi gazed at the plethora of medicinal supplies in the infirmary, his heart racing with excitement. Alcohol, disinfectants, Take them away. Amoxicillin, that miraculous remedy, collect it. Banlangen, remove it. Glucose injections, clear them out. Everything must go. Before long, Liu Shi had thoroughly scoured the infirmary, leaving no common instruments or even hospital beds unaccounted for, rendering the space utterly barren. Diana, with her vivid imagination, speculated that Liu Shi might possess a treasure akin to a storage space. This notion no longer surprised her. She closely followed in Liu Shi's wake, eager to make a swift exit. After a few steps, a sudden exclamation escaped her lips. Liu Shi, having forgotten about Diana's injury, quickly turned around to assist her, and they proceeded together. Their journey was uninterrupted along the way. Liu Shi successfully vanquished over a dozen zombies and returned to the vicinity of the changing room. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for slaying 15 zombies. You have earned 15 attribute points. Xiaona, please enter through this window first. I will follow shortly, Liu Shi instructed, pointing towards the changing room window, signaling for Diana to ascend. However, Diana displayed an expression of helplessness. But, teacher, the window is too high. I cannot climb up. Liu Shi ceased to speak further, lifting Diana with ease and gently propelling her towards the window, stating, Fear not. Allow me to assist you. No sooner had the words left his lips than Diana emitted a piercing scream. Ah! At that moment, she found herself wedged through the window of the changing room. Behind the window lay a sofa, ensuring her safety from a fall, which emboldened Liu Shi to act with such audacity. Liu Shi subsequently leaped through the window. He helped Diana, who was awkwardly positioned on the sofa, to her feet. With a watchful gaze, he scanned the surroundings. Something felt amiss. Someone had been here. Liu Shi detected an unusual scent and realized that many things were amiss. Upon closer inspection, he found the changing room completely devoid of occupants. Where was Zhuang shouting? Where had everyone gone? Liu Shi's expression turned solemn as he hurriedly began to investigate. Xiaona, you are indeed correct. However, since we have not made any discoveries, let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. I find myself a bit hungry. Can you prepare a meal? Although Liu Shi sensed that something was amiss, he did not intend to investigate it immediately. He believed that as long as he settled here for the time being, any issues would eventually reveal themselves. Diana paused momentarily, then responded, Teacher, It seemed that Diana wished to express something, yet before she could finish, Liu Shi interrupted her. Liu Shi approached Diana, gently lifting her chin and earnestly declared, Xiaona, I wanted to say earlier that you have become my woman. Henceforth, you must call me husband and no longer refer to me as teacher. While calling me teacher may sound thrilling, it feels rather inappropriate. Diana swallowed hard, comprehending the full implications of Liu Shi's words. In essence, she was to address him as husband in everyday life, reserving the term teacher for rare, special occasions. Having become his woman, the title teacher could no longer be used casually. Yet, it was peculiar that before assuming this role, she could freely employ that title. All right, husband, I understand. I shall prepare a meal for you to showcase my culinary skills. Go ahead. Liu Shi gently patted her well-rounded figure, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Diana glanced back with a smile, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet she remained silent. Compliantly, she made her way toward the kitchen. The villa's kitchen, an open-concept space, was conveniently located adjacent to the grand hall on the first floor. Liu Shi sat gracefully on the sofa in the living room, affording him an unobstructed view of the kitchen, while also ensuring the safety of Diana. After a moment, Liu Shi rose to his feet, meticulously checking the doors and windows on the first floor once more to confirm their security before returning to his seat. Now, he awaited the meal. The anticipation and joy of waiting for dinner is always particularly delightful. Liu Shi, having found a rare moment of leisure, casually opened his personal attributes to examine them. Name, Liu Shi. Age, 25. Height, 188 centimeters. Weight, 86 kilograms. Strength, 300. Spirit, 90. Speed, 80. 20 meters per second. Possessing traits, golden kidneys, attribute enhancement, perfect accuracy with unerring arrows, strong push with a base favorability aura of 61, immunity to zombie virus, mastery of swordsmanship. Personal assets, 500 cubic meters of storage space, various supplies, sword of victory. Number of maidens saved, 2. Offspring in gestation, 1. Unallocated attribute points, 38. Splendid. There remain 38 unallocated points. Since strength can be augmented by saving maidens, I shall allocate all to speed. System, allocate all attribute points to speed. Loading complete. Host current speed, 118. 30 meters per second. Excellent. I can feel the muscles in my calves becoming even more robust, far surpassing the capabilities of an ordinary person. Liu Shi's consciousness arrived within the storage space, contemplating the myriad resources contained therein. The abundance of treasures instilled a profound sense of accomplishment and security. However, this was insufficient. Tomorrow, it was imperative to venture outside to acquire additional supplies. Otherwise, with the passage of time, the external resources would deteriorate. Should that occur, there would be no factories left to continue the production of these goods. Time was of the essence. An hour later, Diana had already prepared lunch. Liu Shi indulged in the meal with great delight. Indeed, the dishes prepared by the young lady were quite delectable. As Diana observed Liu Shi relishing his food, a profound sense of satisfaction filled her heart. She softly inquired, "Darling, is it delicious?" Enchanted by Diana's melodic voice, Liu Shi's appetite expanded, and he devoured his meal with even greater enthusiasm. "Delicious. I never anticipated your culinary skills to be so remarkable. From now on, the kitchen will be entrusted to you. There are still some provisions in the refrigerator. Once you finish, just let me know, and I shall replenish them." "Ah, I have specifically studied culinary arts, so managing the kitchen is certainly not a problem." Diana, too, began to eat with satisfaction, her countenance radiating happiness. "You studied culinary arts? No wonder it tastes so good. I thought you were from the music department. I assumed your talents were limited to singing and having a melodious voice. Why did you pursue culinary arts?" Liu Shi picked up another piece of chicken and swallowed it in one bite, casually inquiring. Diana, while also eating, replied, "As music students, we too must eventually marry. To win a husband's heart, one must master the culinary arts. However, it seems you are the fortunate one at present." Liu Shi, with a face round and full from his meal, managed to force a faint smile. The two engaged in a conversation, exchanging words intermittently as they continued to eat. In this moment, Liu Shi and Diana appeared to be a couple deeply in love, or perhaps a warm and affectionate pair. It felt as though the apocalyptic world outside held no relevance to their intimate bubble. Liu Shi occasionally dabbed at Diana's lips, their bond deepening with each tender gesture. The atmosphere was particularly warm. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Diana's affection has increased by 20, currently at 80. A profound connection, unwavering loyalty. Engaging in casual conversation and sharing a meal can indeed enhance one's affection. How delightful. It seems the path to a woman's heart is not solely. It appears that companionship is essential for women as well." After just a brief moment together, their feelings surged rapidly. The surprise came swiftly, following a satisfying meal. Liu Shi let out a hearty burp and gestured towards the rooms on the second floor. "Xiao Na, my dear wife, please feel free to choose any room to settle in. I must step out for a while to gather more supplies. I shall return before nightfall." Although Diana appeared somewhat reluctant, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she approached Liu Shi and adjusted his clothing with gentle care. "Take care. Be sure to return safely." Liu Shi gently pinched her nose and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Remain at home and await my return. No matter who may come, do not open the door. I can gain entry myself. Subsequently, Liu Shi moved several tables from the living room to barricade the front door completely. He then retrieved the U-shaped lock for the door from a corner. After leaping out of the window, he secured the front door from the outside. This arrangement appeared considerably more secure, no longer merely locked from within. Liu Shi brushed off the dust from his hands and stepped outside. This outing aimed to scour the villa district and the school cafeteria before darkness fell. He sought to ensure that the villa area was devoid of zombies and any threats. The villa district of Jinghai University comprised 6 or 7 villas, each sharing a similar architectural style. From the exterior, it was challenging to discern any notable differences. However, the villa occupied by Liu Shi stood out as particularly magnificent. While the other villas were 2 stories high, Liu Shi's villa boasted 3 stories, a significant factor in his choice of residence. Liu Shi arrived before a villa and, without a moment's hesitation, forcefully kicked open the grand entrance. As he surveyed the interior, he beheld a family that had long since succumbed to the fate of the undead. After a thorough sweep, Liu Shi collected the supplies within and promptly departed, commencing the raid on other villas. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 5 zombies and earning 5 attribute points. Liu Shi's sweep was remarkably smooth. The owners of the preceding villas had either transformed into zombies or had long fled, no longer residing within the premises. Upon encountering the zombies, Liu Shi mercilessly exterminated them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 6 zombies, earning 6 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing 2 zombies, acquiring 2 attribute points. This continued until he arrived at the final villa. Liu Shi encountered a perplexing predicament. Liu Shi forcefully breached the final villa's door and eradicated the zombies within. However, in one of the bedrooms, he stumbled upon a young girl. Why was it not a mature beauty, but rather a little girl? Liu Shi felt a tinge of regret within. The young girl appeared to be merely around 10 years of age, though she had yet to fully blossom. Her features were remarkably delicate. Brother, please, do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. The little girl, with a look of panic, revealed a pair of eyes brimming with innocence and vulnerability. Liu Shi initially had no intention of paying her any heed. In a world where human lives were as expendable as that of a dog, he was no savior and could not rescue everyone. Should she find herself in dire need and express a desire for death, Liu Shi would not hesitate to assist her on her journey, allowing her to reunite with her family sooner rather than endure the torment of this helpless apocalypse. Why should I take your life? Are you so eager for death? Liu Shi retorted coldly. I do not wish to die. I want to live. Brother, could you possibly save me? I am so hungry. The young girl, driven by an overwhelming will to survive, crawled closer to Liu Shi. Liu Shi shook his head in resignation. A little girl seeking refuge? What could such a tiny being possibly contribute? Taking her in would merely mean an additional mouth to feed, thereby requiring more resources. Liu Shi initially intended to refuse coldly. However, an inadvertent glance at her changed everything. This single look stirred a feeling of astonishment within Liu Shi himself. The little girl before him was extraordinarily beautiful and charming. It would indeed be a pity if she were to perish like this. Why should I save you? At your tender age, what can you possibly do? Liu Shi remarked, swayed by her striking appearance. The little girl was taken aback for a moment, then replied, I can do numerous things. When I grow up, I could even be your wife. Upon hearing this, Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback, wondering why such words sounded so pleasing to the ear. Observing her beauty, it was evident that she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning woman in the future. Of course, there existed the possibility that a cherubic appearance in childhood might not guarantee beauty in adulthood. Nevertheless, that was a matter for years to come. He gazed at the pitiable little girl before him. Liu Shi's appreciation for beauty had grown significantly, and he inquired, What is your name? Upon hearing this, the clever little girl sensed an opportunity. Instantly elated, she still maintained a look of pitiable innocence as she softly replied, Brother, my name is Shui Linger. I implore you, please save me. I have no family left in this world. Shui Lingo? A lovely name. Indeed, very enchanting. Have your family members all transformed into zombies? Liu Shi followed her words and replied, Indeed, they are all gone. Upon hearing this, Shui Lingo's large, glistening eyes filled with tears. She instinctively stepped forward and clung to Liu Shi's leg, gazing up with a look that conveyed a sense of guilt for not taking her away. Liu Shi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this is the innate instinct for survival within humanity. When faced with dire circumstances, the desire to live becomes overwhelmingly strong. Liu Shi was not surprised by such an action. Yet, just moments ago, she had pleaded for her life. And now she was clinging to his leg, imploring him to take her away. The shift in her demeanor felt rather abrupt. However, what malice could possibly reside in such a young girl? Liu Shi gently caressed her thick hair and offered a comforting remark. Very well. You may stay here for the time being. I shall venture forth to gather supplies and will return to escort you back to the safe house. Liu Shi initially intended for Shui Linger to remain behind alone, not wishing to burden her as a hindrance. However, to his surprise, Shui Linger vehemently opposed the idea, seemingly anxious that if Liu Shi were to depart, he would never return. It was as though she had donned the mantle of a dramatist, her hands clutching Liu Shi's leg with increasing fervor. Tears streamed down her face unabated, and her lips pleaded, Big brother, please do not leave. Take me with you. I can contribute in whatever small ways I can. I implore you, do not abandon me here alone. I am terrified. Liu Shi hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Bringing an additional person should not pose a significant issue. He merely hoped that her fortune would not be too unfavorable. Subsequently, Liu Shi cast a glance at her unremarkable chest and shook his head, confirming that, at least for now, she possessed no assets of significance. He sensed her kneeling and clutching his thigh in desperation, feeling the rigidity against his leg. Surely, it was her sternum. One word encapsulated it all, emaciated. Shui Linger seemed to perceive Liu Shi's gaze upon her. Though merely 12 or 13 years of age, children of this era matured swiftly, already possessing an understanding far beyond their years. Moreover, she had begun to develop, having experienced her menstrual cycles several times. Thus, she hastily released her grip on Liu Shi's thigh, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she explained, "Big brother, I will grow up. I will mature to a point that satisfies you. You must believe me. Is that all right?" Liu Shi, accompanied by Shui Linger, swiftly arrived at the school cafeteria. Throughout their journey, Liu Shi effortlessly dispatched the zombies that crossed their path, moving unhindered towards their destination. Shui Linger, trailing behind, was left in awe. She had not anticipated her elder brother's formidable strength. The thought of one day marrying him filled her with a sense of safety and contentment. She resolved to strive for self-improvement and mature swiftly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing 36 zombies and acquiring 36 unallocated attribute points. This was indeed a commendable haul. Yet these zombies were merely of the novice variety, yielding no crystal course. In due course, the zombies were expected to evolve. Bang! Liu Shi, with a single stroke of his sword, cleaved open the doors of the cafeteria. As the doors collapsed, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Yet, through the haze, Liu Shi could still discern the presence of other survivors within the cafeteria, and not merely one. Before Liu Shi could enter, he heard a voice from within urgently exclaiming, Don't come any closer." Upon hearing the voice, Liu Shi immediately recognized it as that of the school's director of education. This man, notorious for his penchant for provoking female students and teachers alike, had always seemed to take pleasure in opposing Liu Shi. To Liu's surprise, he was still alive. Moments later, as the dust settled, the director and the others, still in a state of panic, caught sight of Liu Shi's figure, along with the enchanting Shui Linger behind him. Upon realizing that the newcomer was Liu Shi, the director's initial alarm swiftly transformed into a semblance of composure. He was the first to step outside, indignantly exclaiming, so it is the physical education teacher, Liu Shi. How is it that you are still among the living? What brings you here? Are you attempting to seize our provisions? Do not even think about it. There is no place for you here. You should leave at once." Liu Shi exhibited no reaction, his expression remaining as cold and unchanging as ever. Instead, a tall figure emerged from the crowd, gently speaking, "Director Su, we have ample grain here. The addition of 2 more individuals would not pose a significant problem. Why must we make things difficult for them?" Upon hearing this, Director Su, who initially wore a rather grim countenance, revealed a semblance of amiability. Liu Shi turned her gaze, only to find the other person somewhat familiar. She appeared to be around 18 years of age, with exquisitely refined features and skin so flawless it seemed almost fragile, remarkably taut. A pair of alluring curves hinted at an irresistible charm. Furthermore, her long, slender legs were encased in form-fitting denim, with not a trace of excess flesh around her abdomen. The enchanting outline of her abdominal muscles was subtly discernible. Liu Shi's heart swelled with joy. Beautiful, exquisitely beautiful. At long last, he had encountered an exceptional woman. Yet, he felt an odd familiarity about her. He simply could not recall where he had seen her before. Director Su offered a sheepish smile towards the woman but remained steadfast, stating, "Watching, while your argument holds merit, we are surrounded by zombies, and our ability to procure food is severely limited. We must ration our supplies, otherwise, we risk starvation. The more mouths to feed, the greater the burden. Take Liu Shi, for instance. He is tall and robust, a physical education teacher with a considerable appetite. That little girl appears to eat sparingly and could stay, but as for Liu Shi, with his muscular physique, it would be prudent to let him go." Director Su emphasized Liu Shi's role as a physical education teacher while belittling him, a subtle smirk dancing at the corners of his lips. This statement left the young woman named Watching somewhat speechless, yet it resonated with others. A rather acerbic female teacher chimed in, "Indeed, Director Su is correct. We must economize on our food supplies. Liu Shi, you should leave now while there is still daylight to find another refuge. We wouldn't want you to become a zombie." Laughter erupted among the group, revealing their obliviousness to the dire circumstances. They remained unaware that the door had just been cleaved open by Liu Shi's sword, which he had conveniently returned to his storage space, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Only Shui Linger, positioned behind Liu Shi, wore a smile tinged with schadenfreude. For she had witnessed the prowess of her formidable elder brother. Dispatching zombies appeared as effortless as chopping vegetables. In the face of their mockery, he stood unfazed. Liu Shi paid little heed to the surroundings and instead approached the young woman named Wan Qing, lowering his head and earnestly inquiring, "Classmate, have we met before?" "Teacher Liu, you truly are one who forgets easily. I attended your physical education class. Have you forgotten? Are you Mu Wanqing?" Liu Shi replied, slightly astonished. The memories flooded back to him. Mu Wanqing, the belle of the Fine Arts Department at Jinghai University, renowned as one of the 3 campus beauties. She had indeed been a student in his physical education class for a semester before the head of the department had replaced him with another instructor, and he had not seen her since. "It is I. Teacher, you finally remember me," Mu Wanqing said with a smile, exuding an air of composure and poise. "I can hardly believe it's truly you. This is splendid." Liu Shi's face radiated a sunny smile as he gently pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, entrusting her to Shui Linger. "Mu Wanqing, you should stay with Shui Linger for now. I will take you away shortly." Mu Wanqing appeared utterly bewildered. "Leave? Where are we going?" Just as she was about to inquire further, Shui Linger grasped her arm, shaking her head to signal her to remain silent. As Mu Wanqing gazed at the little sister before her, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth, instinctively trusting that the girl meant her no harm. When Mu Wanqing regained her composure, she noticed that Liu Shi had approached Director Su, causing the already diminutive Director Su to take a few steps back in alarm. "Liu Shi, what are you planning to do? I am the academic director. Do you intend to resort to violence?" Liu Shi remained silent, extending his hand to grasp the collar at the front of his neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. With a meaningful tone, he remarked, "Oh, even if you are the director of instruction, what of it?" Director Su felt an overwhelming pressure on his chest, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Panic began to set in, and he exclaimed with a hint of desperation, "Liu Shi, please release me. Let us speak rationally." Liu Shi responded with a hint of disdain, saying good words. "Yet, I find myself devoid of anything to convey to you. Since you wish to expel me, denying me the opportunity to remain, it appears you are robbing me of my very chance to exist. Given this circumstance, it seems I must first escort you on your journey." Director Su sensed the murderous intent emanating from Liu Shi and quickly altered his tone, asserting, "You must stay. No one shall drive you away. I command it. And do you not all agree?" Director Su began to exert pressure on the assembly, as they still recognized him as their guiding authority, rendering the establishment of a temporary autocracy quite feasible. Liu Shi finally released his grip, casting Director Su onto the ground. Yet, he spoke in an indifferent tone, "Stay behind? I never claimed that I intended to remain." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Liu Shi advanced steadily towards the cafeteria, while others dared not confront him, instinctively parting to clear a path. Upon reaching the storeroom of the cafeteria, he gestured with a sweeping motion. The rice, chicken, beef, noodles, and various other provisions within the cafeteria vanished without a trace. Within mere minutes, Liu Shi had completely depleted the food supplies. Indeed, this time proved to be a bountiful harvest, surpassing even the riches gleaned from the convenience store, both in quantity and variety. After all, this was a university cafeteria, which typically required a month's worth of rice and an assortment of meats and vegetables to cater to thousands of students. The quantity was undeniably substantial. The onlookers remained momentarily stunned, their mouths forming an astonished "oh," forgotten, and agape. Meanwhile, Liu Shi had already turned and exited with a sense of accomplishment. Liu Shi paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. Instead, he took hold of Shui Linger's delicate hand. He also grasped Mu Wanqing's hand, leading them both outward. Mu Wanqing, still in a state of bewilderment, offered no resistance or objection. Liu Shi, with a magnanimous heart, had no intention of quarreling with these individuals. He contemplated taking the hands of the two and turning to leave this place. However, at that moment, an irate voice erupted from behind him. "Liu Shi, halt. You must stop. You cannot simply walk away like this. Do you hear me?" Liu Shi indeed halted his steps. Turning back, he discovered that it was none other than the female teacher Li Ying, who had just spoken up in support. Out of professional courtesy, Liu Shi replied, "Is there something you need?" Li Ying, having been the first to recover from the shock, shouted furiously, "Liu Shi, you have taken our food. You cannot leave." Liu Shi smiled faintly, spreading his hands in an expression of feigned innocence, and said, "Did you not just say that I should not stay? Now that I wish to leave, why do you oppose my departure? It was you who insisted I remain, and it is you who now prevent me from leaving. What exactly do you desire? Is there no law, no sense of justice?" Upon hearing Liu Shi's cunning defense, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, just moments ago. They had all agreed not to keep him. However, Liang was not easily dismissed. She promptly retorted with conviction, "You had no food earlier. So it was only logical that you could not stay, as it would have wasted our provisions. Now that you seem to have misplaced the food, you cannot simply depart. Otherwise, what shall we eat?" Her reasoning was compelling, leaving little room for counterargument. Liu Shi nodded, a playful smile gracing his face. "Though I am merely a physical education teacher, with limited reading and a somewhat dull mind, I can still discern the truth. According to your words, my life and death hold no significance for you. Your only concern lies with your own sustenance. Thus, what relevance do your lives bear to me?" Liang was taken aback by Liu Shi's unexpected eloquence, a stark contrast to his usual reticence. What sort of transformation was this? He had become remarkably sharp-tongued and articulate. A master of repartee. How infuriating. "You," Liang faltered, rendered speechless by Liu Shi's piercing remarks. At that moment, Director Su, who had been enduring in silence, could no longer restrain himself. Despite the risk of facing Liu Shi's wrath, he realized that if he did not act today, he might succumb to starvation tomorrow. With a surge of courage, he straightened his back and declared, "Liu Shi, if you wish to leave, take us with you. While I am uncertain how you managed to misplace such abundant resources, I am convinced you have activated some extraordinary ability, perhaps a spatial power." Extraordinary ability? Spatial power? How marvelous. So, it was indeed a spatial ability. No wonder it seemed as though he conjured resources from thin air. Director Su's revelation stirred the crowd, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. The onlookers' gazes towards Liu Shi transformed dramatically, shifting from disdain and contempt to a burgeoning sense of admiration. Faced with this profound shift in sentiment, the atmosphere became charged with newfound respect. Liu Shi merely smiled inwardly, yet remained indifferent to their pleas, coolly retorting, "Why should I take you with me?" Liang was the first to react, exclaiming, "It is precisely because you have taken so many of our resources that you are obligated to care for us for the rest of our lives. Indeed, you have seized our supplies. You must take us along." Liu Shi was instantly amused and replied leisurely, "You claim that those supplies belong to you. But have you inscribed your names upon them? If you call out, will they respond to you? Those are resources procured by the school, and they are inherently unrelated to you. You merely occupy them. Now, they rightfully belong to me." "You are being unreasonable," Liang stammered, somewhat at a loss for words. Her composure unraveling as she charged toward Liu Shi, intent on clinging to him to prevent his departure. After Liu Shi finished speaking, he cast a faint glance into the distance. His extraordinary vision allowed him to see a horde of zombies approaching. The loud shouts from Liang and the others had inevitably attracted the attention of the undead. Liu Shi had no intention of engaging in further futile conversation with them. As he observed Liang, who had lost all rationality and charged forward, he swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending Liang crashing to the ground, uncertain of his fate. Liu Shi muttered disdainfully, "Noisy. With such an unattractive appearance, you ought not to draw so close. I had no intention of killing you, but do not compel me." Upon hearing Liu Shi's words, the crowd instinctively took a step back, sensing the palpable aura of menace emanating from him. It was indeed a possibility that he could act on his threats, and they realized that should a confrontation arise, they were ill-equipped to contend with him. Had they foreseen this moment, they would have readily acquiesced to sharing some food with Liu Shi and permitted him to remain, thus avoiding this turmoil. Only Shui Linger, standing behind, could not suppress a chuckle, quickly covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Mu Wanqing, furrowing her brow in concern, attempted to offer words of caution, but was halted by Shui Linger. Just then, the distant approach of zombies became evident to all. Director Su hurried over to Liu Shi, seeking to escape with him, only to find Liu Shi standing still, as did the two women behind him, Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing. With little time for deliberation, and the cafeteria door already compromised, Director Su had no choice but to flee alone, shouting, "Zombies are coming. Run." The crowd soon reacted, one by one retreating in haste. Liang, who had fallen, was the last to realize the danger, scrambling to her feet to flee, only to be pursued by a zombie that sank its teeth into her neck, producing a chilling crunch. Witnessing this horrific scene, Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing instinctively inched closer to Liu Shi. Liu Shi effortlessly embraced them, gazing disdainfully at the crowd as they were pursued by the zombies. He observed as one after another fell victim to the relentless onslaught, their flesh and blood feasted upon. Some succumbed swiftly to the gnawing of the undead, transforming into zombies themselves. Liu Shi gently placed the two women aside. Extending a hand, he silently called out, "Sword. Come forth." In an instant, The victorious blade materialized in Liu Shi's grasp. Liu Shi burst forth with astonishing swiftness, akin to a flash of lightning. With each decisive strike, the zombies fell before him, utterly powerless to resist. It was a one-sided massacre, as they succumbed beneath Liu Shi's blade. Blood splattered across the ground. Liu Shi's swordsmanship grew increasingly refined, resembling that of an unparalleled swordsman. Occasionally, he would leap from the ground to evade the onslaught of the zombies, his movements undeniably captivating. Though the entire sequence seemed to unfold over an extended period, it actually transpired in the blink of an eye. Liu Shi's figure weaved effortlessly among the horde of zombies. Soon after, he returned to his original position. While the entire swarm of undead lay vanquished, having been dispatched with remarkable precision, Liu Shi shook off the grime and blood from his sword, revealing a pristine blade before retracting it into his storage space. The fallen zombies lay lifeless upon the ground, some with severed heads, others split in two. While some had been cleaved in half at the waist, limbs were scattered everywhere. Among them were Directors Su and Li Yin, who, after transforming into zombies, met their end at Liu Shi's hands, lying now in a pool of blood. How noisy, Liu Shi mused. Just moments ago, he and Director Su had been fellow humans. It was not that Liu Shi was devoid of compassion. Rather, he adhered to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. He wished to refrain from appearing excessively brutal and sanguinary in front of the campus beauty, allowing for a degree of restraint, which is why he had not struck first. Moreover, there was no reward for taking human lives. With no benefit to gain, why engage in such acts? Since slaying zombies did yield rewards, it made sense to wait until they had transformed before taking action. Was it not a twofold advantage? Furthermore, these ordinary individuals lacked the means to defend themselves, and their transformation into zombies was merely a matter of time. In this way, one could even consider it an act of benevolence. Of course, even after their metamorphosis, Liu Shi felt no pressure in dispatching them. Having settled everything, he moved on. Liu Shi paid no particular attention to Mu Wanqing's astonishment. He took hold of the hands of both women once more, intent on returning to the villa area, and declared, "Let us return home." Ding. Congratulations, host, for vanquishing 68 zombies and earning 68 attribute points. As they walked along the path, Liu Shi received a notification of rewards following his recent endeavors. This wave has proven to be immensely fruitful, yielding not only a significant profit but also an abundance of resources and attribute points. Truly remarkable. This undertaking was far from futile. However, what delighted Liu Shi the most was the unexpected encounter with the campus beauty. One wonders how lavish the rewards will be after rescuing her. Liu Shi could not help but begin to feel a sense of anticipation. The journey was remarkably smooth and uneventful. Liu Shi and the two women have returned to the entrance of the villa, gazing at the securely locked door. Liu Shi effortlessly lifted Shui Linger into his arms and leaped onto the balcony, gently placing her down. He then returned to the ground, gazing at the astonished campus belle. Mu Wanqing. With a composed demeanor, he addressed her, "Classmate Mu Wanqing, out of respect for you, there is a matter upon which I must seek your counsel. Two choices lay before you. First, you may accompany me inside, albeit you must heed my words and become my woman. Second, I choose the first." Before Liu Shi could finish his words, Mu Wanqing interjected eagerly. Having witnessed Liu Shi's formidable prowess, she was astounded not only by his spatial abilities and abundant provisions, but also by his remarkable strength. Slaying zombies seemed as effortless to him as quenching one's thirst. A man of such caliber was precisely the ideal she aspired to. Strength was not something to be ashamed of. Moreover, long before this moment, during Liu Shi's physical education classes, Mu Wanqing had developed a fondness for him. However, constrained by her status as a student, she hesitated to overstep boundaries or delve deeper into her feelings. Given the present circumstances, even a fool would know how to choose. This conclusion filled Liu Shi with immense satisfaction. Liu Shi gently caressed her head, a smile once again gracing his face as he remarked, "You are so understanding." He then effortlessly lifted the campus belle, Mu Wanqing, and leaped onto the balcony of the second floor. Liu Shi felt an overwhelming joy within, eagerly anticipating, "My reward. Come to me swiftly." Yet, uncertainty lingered. Liu Shi is about to embark on a mission to rescue the exquisite campus belle once again. What astonishing rewards will emerge this time? On the balcony, a gentle breeze caresses, carrying with it a subtle fragrance of flowers, starkly contrasting with the crumbling remnants of the distant city. After Liu Shi gently set Mu Wanqing down, she involuntarily trembled slightly. It was not due to the cold, but rather the unexpected slap, akin to a summer thunderclap, which rendered her utterly dazed. her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep crimson hue, her eyes shimmering with disbelief and a hint of hurt. You, how could you? Mu Wanqing's voice was as delicate as a whisper, yet it carried an unmistakable tremor. She lifted her gaze towards Liu Shi, seeking answers within the depths of his profound eyes, only to encounter a glint of mockery. Why? Mu Wanqing finally mustered the courage to pose the question. Liu Shi reminded her, you interrupted me earlier. Please refrain from doing so in the future. Even if your intellect compels you to interject, wait until I have completed my thoughts. Do you understand? Mu Wanqing nodded, akin to a chick pecking at grains, indicating her comprehension. In that moment, she felt an inexplicable surge of admiration for Liu Shi, finding him particularly attractive. She could not fathom why, but there was something about a man exhibiting such assertiveness that captivated her, unlike Director Li, who merely flattered and bored her to tears. If her previous choice had been driven by a primal instinct for survival, rooted in her inherent resilience, her current sentiments had transformed. Perhaps it was a burgeoning curiosity about Liu Shi, or perhaps an infatuation. Regardless, she shyly lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed, her eyes radiating warmth. Indeed, women are notoriously fickle, strike a chord deep within their souls, and one can effortlessly unlock the doors to their hearts. Go ahead. Just as Mu Wanqing found herself lost in reverie, her thoughts wandering freely, Liu Shi's reminder brought her back to reality. She lifted her gaze. Liu Shi and Shui Linger appeared to regard her with a curious gaze, leaving her feeling a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Oh, Mu Wanqing, trailing behind, timidly inquired, what did you mean by the second you just mentioned? Liu Shi smiled and remarked, the second? You will know in due time. Subsequently, the two women entered the villa through the window one after the other. Outside, the sky had begun to darken. As night approached, the streets were filled with the wandering figures of zombies, creating a particularly desolate atmosphere. Liu Shi walked at the rear, casting a glance back at the setting sun for a brief moment before retreating through the window. Fortunately, in this apocalyptic world, he had the support of a system. Otherwise, survival would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Upon arriving at the villa within the Doomsday stronghold, he found Diana engaged in culinary preparations. Initially taken aback by Liu Shi's return in the company of others, she quickly regained her composure and resumed her tasks. Liu Shi discerned the innermost thoughts of Diana. Upon descending to the first floor, he began to introduce the two newcomers. Diana, my wife, takes charge of cooking during the day and indulges in her personal interests at night. Diana instinctively overlooked Liu Shi's playful teasing and turned towards the two women, bestowing a rare, maternal smile. Her smile was particularly radiant for Shui Linger, while a hint of animosity was directed at Mu Wanqing. After all, the only one who posed a threat to her position was none other than Mu Wanqing. Liu Shi reclined comfortably on the sofa, exuding an air of relaxation as he continued his introduction. Xiaona, the one who is shorter and slimmer is called Shui Linger, while the taller and plumper one is Mu Wanqing. From now on, we will all be living together. Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing responded to Liu Shi's introduction in contrasting manners. Shui Linger innocently believed that her stature was simply a matter of being underdeveloped, while Mu Wanqing, feeling a twinge of indignation, thought to herself, am I truly plump? As she lowered her gaze and noticed the absence of her toes, a sudden realization dawned upon her. Despite their differing thoughts, the two young women quickly called out in unison, Sister Na, Sister. Diana, maintaining her politeness, replied, very well, I shall add more dishes now. With two extra people, it merely means a few more pairs of chopsticks, nothing more. Upon witnessing Diana's remarkable understanding, Liu Shi rose and made his way to the kitchen. He embraced her from behind, whispering softly in her ear, my dear little Na, what shall we have for dinner tonight? Diana felt the warmth of Liu Shi's affection, perhaps sensing his concern for her happiness, and realized he had come to comfort her. The heavy burden on her heart finally lifted. As long as Liu Shi did not grow weary of her or seek novelty elsewhere, the presence of a few more sisters would not be an issue. In fact, the solitude could sometimes feel rather exhausting and overwhelming. With this newfound perspective, Diana's spirits brightened considerably. In a sweet and delicate tone, she replied, what do you wish to eat? I shall prepare it for you. By the way, do the two newcomers have any dietary restrictions? Liu Shi chuckled softly, exhaling a warm breath that caused Diana's cheeks to flush. Dietary restrictions? In this apocalyptic world, where food is a rarity, merely having something to eat is a blessing. Liu Shi glanced at the gas stove where Diana was busily preparing a meal and suddenly pondered a thought. Presently, they relied on piped gas. Yet this resource might soon become compromised and unusable. it would be prudent to procure some liquefied natural gas beforehand. Otherwise, the prospect of enjoying a steaming pot of food could transform into an indulgence beyond reach. Indeed, this matter warranted attention, and it would be wise to visit the headquarters of the gas company at the earliest opportunity. An hour later, the meal was ready. Diana beckoned everyone to the table. As they beheld the array of steaming, delectable dishes, both Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing could not help but swallow hard. However, Liu Shi had yet to pick up his chopsticks or invite them to begin. Thus, they dared not touch the food. After all, the head of the household had not yet spoken, and they were mindful not to disrupt the established decorum. Liu Shi was quite pleased with their performance. From this small detail, it was evident that they were quite considerate. Since they understood the importance of adhering to the rules, he chose not to elaborate further. Liu Shi first picked up his chopsticks and served a piece to Diana, saying, "Don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry and eat, or the dishes will grow cold." All right then. Diana affectionately returned the gesture, offering Liu Shi a piece of meat, and then, with a bashful demeanor, lowered her head to begin her meal. Liu Shi observed Diana savoring her meal with deliberate enjoyment, and then glanced at Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing, who were devouring their food with gusto. He instinctively shook his head. "Behold, this is the distinction between my woman and those outside. Once she becomes my woman, she shall never know hunger again." As Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing continued to eat, they could not help but exclaim, delicious. Truly delightful, absolutely exquisite. This, too, is delectable. If it is delicious, let us indulge further. Diana replied. An hour later, everyone had satisfied their hunger, reclining on their benches, letting out contented burps. Shui Linger was the last to set down her chopsticks. After having been starved for the past couple of days, the arrival of such a delightful feast felt like a rekindling of her world. You too, once you have eaten your fill, please assist with washing the dishes. Liu Shi was not one to indulge idleness. It was unreasonable to expect Diana to shoulder all the household chores alone. Thus, he instructed Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing to lend a hand. Upon hearing his request, both Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing readily accepted, eager to contribute. "I will do it. Let me handle it," they exclaimed in unison. Observing this scene, Diana felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the addition of 2 women to the household was not without its merits. At the very least, they could alleviate some of the burdens of daily life. Liu Shi pulled Diana close, seating her upon his lap, and inquired, "Does it still hurt?" Diana gently pushed against Liu Shi's chest with both hands, nodding in affirmation. "It still aches. I cannot accompany you this evening." Liu Shi pointed at Mu Wanqing and said, "No worries. You should take good care of yourself these days and focus on nurturing the baby." "Nurturing a baby?" Diana exclaimed in disbelief. "What do you mean by that? We've only been together that once. Is it really possible? Surely, this cannot be true. Don't take advantage of my lack of experience." Liu Shi smiled silently, continuing to engage in casual conversation with Diana before rising to return for a bath. After a long day of toil, it was indeed time to rest. Liu Shi returned to the master bedroom on the first floor after completing his bath. He was temporarily residing on this level while the upper floors were still being tidied up. Diana did not come to attend to him today. Instead, she was recuperating in her own quarters. In the meantime, she had arranged accommodations and other matters for Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing. Shortly thereafter, the door to the master bedroom was gently opened. A delicate, unshod foot first appeared through the crack, followed by a captivatingly fair and elongated leg. Liu Shi looked up and inquired, "Mu Wanqing?" Mu Wanqing entered from outside, surprisingly clad only in a loose bathrobe. "Good evening, Teacher Liu. I hope I am not disturbing you." Liu Shi gently patted the space beside the bed and inquired, "Have I disturbed you? Are you ready?" Mu Wanqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded, only to then shake her head. Liu Shi, perplexed, cast an inquiring glance and asked, "What do you mean?" Mu Wanqing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, parted her delicate lips and replied, "Teacher Liu, I apologize, but I am not yet prepared. I have been rather occupied these past few days. Please forgive me." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi felt a tinge of regret and disappointment. "I'm almost at the point of embarrassment, and yet you say this?" Nevertheless, he feigned magnanimity and replied, "It's all right, just come over. We can simply have a conversation. I assure you, nothing else will transpire. When one path is blocked, we must seek alternative routes. There are always more solutions than obstacles. We cannot allow ourselves to be stifled by trivialities." Liu Shi casually regarded Mu Wanqing, and with a slight gasp of admiration, he summoned her personal attributes panel. Name, Mu Wanqing. Age, 19 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Beauty rating, 97. Body rating, 100. Leg length rating, 95. Favorability, 50. Communication experience, 0. Wow. I never anticipated that Mu Wanqing's body rating could achieve a perfect score of 100. Such a figure is indeed unparalleled. To attain a flawless body rating, the proportions are of paramount importance. Naturally, the elasticity and texture of the skin also bear significance. This is simply too captivating. No matter how one looks at it, it is never enough. If one cannot gaze upon her beauty to satisfaction, then one must take action. In peaceful times, securing a spouse with attributes akin to hers would render one a victor in life. To spend a lifetime with someone like Mu Wanqing would indeed be a splendid endeavor. Living alongside such a beauty should be a delightful experience. Alas, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic era. In such times, one must adapt to the ways of survival. One cannot hang oneself on a single tree while forsaking the entirety of the forest. There are many other splendid young women awaiting my salvation. Mu Wanqing emitted a barely perceptible sound, causing Liu Shi to be jolted into alertness. Liu Shi was pleasantly surprised to discover that Mu Wanqing's affection for him had suddenly surpassed 50, nearly rivaling that of Diana. With a satisfied nod, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Late into the night, Liu Shi and Mu Wanqing embraced as they drifted off to sleep. Just as Liu Shi was on the verge of slumber, he sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from the wardrobe in the master bedroom. A smile crept across his lips as he thought, "Unable to contain yourself, are you? At last, I shall catch you." He swiftly made his way to the wardrobe, flinging open the door, only to witness a small door hastily closing. Fortunately, Liu Shi's reflexes were sharp enough to catch the edge of the door, attempting to prevent it from shutting completely. Liu Shi had just witnessed a figure hurriedly retreating, unable to close the door properly in time. Liu Shi exerted force. Bang! The sound was not particularly loud, failing to rouse Mu Wanqing from her slumber. The small door became completely jammed. Liu Shi crawled inside through a small door just wide enough for a person to pass. Within, there lay an unexpected world. Catching sight of a figure ahead, Liu Shi lowered his voice and called out, "Halt, do not move." However, the other party appeared unfazed by his shout, continuing to flee in a state of panic. After Liu Shi passed through the narrow doorway, he descended for over 10 meters, only to discover a hidden paradise within. Behind the wardrobe door lay a concealed entrance, which led to a secret chamber. No wonder he had heard no sounds before. The location of this underground sanctuary was indeed excavated to considerable depth. It was hardly surprising that no noise had penetrated from the living room, unless those inside wished to emerge. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to uncover its existence. Liu Shi surveyed the decor of the secret chamber, which exuded an air of antiquity, suggesting it had existed for many years, perhaps even predating the villa itself. Within the chamber, there was a large bed and various everyday items. Yet no trace of food was to be found. Liu Shi entered the secret chamber, surveying the surroundings, yet he found no trace of the figure from earlier. However, the chamber itself was an enclosed space, where even the slightest sound would resonate with tremendous echo. Liu Shi listened intently for a moment. Following the rhythm of the heartbeat and the sound of breathing, she approached a wall. With feigned bravado, she declared, "Do not conceal yourself any longer. I have discovered your whereabouts. Come forth." "Impossible, for I am here, and you shall never find me," a delicate, lilting voice responded. This brought a surge of delight to Liu Shi's heart. How utterly foolish. Liu Shi followed the sound, which emanated from behind a wall. "I know you are behind that wall. Come out and spare yourself the embarrassment." Moments later, a section of the wall indeed shifted slightly and gradually opened, revealing a stunningly beautiful young woman. Goodness, was I truly able to draw you out? How breathtakingly lovely. Liu Shi gazed at the woman before him, unable to believe his eyes. She donned a pair of impeccably tailored black skinny jeans that seemed custom-made for her, hugging her long, slender legs with precision. Each inch of her skin exuded firmness and strength, perfectly accentuated by the fabric. The light filtered through the gaps, casting dappled shadows upon her legs, adding an air of mystery and allure. Her steps were light and confident, with each stride embodying a sense of independence and grace. There was not a trace of excess flesh on her flat abdomen. Her smooth curves resembled a meticulously crafted work of art, radiating vitality and health. The impact was overwhelming, stirring Liu Shi's blood to a boil. Observing her timid demeanor, he regained his composure and reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am not a villain." "Who are you? And what brings you to hide in this place?" "I am a student from Jinghai University, working here," she replied, her voice soft yet melodious. tinged with a quiver of fear that lent it an enchanting quality. The tension rendered her somewhat awkward as she stood, hesitantly, to the side. Working? What do you mean? This is a university, not a factory. Liu Shi, filled with confusion, voiced a question, revealing his lack of understanding. The woman discreetly lifted her gaze to observe Liu Shi. Struck by his handsome features, her tension began to dissipate. She contemplated within herself. He is not a zombie, but a normal human being, and moreover, a man. It is merely a matter of robbery, both of wealth and virtue. Given his appearance, should anything transpire, it seems I have little to lose. With this thought, she relaxed her frayed nerves a bit more and replied, Indeed, my family's financial situation is not very favorable. After being admitted to Jinghai, I participated in the school's work-study program. During my free time, I assist with various tasks within my capacity, such as cleaning the professors' homes. A few days ago, I happened to come to this villa to clean, only to discover that everyone outside had turned into zombies. Fortunately, the house was empty. I dared not venture out and quickly sought refuge. On that day, when you and your companions entered, I was terrified of being discovered and hid in the wardrobe. To my surprise, the wardrobe led to another world, and thus I found myself here. Liu Shi believed about 80 to 90% of what the girl said. After all, such an adorably naive girl seemed incapable of deceit. Perhaps she was simply a child from the countryside, possessing an innate purity. Liu Shi nodded and said, I see. Indeed, the world outside has changed. Many have transformed into zombies, and I too sought refuge here, settling in this place. If you do not mind, you are welcome to live with us, and there will be no need for you to hide here. Upon hearing this, the woman instantly brightened. Really? Of course it is true, he replied. I was originally a professor at Jinghai University. Why would I deceive you? You need not worry. The woman, filled with joy, seemed to remember something, and her demeanor shifted as she shyly lowered her head, nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Liu Shi inquired, Are you troubled by something? I would be delighted to reside with you, yet I find myself devoid of funds and possess nothing else to offer you. Liu Shi gently patted the woman's shoulder, offering words of solace. Financial concerns are of no consequence in this apocalyptic world. It is a rare blessing to encounter a living human being, especially one as strikingly beautiful as yourself. We, as humans, ought to extend mutual assistance. Your words are overly formal. Besides, you possess your own merits, do you not? The woman gazed at Liu Shi with a hint of astonishment, sensing the wisdom in his words. Indeed, in these dire times, humanity must unite to face the challenges ahead. In that moment, Liu Shi's stature seemed to grow significantly in her eyes, as her gaze began to sparkle with a glimmer of hope. You are right, teacher. We should support one another. I am quite capable. I can clean, do laundry, and manage household chores, among other tasks. Liu Shi gently caressed her silky hair, expressing his approval. Indeed, quite commendable. Your awareness is remarkably high. Let us proceed. We shall consider this our secret base. Yes, certainly. The woman began to lower her guard. After all, we are all human, and I believe we can coexist harmoniously. As they walked, Liu Shi inquired, By the way, I am still unaware of your name. I am Tang Mingwu. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed teacher. Tang Mingwu had entirely shed her earlier trepidation, replaced instead by a sense of ease that followed her fear. Tang Mingwu, a lovely name. I am Liu Shi, formerly a physical education teacher at the school. In the days to come, I hope you will embrace and show understanding towards my endeavors. Liu Shi spoke with profound significance to Tang Mingwu. His words resonated with an elegance and gentlemanly charm. Encountering such a courteous mentor in a post-apocalyptic world was indeed a stroke of fortune. By the way, Tang Mingwu, your name sounds remarkably familiar. Could it be that you are one of the 3 renowned beauties at our school? Confronted with Liu Shi's unexpected inquiry, Tang Mingwu was momentarily taken aback, before responding with a faint smile. A school beauty? I suppose so. Upon entering the school, my classmates began to compare me with others. Yet, in this world, what does it matter if one is beautiful? The label of school beauty has brought me considerable trouble. Many affluent individuals have sought to take advantage of me. However, I have no interest in them at all. I am determined to rely solely on my own hands to sustain myself, which is why I am here working. Liu Shi smiled and nodded in agreement, believing that a girl should rely on herself. Depending on a man was hardly a mark of capability. Internally, he rejoiced. I had no idea you truly are the campus belle. No wonder you possess such beauty and grace. However, I did not anticipate that upon getting to know you, I would discover your strong-willed nature. This is indeed fascinating. Not at all. Tang Mingwu and Liu Shi engaged in lively conversation, exchanging words effortlessly. As they approached the exit, a sudden sound emerged. Gurgle. Tang Mingwu's stomach grumbled unexpectedly. Unable to contain herself any longer, she spoke up. "Excuse me, teacher, I find myself a bit hungry. Would it be possible for you to get me something to eat shortly?" Having grown more comfortable with Liu Shi, Tang Mingwu boldly made her request. Liu Shi, with one hand poised to unlock the small door of the secret chamber, halted upon hearing these words. He turned to gaze at Tang Mingwu. His expression solemn as he remarked, "Classmate Tang Mingwu, as you are well aware, we find ourselves in an apocalyptic world where food has become a scarce commodity. Each meal is a precious gift, and the absence of one is deeply felt. Therefore, Liu Shi began to propose the price he had meticulously contemplated." Upon observing the troubled expression on Liu Shi's face, Tang Mingwu instantly comprehended the gravity of his predicament. Indeed, although she had not personally endured such dire circumstances, she had perused numerous apocalyptic novels. In those narratives, many individuals found themselves bereft of sustenance, driven to the brink of starvation, even resorting to the unthinkable act of cannibalism. I should not have so frivolously inquired about food. As Tang Mingwu reflected on her thoughtlessness, she absent-mindedly patted her growling stomach, which protested once more. "Yet, I am truly famished. What shall I do? Just moments ago, I had succumbed to my hunger, attempting to scavenge for food while he slumbered, only to be discovered in the end." After a brief contemplation, Tang Mingwu hurriedly grasped Liu Shi's arm and implored, "Teacher, what must I do to earn your generosity in providing me with sustenance?" Liu Shi gazed at Tang Mingwu's pitiful, pleading eyes, which shimmered with a sense of longing. With a gentle sigh, he retrieved a sausage and a bottle of milk from his pocket, saying, "Here, this should suffice to ease your hunger." Upon the sight of food, Tang Mingwu hesitated for a fleeting moment, yet ultimately accepted the offerings, her gaze fixed upon Liu Shi as she began to eat. It was as if she feared he might retract his generosity at any moment, hastily consuming the food with fervor. Liu instinctively shook his head, adopting a worried expression as he said, "Classmate Tang Mingwu, I can offer you this meal free of charge, but for the next one, you shall have to strive for it yourself. Do you understand?" Tang Mingwu had just finished eating, licking her fingers with a hint of reluctance. She quickly leaned closer to Liu and asked, "Teacher, whatever you ask of me, I shall do it, as long as I am provided with something to eat." Liu Shi assumed a troubled expression, hesitating to speak. After consuming some food, Tang Mingwu's complexion improved slightly, rendering her even more stunningly beautiful. Though she was merely a freshman in college, there was not a trace of naivety on her face. Rather, she exuded a captivating allure. Liu Shi is the only human she encountered in the apocalyptic world, and he has bestowed upon her food and other provisions. At this moment, Tang Mingwu's fondness for Liu Shi has significantly grown, making her feel a sense of closeness. "Teacher, do you find yourself in a predicament? Please confide in me. I am here to assist you, as long as it is within my capabilities. I shall endeavor to perform to the best of my abilities and will not let you down." Liu Shi nodded with relief and remarked, "I am truly pleased to see your profound awareness. This matter holds significant importance, as it pertains to the rise and fall of our humanity, which is why I found it somewhat challenging to broach the subject. However, seeing your enthusiasm, I shall speak up." "Yes, teacher, please share. I promise to heed your words." Tang Mingwu vowed earnestly, completely unaware of what Liu Shi was about to reveal. Had she known from the outset, perhaps her composure would have been far less steadfast. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shi grasped Tang Mingwu's hand and led her back into the secret chamber. Arriving at the bedside, he earnestly addressed her, "Classmate Tang Mingwu. The situation is dire. Humanity stands on the brink of extinction, with countless individuals transformed into zombies. I believe it is imperative for us to contribute to the survival of our species. Therefore, I implore you to assist us in bringing a child into this world. Would you agree?" Tang Mingwu, taken aback, emitted a melodious gasp. "Ah?" It took her a moment to regain her composure. "A child? Now, with you, teacher? Indeed. We are teetering on the edge of human annihilation and desperately need to bolster our population," Liu Shi stated with utmost seriousness, devoid of any semblance of jest. Tang Mingwu's expression reflected her inner turmoil. Though innocent, she understood the implications of childbirth. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, could they truly afford the resources and energy required to nurture a child? It seemed to her like a perilous trap. However, teacher, in this desolate world, food is undoubtedly scarce, and the environment outside is fraught with danger. Shouldn't we prioritize our survival first? Classmate Mingwu, you are absolutely correct. However, for the time being, we need not fret about provisions. Look, Liu Shi promptly activated his spatial abilities, revealing his formidable resources. As he gestured, a substantial array of supplies materialized, filling every corner of the hidden chamber. Tang Mingwu stared in disbelief, her expression one of sheer astonishment, her breath quickening. Are these provisions truly yours, teacher? Indeed. I have awakened a spatial anomaly that enables me to store resources. The supplies at my disposal are sufficient to sustain us for several years. So there is no need to fret over food. Ah, I see. Tang Mingwu fell into contemplation. Moreover, within this secure haven, the likelihood of being disturbed by zombies is minimal, allowing us to achieve complete self-sufficiency. Is there anything else that troubles you? In truth, Liu Shi could have prioritized his tasks before offering explanations, especially given his extraordinary ability to enhance rapport. However, he found conversing with Tang Mingwu to be a delightful experience, a means to delve deeper into her thoughts. Although discussing emotions may seem a frivolous expenditure of time, a relationship devoid of feelings bears no distinction from an encounter with the undead. Women are not mere instruments nor breeding machines. In a partnership, beyond the essential physical connection, the cultivation of emotional bonds is equally paramount. As for the captivating school beauty before him, there was no need for haste. After all, one cannot savor hot tofu if they are overly eager. Even if they manage to consume it, the taste will never match that of perfectly cooked delicacies. Liu Shi swiftly alleviated Tang Mingwu's concerns, yet she appeared somewhat restless. Teacher, with your assurances, it does seem there is little to worry about. However, I must admit, I still feel a touch of fear. Liu Shi continued to offer reassurance. Do not fear. With the teacher by your side, there is nothing to dread. Liu Shi, choosing to forego further trivialities, responded to Tang Mingwu's myriad of uncertainties with a kiss that gradually deepened. Tang Mingwu had never experienced romance, nor had she ever tasted the sweetness of a kiss. She was utterly unaware that the energy generated by two lips meeting could be so astonishing. A sense of dizziness enveloped her, as if the world had turned upside down. Indeed, Tang Mingwu's upbringing had not been favorable. Her family's lack of financial means had deprived her of a life of luxury. Girls raised in such an environment often tend to be exceedingly conservative, for they harbor a profound fear of being hurt and of encountering malevolent individuals. Naturally, there are those who, having endured poverty in their youth, choose to take a more extreme path in adulthood. Liu Shi opened her information panel. Name, Tang Mingwu. Age, 18 years. Height, 170 centimeters. Calm breathing, D. Attractiveness rating, 100. Body rating, 99. Leg length rating, 99. Favorability, 90. Number of people communicated with, 1. Goodness. Her favorability has soared to 90 in an instant. It seems that the previous efforts in fostering thoughts were indeed not in vain. The scores obtained under the absence of any resistance are undoubtedly higher. I just wonder if the rewards will be even more bountiful. I truly look forward to it. Liu Shi, filled with anticipation, eagerly sought to access his attributes panel, only to be greeted by the system's prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a remarkable young woman in this wretched apocalypse, and for proactively employing the skill of perfect accuracy, resulting in the conception of a child. You are rewarded with the activation of SSS tier metal control ability, granting you the power to manipulate all metals. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining an increase of 2 in strong affinity, ensuring that any future strong pushes will guarantee a minimum affinity of 62. Ding. Congratulations, host, for upgrading your storage space to level 4, now reaching 1,000 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for tripling your strength. The attribute points earned from slaying zombies remain unchanged. Should you acquire crystal cores, additional rewards may be exchanged. Keep up the excellent work. By heavens, tripled strength. My power has increased 3-fold. Moreover, my mental fortitude has also seen a 5-fold enhancement. This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. Liu Shi sensed that his body was undergoing a gradual transformation as a surge of strength nourished him, and his mental prowess experienced an instantaneous elevation. Liu Shi could sense everything around him, possessing an uncanny ability to perceive the slightest movements within the entire villa. Not only could he hear every detail, but he could also conjure vivid images in his mind. This was, indeed, far more impressive than infrared surveillance. His sense of security had significantly elevated. He had not anticipated that discovering a campus beauty in the secret chamber would yield such remarkable benefits. The caliber of the campus beauty was undeniably exceptional, granting him such formidable abilities. Had it been an ordinary woman, the rewards would likely have been far less substantial. Liu Shi felt an instantaneous surge in his physical strength, which had tripled. If he could previously shatter a wall with a single punch, he now believed that he could accomplish the same feat with merely a finger. After all, his power had escalated to an astonishing 900. Most gratifying for Liu Shi was the enhancement of his storage space, which had been upgraded to a remarkable 1,000 cubic meters, truly extraordinary. Liu Shi probed the storage space with his consciousness, discovering that the supplies he had previously gathered occupied merely a small corner. This was not due to a scarcity of resources, but rather because the space had significantly expanded. Liu Shi also summoned his attributes to take a glance. Name: Liu Shi. Age: 25. Height: 188 centimeters. Weight: 86 kilograms. Strength: 900. Spirit: 90. Speed: 118. Possessing traits: golden dual kidneys, attribute enhancement, perfect accuracy with no missed shots. Strong push with a minimum affection aura of 63. Immunity to zombie virus. Mastery of swordsmanship. Special ability: SSS grade metal manipulation. Personal assets: 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Various supplies, and the Sword of Victory. Number of maidens saved: 3. Offspring in development: 2. Unallocated attributes: 119, moving at a speed of 30 meters per second. Liu Shi glanced at his attributes and discovered he had 119 points to allocate. Without hesitation, he commanded, distribute all points to speed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your speed has reached 237, an astounding 50 meters per second. Remarkable. Truly remarkable, achieving a speed of 50 meters per second. If the fastest runner in the world can complete 100 meters in 9 seconds, then Liu Shi could cover a staggering 450 meters in the same time, 5 times that of a world champion. Such velocity is undeniably astonishing. This sudden surge in speed significantly bolstered Liu Shi's confidence in resisting zombies. Yet one wonders, in this apocalyptic world, what rank such power might hold. Liu Shi experimented with his newly acquired metallic manipulation abilities, attempting to control various iron objects within the master bedroom. Under Liu Shi's influence, these iron items transformed with an ease reminiscent of water, exhibiting an enchanting fluidity. However, it was not long before Liu Shi felt a profuse sweat trickling down his brow. This compelled him to halt momentarily and inquire of the system. Why do I feel somewhat inept when wielding the metallic manipulation ability? The system responded, host, this ability is of an exceedingly high grade, demanding a considerable expenditure of mental energy, and currently your mental capacity is rather limited. It is advisable to enhance your mental prowess promptly. Understanding dawned upon him. It appeared that to fully harness the potential of this ability, he would need to exert greater effort, particularly concerning his mental attributes. It seemed he had not devoted sufficient attention to this aspect. In the next allocation of attributes, he must prioritize enhancing his mental capabilities. Indeed, at present, he could not claim to be invincible, yet when confronted with the zombies beyond the school gates, he felt an unburdened confidence. The only threats that might induce concern would be uncontrollable variables or the formidable zombie kings, not to mention exceptionally gifted awakened beings. Nevertheless, even in the face of defeat, he was certain he could make a strategic retreat unscathed. Liu Shi cast a grateful glance at Tang Mingwu beside him, further solidifying his resolve for the path he was about to embark upon. Perhaps he had rested sufficiently. Or perhaps it was the commotion Liu Shi had caused that stirred her. Tang Mingwu gradually opened her eyes, still in a state of drowsiness, and murmured, Teacher, we. Liu Shi embraced her tenderly, saying, Do not call me teacher. Instead, refer to me as husband, Mingwu. I am grateful for the contributions you have made to humanity. You are destined to become a remarkable mother. Husband. Tang Mingwu nestled in Liu Shi's arms, utterly captivated by him. Liu Shi glanced down at the time and realized it was getting late. It was time to venture out to gather supplies. He then lifted Tang Mingwu into his arms, saying, It seems you find it difficult to walk. Allow me to carry you, so I may introduce you to a few companions. Liu Shi introduced Tang Mingwu to the other women in the house. They all appeared to be amiable and accommodating, showing no signs of discord. After all, in Liu Shi's presence, they were compelled to consider his feelings and uphold his dignity, refraining from any actions that might displease him. What transpired among the women once Liu Shi departed the room remained a matter of speculation. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied with their current demeanor, observing no hint of rejection in their gestures or glances. Their harmonious interactions painted a picture of unity, which was precisely the familial warmth he yearned for. Tang Mingguo, to her surprise, seamlessly integrated into this household and even volunteered to take charge of all domestic cleaning tasks, a proposition that was met with unanimous approval. Once Tang Mingwu's concerns were addressed, Liu Shi noticed that the sky was still bright outside and contemplated suggesting an expedition to gather supplies. At that moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly approached Liu Shi, brandishing a mobile phone and exclaiming, "Teacher Liu, look, my phone can still connect to the internet. And I've seen numerous distress messages in the group." Liu Shi did not find it peculiar, even though the apocalypse had commenced. Many of the foundational infrastructures of the internet remained unscathed. The connectivity was sporadic, a situation Liu had long since noted, and he was simply disinclined to check his phone. Liu Shi feigned patience and inquired, "Oh, who are the individuals in need of rescue? Pray, enlighten us." The group of girls, driven by curiosity, surrounded Mu Wanqing. Eagerly peering at the messages on her phone, Mu Wanqing casually read aloud several messages. "Is anyone still alive? I am trapped in the girls' dormitory. Is there anyone who can save me? I haven't eaten in 2 days and can barely hold on." There was another message, seemingly from a teacher, stating that they were trapped in the restroom and could not extricate themselves, also nearing the brink of despair. It appeared that numerous damsels awaited my rescue. Clearly, I must not allow myself to relax in the slightest. This is indeed thrilling. Mu Wanqing had read a total of over a dozen distress messages. Liu Shi nodded in acknowledgement and casually reminded Mu Wanqing, "Classmate Wanqing, while Anna is preparing the meal, you might consider capturing a few exquisite photos of the dishes to share on your social media. If someone happens to notice, they may seek our assistance. Should they prove to be of value, I shall rescue them when I venture out." Mu Wanqing instantly understood and nodded in agreement. The so-called valuable individuals were merely beautiful women. Men. However, Mu Wanqing kept her thoughts to herself. She dared not voice any objections to Liu Shi's approach, for all the women in the house depended on him for their survival and thus complied without question. "Very well, I shall fulfill the role of liaison as you suggested." Shui Lingo, observing Mu Wanqing's compliance, couldn't resist interjecting, "Sister Wanqing, congratulations on finding a new role that adds to your sense of purpose beyond washing dishes." Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing affectionately ruffled Shui Linger's hair, saying, "You clever little one, do you wish to find a new role as well?" Shui Linger nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking for grains, and approached Liu Shi, tugging at his hand while playfully pleading, "Teacher, I too desire a new role. I wish to accompany you in gathering supplies and rescuing others. May I?" Liu Shi gazed at the charming little girl before him, reminiscing about her earlier demeanor on the road, which had not seemed burdensome at all. In fact, in the face of challenges, she appeared remarkably alert. Taking her along on his outing might not pose any dilemma. As for concerns regarding safety, they appeared to be minimal. Thus, he readily acquiesced, saying, "Since you are so eager to venture out, then do accompany me." Upon concluding his words, Liu Shi ascended the stairs, preparing to leap from the balcony in pursuit of gathering supplies and rescuing others. Shui Lingo made a playful grimace at Mu Wanqing before swiftly following suit. Gradually, they departed amidst the lingering gazes of the other women. On the balcony of the villa, Liu Shi, cradling Shui Linger, leaped down, embarking on a new round of rescue and resource-seeking endeavors. The dormitory area of Jinghai University is, in truth, not particularly extensive. This excursion is poised to be the final search for the young women within the confines of the dormitory district. Should Liu Shi fail to uncover anyone this time, regrettably, it may signify the irrevocable loss of opportunity. For, in the aftermath, Liu Shi will undoubtedly transcend the boundaries of campus beauty, venturing into a broader expanse. Upon landing, Liu Shi gently set Shui Linger down and inquired, "You seemed most engrossed in the news just now. Pray tell, where shall we venture next? And whom shall we rescue first?" Liu Shi regarded the veracity of the information with a sense of detachment. The truth or falsehood would reveal itself through experience. Shui Linger, with a spark of inspiration, replied, "Naturally, we must first rescue the beautiful young lady. The rest can wait. As for the men, perhaps we need not any more in our abode. One is sufficient." Liu Shi gazed at the diminutive and spirited Shui Linger before him, nodding in satisfaction. This could potentially be a promising seedling, worthy of careful nurturing. However, it would be impractical to accompany her on every outing. This should be a singular occasion, and one hopes she treasures it wholeheartedly. Regrettably, she currently lacks any extraordinary abilities, rendering her self-defense capabilities rather feeble. It remains uncertain whether she will awaken to her potential. Further observation is necessary. Little one, your awareness is commendable. Please lead the way ahead. Liu Shi pointed ahead, indicating his agreement with Shui Linger's assertion, and proceeded to rescue the adorable young lady. Humph, I am certainly not a childish brat. Upon receiving the directive, Shui Linger retorted with a remark and cheerfully forged ahead. Occasionally encountering a few zombies, Liu Shi swiftly dispatched them with ease, presenting no challenge whatsoever. The journey unfolded smoothly. Moments later, Liu Shi and Shui Linger arrived before a dormitory building. Liu Shi inquired first, "Is the person you mentioned inside?" Shui Linger nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed. The female teacher that Sister Wanqing spoke of is here. Judging by her profile, she should be quite attractive. Let us rescue her at once." Liu Shi felt somewhat speechless. He was acquainted with almost all the female teachers at the school, yet he truly had not encountered any who were particularly pleasing to the eye. Those who possessed even a modicum of beauty had long been taken under the wing of wealthy patrons. Where would they find the time to step into the limelight of a professional environment? "Step aside. Allow me to knock on the door." As Liu Shi's voice faded, he forcefully kicked the door open. With a resounding crash, the iron door of the dormitory yielded to his might. Shui Linger felt a profound shock within her heart. Is this what one calls knocking? However, the scene that unfolded inside caused both Liu Shi and Shui Linger to furrow their brows slightly, exchanging a glance. Is this what they refer to as having an appealing appearance, suggesting one is rather attractive? Liu Shi and Shui Linger gazed into the distance, where they beheld a woman of unremarkable appearance, her circumstances hardly exceptional, cowering in the corner, seemingly trembling with fear. As she recognized Liu Shi, she rose to her feet, her voice trembling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Liu Shi, is it truly you? Are you alive? Have you come to rescue me?" Teacher Zhu Zhixian inquired fervently. Yet, she noticed Liu Shi shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Initially, he had hoped to unveil a stunning beauty from this unexpected encounter, only to discover a burden instead. Slightly disheartened, Liu Shi contemplated drawing his sword to end her plight swiftly, but he was interrupted by her continued words. You do not wish to save me?" Observing Liu Shi's indifferent demeanor, Teacher Zhu Zhixian, relying on her years of keen observation, swiftly deduced the situation. Consequently, she erupted in indignation, chastising him. "How can you be so superficial? We were colleagues after all. Do you truly possess the heart to abandon me in my time of need? Does your conscience not ache?" "Conscience? What is conscience?" "Speaking of colleagues, Teacher Zhu Zhixian, I recall that you have not been shy in weaving tales about me behind my back. Given your repeated slanders, the notion of camaraderie between us has long since dissipated. You should know that I detest nothing more than when others speak ill of me in secret." Liu Shi reminisced about events prior to their original encounter and seized the opportunity to question. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhixian was struck with dismay. How unfortunate. In the past, she had often spoken ill of Liu Shi, fabricating unfounded tales about him. Her regret was profound. Had she known that she would one day be pleading for his assistance, she would have refrained from such thoughtless words. "Liu Shi, no, Teacher Liu, those are bygone matters. I implore you to overlook my past transgressions and extend your mercy to me." With a thud, Zhu Zhixian disregarded her pride and knelt down, beseeching forgiveness and a helping hand. "Teacher Liu, I beg you, save me. I promise to wash your clothes, prepare your meals, make your bed, and even offer you the comfort of my company." Liu Shi found himself at a loss for words, taken aback by her relentless pursuit. However, before he could utter a word, Shui Lingo interjected with indignation. "How absurd. Zhu Zhixian, no, simply Zhu Zhixian, have you ever taken a moment to gaze into the mirror? When did it become your turn to share a bed with Teacher Liu? I'm still waiting in line. Moreover, the tasks of laundry, cooking, and making the bed have long been assigned to someone else. Your presence is utterly unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhixian was thrown into a state of panic. What? She had already resolved to sacrifice her precious virtue, yet still faced rejection? Suddenly, an idea struck her. She remembered that, regardless of the era, men are typically drawn to two things, power and women. Since Liu Shi seemed unimpressed by her aging appearance, she thought, there must be a young man out there who would appreciate her. Surely, he would prefer someone youthful and beautiful. Seizing the last opportunity, she exclaimed, "Teacher Liu, it matters not if you find me unappealing, for I have a niece. She is exceptionally charming, just turned 18 this year, and her figure and face are simply exquisite." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi's eyes brightened. "You have a beautiful woman? Why didn't you mention it sooner? What else with all this talk about camaraderie? Are you certain she is over 18? Liu Shi inquired with great interest. "Absolutely. I assure you, she has just turned 18. However, she is not here at the moment. She is back in her hometown, and I will introduce you to her later, Liu Shi added. Upon hearing this, Liu Shi's expression immediately soured. Damn. Without the beauty at hand, what are you trying to sell me? An empty promise? Are you attempting to deceive me? Do I appear to be a fool? First, I save you, and then I must find the time to escort you back to your hometown? Who knows if your lovely niece has already transformed into a zombie? The more I think about it, the more infuriated I become. Liu. Seeing that Liu Shi was intrigued, Liu Shi sought to further ensnare him. Hoping to stoke the flames of his interest, perhaps it would work. Of course, she had no beautiful niece. It was merely a ruse. However, just as she was about to speak again, she suddenly felt the world spinning and her vision dimmed. She could no longer sense her own body, because she had met her demise. Liu Shi had beheaded her with a single strike. Liu Shi gazed at the headless corpse before him and remarked nonchalantly, a waste of time. Let us depart. Shui Linger stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the scene. Had he taken a life? In this apocalyptic world, Liu Shi felt no discomfort at his first act of killing. His time was reserved for seeking the young girls in need of rescue and enhancing his own strength. Not to be squandered. What difference was there between wasting his own time and committing acts of greed and murder? For that alone, she deserved her fate. Moreover, her transgressions were far from singular. Liu Shi cast a glance at Shui Ling's reaction. Her complexion remained unperturbed, and her expression was composed, seemingly devoid of any fear. Liu Shi inquired, "Are you not afraid?" "Not at all. It's rather exhilarating. Is this what the apocalypse feels like? The strong command respect, and one can take the life of another at will?" Shui Ling's legs trembled as she spoke with a veneer of calmness. "Indeed, your awareness is commendably high. You possess great potential," Liu Shi affirmed. He continued, "If we lack sufficient strength, we may become prey to others, potentially even fodder for zombies. Just look around you. If you were to be violated, would you still be able to call the police? Would anyone come to your aid?" Shui Ling glanced around and replied, "I cannot report it. No one would assist me, save for you." Liu Shi nodded and said, "Indeed, if we are slain, no one will come to our aid. Thus, in this era, the lives and deaths of the weak rest solely in the whims of the strong." "I understand now, my dear," Shui Ling replied with a nod. Liu Shi voiced a question, wondering if perhaps a title had been mistakenly used. Shui Ling promptly corrected herself. "Teacher." Let us proceed." Liu Shi, accompanied by Shui Ling, continued their journey. After departing from their original location, the zombies caught the scent of Liu Shi and began to converge upon her lifeless body. Before long, dismembered limbs were being hurled from the spot where Liu Shi lay, and the crimson liquid stained the heavens above. Liu Shi, catching a glimpse of this through his peripheral vision, couldn't help but feel a sense of poignant reflection. Indeed, the zombies are quite adept at seizing the moment. After Liu Shi departed with Shui Ling, a few obstructive zombies appeared, each of which Liu Shi effortlessly dispatched. Hiss. Moments later, Liu Shi and Shui Ling arrived once more before a dormitory. Shui Ling remarked, "According to the previous distress signals, there is a beautiful lady inside. And having verified the photograph, she should indeed be quite exquisite." Liu Shi did not shy away from the matter at hand. He merely nodded slightly. However, he felt within that relying on such a method to seek out beautiful women was indeed rather unreliable. Thus, he inquired of the system, "Do you possess a service for locating attractive individuals? Perhaps a mapping feature for nearby young women? If such a function exists, it would spare me the fruitless endeavor of searching for women to bear children, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Presently, I feel as though I am a headless fly, inefficiently flitting about. If the system could provide a means to pinpoint beautiful women, it would be marvelous. Just imagine the joy of being able to identify eligible young women in proximity at any given moment through the system. In that case, it would be as if the world were at my fingertips, all thanks to the system." After a brief pause, the system finally responded, "Ding. System functionality is being upgraded. The host's request is reasonable, and a corresponding notification feature is under development." Quite good. The system proves to be rather reliable. Thus, it appeared that many unnecessary troubles could be alleviated in the future. In contemplation, he pondered. Liu Shi stood at the threshold of the target's door, suddenly lifting his foot and applying a gentle force. The door of the opposite dormitory collapsed in response. Bang! Shui Ling, like a startled bird, curled up behind Liu Shi, her curiosity compelling her to cautiously peek out, revealing her large, sparkling eyes. Once the door fell, a chilling silence enveloped the dim room. an eerie stillness that sent shivers down the spine. The absence of light within, coupled with the brilliance of the outside world, rendered the interior shrouded in darkness. As the door swung open, Shui Lingo intently scrutinized the obscurity within, only to find a dismal grayness where nothing was discernible, just as she rubbed her eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth. Ah, no, don't bite me, not there. Though Shui Lingo could not clearly identify the creature, an instinctive sense of danger surged through her, prompting a scream as she attempted to shield her face and crouch down. Yet, even with her legs feeling weak, she found herself unable to move an inch, and it seemed as though her body had left the ground. Had she been knocked away? Puff. Time seemed to slow in that moment. Liu Shi was unaware of when he had drawn his sword. With a single stroke, he effortlessly cleaved the object in two in an instant. Where could he not strike? Liu Shi was momentarily taken aback as he glanced down at Shui Lingo, whom he had grasped by the collar and sheltered behind him. It was only then that Shui Lingo, in a flurry, opened her eyes. Realizing that her body was nearly suspended in midair by Liu Shi's single hand, she suddenly comprehended the situation. The entity that had bitten her moments ago was not a zombie, but rather Liu Shi's hand. Teacher, please set me down. I can scarcely breathe. Liu Shi gently lowered Shui Lingo from the air, ensuring she would not sustain any injuries. The sudden appearance of the zombie had caught them off guard, prompting him to lift her in a moment of panic and carry her to a place of safety. Otherwise, she might have been affected by the aftermath of the battle, resulting in severe injuries if not death. Moments later, they finally discerned the nature of their attacker. It turned out to be a slightly stronger zombie, likely due to its robust physique and higher intelligence in life, giving it an advantage over other zombies. This implied that the individuals who once inhabited this house had already succumbed to the undead, as zombies are typically incapable of operating smartphones or sending messages. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that this was a message sent prior to its demise, or perhaps a miscommunication. Liu Shi cast a glance at Shui Lingo and remarked, "It seems the information is rather inaccurate. Many individuals may not even be aware of their own whereabouts, having experienced two fruitless attempts. Perhaps we should embark on our own search and rely on a stroke of luck." Shui Lingo, feeling a sense of shame, lowered her head. Initially, she had intended to assist, yet now she found herself unable to contribute meaningfully, having pointed out errors on 2 occasions. Had it not been for Liu's considerable strength and his generous nature, she might have faced dire consequences by now. Shui Lingo bit her lip and replied, "Yes, I apologize." Liu Shi discerned Shui Lingo's thoughts. He reached out to stroke her head, offering solace. "Do not be disheartened. This matter is not your fault, after all. Your abilities are somewhat limited." Upon hearing this, Shui Lingo was instantly filled with indignation. The fear she had just felt dissipated in an instant. He truly had a knack for provoking others. What did he mean by saying her abilities were limited? She was indeed capable of achieving so much more, undeniably. Though her heart brimmed with discontent, the reality of her recent failures had made her acutely aware of her standing. "You are quite forthright," Shui Lingo retorted, her lips twitching slightly, while internally, a torrent of expletives surged through her mind. At that moment, Liu Shi continued, "Make sure to stay close to me. Do not lose your precious life. After all the meals you consumed, I have yet to recoup my investment." Shui Lingo was so incensed that her chest heaved with emotion, yet she found herself utterly unable to counter his remarks. All she could do was feign compliance and understanding. Replying sweetly, "All right, teacher, I understand. I shall follow closely behind you, never straying an inch." Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction and resumed his exploration. This outing was not easy. It was imperative to achieve something worthwhile. Liu Shi, with his exceptional sense of hearing, effortlessly discerned whether there were any living souls within the floor. He refrained from entering rooms void of life, as it was highly probable that someone might have succumbed to the undead and could launch an attack. It was not that he was incapable of confronting the zombies inside. Rather, the sudden emergence of such creatures could indeed create a rather unsettling atmosphere. It was best to avoid such encounters whenever possible. There was no need for unnecessary thrills. Noticing signs of life in the vicinity, he suggested they investigate further. Liu Shi conducted a thorough investigation, discovering that there were scarcely any living souls within the entire building, save for the tea room adjacent to the 2nd floor, where he discerned the sounds of breathing and a heartbeat. Moreover, there was more than one. "Very well, let us proceed," he declared. Shui Lingo obediently followed in Liu Shi's footsteps, her heart racing with trepidation, as one hand clutched tightly to the hem of his garment. The earlier scene must have thoroughly frightened the young child. One could only wonder if she had soiled herself. "Alas, I do not possess any complimentary diapers to offer." Liu Shi glanced at her, noticing how she tightly clutched the hem of his garment, and he couldn't help but feel a slight amusement within. He did not mind being Shui Ling's support. After all, she would one day be the mother of their future children, and he must bear a little more responsibility. Yet, how many years would it take for that to come to pass? After a moment, they continued on their way. Liu Shi halted his steps and remarked, "This is the place." Observing that the door was securely locked, he inferred that there must be living souls inside. Shui Linger nodded in agreement. Summoning her courage once more, she bravely stepped forward to knock on the door. "Hello, is anyone there?" she called out, yet the silence within suggested no response. Undeterred, Shui Linger shouted again, "If no one is home, we shall take our leave. It is unlikely anyone will return after us." She turned, feigning a desire to depart. At that moment, a melodious voice halted her in her tracks. "Wait." Shui Linger turned back and urged, "Please open the door. Let us speak." After a brief silence, the voice from behind the door replied, "All right, just a moment." At this moment, Liu Shi found himself pondering that if the woman were somewhat less attractive, he would not hesitate to accompany her, sparing himself the need for unnecessary conversation. However, the woman who appeared this time took him by surprise. He was momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. After a brief pause, the sound of a mobile chair echoed from the doorway, indicating that the occupants within were taking precautions against the potential threat of zombies by barricading the entrance with various objects, an act of both intelligence and caution. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a remarkably delicate face through the gap. Her skin was pale and appeared remarkably smooth. At that moment, the woman stood in tattered clothing. Her hair disheveled, and streaks of dried tears marred her cheeks, presenting a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists, with her nails digging deeply into her palms, as if this was the only way to grasp a semblance of reality amidst the anxiety and fear that enveloped her. Liu Shi raised his head and instinctively uttered a name. "Chu Qingyao? Liu Shi?" The woman named Chu Qingyao also exclaimed in astonishment. In that fleeting moment of recognition, both were taken aback, for Chu Qingyao was none other than Liu Shi's former girlfriend. A deep-seated memory surged forth from Liu Shi. Liu Shi recollects that they were once nominally in a romantic relationship, but it was merely a fade. After all, Liu Shi had never even held the other's hand. Each time Liu Shi sought to draw closer and engage in intimate acts, they were met with the other's unrelenting rejection. Liu Shi, at that time, was remarkably innocent, devoid of any ulterior motives or excessive entanglements. It was not out of fear of a 3-year commitment, but rather a reflection of his naivety. Once the relationship was established, Liu Shi devoted himself wholeheartedly. He entrusted all his finances to his partner and poured out his heart and soul. He sought every possible way to win her affection, essentially embodying the role of a devoted admirer. However, by mere chance, Liu Shi observed Chu Qingyao shopping joyfully with another man, her face alight with happiness. In that moment, he attempted to console himself, fabricating various justifications to absolve her of blame. Eventually, she expressed her disdain for Liu Shi's financial struggles, claiming he could not provide the life she desired, and, without any fault on his part, she unilaterally initiated a breakup. Perhaps the original Liu Shi was not at fault. But poverty is indeed the gravest of sins. Who can blame you for being poor? This incident plunged Liu Shi into a period of despondency. He found himself reminiscing about their shared moments, from the inception of their acquaintance to their meals together, culminating in the formal recognition of their relationship. Each fragment of memory remained vividly etched in his mind, as if it had transpired just yesterday, or as if he had lived through it all himself. Liu Shi vividly recalls the words spoken during their parting. "Liu Shi, let us break up. After our separation, do not linger around me. We inhabit different worlds. You cannot provide the life I desire. Forget me." Little did they anticipate that after such a resolute farewell, they would encounter each other in this manner. Now, as Liu Shi gazes upon his former girlfriend, the spark he once felt has seemingly dissipated, rendering her, in comparison to the woman currently in his life, rather unremarkable and utterly ordinary. While Liu Shi remains lost in thought, Chu Qingyao hastily opens the door, glancing around to ensure safety before urgently pulling Liu Shi inside, exclaiming, "Hurry, come in, and let's talk." Yet, Liu Shi remains unmoved, allowing Chu Qingyao to tug him along without any intention of entering the house. Chu Qingyao, astonished by Liu Shi's newfound strength, wonders when he had become so formidable, while anxiously scanning their surroundings. It is evident that she is genuinely frightened. "Liu Shi, why are you standing there like a statue?" Chu Qingyao furrows her brow, inquiring with a sense of urgency. Liu Shi gently shook off Chu Qingyao's hand. brushing away the dust from his clothing as if he were expressing disdain for the perceived tarnish she had inflicted upon him. This left Chu Qingao in a state of stunned silence. "I shall not enter. You may fend for yourself." Liu Shi casually uttered a remark before turning to leave, prompting Shui Lingo to hastily follow, displaying an obedient demeanor. "Liu Shi, you cannot depart. The outside is filled with zombies. Are you not afraid?" Liu Shi halted his steps and turned back, shrugging his shoulders. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Such a simple gesture seemed to convey everything. Chu Qingao gazed at Liu Shi in disbelief, swiftly realizing that her only glimmer of hope lay before her. Disregarding her dignity, she hurried forward, pleading, "Liu Shi, I implore you, please take me with you. I have not eaten in ages. I beseech you, save me." Liu Shi bowed his head in a detached manner, as if observing an insignificant ant. "Why should I save you? What connection do we share?" Chu Qingao mistakenly believed that Liu Shi harbored feelings for her, interpreting his demeanor as an implicit invitation. Thus, she hurriedly approached, grasping Liu Shi's hand and placing it upon herself. "Liu Shi, no, Liu Gu, do you not like me? Do you not wish to touch me? Come on, touch me. I would gladly agree to be your girlfriend. I would allow you to do anything with me." "I am willing." Chu Qingao gazed at her supposed savior with a face full of hope, casting aside all her prior pride as if it were irrelevant to her now. Liu Shi withdrew his hand, coldly remarking, "Just you?" Although Shui Linger was unaware of the prior relationship between Liu Shi and Chu Qingao, witnessing Liu Shi's disdainful demeanor towards the latter, coupled with thoughts of the several stunning beauties residing in the villa, she quickly deduced the situation. Taking a step forward, she boldly declared, "Miss Chu, is it? Have you taken a moment to reflect upon your own image? Do you truly believe you are worthy of my esteemed teacher, Liu? I suggest you return swiftly, lest you jeopardize your own well-being." Upon hearing Liu Shi's disdain, Chu Qingyao's heart sank. The audacity of the young girl before her to chastise her further fueled her anger, and combined with her hunger and fear, she felt on the brink of collapse. She shouted furiously, "You insolent child, what gives you the right to speak here? Do you even comprehend my status? Do you know how Liu Shi once groveled at my feet? Back then, he couldn't even dare to touch my fingertips, humph." Liu Shi was reluctant to become entangled in such matters, clearly deeming it a waste of time. However, upon hearing the other party mention events from the past, a flicker of interest ignited within him. He teasingly remarked, "Chu Qingyao, since parting from me, have you found the life you desire?" In a fit of rage, Chu Qingyao momentarily faltered at his question. The life she yearned for? The wealthy men she encountered merely sought to toy with her. They offered none of the existence she truly craved. "Liu Shi, you still love me, don't you? You want me back by your side, don't you? Spare me your delusions. Leave." Liu Shi exclaimed, his voice slightly raised, startling Shui Linger in the process. Chu Qingao was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on her that she had long since lost him. It seemed that, no matter what, he was unwilling to save her today. What should she do? What should she do? Perhaps, if there was even the slightest chance, she ought not to let it slip away. Chu Qingao approached Liu Shi, pleading, "Brother Liu, I was in the wrong back then. I deeply regret our separation. Could you grant me another chance? I am willing to comply with any of your wishes." Liu Shi waved his hand dismissively in front of his nose, his expression replete with disdain. Turning away, he intended to leave, his tone returning to a calm indifference as he remarked, "Your regrets come too late. At present, you are unworthy of me." Chu Qingao momentarily found herself at a loss for words. "You." Liu Shi paid no heed to the reactions of others, for he was utterly indifferent. He turned away, leading Shui Ling with him. The reason he refrained from personally executing her was primarily to avoid tainting his hands. Such a woman might find existence more agonizing than death. Chu Qingao observed Liu Shi's retreating figure and hurriedly followed suit. A flicker of hope lingered within her heart. Yet disbelief gnawed at her. Once a devoted admirer, she never anticipated that he would become someone beyond her reach. However, his blatant refusal to offer assistance left her at a loss. Perhaps the only chance for salvation lay in accompanying him. Remaining behind would surely lead to her demise. "Hey, wait for me," Chu Qingao exclaimed without hesitation, pursuing him fervently, desperate to grasp her last glimmer of hope. Liu Shi continued to sweep through the building with Shui Linger, deliberately ignoring the persistent presence of Chu Qingao trailing closely behind. Chu Qingao, displaying a commendable sense of discretion, refrained from uttering a single sound. Maintaining a respectful distance from Liu Shi, yet remaining close enough to avoid being targeted by the zombies. The North Courtyard accommodation area of Jinghai University was neither too small nor excessively large. Under Liu Shi's perceptive guidance, he swiftly mapped out the visual landscape of the scene. He had no intention of addressing the zombies locked away in their rooms. These individuals, having succumbed to the undead state, had lost their cognitive abilities and lacked the understanding of how to open doors. Thus, they did not warrant special attention or concern. As long as they were deprived of fresh blood and flesh for an extended period, they would ultimately perish. Instead, it was imperative to thoroughly eliminate the zombies encountered on the streets and in public spaces, to prevent them from encroaching upon the residential areas and disrupting the tranquility of life. Shui Linger, stay close. I plan to clear all the zombies roaming the dormitory area so that once we secure the main entrance here, they will not be able to enter, Liu Shi instructed. Understood, Shui Linger replied, not daring to be careless, as she clutched the hem of Liu Shi's garment, following closely behind him. As Liu Shi conducted his patrol, he swiftly engaged any zombies that crossed his path, dispatching them with a single strike. Chu Qingyao, trailing behind him, was filled with astonishment at his prowess. Simultaneously, her faith in her own survival was rekindled. She had not anticipated his remarkable strength. As long as she remained close to Liu Shi, she was certain she could endure. In the midst of despair in this apocalyptic world, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Liu Shi arrived at the North Garden Dining Hall, where he encountered a dozen or so zombies. Confronting these ordinary undead beings, Liu Shi moved effortlessly. After clearing the nearby zombies around the cafeteria, he remarked while walking, fortunately, the campus is relatively empty during the holidays. Otherwise, many faculty and students would have succumbed to becoming zombies. But teacher, if they leave the school, could they also turn into zombies? Shui Lingo inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, it is certain. Anyone who becomes infected may transform into a zombie. However, their absence from the school has lessened both our time and difficulty in clearing the area, Liu Shi explained. Now, let us proceed to cleanse this building, and we will essentially ensure the safety of this vicinity. Okay, teacher, please go slowly, wait for me. Shui Linger was now breathless. With her petite frame, she struggled to keep pace with Liu Shi, who had already slowed down to the bare minimum. Yet for her, it remained a daunting challenge, making her feel quite fatigued. It seemed that next time, she should refrain from accompanying her teacher outside, as she would only become a burden. Upon reaching the final dormitory, Liu Shi halted, utilizing his senses to analyze the situation within. There is a relatively powerful aura inside. Shui Linger, find a place to hide for now, and I shall come to you shortly. Liu Shi turned around and gestured towards the distant, already cleared small attic. You should take refuge over there. Shui Lingo inquired anxiously, has a formidable zombie been discovered? Liu Shi did not deny it, with a grave expression. He nodded. It is indeed stronger than an ordinary zombie, possibly having reached the level of a second-tier zombie. As for its true strength, I am uncertain. The commotion during battle might be considerable, and you could easily get hurt if you stay close. Understood. I shall find a place to hide, Shui Linger responded promptly. Retreating to the attic. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qingyao hurriedly followed, inquiring in a hushed tone, Hey, little sister, what exactly is going on? Why have you come here? Shui Linger initially intended to ignore Chu Qingyao, as her teacher held little regard for the woman, and she felt no inclination to be particularly cordial. However, with the surroundings devoid of others, an additional person might alleviate her fear. Thus, she reluctantly replied, My teacher has encountered a formidable zombie, and the situation is dire. So I must hide. Chu Qingyao's expression grew even more astonished upon hearing this. She turned her gaze towards Liu Shi, who was lost in thought. It had not yet made a move. At this moment, Liu Shi was communicating with the system. System, how strong is the opponent? Ding. The system detected that the host faced a formidable enemy and is now providing information on levels. Ding. The levels of abilities are categorized as subpar, F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Ding. The levels of overall strength are classified into novice, apprentice, warrior, general, followed by god of war. Ding. Each level is further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced. As for the realm beyond god of war, it remains locked for now. Liu Shi's heart was filled with understanding. The extraordinary ability he had activated was, in fact, an enhancement. This was indeed quite remarkable. After a brief pause, the system's voice continued to resonate. Ding. The levels of zombies are categorized into ordinary zombies, level 1 zombies, level 2 zombies, level 3 zombies, and the Zombie King, along with realms beyond the Zombie King. Ding. It detected that the adversaries were exceptionally formidable. One was at the advanced level of a level 1 zombie, while the other possessed the strength of a level 2 zombie. What? To encounter two powerful zombies simultaneously? And they are a level 1 zombie and a level 2 zombie? This was an unprecedented challenge for Liu Shi, who had only faced ordinary zombies before. The opponents he was about to confront, as evaluated by the system, were equivalent to the standards of human apprentices and warriors. System. Have I reached the warrior level? Liu Shi inquired. Ding. It detected that the host's current strength was 900, just 100 short of attaining the warrior level. Upon hearing this, Liu Shi's expression drastically altered. What? Insert. Am I still 100 points short? Does this mean I can only contend with first-level zombies? Am I not even a match for second-level zombies? How infuriating. Liu Shi finally recognized her true capabilities and began to feel a twinge of resentment towards the scarcity of formidable female opponents. Had she known this would be the case, she would not have hastily ventured out. However, fear not, dear host, for with your SSS-rated metal manipulation and swordsmanship, you should be capable of contending with a level 2 zombie. Alas, let us hope this holds true. It is truly unexpected that even before she had stepped beyond the school gates, she would encounter such a formidable adversary as a level 2 zombie. This defies all logic. Liu Shi suddenly opened his eyes, lifting his head to survey the dormitory before him. Following Liu Shi's gaze, one could see on the third floor a zombie of a larger stature than the typical variety, which, through the security screen, had also taken notice of Liu Shi. Its eyes glowed with a crimson hue, a clear indication of prolonged slaughter and evolution. Behind it, there lurked another zombie, slightly smaller, presumably a first-tier zombie. Liu Shi cast a sweeping glance around and discovered that the entrance to the dormitory on the first floor was securely locked. This implied that the inhabitants of this building had potentially become sustenance for the two second-tier zombies and the first-tier zombie. No wonder. Their rapid evolution into second-tier and first-tier zombies is indeed remarkable. The second-tier zombies already possess a degree of intelligence, and their physique exceeds that of ordinary zombies by more than double. Their strength surpasses 1,000, enough to crush anything in their path. It is truly unbelievable. When Liu Shi raised his gaze and encountered it, the creature sensed the threat he posed. Roar. It let out a hoarse, penetrating cry towards the sky, creating an intensely uncomfortable atmosphere. The system's urgent voice echoed, filled with a sense of urgency. Ding. A large number of zombies are gathering. Please eliminate them swiftly, host. Liu Shi regained his senses and turned his gaze towards the location of the zombie, which was relentlessly battering against the security gate, attempting to dismantle it before leaping from the third floor. This sight left Liu Shi momentarily astonished. The necessity of extermination was undeniable. However, the immediate priority was to secure the school's main entrance. If the zombies from outside were to breach this threshold, it would undoubtedly place them in a perilous predicament. Fortuitously, this dormitory was conveniently situated adjacent to the inner courtyard gate. Thus, Liu Shi hurriedly sprinted over and secured the gate, employing his metal manipulation skills to fuse the lock into an impenetrable mass. Melt! Liu Shi let out a resounding shout, his palm outstretched towards the iron gates of the shops on the first floor. Under his command, the gates emitted a thunderous roar, trembling as they soared towards the school entrance. The metal swiftly transformed into a vivid crimson, as if it had been forged in a blazing furnace. Soon, it melded with the gate, not only thickening but also rising in height. The top became particularly sharp, morphing into a series of lethal spikes. Indeed, splendid. At last, this entrance has been sealed. Liu Shi wiped the sweat from his brow. This time, the exertion was somewhat overwhelming for him. His mental fortitude was woefully inadequate. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Yet, he dared not rest. At that moment, a jarring sound pierced the air. Bang, bang, bang. The security net of the dormitory had been breached by a second-tier zombie. The net fell to the ground in one piece, shattering into countless fragments. Upon witnessing this, the second-tier zombie leapt high into the air. With a direct descent, it landed with a resounding thud. The power of the second-tier zombie was formidable, shattering the ground beneath its feet, which cracked like a spider's web. Faced with such a potent adversary for the first time, Liu Shi could not help but swallow hard, his eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Soon after, a first-tier zombie followed suit, leaping down from above. The weight of the two zombies descending upon him intensified Liu Shi's sense of pressure. Now, he had to confront two formidable foes simultaneously. This was indeed a grave predicament. However, soon, Liu Shi composed himself in the face of formidable foes, gradually straightening his posture. Let the battle commence. A fierce roar erupted from his throat, deliberately amplified to bolster his courage. The sword of victory materialized in his right hand as anticipated. Sensing the fluctuations of its master's emotions, the blade quivered slightly. The second-tier zombie, undeterred, advanced towards Liu Shi, drawn by the vibrant essence of flesh before it, pulsating with energy that stirred its primal instincts. It approached step by step, the ground trembling beneath it, fissures forming as a clear display of its intent to intimidate and mock its prey. A viscous, transparent fluid dripped from its maw, pooling on the ground below. Upon witnessing this, Liu Shi could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "Damn it, do I really look that delectable?" he exclaimed. "Get away from me." Liu Shi found it unbearable to be perceived as prey and resolved to take the initiative. After a brief sprint, he leapt into the air, gripping his sword with both hands, pouring every ounce of strength into a decisive strike. In the low sky, Liu Shi's striking silhouette flashed by. In an instant, he had reached the forehead of the second-tier zombie. Just as victory seemed assured, the creature deftly evaded Liu Shi's attack in the next moment. Perhaps his assault was too overt, a move so conspicuous that it was evident he was employing a powerful technique, and its execution in midair left little room for alteration, thus allowing the creature to counter with ease. Bang! Hiss! Liu Shi's sword struck the ground with immense force, creating a deep crater. Dust swirled, enveloping the air in a hazy gray. Fragments of cement ricocheted off the surrounding walls, leaving behind a patchwork of scars. This move had drained Liu Shi of all his strength, compounded by his prior exertion, leaving him with little time to recuperate. Following the strike, he appeared somewhat exhausted, panting heavily as he turned his gaze towards the second-level zombie that had leapt several meters away. It remained unscathed, its eyes brimming with an instinctual thirst for fresh flesh. "Damn it!" Liu Shi let out a low, anguished cry. However, at that moment, he noticed a first-tier zombie observing the spectacle nearby. "Am I not quite the sight when engaged in battle?" he mused. He resolved to eliminate the first-tier zombie, first to preempt any potential ambush. With narrowed eyes, he launched a ferocious assault. The combat prowess of this particular first-tier zombie was rather feeble. It failed to react to Liu Shi's sudden onslaught and met its demise swiftly. The creature's head was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth. It was utterly lifeless, a thrilling conclusion. Liu Shi's heart regained a semblance of confidence. It was unexpected to realize his own strength. However, after he vanquished a level 1 zombie, he inadvertently provoked a level 2 zombie across from him. With a thunderous roar, the level 2 zombie became enraged. Roar, perhaps driven by an instinctual fear and a sense of pity for its fallen comrade. The level 2 zombie was now in a furious frenzy. Confronted with the imminent wrath of the level 2 zombie, Liu Shi summoned all his strength once more, dashing towards it with fervor. This time, however, he refrained from unleashing his most powerful techniques at the outset. Instead, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes aimed at its neck and abdomen. The air around him reverberated with the sharp sound of his swordsmanship piercing through the atmosphere. His attacks were fierce and unyielding, each blow aimed to be fatal. Yet, there was a subtle twist. Although Liu Shi's techniques were intricate and terrifying, his opponent effortlessly retreated to evade them. It seemed as though the adversary possessed some uncanny ability to dodge Liu Shi's lethal strikes at the very last moment. However, to Liu Shi's satisfaction, his opponent no longer maintained a calm and composed demeanor. Instead, they revealed signs of distress. Recognizing the shift, Liu Shi glimpsed a flicker of hope for victory. Bang! Bang! Liu Shi unleashed a series of formidable strikes, cornering his opponent against the walls, leaving no avenue for escape. "Die!" he declared. Amidst the assault, Liu Shi finally discerned a significant opening in his adversary's defenses. He swiftly turned and delivered a decisive blow, intent on bringing the confrontation to a close. This strike harnessed at least 80% of Liu Shi's strength, representing his most potent technique thus far. Bang! The sword rose and fell. With a resounding crash, silence enveloped the scene. The swirling dust obscured Liu Shi's vision, as well as that of the two women observing from the loft. Time seemed to freeze, and the faintest sound of a falling pin could be heard. "Is it dead?" Liu Shi evidently strained himself beyond his limits, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. All that could be heard were the sounds of his own respiration and the rhythm of his heartbeat. After such fervent activity, an inevitable stillness follows. Liu Shi felt his heart racing, almost as if it were about to leap from his chest. This was the first time he encountered such a formidable adversary. Despite possessing exceptional swordsmanship and the augmentation of an SSS-grade ability, he should theoretically dominate all foes of his level. However, at present, Liu Shi's strength remained at the apprentice tier, while the level 2 zombie he faced corresponded to the warrior tier, a full realm above him. Thus, becoming embroiled in a fierce battle was entirely understandable and to be expected. Liu Shi felt an intense tension within him. He scrutinized his surroundings and realized that there was no unpleasant scent of fish permeating the air. Furthermore, the ground before him remained untouched by any dark green liquid. Something is amiss. Liu Shi sensed that something was amiss. Evidently, the second-tier zombie had not sustained any injuries, at least none that were fatal. He attempted to withdraw his sword and raise it in defense, but discovered that the sword of victory remained stubbornly immobile. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to find that the colossal blade, weighing 1,000 pounds, had become lodged in the wall, ensnared within the steel-reinforced concrete. It was impossible to extract it in the short term. As the dust settled, the second-tier zombie waved its hand, dispersing the obscuring mist, and advanced towards Liu Shi step by step, revealing its grotesque visage. Although the entire sequence of events seemed to unfold over a lengthy duration, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Upon encountering Liu Shi, a wave of panic surged within him, prompting a fleeting thought to abandon his sword and flee. However, the second-tier zombie was already perilously close, rendering escape nearly impossible. Liu Shi had never observed a zombie from such proximity. Its visage resembled that of the Grim Reaper, horrifying and grotesque. Bang! As anticipated, the level 2 zombie lunged forward, instinctively striking with a palm that landed squarely upon Liu Shi's chest. Puff! Liu Shi was struck and sent sprawling onto the floor behind him, tumbling several times before spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the corner of his lips. He appeared utterly disheveled. This was Liu Shi's first experience of injury, and it felt as if his internal organs had been displaced, causing him immense discomfort. To his astonishment, a mere second-tier zombie possessed such formidable strength, nearly costing him his life. It seems I have indeed overestimated my own capabilities. Faced with an attack from an opponent wielding a power from a realm above his own, he found himself in such a dire predicament. Liu Shi now finds himself disarmed and injured, precariously teetering on the brink of peril. A standoff ensues between the two parties. The zombie appears rather dim-witted, seemingly oblivious to the advantage of pressing the attack. Perhaps it is the aura emanating from Liu Shi that instills a sense of danger within it. After a brief moment of catching his breath, Liu Shi astonishingly summoned a surge of strength and mental fortitude. He raised his hand towards the second-tier zombie and invoked his metallic powers, exclaiming, "Melt away." The metal components of the nearby dormitory's security bars were transmuted into iron rods the thickness of a human arm. These rods descended from the heavens, crashing down with a resounding thud, instantaneously encircling the second-tier zombie and forming an immense cage. Within this enclosure, the zombie exhibited signs of disarray, a palpable sense of panic as it realized there was nowhere to escape. Moments later, the second-tier zombie found itself ensnared by the iron rod cage, rendering its body nearly immobile. It yearned to struggle, and given a moment's respite, it might indeed find a way to extricate itself. Liu Shi rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He would no longer grant it any chance. In an instant, an extraordinarily massive iron rod materialized in his grasp. As Liu Shi was poised to deliver a decisive blow to the second-tier zombie before him, a sudden cry echoed from the attic, "Teacher, run quickly." Woo-woo. Liu Shi, perplexed, turned his gaze in the direction indicated by Shui Linger's finger. To his dismay, another second-tier zombie was advancing towards them, evidently targeting Shui Linger. This was dire. Liu Shi felt an ominous sensation within. However, Shui Linger's cries had already captured the attention of a level 2 zombie. Its gaze fixated on her from a distance, and it turned its eyes in her direction. Upon realizing it was looking at her, Shui Linger felt a surge of panic and shouted, "Teacher, run." After uttering those words, she instinctively fled. As she began to run, she soon discovered that Chu Qingyao had long since gained a considerable lead, outpacing her by at least a dozen positions. The moment Shui Lingo started to run, calamity struck. The level 2 zombie, akin to a keen hunting hound, exhibited a heightened interest in the moving target. With a sudden leap, it was poised to pursue Shui Linger. Liu Shi gazed at the scene before him in disbelief, his heart a tumult of complex emotions. What a pity for this child, who had yet to grow up before fate intervened. Ahem. Liu Shi pressed his hand against his chest and coughed a few times, enduring the pain coursing through his body. He cast a sharp gaze at the second-tier zombie before him, his eyes narrowing with determination. "I shall deal with you first. Die." With a flicker of thought, Liu Shi uttered his command, and the hefty iron pillar in his grasp instantly lunged towards the level 2 zombie, which was ensnared beneath a multitude of iron columns and on the brink of escape. Thud! The strike was swift and decisive, plunging into its target. The world fell silent. Liu Shi's iron pillar pierced unerringly into the throat of the second-tier zombie, severing its spine and nerves, extinguishing all semblance of life within it, ensuring its demise was absolute. However, as Liu Shi regained his composure, he realized that the other second-tier zombie, in pursuit of Shui Linger, had already vanished around the corner. Liu Shi yearned to rush forward to rescue her. However, after taking a few steps, he realized that his injuries were indeed quite severe. Liu Shi spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before steadying his steps. Could it be that he truly had to witness Shui Linger meet with a tragic fate? Just at that moment, in Liu Shi's mind, a melodious voice resonated. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host, for detecting the high-quality maiden you have rescued. She has successfully conceived. Liu Ji. Zombies and humans? Shui Lingo? How could she possibly be pregnant? What on earth? Am I imagining things? Liu Shi was on the verge of cursing. I nearly met my demise. Where's the time to conceive another child with my woman? Damn it. I cannot unleash my wrath from a distance. Liu Shi found himself momentarily at a loss, a weight pressing heavily upon his chest, rendering him utterly uncomfortable. Yet, he soon heard the system's incessant notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host. Amidst this wretched apocalypse, you have successfully rescued a remarkable young woman who is now expecting a child. Ding. Reward. Strength increased by 100. Mental power increased by 200. Ding. Congratulations, esteemed host. Your level has ascended from apprentice to warrior. Ding. Life-threatening danger detected for Shui Linger. Please decide whether to proceed with the rescue. Liu Shi gazed upon the abundant rewards. Liu Shi suppressed the schemes brewing in his heart, intending to settle the score come autumn. Even when insulted as a dog host, he bore it silently, choosing not to engage in a quarrel for the time being. Liu Shi was overwhelmed by an influx of pure energy coursing through his body, akin to the sensation of being forcibly injected. He found himself on the receiving end of this enigmatic infusion, yet lacked any tangible evidence to substantiate his experience. Moments later, he was astounded to discover that all his injuries had miraculously healed, a phenomenon that defied reason. Although the difference in strength was merely 100, it felt as though a formidable barrier had been erected, creating an insurmountable chasm between his former self and the present. It was as if a certain shackle within him had suddenly shattered, unleashing a more potent force within. Liu Shi's heart swelled with joy. He reached out and retrieved the sword that had become lodged in the crevice of the wall, drawing it back into the confines of his system space. He hastened after Shui Linger and the second-level zombie. The situation was exceedingly urgent. Yet he felt compelled to first assess whether his current strength was sufficient to confront the impending crisis. Thus, he swiftly opened his personal panel to examine his status. Name: Liu Shi. Age: 25. Height: 188 centimeters. Weight: 86 kilograms. Level: Warrior. Strength: 1000. Mentality: 290. Speed: 237 meters per second. Attributes: Golden dual kidneys. Enhanced attributes: Unerring precision with no missed shots. Strongly enhanced minimum favorability of 63. Aura: Immunity to zombie virus. Mastery of sword techniques. Powers: SSS grade metal control. Personal assets: 1000 cubic meters of storage space. Various supplies. Sword of victory. Number of maidens rescued: 3. Offspring in gestation: 3. Not too shabby. Liu Shi gazed contentedly at his own information. Yet a twinge of perplexity stirred within him as he inquired, System, why has my beloved inexplicably become pregnant? Could that child truly be mine? Upon uttering these words, Liu Shi gazed in astonishment towards the direction where Shui Linger had vanished. Could it be that Shui Linger is with child? What exactly transpired with that second-tier zombie moments ago? What was it truly up to? Damn it. Ding. Rest assured, dear host, the child is undoubtedly yours. Have you forgotten about Zhuang shouting? Zhuang shouting? Liu Shi finally recollected the situation. However, wasn't Zhuang shouting missing? Why on earth was she unexpectedly expecting a child? Moreover, at that time, it seemed he had yet to activate the system, and thus lacked the skill to guarantee success. Ding. The system detected Zhuang shouting's pregnancy, which is why it has calculated your performance and rewards. So, does this imply she is indeed alive? But where could she be? The system lapsed into silence. Nevertheless, Liu Shi could surmise the truth. Zhuang shouting must have been rescued, yet her current whereabouts were difficult to ascertain. As for why her pregnancy was confirmed 2 days after that incident, it is highly likely that a newly released ovum fortuitously encountered a surviving sperm. Indeed, it must be so. With this thought, Liu Shi couldn't help but exhale in relief. Zhuang shouting, I shall find you, and our child. Wait for me. Upon regaining his focus, Liu Shi spotted the silhouette of a second-tier zombie in the distance. Shui Lingo was cowering in the corner, trembling and clutching her body. "Don't come any closer. You're too ugly. Horribly ugly, boo-hoo," Shui Lingo cried, her tears already staining her delicate face. The second-tier zombie observed her with a hint of amusement, showing no haste to attack. After all, for a zombie endowed with a certain level of intelligence, the thrill of the hunt was far more amusing than merely savoring the prey. Liu Shi hastily surged forward, showing no intention of concealing his presence. The sword of victory had inexplicably materialized in his hand. As he approached within several dozen meters of the level 2 zombie, Liu Shi leaped once more, gripping his sword with both hands, and shouted, "Die!" His body soared through the air, executing the same moves as when he first launched his attack. Upon witnessing this, Shui Ling realized the imminent danger, with Liu Shi charging towards her. She was perilously close to the zombie and could easily be caught in the aftermath of the clash. Thus, she cried out, "Teacher, you're alive. How wonderful. Please be gentle, or I might get hurt." The zombie, noticing Liu Shi's approach, attempted to retreat in evasion. However, it was unexpected that Liu Shi had a backup plan this time. Little did anyone know, at that moment, Liu Shi raised one hand above his head, swiftly bringing his palm together, aligning his index and middle fingers to form a remarkable gesture. In that moment, as Liu Shi's arm extended forward, the multitude of metallic forms behind him transformed into the shape of bayonets, surging densely towards the retreating horde of second-tier zombies. "Fire!" he commanded. Liu Shi, having exhausted the recently restored vigor of his spirit, let out a resounding shout. The metallic bayonets were all aimed at the position of the zombie. Although the second-tier zombie was formidable, it was unprepared for Liu Shi's unexpected tactic, even with prior anticipation. Such a torrential downpour of blades was beyond its capacity to evade. In a desperate attempt to escape, the initial wave of blades was still thwarted by the zombie's tough skin. This demonstrated the creature's remarkable resilience. A few of the blades merely penetrated the outer epidermis, failing to inflict any fatal wounds. However, the sheer number of blades was overwhelming, and soon, larger and thicker projectiles descended upon it. Under immense pressure, it staggered backwards several paces. In an instant, the second-tier zombie was transformed into a pincushion. Its body collapsed onto the ground, wearing an expression of disbelief. With eyes fixed intently on Liu Shi, the crimson orbs, once brimming with life, now dimmed with resignation. On the ground, a pool of dark green blood, belonging to the zombie, spread out, creating a dismal scene. Liu Shi gently descended to the ground, exhaling a breath of stale air. This time, facing a level 2 zombie. The challenge was evidently far less demanding, almost effortlessly within his grasp. Liu Shi approached Shui Linger, his expression filled with concern as he inquired, "Are you all right? Were you frightened?" "I'm fine, I assure you, master. It is such a relief to see you alive," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with emotion. Without a moment's hesitation, Shui Linger rushed towards Liu Shi, enveloping him in a tight embrace around his waist, heedless of the dirt and grime that clung to her. The force of her affection pressed against Liu Shi's chest, causing a slight discomfort. Shui Linger's exuberance was rather overwhelming. However, the sensation of having survived such a harrowing ordeal must be undeniably exquisite. Meanwhile, from a distance, Chu Qingyao, who had been hiding, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Liu Shi vanquish the level 2 zombie before him. Exhausted, she sank to the ground, overwhelmed by the events that had transpired. After a considerable while, she remained there, lost in her thoughts. Liu Shi released Shui Linger with one hand, gripping his sword as he strode alone towards the nearby level 2 zombie. The silhouette of Liu Shi obscured the sunlight that fell upon the face of the zombie. Alas, Liu Shi did not forget to cleanse his oral cavity. He used his own saliva to spit upon its mouth, avenging the earlier act of disdain. With the tip of his sword, he sliced open its body, rummaging through it in search of something. Soon, he discovered a thumb-sized crystal core. He raised it high for inspection. The crystal core was transparent and resplendent, emanating a subtle fragrance. Sunlight passed through the core, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Liu Shi hurried back to the site of the recent battle, hoping to discover another crystal core, yet he found nothing. Had someone else gotten there first? Liu Shi scratched his head and gazed at the sky. The battle had concluded. The dark clouds dissipated, and the heavens cleared. It was as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the corpses of the zombies strewn across the ground and the battered houses nearby bore witness to the brutal struggle for survival that had unfolded here. With the elimination of the second-tier zombies, the dormitory area of Jinghai University was finally rendered temporarily safe, especially since Liu Shi had barricaded the entrance. barring any unforeseen events. Normal life could resume in this place. However, the door to the safe house remained securely shut, and vigilance was still of the utmost importance. Before long, Liu Shi, accompanied by Shui Linger, returned to the villa area, with Chu Qingyao stealthily trailing behind, hoping to seize a sliver of opportunity. "We are back." Upon their return, Shui Lingo exclaimed loudly, eager to capture everyone's attention. Diana, Mu Wanqing, and Tang Minwu hurried out to greet them. "Darling, Linger, you have returned. Why were you gone for so long? Darling, your clothes are torn. Are you hurt? Teacher Liu, are you all right?" The three women approached with deep concern, their inquiries flowing forth. Upon hearing their worried voices, Shui Linger's earlier bravado vanished in an instant, retreating timidly behind Liu Shi, clearly haunted by her terrifying memories. "I'm fine. I'm going to take a shower and change my clothes. After dinner, I have something important to discuss with all of you." After Liu Shi spoke, he made his way to the bathroom. The curiosity of the three women ignited fervently. They were eager to uncover what Liu Shi and Shui Lingo had experienced outside. Thus, they surrounded Shui Linger, urging her to divulge the truth. "Linger, what transpired? Why do you return in such a disheveled state? Indeed, how could you be so flustered? I'm quite worried. Please, Linger, do tell us." Shui Lingo gazed at her stunning sisters, her brow furrowed and her countenance pale. She could not help but shake her head and sighed deeply. Alas, the events unfolded as follows. Shui Lingo recounted the day's occurrences in vivid detail, embellishing her narrative to highlight her own valor while simultaneously showcasing Teacher Liu's prowess and decisiveness. As she reached the climax of her tale, her expression grew grave. Diana asked anxiously what happened next. What transpired after encountering the level 2 zombie? "Yes, dear Sister Linger, please hurry. You're making me anxious," Mu Wanqing urged. Tang Mingwu listened intently, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she exhibited little reaction. Shui Linger cleared her throat and took the water offered by Diana, drinking it in one gulp. After wiping her mouth, she slowly began. That level 2 zombie was truly formidable. With a single hand, it could dismantle the security grating and leapt from the 3rd floor without sustaining a scratch, even shattering the concrete floor beneath it. Just as I was facing imminent peril, Teacher Liu descended like a deity, bellowing, "Bring me your life." Such a powerful level 2 zombie was no match for Teacher's sword, and it was swiftly vanquished. Sisterling, that was exceedingly dangerous. Indeed, from now on, let us refrain from wandering aimlessly. We should remain in the safe house, raise children for our husbands, cook, and fold laundry instead. Yes, dear sisters, after this harrowing experience, I shall no longer dare to venture outside, Shui Linger said, holding back tears before bursting into sobs. "Sister Linger, you should wash up. You are covered in dirt," Mu Wanqing suggested. "Very well, I shall go at once," Shui Linger replied before turning to leave. Alas, who would have thought that her husband would encounter such peril on a simple outing? It seems we must ensure he stays home more often and ventures outside less frequently. Diana remarked first. Mu Wanqing pondered, what can we do to keep Teacher at home more? Tang Mingwu finally spoke. "I have heard that to keep a husband from wandering too far, one must tend to his appetite. And secondly what? Do tell." "You are driving me to distraction," the inexperienced Mu Wanqing urged. "Do not fret, dear sister, let us hear what clever plan Sister Mingwu has." Diana spoke up to offer comfort. Tang Mingwu pondered for a moment, slightly embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed. "Well, my sisters and I may need to exert ourselves a bit more. We must spare no effort and take the initiative. Whenever an opportunity arises, we shall seek him out to discuss this matter." Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing and Diana exchanged glances for a moment, contemplating, before nodding in agreement. So it seems, this might indeed be a good approach. The three women began to strategize, exchanging various peculiar pieces of knowledge, causing them to frequently lower their heads and giggle. Indeed, women. 3 women in a theatrical performance. It appears a splendid show is about to unfold. What could possibly be so amusing? Liu Shi emerged from the bath, his lower body modestly wrapped in a towel that concealed his most intimate areas. His physique revealed the impressive definition of 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, complemented by a deep and powerful line of obliques. The pronounced V-shape of his torso exuded a captivating masculinity, accentuated by the pronounced curves of his form. In this guise, Liu Shi was more visually appealing than many professional fitness trainers. In contrast to the bulky physiques of muscular men, his slender and elongated body proportions appeared more harmonious and aesthetically pleasing, further enhanced by his charming features. His striking profile and damp hair added an irresistible allure, making him particularly captivating and difficult to resist, especially for women who found themselves weak in the knees. As Liu Shi made his entrance, he immediately captivated the attention of several individuals. Diana, feeling exceedingly anxious, approached him with cautious steps, scrutinizing him closely for any signs of injury. "My dear, have we suddenly stumbled upon something joyous? Are you truly unscathed? We have been so worried about you." Upon witnessing this, Liu Shi simply unfurled the bath towel and, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Please examine me closely and see if there is any part of me that is injured." The women were momentarily taken aback, slowly regaining their composure. What extraordinary treatment was this? Some began to breathe more rapidly, rushing forward to attend to him. "Darling, please sit down. I shall fetch your meal. It is time for dinner." "Dearest, is your shoulder sore? Allow me to massage it for you." "Teacher, are your legs fatigued? I would be delighted to assist you." "Teacher, please do accept my goodwill." Each person chimed in, and Liu Shi felt enveloped in a sense of belonging, a sensation that was truly delightful. The once unapproachable campus beauty and the departmental flower were now vying for his favor. Such is life. What more could one desire? Subsequently, Liu Shi turned his gaze toward the somewhat shy Mu Wanqing and softly inquired, "Is it clean?" Mu Wanqing was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question. She felt a wave of nervousness wash over her, lowering her head and turning away, responding softly, "Not yet." Liu Shi replied noncommittally, his tone neither warm nor cold. He then called out to Diana, who was busy serving dishes from the kitchen, saying, "Nana, once you finish serving, please come over. I have something to discuss with you." Moments later, Diana was no longer bustling about the dining area, having completed her task with the assistance of others. After serving the meal, she knelt at Liu Shi's feet, looking up inquiringly. "Darling, I am here." Liu Shi retrieved the crystal core obtained from a second-tier zombie from the depths of space. Holding the shimmering crystal aloft, he admired it and said, "Nana, this crystal core was procured from a second-tier zombie. Consuming it grants a significant chance of awakening extraordinary abilities. I bestow it upon you now. Partake of it." Diana gazed at the radiant, fragrant crystal before her, her eyes wide with astonishment, tears welling in her eyes. Moments ago, she had heard Shui Lingo mention that this precious item was acquired at the cost of her husband's life. Its value is beyond measure. Yet now, her husband unconditionally offered it to her. Overwhelmed with emotion, she marveled at the perfection of such a loving man. "Is this truly for me? But my dear, such a precious crystal." Diana was rendered speechless by her emotions. Ding. Diana's affection level increased by 20, now standing at 80. Liu Shi nodded with satisfaction. Diana was the first woman to follow him, aside from Zhuang shouting. Naturally, she would be the first to reap the benefits. As for why he did not enhance his own abilities, it was because such endeavors were futile for him. The system had mercilessly monopolized his potential. Only through the system could he attain any advancement. Other methods were simply out of the question. "Take this. I shall not neglect any woman who stands by my side. You are the first in this house to join me, so you shall be the first to enjoy these advantages. In the future, as we acquire more crystal cores, Meng Wu and Wan Qing will also share in the rewards." Liu Shi seized the opportunity to paint a vision of dreams, instilling hope in the other two. At that moment, Shui Linger emerged from the bathroom, and after grasping the entirety of the situation, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Liu Shi ceased any further trivialities and commanded Diana, "Now, open your mouth and swallow." Diana gulped, pressed her lips together, and ultimately opened her mouth. Liu Shi directly fed the secondary crystal core into Diana's mouth, making contact with her soft lips. Diana sensed the delightful aroma within her mouth and instinctively swallowed it down. Encountering no resistance, Liu Shi, Mu Wanqing, Tang Minwu, and Shui Lingo fixated their gaze upon Diana, brimming with curiosity regarding her impending reaction. It was the first occasion for all to witness someone consume a crystal core, their eyes alight with anticipation. Silence enveloped the group, each individual wary of uttering a sound for fear of missing a pivotal moment. Even Shui Linger and Mu Wanqing held their breath, their lips slightly parted. Upon swallowing the crystal core, Diana felt a warm current coursing through her body, her senses commencing an evolution and metamorphosis, enveloping her in an exquisite sensation. As she sensed the stirring within her, Diana instinctively closed her eyes to attune to the subtle fluctuations of energy within. After a span of several minutes, amidst the expectant gazes of her companions, Diana opened her eyes. Remaining in her kneeling position, she lifted her gaze to Liu Shi and declared, "My dear, It seems I have awakened a wind-based ability. Wind-based, you say? Indeed. I feel as though my running speed can be significantly enhanced, and I can manipulate the wind elements to a slight degree. No sooner had Diana finished speaking than she demonstrated her newfound prowess. With a swift step back, she appeared several meters away in an instant. Subsequently, she commanded the wind elements, and the group felt a refreshing breeze envelop them. Is this a natural electric fan? The eyes of Mu Wanqing and the others sparkled with awe and admiration. Liu Shi nodded calmly, acknowledging, indeed, the elemental power of wind is remarkably useful. With further training, it will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. It is no wonder that the second-tier zombie was able to evade my attacks with such agility. It possesses wind-based abilities. Alas, it has yet to master its application. Otherwise, I might not have so easily dispatched it later on. Yes, I am grateful for your generous gift, my dear husband. After dinner, would you be willing to impart more knowledge to me? Of course, I would be delighted to. Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction and continued, come. Let us dine first. The women, having recovered from their astonishment, promptly gathered around the table to partake in the meal. Shui Linger, who had been famished, wasted no time and began to indulge heartily. The feast laid before them was indeed sumptuous, featuring honey-glazed char siu, braised pigeon, sweet and sour ribs, braised chicken wings, 5-spiced duck, steamed greens, blanched vegetables, stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, and a nourishing soup simmered to perfection. Furthermore, several platters of dessert awaited in the kitchen for after the meal. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Liu Shi employed his mental acuity to survey the surroundings outside the villa. He discovered that all remained as it should be, exceedingly secure, with naught to cause concern. Just as Liu Shi intended to retract his mental focus, he spotted a figure in an adjacent villa. This individual was none other than his former girlfriend, Chu Qingyao. She appeared to be scouring the area in search of sustenance. What food could possibly remain in this villa district? It had long been thoroughly scavenged by me. Liu Shi retracted his power, observing the women before him, each with their mouths glistening with oil, their bellies round and full. They bore no semblance to individuals enduring an apocalyptic world. One might easily mistake them for the affluent wives of landowners. Wanqing, after you have finished your meal, please gather the leftover kitchen scraps and toss them out from the second floor, allowing the little surviving dogs outside to fill their bellies. Mu Wanqing absent-mindedly replied, patting her satisfied stomach. Liu Shi rose from his seat and made his way to the balcony on the third floor. He had designated the master bedroom on this level as his living quarters, while the balcony afforded a sweeping view of the entire villa area, allowing him to gaze unobstructed at the layout of the dormitory complex below. It served as a natural observation tower. In the distance, the entrance to the dormitory area was also visible. Shortly thereafter, Mu Wanqing, carrying a large bag of refuse, approached the balcony on the second floor and tossed it down from a distance. Given the scarcity of survivors, throwing objects from such heights posed no concern. A muffled thud, not overly loud, signified the landing of the bag of kitchen waste. Liu Shi's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Chu Qingyao, drawn by the sound, came into his view. She appeared particularly disheveled, her once pristine attire now tattered and her appearance more dismal than that of the beggars on the street. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of both humans and zombies, she made her way towards the refuse. In truth, she was well aware that this area was likely safe. As she approached the pile of kitchen waste, she was taken aback. A small dog and several mice were frantically rummaging through the trash bags. Stripped of hands and feet, they struggled to open the bags. These small creatures were likely the fortunate survivors, endowed with immunity against the zombie virus, allowing them to endure to this day. She caught a whiff of the delectable scent emanating from the refuse and without hesitation, grasped a wooden stick from the ground. She rushed forward, attempting to chase away the small animals, exclaiming, hiss. Her efforts bore some fruit. The animals were momentarily diverted, yet they lingered, reluctant to depart. In that moment, Chu Qingyao cast aside her dignity, kneeling upon the ground and frantically searching through the debris. At last, she unearthed remnants of food within the bag, hastily shoving it into her mouth, desperate to consume as much as possible. Her eyes darted anxiously from side to side, ever vigilant against the potential onslaught of the creatures. She noticed the small dog she had chased away, now baring its teeth in a menacing display. Woof, woof, woof. Several more had puffed up their fur, transforming into fierce defenders in front of her. The mice, too, remained in the shadows, chattering ominously. This scene filled Chu Qingyao with a mix of fear and despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, washing away the grime and dirt that clung to her face. As an enraged dog charged toward her, Chu Qingmiao instinctively leaned in its direction, adopting a defensive posture and mimicking a dog's bark. Woof, 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 woof. The approaching dog hesitated slightly, retreating a few steps, yet still growling ferociously. Trapped in a state of fury without the courage to advance. In the midst of this standoff with the dog, the corner of her eye inadvertently caught a glimpse of Liu Shi on the third floor, leaving her momentarily speechless. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed him. Liu Shi, clad in casual attire, exuded an air of elegance and cleanliness, resembling a celestial being. Liu Shi had been keenly observing Chu Qingmiao's condition. In that fleeting moment, their gazes locked, an eternity condensed into a single glance. Chu Qingmiao's heart shattered anew, succumbing to despair. Once, she had regarded him as unworthy, looking down upon him and initiating their separation. Now, he stood exalted, free from worries, while she found herself competing with stray dogs for scraps. Her future was uncertain, and she felt as if he had transformed into an unattainable figure. Such emotions were more agonizing than death itself. At that moment, as Chu Qingmiao's gaze was ensnared by Liu Shi, Diana unexpectedly appeared behind him, wrapping her arms tenderly around him. "Darling, what are you looking at?" Her sweet voice resonated. "Warming the air. Nothing much, just watching a dog fight for food," Liu Shi replied. Following his line of sight, Diana indeed spotted a dog along with several others, as well as a rat, all scrambling for sustenance. Yet, Chu Qingmiao had vanished without a trace. It turned out that the instant Chu Qingmiao noticed Diana's arrival, she hastily clutched the food she had seized and fled in disarray. At that moment, Chu Qingmiao was curled up in the neighboring villa, her head bowed in tears, sobbing silently. Why? Why must it be this way? Why does fate treat me so harshly? Liu Shi has already averted his gaze. Turning around, he took Diana's hand and walked toward the bedroom, softly saying, "Come, I shall teach you how to elevate the level of your abilities." In the safety of the villa district, in the dead of night, Liu Shi awoke suddenly, startled, and sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat. The commotion of his awakening was so pronounced that it roused Diana beside him. Observing Liu Shi gasping for breath, she hurriedly offered her comfort, saying, "Darling, what is the matter? Are you all right?" Liu Shi took several deep breaths before managing to calm his emotions, responding, "It's nothing. I had a nightmare in which I nearly perished. Perhaps, in such a brutal apocalypse, nightmares are inevitable. For what occupies the mind by day often manifests in dreams by night, confronted daily by those terrifying zombies. It is only natural that anxieties and fears linger in the subconscious." A pang of sorrow pierced Diana's heart. She embraced Liu Shi, resting his head upon her lap, gently soothing him as a loving mother would comfort her child. "My dear, do not be afraid. It is all behind us. I will always be by your side. There is nothing to fear." Liu Shi closed his eyes, remaining silent as he endeavored to relax. No one desires to confront death, even in dreams. The thought instills a lingering dread. In his slumber, he encountered an immensely formidable adversary, a corpse king, against whom he was utterly powerless. The experiences within that dream nearly drove him to the brink of emotional collapse. As Liu Shi closed his eyes, vivid memories of that moment flooded back to him. Yet reason urged him not to succumb to fear or retreat. The formidable silhouette of the corpse king would ultimately serve as a stepping stone for his own advancement. He resolved to become sufficiently powerful. Yes, he must become strong. He aimed to rescue countless young girls, vanquish numerous zombies, and amass an abundance of attribute points. Only then could he stand invincible when true peril approached. In reality, resting his head on Diana's thigh felt supremely comforting. The rhythmic, gentle patting on his back and bottom bestowed upon Liu Shi a primordial sense of security. He seemed to transform into a little treasure, finding solace in his mother's embrace, his entire being relaxing as he gradually slipped into a state of numbness and weakness. Liu Shi was already feeling utterly exhausted. Under Diana's soothing presence, he unknowingly slipped back into slumber once more. This time, his sleep was peaceful, devoid of nightmares. Upon witnessing Liu Shi in a tranquil state, Diana felt a sense of relief wash over her. Overflowing with maternal affection, she gently placed this big baby upon the pillow, her movements tender and cautious, fearful of disturbing his rest. After painstakingly arranging everything, Diana gazed intently at the man before her. He appeared strong, cold, and even somewhat heartless on the surface, possessing formidable abilities and remarkable competence. Yet, in the stillness of the night, his heart remained fragile as that of a child. He too experienced fear, was haunted by nightmares, and yearned for understanding and love. Perhaps within every man resides an ungrown child, a facet of themselves that not all women are fortunate enough to discover, witness, or provide solace to. However, Diana was convinced that the husband within her reach was indeed unlike any other man. You are singularly unique. At least to me, you are my one and only. With such thoughts, Diana wore a kind and blissful smile as she drifted into her dreams. Liu Shi appeared to have heard the system's voice. Still in a state of slumber, whispering in its weakest tone, "Ding. Congratulations, host. Diana's affection level has increased by 20, reaching a total of 100. Reward, guaranteed affection level of 70. Mental strength increased by 10. The system lamented internally. Oh, dear host, you summoned me to work in the dead of night. Truly inhumane. The following day dawned. Before Liu Shi had fully awakened, she heard hushed voices of discussion emanating from downstairs. Although the voices were deliberately subdued, it was evident that the matter at hand was of considerable significance, as they all seemed to be on high alert. Liu Shi groggily opened his eyes, only to find that the person beside him had already vanished. Diana had long descended to prepare breakfast. This infernal aura of a dutiful wife and mother. It makes me seem as if I am excessively fond of slumber. Liu Shi hurried downstairs, under the bashful gazes of Tang Mingwu, Mu Wanqing, Shui Linger, and Diana. He inquired about the situation. My dear wives, what is going on? It's early in the morning. Can't one get a moment's rest? What are you all discussing? Diana promptly took Liu Shi's hand and led him to the kitchen, followed closely by the other ladies. Diana turned on the faucet. Darling, look. This morning I intended to prepare breakfast for everyone. However, there seems to be an issue with the water. Not only has it turned a pale green, but it also exudes a peculiar odor. It appears to be undrinkable. Liu Shi furrowed his brow slightly as he observed the water flowing from the tap. It indeed appeared rather abnormal, leaving him uncertain about its safety for consumption. If his wife were to suffer from any ill effects, it would certainly be troubling. With a decisive gesture, he summoned several cubic bottles of water to appear at the kitchen entrance. He did not produce the water himself. He was merely a porter for a large supermarket. Nana, my dear, fret not. I have ample water. Let us manage with this supply for the time being. In the coming days, I shall venture out to gather more provisions, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. Ah, darling, are you really going out again? Tang Mingwu inquired with concern. Indeed. My love, it would be wise to rest for a few days, Diana urged gently. Yes, teacher, the outside world is quite perilous. It is best to limit our excursions. Mu Wanqing added, her expression filled with worry. Teacher, I am afraid. Shui Linga timidly hid behind Mu Wanqing. Liu Shi felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding the affection shown by his wives. He cast a brief glance at the goodwill they held towards him. Among them, with the exception of Shui Linger, the lowest level of affection had already reached 80. Diana, it seemed, had somehow attained a perfect score of 100. Was it perhaps from last night? This genuine concern was undoubtedly heartfelt and could not be feigned in the slightest. Initially, Liu Shi truly intended to take a break, to rest for a few more days before venturing out again, particularly after the ordeal with the second-tier zombies. Liu Shi still harbored lingering fears. However, gazing at the numerous women who cared for her so deeply, along with their eyes filled with hope and trust, she felt a sense of warmth. Liu Shi found himself unable to adopt a laid-back approach. He felt a tinge of guilt associated with idleness, especially when reminiscing about the dream he had the previous night, which solidified his resolve. Venturing out into the world might present opportunities to rescue young maidens in need. The sooner he embarked on his journey, the greater the number of lives he could potentially save. This would consequently enhance his abilities at a swift pace, as remaining at home in idleness would yield little progress. Moreover, Mu Wanqing's situation in recent days has also been rather inconvenient. Fear not, for I, your devoted husband, am quite resilient. Who dares to challenge me? As Liu Shi spoke, he lunged towards several of his wives. However, the women intentionally evaded him, leaving Liu Shi to fall into an empty embrace. Here I come. Liu Shi's voice resonated like a thunderclap, shattering the tranquility of the night. The deliberately prolonged cadence bore a hint of mockery and defiance. Clad in an ornate robe, his collar fluttered gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a dashing scholar emerging from the scrolls of antiquity. He resembled the legendary, unruly King Zhou, adorned with a smirk of worldly indifference as he leisurely entered the impending revelry. The women, upon hearing his words, did not cease their playful antics. Rather, they laughed even more exuberantly, their laughter akin to flowers swaying in the wind. They scattered like startled deer, yet their movements were laced with a deliberate allure and enticement. Dressed in sheer gauze or resplendent brocade, each one possessed an innate beauty. Their laughter resplendent as they enacted a series of dances celebrating the themes of beauty and desire beneath the flickering lights. Liu Shi laughed heartily, his steps light as he weaved through the throngs of women. With each passage, he left behind a trail of joyous laughter and playful pouts from the ladies. His hand brushed gently against faces, some strikingly beautiful, others gracefully gentle. Yet in his eyes, there was not a hint of impropriety. Only a profound appreciation and admiration for the exquisite. Following a lavish breakfast, amidst the reluctant gazes of the numerous young ladies, Liu Shi leapt from the second floor and strode away. Tang Mingwu observed Liu Shi's receding figure and remarked to her companions, "Ah, have you all noticed that my husband seemed initially reluctant to leave?" Mu Wanqing, covering her mouth in astonishment, responded, "Are you suggesting that our earlier expressions of reluctance and pleas for him to stay influenced his decision to go out?" Tang Mingwu subtly nodded. "We genuinely intended for him to rest a few more days and spend quality time with us. Yet, we failed to consider his disposition, resulting in the opposite effect." Furrowing her brows, Mu Wanqing queried, "Are you implying that we should approach it from a different angle next time?" Tang Mingwu found herself momentarily speechless. It was then that Diana broke the awkwardness, leaning in with a conspiratorial air. "Ladies, allow me to share a little secret. Last night," she recounted the entire episode of soothing Liu Shi to sleep. Tang Mingwu and Mu Wanqing listened in astonishment, their mouths agape. Tang Mingwu concluded, "I feel that my husband is truly burdened, remarkably responsible, endearingly charming, and in dire need of affection." Mu Wanqing nodded in profound agreement, her understanding dawning. "So it can be approached this way?" Only Shui Linger, unperturbed, chimed in with a light-hearted remark. "So, according to Sister Nana, does that mean the teacher has a hint of rebellion? Isn't that rather akin to myself? Indeed, we are the most compatible pair." Tang Mingwu, Mu Wanqing, and Diana exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. "Yes, you and the teacher are truly the most suited," the young ladies echoed in unison. Liu Shi departed from the safety of the villa district, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. After ensuring his security, he leapt gracefully over the gate of the dormitory area and ventured forth. This time, Liu Shi's objective was the academic precinct of the university. The dormitory quarters of Jinghai University and the teaching zone were situated in two separate locales, divided by a bustling 16-lane thoroughfare. To the north lay the dormitory area, known colloquially among the students as the Northern Garden, while the teaching district resided to the south, referred to by the faculty as the Southern Garden. Previously, Liu Shi had cleared out the undead from the Northern Garden, yet he had yet to explore the Southern Garden and was uncertain if any survivors remained. The Southern Garden also boasted a cafeteria, a supermarket, and various convenience stores. As long as survivors found refuge in places with sustenance and water, they should not succumb to starvation. Roar, roar. As he traversed the path, Liu Shi effortlessly dispatched a few bothersome lower-level zombies. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Southern Garden, he discovered the security post deserted, the guard long gone. The alarm light atop the building continued to flicker weakly, yet it was incapable of producing any sound. Liu Shi continued his journey and arrived at the first edifice, the school library. This esteemed establishment houses the most renowned and invaluable foundational knowledge and theories from around the globe, encompassing a myriad of disciplines. As one of the largest structures within the entire campus, the library soars to a remarkable 12 stories. Each floor is composed of 4 interconnected buildings, forming a hollow square at its core. The library? A treasure indeed. Without uttering a word, Liu Shi swiftly cleared out the small shop on the first floor before making his way to the second floor of the library. The first floor of the library housed the small shop and the finance department, while the upper levels contained the collection of books. Liu Shi kicked open the grand door of the second floor library. It appeared to be utterly deserted, devoid even of the presence of zombies. Clearly, a place such as this library holds no allure even for the undead. What a lack of discernment! Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shi promptly gathered all the books from the second floor, including the bookshelves. The ember of civilization that humanity would one day rekindle must be preserved. Fortunately, he possessed ample space, ensuring that there was no fear of inadequacy. Subsequently, Liu Shi ascended to the third floor. If memory served him correctly, the third floor predominantly housed books for postgraduate entrance examinations, a place where many students often burned the midnight oil in preparation. Liu Shi kicked open the door. The listless zombies within seemed to have found their fervor, surging forth in a horde. How many of you are there, preparing for the graduate entrance examination? How infuriating. You are far too competitive. Liu Shi wielded his sword with such finesse that it resembled the effortless act of slicing vegetables, swiftly dispatching his foes with ease. He did not utter that they had erred in their actions. Rather, it was simply a matter of timing. Whom could one blame? Such a casual display of skill required neither the employment of metallic abilities nor mental prowess. Subsequently, he tidied up the books on the 3rd floor and continued his ascent to the 4th, ultimately reaching the 12th floor. In a span of little over half an hour, Liu Shi had thoroughly plundered the library. Along the way, he encountered a few oblivious ordinary zombies, which he effortlessly eliminated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for casually exterminating 80 zombies, earning 80 attribute points. This modest gain in attributes was hardly significant. Next, he intended to venture to the office building. Although it was the holiday season, it was certain that some would remain on campus. Yet, one could only wonder if any colleagues still lived. Speaking of the office building, Liu Shi felt a surge of pent-up anger from the original owner's memories. A long-buried recollection flooded his mind. Liu Shi's workplace was located in the sports district of Biyuan. Although there was also an office space in Nanyuan, every time Liu Shi visited, he would be teased by other teachers. Liu, why aren't you staying in the sports district? What brings you to the office? Could it be that the Vice Dean's office has become untidy again? I reckon it must be the restroom that's messy, prompting you to come here. Haha. The original Liu Shi wore a foolish smile, unwilling to retort. Especially the Vice Dean, who always wore a cheeky expression, would bellow upon seeing Liu Shi. Commanding him to sweep and mop the floors. Liu Shi, come here and clean the floor of my room. And while you're at it, fetch me a cup of tea. Had they forgotten that I also have an office space here? Moreover, I am not a janitor, but rather a legitimate university professor. Oh. Although I am a physical education teacher. Liu initially attempted to decline the Vice Dean's request. Vice Dean, I still have work to attend to. Could you perhaps ask the cleaning staff to handle the sweeping? Oh, Teacher Liu, how audacious of you. Is it that even I cannot persuade you? No wonder your colleagues speak of your difficult demeanor. It appears to hold some truth. Recently, there have been some changes in the school's positions. Are you perhaps considering a transfer to the security department? Liu Shi's lips twitched. You certainly have a way with words. To put it nicely, the security department is indeed the security department. To put it less graciously, they are merely the school's guards. Teachers and security personnel operate on entirely different planes. Who among educators would willingly stoop to the role of a guard? Even a physical education teacher enjoys a certain prestige. Ultimately, the original owner had no choice but to yield to the other's intimidation. Vice Dean, what you say is quite unreasonable. I shall attend to it at once. Sweeping is my forte. And do not forget to attend to the corridors and restrooms as well. The Vice Dean departed with an impassive expression, leaving behind a remark that pierced through defenses. Just the thought of it, Liu Shi couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How awkward it is to be alive in the shoes of the original owner. Yet, perhaps this encapsulates the most authentic portrayal of many university professors, regardless of the setting. There exists a hierarchy akin to a food chain. Those perched at the pinnacle of this pyramid tend to habitually exert their authority over others. The title of vice is indeed well-deserved. The faculty office building stands as a magnificent 20-story edifice, adorned splendidly at its entrance. On the 3rd floor, Liu Shi forcefully kicked open the door to one of the teachers' offices. To his surprise, it was utterly devoid of any human presence. However, numerous potted plants adorned the room, which Liu Shi promptly gathered. From the 3rd floor to the 7th, he encountered not a single living soul. Instead, he managed to collect a considerable amount of office supplies. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies wandered the corridors, their tattered clothing revealing them to be former teachers of the school, individuals Liu Shi was well acquainted with. In a gesture of gratitude for their previous indifference, he sought to honor their memory. Liu Shi bestowed upon them a swift and decisive strike, and continued to ascend. Liu Shi looked up and saw the 12th floor. The 12th floor, which was indeed the location of the original occupant's workstation, housed a multitude of instructors from the dance, music, and arts departments. Among them were both men and women, each a striking beauty in their own right. Notably, there was a particular female dance instructor who left an indelible impression on Liu Shi. It was said that she was a national team rhythmic gymnastics athlete, a former Olympic champion, and had achieved Grand Slams in various competitions. Standing at an impressive height of 172 centimeters, her flexibility was exceptional. A simple split would elicit gasps of admiration. What made her allure even more captivating was not only her stunning physique, but also her extraordinary beauty. Regrettably, at the tender age of 19, she was forced to retire due to an injury, subsequently taking on the role of an ordinary dance instructor at Jinghai University. However, her misfortune became a boon for many. Upon her arrival, she quickly garnered attention for her astonishing looks and figure, earning the title of the most beautiful instructor at Jinghai University. Her name even echoed across various universities in Jinghai, and she frequently encountered admirers, including wealthy scions seeking her affection. Even the 62-year-old vice president, who was well past his prime, could be found daily on the 12th floor. Of course, Liu Shi, the original occupant, was among her many admirers. Whenever he had no classes, he would linger at his workstation, attempting to make his presence felt. Unfortunately, each time he attempted to encounter her, he was intercepted by the vice president, resulting in nothing more than sweeping floors and cleaning restrooms. However, there was indeed one memorable occasion when Liu Shi had a fleeting encounter with her. That day, while he was cleaning the women's restroom, crouched down scrubbing the floor, she happened to enter and flashed him a gentle smile. This fleeting moment became etched in Liu Shi's memory forever. Liu Shi could not help but feel a parching thirst, his throat constricting slightly. Such an exquisite treasure must be obtained. Liu Shi approached the threshold of the office, hesitating momentarily on whether to open the door immediately. Should he open it, how would he comport himself in her presence? He could sense that there were indeed individuals inside, and not merely one. The role of a sycophant was no longer an option. If necessary, he would resort to forceful entry. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu Shi tightened his grip on the doorknob and turned it to the left. Click. Liu Shi harnessed his metallic abilities to successfully open the door. As the door gradually revealed a narrow gap, a brilliant light began to illuminate the dark corridor, akin to the dawn of hope. Within Liu Shi's heart, an anticipation brewed as he vaguely perceived shadows shifting within the doorway. Suddenly, he felt a chill wash over his face. A jet of water unexpectedly splashed against him. However, this stream posed little harm to Liu Shi, scarcely qualifying as an injury. It merely provided a refreshing sensation. As the door gradually creaked open, Liu Shi beheld a tableau of astonished expressions within the room, all fixated upon him. One individual brandished a chair, raised high as if to deliver a lethal blow. Another wielded a baseball bat of unknown origin, lying in ambush beside the doorway, caught in Liu Shi's gaze. Additionally, someone held a keyboard defensively in front of their chest, seemingly intent on using it as a shield. Liu Shi instinctively licked his lips, savoring the lingering sweetness of the water. However, to the onlookers, the scene appeared utterly bizarre. For a moment, everyone was left in shock. The man and two women inside the room were at a loss for how to react. Liu Shi was the first to break the silence, greeting them with a warm smile. "Hello, everyone. Do you remember me?" Liu Shi, the male teacher, holding a chair, was the first to set down his weapon, his voice trembling with disbelief. "It's me. How have you all been?" Liu Shi replied graciously, maintaining his composure. Meanwhile, the female teacher, Liang Jing, with a baseball bat in hand, stiffened momentarily before sternly rebuking, "Why are you still standing there? Come in, quickly." Liu Shi, belatedly realizing the situation, responded with a simple, "Oh." He then proceeded to enter, while the reactions of the other two were rather subdued. Liang Jing swiftly closed the door, and the others hurriedly pushed a table against it, occasionally uttering curses. "Damn it, the doorknob is broken. How infuriating." Liu Shi entered the room and began to survey his surroundings. Although there was clearly a lingering presence, he could only discern 3 individuals. After taking a few steps, he indeed uncovered the existence of another person concealed behind the table. Without a keen eye, one could easily overlook their presence. Liu Shi turned his gaze and was met with another breathtaking sight. Both parties expressed their astonishment. Song Dodo? Liu Shi? Unlike their previous encounter when Liu Shi was beneath and the goddess above, this time Liu Shi occupied the superior position while the goddess stood below. Indeed, her name was Song Dodo, a name quite unremarkable, even somewhat peculiar. Why choose such an odd name, one that conjures images of blemishes? Yet, the fact that she was alive was a delightful surprise. Her presence here was an unexpected marvel. Even more astonishing to Liu Shi was the revelation that she knew his name. "You know my name?" Liu Shi inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Song Dodo rose and perched herself upon the table, her legs, nearly a meter in length, on full display. Clad in form-fitting dark yoga pants and a rather modest athletic top, her figure was accentuated exquisitely. She was breathtakingly beautiful. "Your workstation is directly across from mine. It would be impossible not to know. I never anticipated you were still alive." We were just discussing how many survivors there might be. Indeed. I never expected you all to still be alive. Upon Liu Shi's utterance, a palpable awkwardness enveloped the room. It was indeed a moment of unvarnished honesty. Just then, Liu heard the rumbling of a male teacher's stomach nearby. Liang Jing, too, clutched her abdomen, languidly seated in her office chair, appearing utterly dejected. Another female teacher stood frozen in place, still processing the situation, her hands resting on the keyboard that lay across her chest, evoking a mix of amusement and exasperation. To be candid, this particular female teacher bore no need for such a shield, for behind the keyboard lay not tumultuous waves, but rather a barren wasteland. It was utterly uninviting, compounded by her appearance, which was difficult to articulate. She did not seem to belong in this office at all. Liu Shi had no recollection of her whatsoever. Seeing that everyone was famished, Song Daodu hurriedly consoled, "Dear teachers, do not fret. Let us first quench our thirst with some water before devising a plan." Subsequently, Song Daodu conjured 2 cups of clear water out of thin air and presented them before the 2 teachers. Liu Shi's gaze sharpened. Supernatural ability? Water manipulation? The male instructor courteously lifted the glass of water and consumed it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, Liang Jing appeared somewhat reluctant, voicing her discontent. "Teacher Zhang, we have been consuming nothing but water. This is hardly a sustainable solution. What shall we do next?" "Indeed," Song Daodu remarked with a hint of exasperation as she glanced at Liu Shi and the unattractive girl beside him. She then produced 2 additional glasses of water, asking, "Liu Shi, Shali, would you care for some as well?" Liu Shi responded with a smile, intentionally brushing against the back of the goddess's hand while reaching for his cup. "Thank you. Was the water that splashed on my face just now this subtly sweet?" Liu Shi inquired. Indeed, Song Dodo's expression was somewhat flustered. Moments ago, she had mistaken it for a zombie and unleashed her water-based abilities in an attack, only to discover that it had no effect whatsoever. The realization was profoundly disheartening. How much longer could they endure in such dire circumstances? She saw through their predicament. Liu Shi produced a sausage, placing it upon the table and inquired, "I have a sausage here. Who among you desires it?" No sooner had he relinquished it than a male teacher nearby swiftly seized it. He tore open the packaging and devoured it with great voracity, appearing rather disheveled yet exuding a certain ferocity. In contrast, Song Daodu and Liang Jing were taken aback, yet felt it inappropriate to comment further. After finishing the sausage, the male teacher rose, draping his arm over Liu Shi's shoulder and remarked, "Teacher Liu, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Let us proceed over there. I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." Liu Shi, intrigued by the situation, approached like an eager novice. He arrived at a secluded corner of the office, several meters away from Song Dodo and her companions, ensuring that their hushed conversation remained unheard. The male teacher, standing on tiptoe, leaned closer to Liu Shi's ear and expressed, "Liu Lao Shi, your arrival is remarkably timely. I am truly grateful to you." Liu Shi understood that there would undoubtedly be a convoluted discussion ahead, so he decided it was better to speak candidly. He urged, "Teacher Yu, please refrain from beating around the bush. If you have something to say, just say it plainly." Teacher Yu was taken aback, casting a startled glance at Liu Shi, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. However, he resolutely declared, "In that case, I shall speak plainly. Teacher Liu, in this apocalyptic world, the rules have vanished. Do you not wish to experience the pleasures of Song Dodo?" As he spoke, Teacher Yu's gaze lewdly drifted towards Song Dodo. Liu Shi followed Teacher Yu's gaze. Undeniably, Song Dodo was indeed a woman of perfection. Even her profile radiated beauty. As if sensing the attention of the two, Song Dodo turned slightly, her brows furrowing in mild curiosity. Both Teacher Yu and Liu Shi quickly averted their gaze, feeling a mix of awkwardness and surprise. Teacher Yu swallowed hard and continued to inquire, "So, what do you think? Are you interested?" Liu Shi jestingly inquired, "What shall we do if we are interested?" At this moment, Teacher Yu revealed a fierce countenance, gritting his teeth as he murmured, "We shall neither retreat nor relent, in this place where neither heaven nor earth responds. Let us carry out our plan. Once accomplished, should we grow weary of it, we can even feast upon her flesh to aid us in overcoming this difficult predicament. Thus, you shall first restrain Liang Jing and that unattractive woman, while I will deal with Song Dodo. Once I succeed, it will be your turn. What do you say?" Liu Shi wore a serious expression, betraying no hint of anger, yet seemingly dissatisfied as he inquired, "Why did you not undertake this task yourself earlier?" Teacher Yu, with a look of resignation, sighed, "In the past, I faced them alone, lacking the confidence to confront the 3 of them. Now that you are here, As long as we join forces, neither Liangjing nor Song Dodo shall evade our grasp. Liu Shi glanced at Teacher Yu, a satisfied expression adorning his face after delivering his remarks, which he found amusing. He continued to jest, Liangjing, you desire her as well? She is a woman in her 30s. Is that not a tad too mature? Liu Shi had yet to finish his words when he was interrupted by Teacher Yu. Young man, you seem to be unaware of something. As far as I know, Liangjing, despite being in her 30s, remains single and is rumored to be a virgin. Just think about it, after all these years. A woman of such status must possess remarkable restraint. When she finally unleashes her emotions, it could be quite overwhelming. Upon finishing, Teacher Yu drifted into a reverie, his face lighting up with a smile. He was a man in his 40s, having just crossed into middle age, yet his playful spirit was unexpectedly strong. Beneath his cultured and refined exterior lurked such baseness and ferocity, leaving Liu Shi feeling inferior. That may be so, but is this truly the right path? Liu pondered aloud. How about this? I will first distract Song Dodo and the unattractive girl, while you take your chance with Liangjing. If you succeed, we can devise a more comprehensive plan. Liu Shi put forth his suggestion. Teacher Yu, upon reflection, found the notion quite illuminating. That does seem feasible. Good things are always worth waiting for. After solidifying their mischievous scheme, the two returned, their faces adorned with smiles. Upon seeing Liu Shi's return, Song Dodo hastily inquired in a hushed tone, what were you two discussing just now? It seemed rather clandestine. Liu Shi leaned down, his breath warm against Song Dodo's ear, whispering furtively for a spell, causing her expression to fluctuate dramatically, her complexion alternating between a rosy hue and a pallid shade. Her small eyes darted about, reflecting a profound astonishment. Is this truly the case? Song Dodo retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Liu Shi offered no verbal response, merely nodding slightly. None of the others perceived any irregularity in the situation. After conferring with Liu Shi, Teacher Yu advanced directly towards Liangjing. At that moment, Liangjing was teetering on the brink of hunger, her mind utterly indifferent to her surroundings. Teacher Yu approached her from behind, casting a glance at Liu Shi that signaled readiness for action. Liu Shi also nodded slightly. Teacher Yu, no longer hesitating, produced a rope from seemingly nowhere and swiftly tightened it around Liangjing's neck. Instantly seized by terror, Liangjing grasped the rope tightly with both hands, exclaiming, Liu Shi, what do you intend to do? Release me at once. This is no jest. A jest? Consider it merely a jest. Do not waste your strength in futile struggles. Soon enough, you will find comfort. Liu Shi revealed a twisted expression. As he spoke, he secured Liangjing firmly to the chair, leaving her startled and utterly immobile. She quickly cast a pleading glance towards Song Dodo and Liu Shi, noticing Song Dodo's intention to assist her, only to be restrained by Liu Shi's firm grip on her shoulder. The frail, unattractive girl hastened forward, indignantly rebuking, Liu Shi, what are you doing? Release Teacher Liang at once. What am I doing? Patience, my dears. First, allow you to witness a splendid performance. Liu Teacher, I kindly ask you to keep a close watch on them, ensuring they do not disturb my refined enjoyment. Liu Shi swiftly pulled the ugly woman behind him. Liu Shi, with a satisfied glance at Liangjing, smiled and said, Teacher Liang, would you care to experience the pleasures of womanhood? Here I come. Just as Liu Shi finished speaking, he lunged towards Liangjing. However, before he could make contact, the world around him suddenly spun. A headless corpse materialized before his eyes, strikingly familiar, with blood gushing from its neck. Moments later, darkness enveloped him. A voice echoed, unmistakably Liu Shi's, a beast in human clothing. Not worth mourning. Ah! They exclaimed in shock. Liangjing and the ugly woman screamed in disbelief. Blood from Liu Shi splattered across Liangjing's face, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Compounded by the fact that she was bound, her body contorted awkwardly. The rope's positioning added a layer of humiliation to her predicament. Only Song Dodo maintained a grave expression. Subsequently, Liu Shi felt a sudden chill on his face, with a sense of helplessness. He wiped the traces of water from his visage and said to Song Dodo, might you refrain from splashing water on my face at every turn? Song Dodo feigned anger, turning her face away, and retorted playfully, Humph. You are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. Subsequently, Liu Shi felt an itch on his scalp and turned to look back, only to discover that the unattractive girl had struck herself with the keyboard. Liu Shi wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is there not a single rational person in this room? After a brief moment, Liangjing finally came to her senses and said, Liu Shi, thank you for rescuing me. Could you please untie me first? Liu Shi smiled slightly, saying, you look rather charming bound like this. Liangjing was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering, you. She then lowered her gaze to her contorted form, instantly flushing with embarrassment. Stop joking around and untie me at once. Liu Shi gently flicked the tip of his sword, causing the ropes to snap simultaneously at several points. It was only then that Liang Jing regained her freedom, swiftly wiping away the blood that had splattered across her face. She expressed her gratitude, saying, regardless of the circumstances, "I sincerely thank you. There's no need for thanks. Quickly have some food. We must leave this place," Liu Shi replied, placing several pieces of bread and a few bottles of water on the table, which elicited expressions of astonishment from the three women. This soon transformed into a wave of exuberance. Food. There was food. Liang Jing and the plain-looking woman eagerly bit into the bread, showering him with thanks. Conversely, Song Do retained a semblance of her former composure. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, "Liu Shi, from where did you procure this food?" "I picked it up from the convenience store on my way here," he answered. "Given that the streets are teeming with zombies, how can you still venture out recklessly?" Song Do questioned, her expression a mix of confusion as she feigned a gesture to spray him with water. Liu Shi hastily raised his hand to shield himself, stating, "Because I am quite formidable, eat quickly. I will lead you away shortly. By the way, when did you awaken your water manipulation abilities?" Song Do observed the two girls devouring their food and ceased her insistence. She picked up a piece of bread and took a gentle bite, continuing, "I am not entirely sure. A couple of days ago, there was an incident outside, and we were too afraid to venture out. After we shut the door, we could see through the window that many had transformed into zombies. It was during that time that I inexplicably discovered my ability to control water." "Ah, splendid. Your power will prove invaluable in this apocalyptic era. Henceforth, you shall be our water supply." Song Do pondered this remark, a radiant smile gracing her face. Regaining her focus, Liu Shi inquired about the identity of the unattractive girl, only to learn that she was Song Do's personal assistant, Xiao Li. Though not conventionally beautiful, she was exceptionally meticulous and capable. Liu Shi merely shrugged in indifference. A few minutes later, after the girls had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Liu Shi forcefully kicked open the office door, turning back to declare, "We shall proceed." The three girls were taken aback, but with the door now gone, they had no choice but to follow. Simultaneously, they marveled at Liu Shi's strength. Is it typical for a physical education teacher to possess such power? Upon reaching the stairwell, Liu Shi continued his ascent. It was then that Song Do sensed something was amiss and urgently inquired, "Liu Shi, are we not leaving this place? Why are we going upwards? We shall sweep through this building first before departing. There may be others in need of assistance, just like you, right?" Song Do nodded, though a lingering feeling of unease persisted. The others quickly followed suit. Along the way, Liu Shi encountered several zombies, effortlessly dispatching each with a single stroke. This revelation allowed the three girls to recognize the extent of his prowess. No wonder he dared to charge recklessly outside. He indeed possessed remarkable skill. Their previously anxious hearts began to relax, albeit slightly. Liu Shi not only dared to charge recklessly outside, but he also exhibited the same audacity within. His heart raced with anticipation as he encountered primarily zombies along the way, and Liu Shi amassed a considerable number of attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying 25 zombies, earning 25 attribute points. Soon, they arrived at the top floor, with only one more level remaining, which housed the offices of the higher-ups. Song Do hesitated at the stairway entrance. Liu Shi nodded affirmatively. "We must go." "Why not? If anyone is present, we shall seek revenge for our grievances." The three women then resolutely nodded in agreement, following Liu Shi. Through his sensing abilities, Liu Shi assessed the entire floor and discovered no zombies, but rather the presence of humans. He pinpointed the Vice Dean's office, confirming that there were indeed individuals inside, more than one. A thrilling spectacle was about to unfold. Bang! The door to the Vice Dean's office was forcefully kicked open. What greeted their eyes was an astonishing sight. Two women huddled together in the corner of the office, seemingly terrified, yet the Vice Dean was nowhere to be found. Initially, the two women were frightened. However, upon seeing Liu Shi and his companions, their fear transformed into joy. "Help! Please save us. Finally, someone has come. We beg you to rescue us." The two women hastily knelt before Liu Shi, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Wait. Why does the plot seem a bit off? Just the two of you? Where's the Vice Dean?" Liu Shi inquired in a calm tone. One of the women quickly interjected, "A couple of days ago, the Vice Dean summoned us, claiming he wished to discuss some matters. However, we never anticipated that chaos would erupt outside when we arrived at his office. We never even saw him." "Boo-hoo. I see. Then, please continue to wait. Liu Shi replied. Upon finishing his words, Liu Shi turned to leave. According to his observations and the system's prompts, these two women were not to be underestimated. Their sudden appearance at the vice president's office, adorned in flamboyant attire, was quite telling, although they were passably attractive. The frequency of their encounters had left Liu Shi feeling somewhat nauseated. Ah, please don't go. We beg you to take us with you. The two women implored repeatedly. Song Daodu, unable to bear their plight, stepped forward to intercede. Liu Shi, since fate has brought you together, why not lend a helping hand and rescue them? Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Upon hearing someone advocate for them, the women's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as they awaited Liu Shi's response. Liu Shi turned around, gently cradling Song Dodo's delicate visage, and with a teasing expression remarked, I do not refuse. This statement left everyone momentarily taken aback. Particularly Liang Jing, who stood behind Song Dodo, her body trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Xiaoli, who was beside Song Dodo, lowered her head in silence, appearing somewhat dejected. Among them all, she felt the least attractive, fearing she lacked even the qualifications to serve as a mere chambermaid. If Liu Shi's words were to be taken to heart, did that imply she was indeed the most undesirable? This overwhelming train of thought sent her into a state of panic, prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Song Dodo, hoping to bask in her radiance. For a moment, Song Dodo herself was at a loss. Did Liu Shi's intention in saving her stem from an admiration for her? But how could she accept such a notion? Humph. Song Dodo feigned anger, turning away in silence. In contrast, the two kneeling women hurriedly approached, striking flirtatious poses as they implored, No, we are not refuse. We are attractive and possess admirable figures. And we are university students, still quite youthful. If you would only consider it, we could be of service to you. Yes, just by taking us with you. You would experience the privileges typically reserved for an associate dean. Liu Shi cast a disdainful glance at them, her expression replete with contempt. You too. I truly lack the fortune to endure your presence. Dodo, let us depart. As her words fell, Liang Jing swiftly matched her pace, arriving at Liu Shi's side. While Xiaoli attempted to advance, but found that Song Dodo remained unmoved. Under pressure, she reluctantly nudged Song Dodo, urging her to leave. Yet, Song Dodo remained resolute, wearing a petulant expression. She challenged, They are living beings, since we have crossed paths and you possess the ability. Why can't you save them? They are not villains. Possessing the ability does not obligate me to intervene. Have you considered inquiring about their relationship with the vice principal? Song Dodo's gaze shifted toward the two young women, leaving them momentarily taken aback. Was this an admission of an unacknowledged connection? We have no ties with the vice principal. It is merely a pure relationship between students and a teacher. Indeed, we are innocent. Liu Shi shook his head. You are not foolish. Your ability to adapt and navigate the winds of change is exceptional. Should you rise to power in the future, it would indeed be remarkable. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that if I do not rescue them, Song Dodo will likely stubbornly refuse to leave. Yet, with such worthless individuals, they would merely squander rice. Perhaps I should grant them a swift end? With this thought, the sword in Liu Shi's hand was already eager, itching to move. Nevertheless, it is evident that they are not guilty. Even if they resort to trading their bodies for advancement, in times of peace, it does not warrant a death sentence. If I were to act now, it would not be impossible. Yet, I fear it would tarnish my hands. Just then, Liu Shi stifled his breath. Having noticed several zombies approaching, he grasped Liang Jing's hand and turned to leave, urging, Song Daodu, I advise you to follow us. The zombies are drawing near. As for those who are irrelevant, their fate is sealed. You. Song Daodu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Liang Jing was elated. Her gamble had paid off. Following closely behind Liu Shi, she felt enveloped in a sense of security, watching Liu Shi depart while the distant zombies began their advance. Xiaoli panicked, realizing she could not escape on her own. It was utterly impossible for her to keep pace with Liu Shi alone, abandoned by Song Daodu. She felt inferior, as if she were less than refuse in Liu Shi's presence. Yet, dear aunt, why haven't you left? The zombies were imminent. Xiaoli was now thoroughly anxious. She grabbed Song Daodu and trailed after Liu Shi, calling out, Teacher Liu, wait for us. Xiaoli. Song Daodu, helpless, was half-heartedly pulled along. The two women who had knelt on the ground hurriedly followed suit, yet they dared not cry out or ask others to wait for them. Liu Shi departed from the office building, a sense of emptiness gnawing at his heart as he realized he had been unable to confront the vice dean, leaving him feeling somewhat stifled. My dear vice dean, where have you vanished to? The goddess Song Dodo's contrary stance also irked him, suggesting that this woman was in dire need of motivation. Lu Shi, where shall we venture next? Liang Jing gazed at the man before her, already captivated by his formidable presence. After 30 years of waiting, it seemed her patience had not been in vain. She had finally encountered her beloved, only to discover he was so youthful and handsome. Aside from my purity, it appears I possess nothing worthy of him. Liu Shi gazed at Liang Jing, who increasingly captivated his attention. She bore no makeup, her lips naturally tinted with a rosy hue, and her hairstyle was utterly unremarkable. At first glance, she did not possess an extraordinary beauty. Her skin was merely a shade fairer, and her attire was quite modest, concealing the contours of her figure. Unexpectedly, she embodied a dignified elegance, one that revealed its allure the more one looked. Furthermore, moments earlier in the office building, she had graciously invited Liu Shi inside, significantly enhancing his impression of her. Wherever I go, you shall follow. Liu Shi lowered his head and claimed her first kiss. There was no urgency to enhance his strength at this moment. He could wait until evening or return to the safe house. However, that did not prevent him from indulging in a little pleasure first. Liang Jing felt slightly dizzy and breathless. Behind them, Song Dodo and Xiaoli hurried to catch up, witnessing the scene. Their minds went blank. Liang Jing and Liu Shi. Xiaoli, unable to find the right words, felt a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Song Dodo crossed her arms, averted her gaze, and muttered angrily to herself, "Humph, a scoundrel." After a long pause, Liu Shi, with Liang Jing nearly breathless, headed towards the cafeteria in search of sustenance. "Come, let us see if there are any treasures to be found in the dining hall." The four women trailing behind maintained a respectful distance. Along the way, Liu Shi deftly dispatched a few zombies, encountering no formidable adversaries. After a brief span of several minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the South Courtyard cafeteria. The doors were firmly shut, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, yet wisps of smoke wafted from the chimney. The scent of cooking. Liu Shi and Liang Jing arrived at the entrance of the Nanyuan cafeteria. Following closely behind were Song Dodo and Xiaoli, maintaining a distance of several meters between the two groups, while the other two women stood a bit further away. The surrounding environment appeared relatively safe, as all visible zombies had been dealt with by Liu Shi. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Shi knocked on the cafeteria door, yet there was no response within. The entrance was clearly under surveillance, allowing those inside to observe the situation at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Liu Shi knocked again, yet there was still no response. He then shouted, "Is anyone there? If there is no one, I shall force my way in." Inside, there remained an utter silence. Liu Shi ceased his idle chatter, motioning for Liang Jing to step back slightly before swinging his sword in a decisive slash. With a resounding crash, the steel door fell. Who dares to intrude upon this place? A fierce shout commanded the attention of all present. Liu Shi looked up and was surprised to see a robust man clad in a security uniform. "Ah, it turns out there is someone here." Liu Shi rarely displayed a smile upon his face. This was a rather perilous indication. It seemed that someone was destined for misfortune. Indeed, it was someone, namely, you. How outrageous. You have truly vandalized the door. What? Someone has genuinely damaged the door? Where? As the words were spoken, several uniformed security personnel arrived at the scene. Some attempted to lift the door and reassemble it, while others searched for tools to remedy the situation. The leader among them brandished a cleaver from the kitchen, casting a fierce glare at Liu Shi. "You there, where do you hail from? Do you have any idea whose territory this is?" "Me? I am merely an unarmed physical education teacher at the school. This is the cafeteria of Jinghai University's South Campus. You ask where I belong?" Liu Shi replied with nonchalance. "Oh, a physical education teacher? Haha." The burly man laughed heartily, and the security personnel behind him joined in, seemingly relieved. A mere physical education teacher posed no threat. Just then, a young man stepped forward and whispered to the burly leader, "Boss, I have seen him. He is indeed one of our school's teachers." The burly man finally relaxed and nodded, reassured by the confirmation of Liu Shi's identity. He then called out to Liu Shi, "So, you're a physical education teacher, are you? This place is now under our control. You'd best leave at once, or I shall not be so courteous." "Leave? The ones who should depart are you." Liu Shi had already discerned the situation. This group of security personnel must be the outsourced guards previously hired by the security department of Jinghai University. Seizing the opportunity amidst the apocalypse, they had audaciously occupied the canteen, transforming it into their stronghold. It was likely that the interior had devolved into a den of debauchery. Kid, don't provoke us. You are damaging our entrance. The burly man had yet to finish his sentence when his gaze fell upon Song Daodu, standing behind Liu Shi. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with recognition. The name of the goddess, Song Daodu, was known far and wide, especially among a group of idle security guards. Song Daodu? The burly man exclaimed, drawing the attention of all present. Numerous guards followed his line of sight, only to see Song Daodu exhibiting a hint of trepidation, her complexion becoming markedly uneasy. Brother, it truly is Song Daodu, my goddess, and she is here, exclaimed a nearby lackey, his excitement surpassing that of a child seeing their mother, as he began to dance in jubilation. Should decide by the burly man, he was scorned, useless fool. The burly man then strode past Liu Shi towards Song Daodu. As she beheld the imposing figure approaching her, adorned with stubble and a brutish demeanor, her expression tightened. Instinctively, she glanced at Liu Shi. Before Liu Shi could respond, the burly man reached her side and said, Teacher Daodu, what a surprise to see you here. It's dangerous outside. Quickly, come to our safe house. We have food. Song Daodu appeared distressed. The burly man, while outwardly polite, possessed an authoritative tone, and his lascivious gaze was unmistakably inscribed upon his face. It was evident he was on the verge of making a move. Song Daodu was no fool. She understood that entering would likely lead to circumstances she vehemently wished to avoid. Presently, the only one capable of extricating her from this predicament was undoubtedly Liu Shi. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Daodu quickly shielded Shaoli, knowing her own appearance would not attract undue attention. She hurried towards Liu Shi, then, dismissing a forlorn Shaoli, she grasped Liu Shi's arm tightly, turning back to declare, Thank you, but my boyfriend is here. I am not going anywhere. The burly man turned back, his expression one of disbelief. The other guards had also gathered around, their faces etched with fury. Liu Shi disregarded the encirclement of the crowd and leaned in to whisper in Song Daodu's ear, Teacher Song Daodu, may I inquire when I became your boyfriend? I seem to be unaware of it myself. With an expression of helplessness, Song Daodu, both exasperated and indignant, tugged at his arm forcefully, yet oddly held on even tighter. Refusing to let go, Liu Shi gazed at the once proud goddess who had lost her confidence. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips as he whispered, I am your boyfriend. You said so yourself. Do not deny it when the moment arises. This provoked Song Daodu, who stamped her feet in frustration, yet found herself powerless. You brat, release my goddess, or I shall not spare you. The burly man could no longer tolerate the sight of his goddess in proximity to another man, particularly in this apocalyptic realm overrun by zombies, where he had reigned as a self-proclaimed emperor for several days. He would not tolerate disobedience. Any man who defied him would face death, and as for women, they would be disposed of once they had served their purpose. Indeed, release our goddess, and we may grant you a swift end. The other security guards shouted in anger. Oh, what if I refuse? Liu Shi replied in a calm tone, devoid of any emotional inflection. Brothers, attack. The burly man could no longer contain his fury and was ready to act. Kill. Kill. A handful of security guards charged forward, causing Song Daodu to instinctively seek refuge in Liu Shi's embrace. Liu Shi did not wield the sword of victory. Instead, he dispatched the approaching security personnel with a swift kick, sending them flying several meters away, motionless and their fate uncertain. The burly man was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that he was utterly incapable of handling such prowess. Recognizing Liu Shi as a formidable opponent, the man's eyes darted nervously, and he hastily altered his demeanor, exclaiming, It's a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding, esteemed teacher. Please, cease your assault. Liu Shi casually wrapped his arm around Song Daodu's slender waist and remarked with a hint of meaning. Oh, how has it turned into a misunderstanding once more? Just a moment ago, your words were quite different. The burly man found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Though he possessed a certain shamelessness, he had yet to master the art of it to perfection. Liu Shi disregarded the reactions of the burly men and the security personnel, perceiving them as no different from the deceased. Instead, he turned to Song Daodu and inquired, Teacher Song, may I ask you, should these individuals be saved or eliminated? Song Daodu curled her lips in response. It's entirely up to you. Liu Shi then gestured towards the two women who had been trailing them. Song Daodu hesitated for a moment, turning her head away, reluctant to provide an answer. This was the last semblance of dignity she could maintain. She too had her pride. By remaining silent, it was tantamount to relinquishing her stance. Thus, let Liu Shi decide their fate. Women. Liu Shi gently turned his head, his eyes reflecting a disdain for life, and coldly addressed the burly man. "Give me a reason not to kill you." The strong man's gaze flickered, unsure of how to respond. Enraged, he shouted, "I'll fight you to the death." Gripping the bone-slicing knife tightly, he suddenly rose and swung it towards Liu Shi, aiming for an element of surprise. He could not believe that the chasm between individuals could truly be so vast, even if one were a martial artist. In a desperate struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. However, he had clearly miscalculated. Before the blade could even approach Liu Shi, defeat was already inevitable. Liu Shi had seized his wrist with an iron grip. No matter how hard he tried, he found himself utterly immobilized, a chilling sense of impending death washing over him, causing his complexion to pale. In a moment of desperation, his other hand drew a sharp dagger from his waist and lunged forward, aiming directly for Liu Shi's abdomen. Should the dagger find its mark, it would not only threaten Liu Shi's life but also cripple his ability to fight, an attack not to be underestimated. Yet, Liu Shi did not regard this move with any seriousness. With a subtle flick of his fingers, he effortlessly disarmed the burly man, sending the knife clattering to the ground. He then seized the man's right hand and yanked it downward, effectively blocking the oncoming threat from the left hand wielding the dagger. In a moment of sheer peril, the burly man's right hand inadvertently shielded him from his own left-handed assault, causing the dagger to crash to the floor with a resounding thud. The burly man felt as though he were striking himself, an exceedingly bizarre sensation. Yet, amidst his incredulous gaze, Liu Shi executed this entire sequence of actions with remarkable finesse. Astonishingly, Liu Shi remained steadfast, not having moved an inch, his composure as unyielding as a mountain, exuding an air of nonchalance that was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Was he even human? How could he be so swift? In the midst of the burly man's bewildered panic, Liu Shi had already seized him by the neck with one hand. The man felt his body slipping from his control, gradually being lifted off the ground until his toes barely grazed the floor. How could this be? The strength of a single hand could not possibly be so immense. What kind of monster was he? As the specter of death loomed closer, the burly man fought desperately. His hands pressed against his chest in a futile attempt to pry Liu Shi's fingers from his throat. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. As a wave of suffocation washed over him, in a moment of desperation, he found himself pleading, "Spare me my life." Liu Shi gazed at the expression of despair and terror on the other's face, unmoved, as he exerted a slight pressure with his fingers. A crisp snap echoed in the air as the burly man's neck broke, his eyes rolling back, his limbs falling limply, lifeless. The remaining security guards, witnessing this gruesome scene, hastily fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. With their leader dead, how could they, mere minions, possibly stand a chance? "Please, sir, spare us. Do not take my life," they cried. "Have mercy. I beg you, do not kill me." Liu Shi cast the robust man's lifeless body aside, sending it sprawling several meters away, as if discarding a trivial piece of refuse. The figure lay twisted upon the ground, contorted beyond recognition. Yet his expression remained one of lingering terror, eyes wide open in death, fixed intently upon the onlookers. A few security guards glanced at the gruesome sight, involuntarily swallowing hard. Their throats constricted with apprehension. They feared that they might be the next victims. Though they harbored thoughts of resistance, their legs felt weak, rendered powerless by a paralyzing dread. At that moment, Song Dao stifled her pride, her countenance shifting through a spectrum of emotions. How could he be so resolute? His demeanor suggested that taking a life was as effortless as partaking in a meal, his emotions unruffled. What manner of person is he? How can he maintain such composure? Could it be that he had shown restraint earlier, out of consideration for me? The thought struck her, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Does he harbor feelings for me? Meanwhile, Shaoli, trembling with fear, approached to steady her arm, hesitant to speak, praying that this horrific turmoil would not extend to her. In the distance, the blurred silhouettes of two other women mirrored the shock etched upon the faces of the onlookers, all caught in a moment akin to witnessing a ghost. Liu Shi stepped through the entrance of the cafeteria, followed closely by Song Dodo, Liang Jing, and others. As for the security guards kneeling on the ground, he could scarcely muster the will to intervene. Deprived of their sanctuary, they were likely destined for a grim fate. It was at that moment they would come to realize how fortunate it is to attain a swift demise. Observing Liu Shi pass by without a hint of aggression, the group of guards seized the opportunity to scatter in a desperate flight. This included the two women who had descended from the vice principal's office, who took advantage of the chaos to escape with the guards. Having been previously rebuffed by Liu Shi, they had hoped to gamble on his compassion, wondering if he might show mercy. However, the earlier scene had made it abundantly clear that their expectations were misplaced. He was a man devoid of warmth, and to persist in following him could prove perilous. Liu Shi entered the cafeteria and naturally observed the panicked crowd fleeing. Yet in this apocalyptic world, where could you truly escape to? It would merely be a change of death's form. Upon stepping into the cafeteria, Liu Shi discovered that the iron cages originally intended for confining poultry were now filled to capacity with people. It felt as though he had been transported back to the era of slavery, a sight that was utterly shocking. It is worth noting that this apocalypse had only commenced a mere few days prior, and yet the malevolence of humanity had already been laid bare in all its wretchedness. Liu Shi glanced around and counted roughly. The number reached over a dozen. Most of them were young women, each clad in tattered garments, many barely recognizable as human. Their eyes had lost all glimmer. Upon the arrival of Liu Shi and his companions, they remained utterly indifferent. On the floor beside them lay dismembered human remains, yet to be disposed of. Ugh! Liang Jing and the others caught a glimpse, which immediately provoked a wave of nausea. These beasts, Song Daodu whispered in anger, her gaze instinctively shifting to Liu Shi. She yearned for him to rescue these unfortunate women but dared not voice her thoughts. After all, the events that transpired upstairs lingered vividly in her mind. He would not take in the refuse, and the so-called refuse were those women who had lost their purity. It was evident that the women here had suffered grievously. Song Daodu refrained from speaking for another crucial reason. She could not distance herself from Liu Shi. She must not defy him, nor could she bear to see him displeased. In fact, if possible, she wished to delight him publicly. After all, he has affection for me. Surely, my actions would bring him joy. Unbeknownst to her, Song Daodu had completed a self-strategy of thousands of words. The instinct for survival is inherent in humanity, especially in such dire circumstances. Song Daodu possessed a rare advantage that most women lacked. Not only was she beautiful, but her body remained untainted. As she contemplated this, she heard Liu Shi speak again. In this apocalyptic world, such occurrences are regrettably common. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, stay close to me. Liang Jing responded first and quickly fell in line. Song Daodu and Xiao Li followed closely behind. Liu Shi arrived at the warehouse and discovered that the supplies were quite abundant. Not only were there various types of rice and noodles, but also an ample stock of frozen chicken, beef, seafood, and more, truly a cornucopia of provisions. Since Nan Yuan was responsible for catering to the dietary needs of all faculty and students in the teaching area, the reserve of provisions prepared here was astonishingly greater than that of Beiyuan. It could indeed be described as a bountiful harvest. Liu Shi unreservedly collected all the supplies, and the resources within the space had at least doubled. However, the vastness of the space rendered the quantity still insufficient. Witnessing Liu Shi's effortless acquisition of such abundant resources, the three women felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment and embarrassment. Could it be that you too have awakened a special ability? Song Dodo inquired. Indeed. I have awakened a spatial ability, allowing me to gather resources akin to a mobile warehouse. You shall never lack for food in the future. Liu Shi replied with a calm demeanor. This seemingly simple statement, however, detonated within the hearts of the three women like an atomic bomb, stirring up waves of astonishment. After Liu Shi finished collecting the supplies, he intended to turn and leave. At that moment, Liang Jing grasped Liu Shi's hand, her eyes pleading as she said, Liu Shi, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. She continued, these women are both students and teachers from the school. I do not ask you to rescue them, but could you perhaps assist in unlocking their cages, allowing them to forge their own paths? Liu Shi paused momentarily, as if deep in contemplation. The fate of their lives rested entirely on his thoughts. Yet, he did not hasten to provide an answer, nor did he refuse. Instead, he silently departed, walking steadily towards the entrance of the cafeteria. As Liang Jing watched Liu Shi's retreating figure, a wave of despondency washed over her. However, to her surprise, Liu Shi halted at the door and turned back to glance at Liang Jing. Their eyes met, igniting a flicker of hope within Liang Jing's gaze. Subsequently, he extended his left hand towards the cage and murmured softly, sever. Liu Shi wielded his metallic powers, severing the iron chains of all the cages. Otherwise, prying open each door one by one would have proven excessively laborious, especially in the absence of a key. This was undoubtedly the most efficient and swift course of action, both expedient and elegant. As the chains turned a fiery red and gradually snapped, they clattered to the ground, prompting Liang Jing to cover her mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. Dual abilities? You possess dual powers? Song Dodo was equally taken aback, her exquisite visage revealing an expression of sheer amazement once more. Dual abilities? I am indeed one blessed with a golden finger. Liang Jing's face radiated gratitude and acknowledgement. After Liu Shi completed all of this, she resolutely exited the cafeteria without a backward glance. The act of releasing these individuals was merely a trivial gesture. Their survival in this apocalyptic world would ultimately depend on their own efforts. As for those who wished to accompany her, they simply lacked the qualifications. Observing this, the three women promptly followed suit, not daring to linger. They were touched by Liu Shi's benevolence, realizing that she was not devoid of compassion. At that moment, Song Dodo and Liang Jing found their thoughts remarkably aligned, both feeling fortunate and moved to be in Liu Shi's company. For not every woman had the privilege of being by his side or earning his affection. Thankfully, I have maintained my integrity. Otherwise, my fate would likely mirror that of the women behind me. Liang Jing ultimately glanced back, casting a quick look over her shoulder before hastily departing. The women in the cage, upon being rescued, instinctively knelt on the ground, bowing in Liu Shi's direction, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, O benefactor. However, this was no longer of concern to Liu Shi. His ability to take such action stemmed solely from his good spirits, having recently acquired a substantial amount of supplies. Moreover, this outing had also granted him the company of the lovely Song Dodo and Liang Jing. As for Xiaoli, given her frail appearance, she would not consume much food. For now, he would keep her around for Song Dodo's sake, intending to find her another place in the future. Exiting the cafeteria, he stepped into the world beyond. Liu Shi was taken aback to find that 2 security guards remained. Upon seeing Liu Shi, they hastily fell to their knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Boss, we implore you, take us in. We truly have nowhere else to go. Indeed, we beseech you." Liu Shi halted his steps and let out a low growl, "Get lost." Though his voice was not loud, it was imbued with a chilling menace. The 2 security guards, terrified, hurriedly fled. They were certain that if they hesitated even for a moment, they would undoubtedly become lifeless corpses. This man was utterly terrifying, a veritable harbinger of death. Liu Shi continued on his way. As for why he did not personally put an end to them, need it be said? There is no reward in taking a life. Moreover, he was too apathetic to lift a finger. This band of desperate rogues was nothing more than grasshoppers after the autumn harvest. As long as they did not provoke him, all would be well. After a day of toil, Nanyuan had been nearly cleared out. Observing the encroaching dusk, he declared, "I shall take you all home." Liu Shi embraced Liang Jing and Song Dodo, addressing them with warmth. Liang Jing, with a blissful expression, nodded eagerly, looking as if she would gladly follow him anywhere. Song Dodo feigned a brief struggle before nestling into his arms. Ha! Liu Shi couldn't help but laugh heartily. This woman was still putting on an act. Meanwhile, Xiaoli stood by, appearing utterly at a loss. Home? The expressions of the girls shifted from surprise to a sudden stupor, pondering the condition of their families. After enduring such turmoil, what had become of them? Could they even survive in this cannibalistic apocalypse? Lost in thought for a moment, Liang Jing was the first to regain her composure, gazing at Liu Shi with yearnings. Her infatuation evident, as if she could hardly wait to embark. "Yes, home. Let us go." Liu Shi, accompanied by Liang Jing and Song Dodo, along with Xiaoli, retraced their steps along the original path. They traversed the South Garden and passed over the pedestrian bridge, eventually arriving at the entrance of the North Garden. Raising their eyes, they beheld the 3-story villa not far away, which served as their sanctuary and current abode. Liu Shi turned to the suddenly clingy Song Dodo and said, "Come onto my back. I shall carry you." Although Song Dodo was slightly taken aback, she obediently complied. Her willingness to obey was a fundamental quality expected of a woman by Liu Shi's side, a conclusion she had drawn over the course of the day. "That would be you. Xiaoli, come here." Liu Shi commanded with an undeniable tone while holding Liang Jing. With a mixture of confusion and trepidation, Xiaoli approached him cautiously. Liu Shi then seized the collar at the back of Xiaoli's neck and instructed, "Hold on tight." A collective tension surged among the onlookers, only to realize they were lifting off the ground. In an instant, they soared into the sky. Moments later, they found themselves back on solid ground. But now they had traversed from the outer to the inner realms of the North Garden. Upon landing, Xiaoli's legs trembled uncontrollably, still shaken by the experience. Fearing Liu Shi might discard her, she had mentally prepared herself for a myriad of outcomes, yet she had survived. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. In Liu Shi's embrace, Liang Jing appeared far more composed. After all, there was no place that offered greater security than being cradled in his arms. However, When it came to feelings of safety, none surpassed that of Song Do perched upon his back. As long as she held on a bit tighter with her arms and secured her legs, she felt invulnerable. Once they had landed, the atmosphere shifted. Liu Shi gently set Xiaoli down and, loosening his hold on Liang Jing, turned to Song Do, saying, "Dodo, you may descend now. There is no need to cling so tightly. You are nearly crushing my waist." Reluctant to part from the comforting embrace of his sturdy shoulder, Song Do reluctantly dismounted from his back, her cheeks flushed to deep crimson, reaching all the way to her ears. Liu Shi gestured towards the path ahead and said, "Just around the bend lies our safe house, where several of our sisters await. I shall introduce you to them shortly." In the blink of an eye, the two had arrived at the foot of the villa, their sanctuary. Liu Shi could sense a pair of eyes stealthily fixated on him. A glance revealed that it was none other than Chu Qingyao. However, Liu Shi had no intention of acknowledging her presence. With a gentle smile, he first escorted Liang Jing and Xiaoli to the balcony on the second floor. He then turned to Song Dodo and said, "Dodo, it's your turn." "Oh, I wish for you to carry me up." Liu Shi was rendered speechless, compelled to fulfill her wishes, while once again experiencing the recklessness of her approach as she charged in like a bull. Upon entering the room, Liu Shi exclaimed, "I have returned. My dear, you are back." Diana was the first to emerge from the kitchen, adorned in her culinary attire, presenting a unique charm. "My husband." Tang Mingwu was tidying up in the living room, dressed in a maid's outfit that added a delightful flavor to the scene. "Teacher, you have finally returned." Mu Wanqing, who had been engrossed in her mobile device, rose to greet him. "Teacher, are you hurt?" Shui Linger appeared from nowhere, stepping forward to examine him. "I am unscathed." "Fret not. Is it time for dinner?" Liu Shi inquired with genuine concern, for he was indeed quite hungry. "Almost ready. Please go wash up. A meal will be prepared shortly." Diana replied with a beaming smile, but her expression froze upon noticing the three women behind Liu Shi. Realizing Diana's unusual demeanor, the others followed her gaze, and they all gasped in unison. "Teacher Song, Teacher Liang, you are alive? This is wonderful, Teacher Song." "Teacher Liang." Song Do and Liang Jing nodded awkwardly, having already overheard the earlier exchange. Their students referred to Liu Shi as husband. What does this signify? Must I share a partner with my own pupils? Both Song Do and Liang Jing felt a tumult of emotions within, yet they maintained their composure, wearing dignified smiles that did not betray their inner turmoil. Liu Shi was indifferent to their thoughts and had already departed to take a shower. The remaining 6 women exchanged glances, and amidst this awkward tension, Xiaoli appeared to be in the best spirits. She sought nothing more than to survive. While the others remained motionless, she took a keen interest in exploring the villa's surroundings. Shui Lingo had long since followed Liu Shi, firmly believing that she and her teacher were the most compatible pair, unperturbed by the presence of others. After a brief moment, it was Diana who broke the silence, saying, "Teachers, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." Song Dodo and Liang Jing regained their composure, nodding with unwavering smiles. Song Dodo eagerly stepped forward. "Nana, let me assist you." After a considerable wait, a delectable array of dishes was finally laid out on the dining table, all of which were Liu Shi's favorites. Featuring Cantonese cuisine, the spread included white-cut chicken, braised pork with preserved vegetables, ginger-baked chicken, a platter of chaozhou marinated delicacies, steamed sea bass, honey-glazed char siu, steamed ribs with black bean sauce, Hakka stuffed tofu, and sweet and sour pork, among others. The group stood around the table, none daring to sit down first, all awaiting Liu Shi to take her place. After Liu Shi finished his bath, he donned a loose-fitting robe and made his way to the dining table. He plopped down onto the main seat, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he observed the ladies standing obediently on either side. However, his gaze soon fell upon Song Do and Liang Jing, who appeared anxious, standing at the far end of the table, seemingly struggling to find their place. Liu Shi waved his hand, pointing to an empty seat beside him, and said, "Dodo, come here and sit here." Song Dodo dared not hesitate for even a moment, nor could she reveal the slightest hint of joy on her face. Internally elated, she walked to the seat Liu Shi had indicated and settled down. Liu Shi gazed at the women, all of whom managed their expressions impeccably, betraying not a hint of discontent. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to explain, Dodo once held a prestigious position in society, and she is a teacher at school. We must not do her an injustice. Of course, all of that pales in comparison to the fact that she has awakened her S-rank water abilities. From now on, we shall rely on her for clean water. At this revelation, the women suddenly comprehended the situation, nodding in understanding and revealing more sincere expressions. At that moment, the last remnants of their reservations melted away. Certainly, even without Liu Shi's explanation, they would never dare to oppose his wishes. How splendid! The issue of the water source had finally been resolved, filling Diana with genuine joy. Just that morning, she had fretted over the water situation, and now, by evening, it was rectified. Truly wonderful. Nana, come sit beside me. Liu Shi gestured to the vacant seat on his left, inviting Diana to take her place. Having awakened her A-rank wind abilities and being the first woman to follow Liu Shi, she naturally deserved the honor of sitting at his left side. Dodo, Nana, you shall arrange the seating behind you. From now on, you both shall be my right and left arms, indispensable to me. Subsequently, Song Dodo positioned Liang Jing next to her. Xiaoli was not qualified to join the table and remained in the kitchen to dine. Meanwhile, Nana arranged for Tang Mengwu, Mu Wanqing, and Shui Linger to sit beside her in succession. The atmosphere was harmonious, and they all felt a sense of mutual respect. All right, let us dine. Liu Shi was the first to serve himself, prompting everyone to begin eating. As they enjoyed their meal, Diana and Song Dodo continuously served Liu Shi, filling his bowl with food. Only they could do so, as the others were seated too far away to offer their assistance without seeming overly contrived, which was something Liu Shi wished to avoid. They understood this and quietly focused on their own meals. As the meal progressed, Liu Shi decided to relinquish his utensils, allowing Song Dodo and Diana to feed him, one bite at a time. What bliss! On one side was the campus belle, and on the other, the goddess. They vied to serve him, an unbelievable spectacle. Most importantly, as they fed him, their smiles remained undiminished, radiating sheer happiness. Liu Shi felt as if he were a pampered heir. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Liu Shi returned to his chamber to rest. It must be said that such a blissful existence is indeed overwhelmingly joyous. Next, it should be time for the reward assessment. Day after day, several days later, before dawn, the familiar voice echoed in Liu Shi's ears. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this damned apocalypse, and for actively employing the skill of precision, resulting in the conception of a child. Reward, the activation of an SSS-level ice-based supernatural ability. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the charm aura, which will further enhance your allure, allowing you to effortlessly captivate countless young women without any action or exertion. Ding. Congratulations, host, for upgrading your storage space to LV5, now reaching 5,000 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for an increase of 500 in strength. Ding. Congratulations, host, for a boost of 700 in mental fortitude. The acquisition of attribute points from defeating zombies remains unchanged. Additionally, obtaining crystal cores will grant extra rewards. Please continue your diligent efforts, host. Ah, splendid. These rewards are remarkably generous. Not only have I gained a new ice-based supernatural ability, which is undoubtedly formidable, but my storage capacity has also expanded significantly to 5,000 cubic meters, allowing for the accommodation of even more supplies. I am thoroughly satisfied. Furthermore, the enhancement of my charm is of utmost importance. This signifies that, regardless of whether one is male or female, they will be subtly influenced by my allure based on its potency. This is the true strength of it all. I do wonder, though, if it holds any effect on zombies? Damn, what am I even contemplating? Subsequently, Liu Shi gazed at Song Dodo's profile, feeling a profound astonishment. System. Display Song Dodo's personal profile. Upon Liu Shi's command, Song Dodo's information materialized before him. Name, Song Dodo. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Bust, D cup. Aesthetic rating, 100. Physical rating, 100. Leg length rating, 100. Affection level, 80. Special ability, S-class water element. Level, novice. Communication experience, 1. Liu Shi gazed upon the lengthy information. Feeling overwhelmed, he began to vent his frustrations towards the system. Oh, this cumbersome system, I have tolerated you for far too long. Is it really necessary for this information panel to be so extensive? Can you not simplify it for me? Do you only respond when I complain? Are you truly that inept? Your lack of intelligence is quite astonishing. Ding. Thank you, esteemed host, for your reminder. Immediate adjustments are underway. Ding. The new panel is as follows. Please review. Name, Song Dodo Charisma, 100 Special Ability, S-Class Water Element Level, Novice Affinity, 80 Communication Experience. 1. Liu Shi gazed upon the new panel, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. It was evidently much improved. However, he pondered, Why does this canine system remain so placid? Previously, it had insulted him as a mere dog host, and he felt compelled to tidy things up a bit. Oh, canine system, why is your temperament so amiable? Even when insulted, you do not retort. While this panel appears significantly more streamlined, what on earth is this communication experience? Who do you hold in disdain? Ding. My temperament has always been remarkably good. The host may opt to conceal the display of communication experience. However, this system refuses to reclaim secondhand goods, as anything less than fresh is ineligible for reward settlement. Liu's lips twitched in irritation. What a ridiculous system. If I encounter anything stale, I suppose I might as well treat it as obligatory labor. Although your functions seem rather trivial, I am deeply skeptical that you are merely a leftover from someone else's experience. Nonetheless, I do not accept secondhand goods. In the future, if you could discreetly offer me guidance regarding communication, that would suffice without needing to display it overtly. Ding. Host of the system. I assure you that this system is genuinely imported and entirely fresh. Please refrain from spreading such unfounded claims. Liu Shi, is this what you call a good temper? You casually refer to me as a dog host. Previously, when I was taken down by a level 2 zombie, you unexpectedly called me a dog host as well. Your manners are exceedingly lacking. Ding. I apologize, host. At that moment, you were struck down and could not rise, awaiting your demise, which reminded me of a dead dog. It was not intended as a personal affront. It was actually unrelated to you. Liu Shi exclaimed, dog system. Ding. At your service for the people. Liu Shi, after taking a deep breath. Liu Shi had no intention of squabbling further with an idiotic and inept system. Continuing to engage would inadvertently reveal his own foolishness. With determination, he promptly accessed his personal panel. Name, Liu Shi level, warrior strength, 1500 mentality, 1000 speed, 237, 50 meters per second, possessing traits, golden dual kidneys, attribute enhancement, perfect accuracy, charisma aura, hidden, immunity to zombie virus, mastery of swordsmanship, superpower, advanced ice elemental ability, personal assets, 5,000 cubic meters of storage space, various resources, sword of victory, number of rescued maidens, 4, Zhuang Xiaoding, Diana, Tang Wuming, Song Daodu, offspring in gestation, 4, unallocated attributes, 500. Liu Shi gazed at the streamlined personal interface, nodding in satisfaction before exclaiming, allocate all unassigned attributes to mental prowess. Instantly, his mental power surged from 1,000 to 1,500. Although he remained at the novice warrior level, his strength had significantly amplified. The increase of several hundred points in mental power was immensely gratifying. He had not anticipated such a substantial gain this time. Whether wielding metallic abilities or ice-based powers, one's prowess heavily relied on formidable mental strength. Without sufficient mental power, it would be impossible to harness abilities and generate adequate combat effectiveness. Liu Shi endeavored to experiment with his newly acquired ice-based ability, a remarkable power that allowed him to instantaneously freeze anything. He seized a brick from the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The surface of the brick became enshrouded in frost, solidifying into ice. With a mere touch of his finger, he declared, bang, and the brick shattered into numerous fragments. Such prowess was indeed extraordinary. His metal manipulation ability rendered him a true sovereign in any environment rich in metal, while the ice ability compensated for the limitations of his metal power, ensuring that even in the absence of metal, he would not be devoid of means. Thus, the following 2 days unfolded. Liu Shi diligently strives to enhance his cultivation. The day after sending Song Do away from the master bedroom, Liang Jing eagerly entered. After waiting for 30 years, she has finally welcomed her Prince Charming. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. A virtuous woman is never too old. The longer a vintage wine is aged, the more exquisite its fragrance becomes. However, despite Liang Jing's presence, Liu Shi did not experience any new awakenings of extraordinary abilities. The system space did not expand, and the data remained unchanged. In fact, he gained an additional 800 unallocated attribute points. This outcome left Liu Shi momentarily stunned. Subsequently, he allocated these 800 points to both strength and mental power. After the allocation, his strength and mental power both soared to 1,900 points, propelling him from a mid-tier warrior to a high-tier warrior, essentially nearing the pinnacle of his martial prowess. This unexpected delight brought him joy. Thus far, Liu Shi has rescued 5 enchanting young women from the apocalypse: Zhuang Xiaoting, Diana, Tang Wuming, Song Do, and Liang Jing. Among them, Zhuang Xiaoting, the campus belle, has gone missing and awaits reunification. Diana and Tang Wuming are also campus beauties. Song Do Do is a goddess-level beauty, and both she and Liang Jing serve as educators. There is also the campus flower, Mu Wanqing, whose situation remains delicate. Ahem. Liu Shi was reflecting on the bountiful gains he had amassed over the past few days, which were indeed quite remarkable, as he eagerly awaited the arrival of his child. He could only imagine the even greater rewards that might soon follow. His anticipation was palpable, just as Liu Shi was immersed in his delightful daydreams. Shui Linger hurriedly burst into his master bedroom. "Teacher Liu, something terrible has happened outside." Before she could finish her sentence, she swiftly covered her eyes with her hands, yet could not resist peeking through her fingers to behold a scene she had never witnessed in her entire life. Observing this, Liang Jing quickly sought refuge beneath the covers. Lu Shi spoke with a hint of reproach. "What is the matter that has you in such a flurry? Did I not instruct you to knock before entering?" Shui Linger, regaining her composure, hastily addressed the pressing issue. "Teacher, I apologize. In my haste, I forgot to knock, but there is truly a grave situation outside. Intruders have been detected." "Intruders?" Lu Shi inquired. "Yes, teacher, an unexpected influx of individuals has arrived outside," Shui Linger replied, still breathless from her urgency. Lu Shi furrowed his brow, employing his warrior-grade mental prowess to survey the northern courtyard. Following a recent enhancement of his mental capacity, the range of his perception had expanded to an impressive 1900 meters, signifying that 1 unit of mental energy equated to 1 meter of investigative reach. Through this mental exploration, he discerned the presence of a group of individuals furtively loitering at the entrance of the northern courtyard. Some had even scaled the fence and ventured inside. This was intolerable. "Understood." Lu Shi responded with a faint acknowledgement, and as he rose, a relaxed pale yellow bathrobe enveloped him. He made his way to the balcony on the 3rd floor. From a distance, he observed a throng of individuals forcefully entering through the main entrance. Lu Shi exuded a hint of murderous intent, murmuring to herself, seeking death. Darling, Shui Linger has reported that there are intruders outside. What shall we do?" Diana, accompanied by the other women, ascended to the balcony on the 3rd floor, each appearing deeply troubled. They were acutely aware that if their safe haven were to be breached, and if Liu Shi were to be vanquished, they would face dire consequences. The prospect of suffering was perhaps a mild fate. The most terrifying possibility was that the multitude of intruders could render their existence a living hell. Should it come to that, they might collectively choose to end their lives rather than endure shameless humiliation. Thus, what lay before them was not merely a matter of invasion, but a profound question of life and death. Lu Shi drew Diana close, soothing her in a calm tone. "Do not fear. I am here to protect you." However, Mu Wanqing trembled slightly. "But, teacher, look at how many of them there are." She felt her legs weaken with fear, having never encountered men like these before. She was not ready to face death. The crowd followed her pointed finger towards the entrance of the north courtyard. A torrent of people surged forth, at least 100 strong, and among them were only formidable men. No women, no elderly, no children, no weaklings. How could such a multitude have gathered so swiftly? It was terrifying. Tang Mingwu steadied Mu Wanqing, gesturing with her eyes for her to remain calm, and together, the two women turned to Liu Shi, hoping that the man before them was indeed powerful enough for them to rely on. Among the women present, aside from Song Do Do, Liang Jing, Shaoli, and Shui Linger, most had only glimpsed Liu Shi's prowess in certain areas of combat, never having witnessed his true strength on the battlefield. Thus, a sense of unease inevitably lingered in their hearts. Had their affinity for him not reached remarkable heights, driven by their trust in Liu Shi, they might have already succumbed to panic, even contemplating betrayal. Yet now, despite their fear, their thoughts were consumed by the dichotomy of victory or death. There was no alternative. In the blink of an eye, hundreds swiftly scoured the various locations within the north courtyard, and soon they had breached the villa district. Storming through the doors and encircling the building below, Liu Shi gazed at the throng before him, his demeanor remarkably composed. If his observations were accurate, this assembly comprised nothing more than ordinary individuals, devoid of any awakened abilities. Despite their considerable numbers, they posed no threat. Thus, he merely uttered with a hint of nonchalance, "Wait here, I shall return shortly." With that, Liu Shi leaped from the 3rd floor, bounding down in a series of swift strides, and soon arrived at the entrance of the villa. Liu Shi descended from the heavens, startling the crowd besieging from outside. The leader of the group, a burly man, remarked, "Brother, good dogs do not obstruct the way. If you wish to join us, You must fall in line at the back. Clearly, they could not discern Liu Shi's intentions, mistaking him for another lost soul in this apocalyptic world, eager to join their marauding forces for plunder and destruction. However, Liu Shi remained unfazed and proclaimed, "Halt! You have already trespassed upon my territory. Withdraw now, and I may spare your lives. Advance even a step further, and you shall face death." As Liu Shi's words fell, the sword of victory materialized in his grasp, emanating a chilling gleam. The leading man was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Some even clutched their bellies, collapsing to the ground in laughter, pointing at Liu Shi and exclaiming, "Ha! You're merely putting on a performance, aren't you?" Ah. Liu Shi remained unfazed, yet he noticed a keen-eyed middle-aged man across from him suddenly exclaiming, "Brothers, look over there. On the villa ahead, there are countless stunning beauties. Truly exquisite. Where? Let me see. Wow, this is incredible." The crowd engaged in animated chatter, completely disregarding Liu Shi. In their perception, amidst this apocalyptic world, they feared nothing but the zombies. As they gazed at the multitude of alluring women before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Liu Shi did not impede their admiration for his women, nor did he harbor thoughts of gouging out their greedy and lustful eyes. After all, how could they comprehend envy and jealousy if they did not gaze upon them? Moreover, he saw no need to quarrel with a group of men on the precipice of death. He merely wished for the entire slaughter to be rendered a tad more entertaining. The leader, witnessing Liu Shi's calm demeanor and imposing presence, could not help but suppress a flicker of disdain in his heart. Tentatively, he inquired, "Brother, you claim this is your territory. What proof do you possess?" "By your words, does that mean all the beauties in the villa above belong to you?" "Indeed, they are all my women. As for proof, the sword in my hand serves as evidence. Should you doubt, feel free to test it." Liu Shi replied with remarkable tranquility. His formidable aura immediately quelled the crowd, silencing any further mockery. A hush fell over the scene for a brief moment. Subsequently, they glanced left and right, noting that their side boasted over 100 men while the opposing side had but one. The advantage lay with them. Thus, a bold soul stepped forward, shouting, "Nonsense! In this apocalypse, whoever seizes the beauty claims her as their own. Brothers, do you not agree?" "Indeed. Exactly. I don't believe in evil. I'll be the first to charge." A young man, undeterred by fear and spurred on by others, crossed the line of life and death that Liu Shi had previously drawn. He took one step forward, but before he could utter another word, he abruptly halted and fell in silence. The onlookers hardly witnessed how Liu Shi had drawn his sword. His posture seemed hardly to have shifted. Yet, the bisected corpse on the ground and the blood dripping from the tip of Liu Shi's sword conveyed a brutal truth. Before them stood a master. The crowd instinctively recoiled several steps. Observing this scene from the villa, the campus beauty and other women felt a surge of joy. Tang Minwu remarked, "Look, my husband has slain an intruder," and pushed them back a few steps. Mu Wanqing's expression relaxed slightly, no longer so tense. Yet, she still voiced her concern. "But they are numerous." Shui Linger squeezed forward, placing a stool beneath her feet to elevate herself, finally reaching eye level with the other women. She proclaimed, "Fear not, sisters. Though they may be many, they are but mere chaff before my teacher. He has slain second-tier zombies." Diana nodded appreciatively, continuing to gaze in Liu Shi's direction. The women ceased their discussions and resumed their silent vigil of the unfolding battle. As Liu Shi observed the crowd retreating a few steps, he provocatively inquired, "Is there anyone else?" The man opposite him swallowed hard, glancing up at the beautiful women in the villa, feeling somewhat trapped. Yet, not everyone could maintain absolute composure. A defiant young man shouted, "Brothers, we need not fear. We outnumber him. He stands alone. Once we vanquish him and seize his women and techniques, we too can become formidable. Indeed, brothers, in this apocalyptic world, life is worth less than that of a dog. If we survive today, we may not see tomorrow. Why fear?" Encouraged by those with ulterior motives, several impulsive youths clenched their teeth and proclaimed, "Let us charge." With a swift motion, several individuals had barely approached when Liu Shi unleashed a flurry of sword light, claiming their lives, blood spilling across the ground. Meanwhile, on the adjacent villa, Chu Qingyao discreetly peeked out, taking in the scene before her. Her lips pursed in admiration. "He is remarkably formidable." The crowd was momentarily shaken by this spectacle, instinctively retreating a few more steps. Nevertheless, Liu Shi, maintaining a serene demeanor, declared, "This is your final opportunity. Depart now, and you may preserve your life." A few timid older men, sensing the peril, turned to their companions and said, "Hey, It seems the situation has escalated. He truly appears quite powerful. Perhaps we should withdraw. There is no need to risk our lives here. Indeed, you are right. Let us leave. As they turned to depart, having squeezed through the throng towards the northern gate, they had barely taken 2 steps when they suddenly froze in place. One individual spun around, accusing Liu Shi, exclaiming, "You!" But before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed, lifeless. One by one, they fell, revealing a gruesome scene, blood pooling around them. Nearby, several sword strikes were embedded in the ground, stained with crimson. This chilling sight was captured by a few, their faces betraying terror. Yet, the majority remained locked in a standoff with Liu Shi, hesitant to retreat and unwilling to advance. Liu Shi revealed a playful expression, his gaze tinged with a hint of greed as he remarked, "Time has elapsed. I afforded you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame me now." "What do you intend to do?" inquired the leading men, their voices tinged with an undercurrent of unease. The lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground still bled, seemingly issuing a warning that their tone should not be overly arrogant, lest they face a dire fate. Another man, slightly more composed, spoke with a tone that bore a trace of firmness. "Youngster, your sword is remarkably swift. You must also be an awakened one. But I advise you not to be arrogant. We are not without our own connections. Our group dares to venture forth and plunder precisely because we have benefactors supporting us." "Benefactors?" Liu Shi raised an eyebrow slightly, realizing why this group appeared so cohesive and united. It was his first encounter with the term sustainers, which seemed rather impressive. "Indeed. Each time we venture out to seize food and women, we must surrender a portion to the sustainers, who in turn assist us in resolving formidable troubles. They are also powerful, extraordinary beings. If you are wise, you should swiftly hand over the beautiful women accompanying you and return with us to seek forgiveness. Perhaps you may be able to plead for their mercy." The man spoke, his hands forming a gesture of reverence. This struck Liu Shi as absurd. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he believed his rate of growth was exceedingly rapid. He was but a step away from attaining the rank of a battle general. He could not believe that there existed men in this world who could grow faster than he. Women, too, would not suffice. Thus, the sustainers mentioned by the other party were likely an organization formed by those who had awakened extraordinary powers, recruiting these lowly individuals to engage in plunder and exploration. As for their strength, Liu Shi, confident in his ability to protect himself even in defeat, lifted his gaze to the invading adversaries. "If you desire women, come and take them yourselves. I possess countless resources and provisions. Should you manage to overcome me, they shall all be yours. Victory brings fortune, while defeat costs your lives." The crowd exchanged glances, believing Liu Shi's words to a considerable extent, their hearts igniting with fervor. Yet, the realization lingered, he was far too formidable. They stood no chance against him. The leaders among them shared knowing looks, nodding in agreement, and soon proclaimed, "Brothers, fortune favors the bold. He stands alone. Let us unite and bring him down." As these words echoed, a throng surged forward, emboldened by their leader's rallying cry. Observing this, the leading men felt a surge of excitement. Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, they discreetly withdrew to the periphery, preparing to assess the situation should it become dire. They would make their escape. "No matter who you are or what connections you possess, those who provoke me shall meet their demise. Since you are so eager to court death, let it be so. Kill." Liu Shi unleashed a sweeping strike, executing a devastating attack that spared no one in its path. The first wave of assailants was cleaved in two, momentarily halting the onslaught of the crowd. Yet, these individuals, seemingly undeterred by the imminent peril, swiftly regained their footing amidst their retreat and charged forward once more. "Kill him. He is but one man." Liu Shi then unleashed another sword strike, cleaving a path through the chaos. He charged in, wielding his sword with the ease of chopping vegetables, each stroke claiming a life. Anyone who dared approach Liu Shi met with a swift decapitation. Some were severed at the waist, others cleaved in twain, their deaths a ghastly sight. The stench of fresh blood erupted, staining the ground crimson. Yet, as this blood threatened to splatter upon Liu Shi, it inexplicably froze in midair, shattering upon impact with the ground in a most bizarre display. Indeed, Liu Shi had invoked his SSS-rated ice-based powers to shield his garments from the taint of such lowly blood. Die. With Liu Shi's relentless onslaught, it was not long before hundreds lay dead or wounded, nearly half the number. The leaders, realizing the dire predicament, turned to flee. Yet, such a move did not escape Liu Shi's keen observation. "Where do you think you are going?" Liu Shi wielded his sword with dexterity, cleaving through those who obstructed his path. With a swift leap, he crushed the neck of an intruder beneath his foot and soared above the throng, landing deftly behind several leaders. Rising with a powerful kick, he struck one leader squarely in the back, sending him tumbling forward to meet his demise upon the very spikes that had been upturned. The remaining few, witnessing this grim spectacle, fled in a panic, scattering in all directions. Liu Shi would never afford them an opportunity to flee. It is either to spare no one or to eradicate them entirely. There shall be no mercy. Freeze. Liu Shi whispered a command, immediately unleashing his ice-based powers, freezing several individuals in their tracks. Their forms, visibly struggling to escape, soon became encased in ice, resembling exquisite sculptures. On the balcony, Song Do gasped in astonishment. Is this the ice ability awakened in my husband? Truly formidable. Indeed. Her husband was growing ever more powerful. I absolutely adore it. The group of women remained unfazed by the gruesome scene before them, having long since come to terms with the brutal reality. In this apocalyptic world, venturing beyond the safety of their refuge meant it was either survival of the fittest or death. The several dozen individuals behind Liu Shi stood frozen, taken aback by the unfolding scene. They finally realized that those who had urged them towards their demise were now attempting to flee, only to be met with fatal consequences. Having already suffered significant losses, their prospects for victory appeared bleak. Panic began to set in. Some trembled uncontrollably, while one, unable to withstand the fear, fell to his knees, pleading, "Please, spare me." One by one, an increasing number of them knelt, beseeching Liu Shi for mercy. Observing this pitiful assembly, who resorted to begging when faced with defeat, Liu Shi's gaze turned icy. "Enough of this noise," he declared. "Such cowardice, begging for mercy in the face of adversity, this was not a luxury they could afford. Not a single one of you shall escape. You shall all perish." With that, Liu Shi ceased holding back his power, raising one hand above his head, preparing to unleash a formidable attack. The task of eliminating each individual one by one had become exceedingly tiresome. He had grown weary of such trivialities. To obliterate this multitude, it was imperative to employ a collective assault technique. Liu Shi raised his left hand above his head, clenching his fist tightly. Countless blades of rain and shards of ice had already begun to rain down mercilessly upon the crowd. Fire! With a swift motion of Liu Shi's left hand, the air was filled with agonized screams. In an instant, dozens had collapsed into pools of blood, leaving no survivors. However, at that moment, Liu Shi sensed a prying gaze from the corner of his eye, and he swiftly launched a blade towards a nearby villa. "Ah!" Chu Qingyao, hidden in the shadows, gasped in terror, retreating to sit helplessly on the ground. Does he intend to kill me? His gaze just now was terrifying, akin to that of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. No, he must be blinded by rage, seeking to eliminate me as well. I must flee. I cannot remain here any longer. In a state of sheer panic, Chu Qingyao scrambled to her feet and began to run. She frantically dashed past the entrance of the villa, heading toward the northern gate, lost in her desperation. Liu Shi's peripheral vision caught sight of the figure before him. With a clenched jaw, he commanded with a flick of his fingers. A sharp blade sliced through the air, unerringly aimed at Chu Qingyao. A spurt of crimson gushed forth. A headless corpse collapsed onto the ground, while a spherical object rolled away, coming to rest some distance away. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Chu Qingyao's severed head, her expression frozen in astonishment, her pupils dilated in disbelief. Even in death, she could not fathom such a fate. Huff. Liu Shi exhaled deeply, and a sense of relief washed over him. He mused to himself that if one did not flee, perhaps for the time being, death could be postponed. Subsequently, Liu Shi once again employed his extraordinary abilities, gathering numerous corpses together, and then set them ablaze with a single flame. Furthermore, he utilized his metallic prowess to reseal the grand entrance of the north courtyard, augmenting its height, thickness, and fortitude. After accomplishing all of this, Liu Shi gazed toward the west. "Humph. To my benefactors behind me, await your turn." Just as Liu Shi was lost in contemplation, a melodious voice resonated not far away. "Darling, hurry home once you finish your tasks. My dear, do return soon. Come back, beloved." Liu Shi swallowed hard and strode back to the villa's safe house, his steps light and filled with impatience. Having just endured a fierce battle, he was likely to engage in yet another round soon. The Jinghai community, specifically the Jing'an residents, housed individuals of immense wealth and stature. The entire estate comprised luxurious flats and a villa district. Before the apocalypse, this was the most expensive area in Jinghai, with the price per square meter of flats nearing 100,000 yuan, while villas soared to over 200,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, a 100 square meter flat would cost at least 10 million yuan, and a 500 square meter villa would command a price that could be deemed a small fortune, wealth that an ordinary person could not amass in a lifetime, perhaps even several lifetimes. The location was a mere 10-minute drive from Jinghai University. In the villa district of Jing'an Residence, the estate of the Su family, the wealthiest clan in Jinghai, stood firm even amidst the apocalypse. The family's sole daughter was an enthusiast of the end times, having long envisioned how to survive in such a world, and thus transformed the villa into an impregnable fortress. They had excavated numerous layers of underground basements, and the villa's walls were indomitable. Inside, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp eyebrows sat in the main seat, attentively listening to reports from his subordinates. Beside him was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, whose vibrant beauty contrasted sharply with her frosty demeanor, exuding an air of elegance and grace. "Young master, miss, there has been an incident. None of the hundreds we dispatched have returned today. They have likely met with misfortune," an anxious voice reported. "Oh, is that so? If those useless individuals have perished, it matters little. We are not lacking in manpower," the young man, Sui, stated, his tone devoid of emotion. He was the current heir of the Su family, where his word was law. However, if there were anyone in this world whose words could sway him, it would undoubtedly be his beloved sister, Su Lingyang, who sat beside him. Had Liu Shi been present, he would surely have been awestruck by her beauty and vowed that such a goddess was meant for him alone. Sui had always been fiercely protective of his sister, obedient to her every command, leading to a peculiar circumstance where the Su family effectively operated at Su Lingyang's behest. "Please elaborate on the situation," Su Lingyang spoke coldly, habitually brushing dust from her sleeves, revealing her severe obsession with cleanliness. "Yes. This morning, we dispatched 8 teams to procure supplies. One team, not particularly large, numbering around 100, was assigned to the direction of Jinghai University. However, the time for their return has long passed, and we have received no word. According to our protocol, failure to return after the allotted time without communication signifies either betrayal or calamity. Given their circumstances, it is highly probable that they have met with misfortune. In light of this, no further personnel should be dispatched to Jinghai University. However, it is imperative to maintain vigilance along the perimeter." Sui commanded with unwavering authority. "Understood. By the way, how is the situation in the residential complex progressing?" Sui inquired. "The progress in the complex is satisfactory. The villa area has been cleared of all zombies, and the survivors have gathered. However, the cleanup of the high-rise residences has been less than ideal. We have only managed to clear one building for the survivors' accommodation, with little advancement elsewhere." The elderly steward, Fu Bo, spoke candidly, providing a thorough report of all he knew. "Well, in that case, we must expedite our efforts." "Yes," with a wave of his hand. Sui signaled for Fu Bo to take his leave. The two siblings then engaged in a private discussion. Meanwhile, at the villa area of Jinghai University, after a fierce battle, Liu Shi was luxuriating in the bliss of having a beautiful woman in his embrace. He reclined by the swimming pool in the villa district, clad in beach shorts, with one leg crossed over the other, savoring the fresh grapes that Mu Wanqing had graciously fed him, while observing his former goddess, Song Dodo, transformed into a diligent worker. She was laboriously filling the swimming pool with water, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, while several women frolicked in the pool. Such was the pinnacle of life. While others in this apocalyptic world struggled to fend off zombies and scavenge for food, he was relishing life with abandon, truly a stroke of cosmic irony. In this post-apocalyptic era, who's still engaged in competition, the focus should be on savoring the present. For today must be cherished if tomorrow is to hold promise. Moreover, the supplies in his possession were sufficient to sustain them for years, complemented by a clean water source. Their basic living needs were unequivocally secure. Delicious. How many more days until you are clean, Wanqing? Liu Shi inquired casually, enjoying the sweet and tangy grapes. His question made Mu Wanqing fidget uncomfortably, adjusting her position. "Well, based on usual circumstances, it should still be 3 to 4 days, she replied hesitantly. No worries. I can wait." Liu Shi smiled, reclining comfortably under the warm rays of the post-apocalyptic sun. Mu Wanqing was at a loss for words and continued peeling grapes in silence, carefully removing the skins before tenderly feeding them to Liu Shi. After finishing a grape, Liu Shi asked, "Have there been any updates online these past few days?" "Oh, The internet has been down since noon, and there is no signal at home. I'm not quite sure why. Mu Wanqing answered candidly, showing no signs of concern. Perhaps the signal station nearby was damaged. Without the internet, it feels as though we've returned to a primitive society. Are you not bored? Not at all. The sisters never run out of topics to discuss, especially since you keep them busy with various tasks every day. Cough, cough. Liu Shi deliberately cleared his throat, feigning nonchalance. He then beckoned to Xiaoli, who was dressed inappropriately for swimming and was thoroughly bundled up. Xiaoli hurriedly approached, balancing several glasses of red wine in her hands. Mr. Liu. Xiaoli obediently knelt down, her head bowed, too timid to look around. Liu Shi casually inquired, Xiaoli, how long have you been following Teacher Song? Upon hearing this, Xiaoli's heart raced with a sudden panic, nearly compelling her to kneel in that very moment, as she feared Liu Shi intended to cast her aside. This familiar opening line felt like the prelude to a dismissal, did it not? 5 years had passed. Although Xiaoli feigned composure, her entire being trembled slightly. 5 years is no trifling matter. Are you aware that during her time at school, the vice dean harbored intentions towards her? Liu Shi's inquiry caught Xiaoli somewhat off guard. She responded candidly, of course I know. Yesterday, while at Nanyuan, we ventured to the vice principal's office, only to find it was a fruitless endeavor. Are you aware of where the vice principal resides? I wish to pay a visit at my earliest convenience. The inability to properly retaliate against the vice principal left Liu Shi in a state of discontent. The memories of being assigned to sweep the floors and clean the toilets occasionally resurfaced in his mind, clouding his thoughts. Although it is said that a gentleman's vengeance is best served even after a decade, Liu Shi yearned for immediate action. Moreover, the system consistently urged him to rescue the maiden, seemingly more anxious than he was. Weighing all factors, he concluded that he must venture out. He decided against traveling far, opting instead to seek out the beauties in the nearby community. Naturally, if he could conveniently locate the vice principal's residence, that would be splendid. Should the vice principal have succumbed to becoming a zombie, he would not hesitate to assist in their liberation. Conversely, if the vice principal remained unscathed, he would be willing to lend a hand. He also pondered whether the vice principal's family, especially the womenfolk, might require assistance. Of course I know. The vice principal resides in the prestigious Jinganyuti community, the largest in Jinghai, merely a short drive away. I have attempted on several occasions to invite Teacher Song to my home, but she has always declined. Xiaoli divulged everything, eager to prove her usefulness and worth, leaving no room for concealment. Oh, I've heard that Jinganyuti community is a haven for the affluent. How can the vice principal afford such an extravagant abode? Xiaoli could only bow her head in silence. That question was indeed difficult to answer. After all, one must possess the means to generate wealth. As the saying goes, no sudden fortune, no prosperity, no night hay, no fat horse. Given that this community was not far from them, and its inhabitants were either wealthy or noble, it was likely that many awaited salvation. As a kind-hearted individual, like myself, it was only natural to extend a helping hand. Xiaoli, teacher, are you heading out again? Mu Wanqing inquired with a complex expression. She felt somewhat guilty due to her recent circumstances. Among her peers, she ranked second to last, with the last position held by the still immature Shuilinger. Well, there's no rush. We can discuss it tomorrow. The following day, under the relentless bombardment of various systems and the relentless persuasion, Liu Shi had no choice but to venture out. He gazed upon his beloved wives, bidding them a heartfelt farewell. Liu Shi felt a pang of reluctance. The fleeting hours of this single day had passed far too swiftly. It seemed as though he had barely begun to relish this brief interlude before he was to embark on another journey. However, it must be said from two perspectives. In a world ravaged by chaos, there are no perfect sanctuaries. Enhancing oneself at the earliest opportunity is of paramount importance. Only in this way can one hope to survive amidst the turmoil. Numerous adversaries remain, and complacency cannot be afforded. Thus, Liu Shi began his formal farewells. I shall be away for a short while, returning either the same day or, at most, in 3 to 5 days. Do not worry. Stay safe at home and do not venture out, understood? Yes, dear husband, we understand. Please take care while you are out. We will miss you. Teacher, do not fret for us. We will behave. Teacher. Although Liu Shi had begun his farewells and engaged in lengthy conversations with his beautiful wives, he showed no signs of departing. This left the system in a state of anxiety. At that moment, a reminder echoed in Liu Shi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have emerged victorious. Here is an invisible energy shield for your safe house, capable of withstanding attacks from battle generals, along with a 24-hour monitoring system. You may now travel with peace of mind. Liu Shi's heart filled with joy. She had finally seized the opportunity. Yet, she maintained a facade of composure, pondering. What does it mean to embark on a journey with peace of mind? Can one truly articulate such sentiments? Although the system's voice was far from melodious, the gift she presented was genuine. Let the merits and demerits balance out. I shall take my leave now. With a final wave, Liu Shi bid farewell, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the gathering women. Diana, filled with reluctance, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, struggling to regain her composure. Despite their brief time together, those moments with Liu Shi had been the happiest and most joyful of her life. Tang Mingwu supported Diana, while Mu Wanqing assisted Tang Mingwu. Shui Linger, perplexed, found herself standing alongside Xiaoli, perhaps having discovered a shared topic of conversation. Meanwhile, Song Do and Liang Jing offered each other comfort, appearing to part with a sense of reluctance, each harboring her own thoughts. As women, they had indeed grown too reliant on Liu Shi. The prospect of his absence for 3 to 5 days left them feeling utterly desolate. Both physically and emotionally, they sensed a profound discomfort, an emptiness that seemed to suggest something vital was amiss. After Liu Shi departed from the villa's secure shelter, he advanced in the direction indicated by the system. Upon exiting the school gate, he encountered a few zombies wandering aimlessly on the street, albeit at a considerable distance. However, these distant undead did not seem inclined to launch an immediate attack on Liu Shi. Liu Shi, indifferent to the world around him, casually pilfered a Land Rover parked by the roadside and set off on his journey. Of course, one cannot merely label such an act as theft. It is more fitting to describe it as a temporary borrowing, a transient loan, if you will. Although Liu Shi serves as a physical education teacher, he can also be regarded as a cultured individual. Liu Shi drove his car along the highway, observing the cityscape, which lay in ruins, with certain areas engulfed in fierce flames, smoke billowing into the air. The scene was truly apocalyptic. Not a single living soul could be seen on the road. Occasionally, a vehicle would pass by in the opposite direction, but their numbers were exceedingly few. Alongside the road, a few zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon spotting a living person, they would converge in a frenzied assault, tearing into their prey with a gruesome ferocity. It was a sight too horrific to behold. Yet, all of this seemed to hold little significance for Liu Shi. His solitary strength was limited, and he felt utterly powerless to intervene. In an attempt to alleviate the turmoil of thoughts swirling within him, he turned on the car's music. As the rhythm played, he gently nodded his head and swayed slightly. After a few minutes, Liu Shi's vehicle gradually approached an expansive residential community. Curiously, the nearer he drew to this enclave, the scarcer the zombies appeared along the roadside. By the time he reached the thoroughfare adjacent to the complex, the undead were virtually absent. Instead, he occasionally glimpsed a few living souls passing by, truly a rare sight. Before long, Liu Shi arrived at the entrance of the community. He gazed at the gate, adorned with resplendent golden reliefs inscribed with the grand characters of Jing and Yudi. Indeed, this was the place. Liu Shi cautiously parked the borrowed Land Rover by the roadside, a commendable habit cultivated over many years, never encroaching upon the thoroughfare. As he was parking, Liu Shi had already noticed the presence of individuals nearby. Yet they appeared to harbor no ill intentions. Indeed, as soon as Liu Shi stepped out of the vehicle, he was confronted from a distance by an individual brandishing a firearm, who shouted emphatically, "Don't move." "Who are you?" Liu Shi raised his hands above his head, presenting a demeanor of compliance. It was not that he feared being shot. Rather, given the uncertainty of the situation and the potential presence of skilled adversaries, a direct confrontation would be unwise. Liu Shi looked up and was taken aback. These individuals were fully armed. In their hands, they wielded submachine guns, and at their waists, they carried compact handguns. Additionally, daggers were tucked into the pockets of their calves. With gas masks obscuring their features, it was impossible to discern their gender. They resembled elite special forces. Before Liu Shi had the chance to speak, one of the team members hurriedly stepped forward to conduct a thorough examination. They began with his hair and meticulously inspected him down to his toes, searching for any concealed weaponry. After an exhaustive search, however, they found nothing. Liu Shi, upon stepping outside, carries neither wallet nor identification, the latter having long been abandoned in a forgotten corner of his space, signifying his utter detachment from material possessions. Alas, he possesses nothing at all. What shall he do? The search team members recoil and report back. Subsequently, the captain advances, scrutinizing Liu Shi with keen eyes. Indeed, he presents a respectable appearance. The captain inquires, Who are you? From whence do you come? What is your purpose here? His tone, reminiscent of an interrogator, is somewhat aggressive, leaving one with a sense of inevitable compliance. Liu Shi spoke with an air of composure, stating, I am a physical education teacher at Jinghai University, here to visit family and friends. Oh, a teacher from Jinghai University? But with zombies roaming everywhere, how did you manage to arrive? Upon hearing the word teacher, the captain seemed to ease his vigilance slightly, considering that a teacher would harbor no ill intentions. Nonetheless, he proceeded with the customary interrogation. Liu Shi candidly replied, that commander, as a physical education teacher, I possess considerable strength. Is it not reasonable for me to eliminate a few zombies that obstruct my path? It is nothing extraordinary. Liu Shi spoke eloquently, leaving one unable to discern the truth from falsehood. Upon hearing Liu Shi's response, there was no sense of malice or hostility, and the captain did not press him further. With a wave of his hand, he said, in that case, you may leave. Remember, do not venture near the foreign villa district. It is quite chaotic there. Liu Shi gazed in the direction indicated, and was instantly filled with a sense of clarity. For that was indeed the destination of his visit to family and friends. The vice president of the academy resided just beyond Building 8. However, he was uncertain of the man's current state of existence. As he beheld the towering residential structure, rising over 70 stories, its exterior appeared intact, yet chillingly. One could occasionally hear the tantalizing screams emanating from within, sending shivers down his spine. It was evident that the inhabitants were still engaged in a desperate struggle against the zombies. Thank you very much. Liu Shi waved in gratitude and proceeded in the direction indicated by the captain. Observing Liu Shi's receding figure, a team member approached and remarked, Captain, doesn't it seem to you that he is heading towards the high-rise area? The captain, irritated, swatted the team member on the head and scolded. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Our duty is to secure the community and guard the entrance, preventing any zombies from entering. If he wishes to court death, there is nothing we can do to stop him. Indeed, another echoed, it is puzzling why the military suddenly redeployed us to combat zombies just a few days ago. What is their intention, and when will this end? The group sighed in unison, steadfastly maintaining their posts. Indeed, they were dispatched by the Su family, utilizing military connections to safeguard the community. A whole brigade had been sent, numbering over 3,000 personnel. However, nearly half of these brave souls had already perished in the struggle against the zombies, only managing to clear the villa area after considerable losses, and had even conscripted several drifters. This small villa district could be considered one of the last sanctuaries in the apocalypse, although the end of the world seemed chaotic. For soldiers, following orders was their sworn duty. They were solely responsible for executing commands, while concerns regarding sustenance were not theirs to bear. Those matters fell under the purview of the military supply department. At least for the time being, the food reserves appeared ample. However, unbeknownst to them, a monumental shift was about to transpire. The very entity sustaining them was no longer the military, but rather the Su family. Upon entering the community, Liu Shi was struck by its opulence and extraordinary charm. The landscaping was meticulously maintained, and although there were occasional traces of blood on the ground, they had been thoroughly cleaned, rendering the area seemingly pristine. To the untrained eye, nothing appeared amiss. Occasionally, military personnel patrolled the vicinity, yet they regarded Liu Shi, a stranger, with indifference. As long as he was not a zombie, they would not intervene. Liu Shi curiously observed them as they passed by, and peculiar thoughts began to form in his mind. In this post-apocalyptic world, how could they still maintain such strict military discipline? Soon, Liu Shi traversed a narrow path and arrived at the entrance of the residential area in the high-rise district. Ahead, a group of soldiers was stationed, each brandishing weapons with their muzzles directed towards the community, having established a guard post. It appeared that their focus was inward rather than outward. Liu Shi approached leisurely, extracting several cigarettes from the system. Upon noticing the guarding soldier, he offered them with a casual, "Ah, you've worked hard, truly hard." The soldier, taken aback, responded with a perplexed expression, "Excuse me, who are you? Are we acquainted? Why are you offering cigarettes right off the bat?" Liu Shi then extracted several sausages from his pocket, continuously exclaiming, "What hard work! Such toil!" Under Liu Shi's warm hospitality, the crowd felt reluctant to decline. When offered a benefit, one would be remiss not to accept it. However, one must remember that those who receive favors often find themselves indebted. Naturally, they began to lower their guard around Liu Shi. After all, their adversaries were predominantly situated within the upper residential complex, and it was highly improbable that they would be lurking behind them. Before a few soldiers could utter a word, Liu Shi took the initiative to speak. It is as follows. I have matters to attend to inside. I kindly ask for your cooperation. The soldiers exchanged glances. For the orders they had received were clear. Entry was permissible, yet exit was strictly prohibited. They were instructed to confront zombies with lethal force and to isolate any individuals attempting to flee. You wish to enter? No one will stop you. Yet, who in their right mind would venture into such peril? Without further ado, the soldiers opened the one-way passage. Liu Shi believed that the gift he had presented had made an impression, and with a newfound respect, he performed a casual bow, smiling in gratitude as he entered. Several soldiers, regarding him as a fool, bid him farewell. This truth, of course, was unknown to Liu Shi at that moment. He passed through the gate and strolled alone into the high-rise community, following the directional signs toward Building 8. Liu Shi was walking along the path when suddenly the system emitted a chime. Ding! 3 young maidens within the vicinity have been detected as meeting the system as criteria. Please proceed to their rescue. A generous reward will be granted upon successful completion. Liu Shi could not help but pause in his tracks. Has the system now acquired a detection feature? Is it akin to detecting beautiful women in the vicinity? When was this upgrade implemented? This is truly remarkable. It seems the system is indeed reliable. System, could you briefly inform me about the situations of these 3 maidens in need of rescue? The system fell silent for a moment before responding. Ding. Detailed information can only be scanned at close range once the host encounters them. Currently, the following information is available. The 3 maidens awaiting rescue are unparalleled beauties, truly a rarity among the fairest of the fair. Furthermore, their circumstances vary significantly. Some are in imminent peril, while others lead a carefree existence. Therefore, I urge the host to proceed without delay to effect their rescue. Upon hearing this, Liu Shi instantly comprehended the nature of the system's functionality. It became evident that it could only perform vague searches, identifying targets that approximately match the criteria and providing their locations. While it may not be the most perfect feature, it is certainly usable. System, where is the nearest young lady to me? Liu Shi proactively inquired about the location of the other party. The more maidens he rescued, the stronger his prowess would become. Moreover, who could resist the allure of a beautiful woman? Ding. The first maiden in need of salvation is currently located on the 29th floor of Building 3, and her position may shift at any moment. Please depart swiftly. Oh, she might even move? Indeed, she is a person, not an inanimate object, and could very well relocate at any time. Furthermore, she is in peril. There is no time to lose. He must set off immediately. Liu Shi felt a surge of emotion as he murmured, Weisstein, please wait a moment, I will come to find you once I finish my tasks. After making his decision to depart, Liu swiftly discerned the direction. Before long, he successfully located the building. He arrived at the ground floor, yet was met with the chilling sounds of roars and screams emanating from above, instilling a deep sense of dread. Occasionally, there were objects plummeting from great heights, posing a genuine threat. However, endowed with the prowess of a seasoned warrior, Liu Shi regarded such minor dangers with indifference. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. Liu Shi officially prepared to step into this building. Upon entering the grand hall, he discovered that the elevator was out of service, rendering it impossible to ascend by that means. Indeed, in a situation rife with zombies, utilizing the elevator would undoubtedly provide these creatures with the most convenient access, likely hastening the demise of the residents. In such circumstances, Liu Shi found himself compelled to ascend the staircase, despite the entrance being firmly sealed. Yet, such trivial obstacles held no significance for him. He effortlessly breached the door. With a resounding crash, the staircase door on the first floor was forcibly opened by Liu Shi. Within the inky darkness of the staircase, countless crimson eyes emerged. In the dim light, Liu Shi's acute vision allowed him to discern their ghastly visages, features twisted in horror, with deeply sunken eyes and shriveled skin, evoking a sense of dread. However, they were merely an illusion of terror, akin to a crumbling facade. Liu Shi inwardly cried out, Kill. In an instant, the sword materialized. He then swung the blade, temporarily obstructing the path of the approaching zombies. Liu Shi's principle is that if he can employ area of effect skills, he shall refrain from engaging in solitary combat. Should he have the option for ranged attacks, he will certainly avoid close-quarters confrontations. In the face of the sudden emergence of so many zombies, utilizing his area of effect abilities would have been optimal. However, due to the height of the building, he must conserve his strength and minimize excessive expenditure. Furthermore, the staircase is too narrow to facilitate ranged attacks. Techniques, such as the rain of swords, cannot be executed without adequate distance and space. As for ice-based abilities, their use is also impractical in such confined quarters. Thus, it seems that Liu Shi can rely solely on the sword in his hand. Naturally, it would have been preferable to possess a firearm or a dagger. Ding! A notification indicates that the host has encountered a unique environment, granting him the dagger, assassin's blade, along with a temporary supply of an infinite ammo pistol. Damn! It appears that what one wishes for truly manifests. This system is quite considerate. As the system's voice faded, Liu Shi found two weapons materializing in his grasp, a pistol with infinite ammunition and a dagger. Roar! A level 1 zombie leaped into the air, aiming for Liu Shi's neck. Launching its attack, Liu Shi felt the weight of the dagger in his hand, momentarily taken aback by its heft. He then spun the dagger in his grasp a few times, and as a first-level zombie lunged at him, it created a small whirlwind. Just as the first-level zombie was about to seize Liu Shi's head, he swiftly sidestepped to evade the attack. With a deft motion, he raised the dagger, gripping it horizontally, and executed a swift strike across the zombie's throat, severing its head from its body. There was no time to ascertain whether it possessed a crystal core, for several ordinary zombies were already bearing down upon him. Liu Shi decisively fired his weapon, and several zombies were instantly shot in the head. From the side, a few more zombies advanced towards him. Liu Shi had no time to redirect his weapon. Yet, the dagger of his assassination lacked a fixed trajectory. Liu Shi moved with remarkable swiftness, the blade carving several white lines through the air, effectively dispatching the horde of zombies. When Liu Shi finally came to a halt, the bodies of the undead lay motionless behind him, lifeless and utterly defeated. Huff! He exhaled, relieved to have resolved the wave of zombies that had obstructed his path. Liu Shi hurriedly turned around and located a first-level zombie. Unfortunately, he did not find any crystal core. Wasting no more time, he swiftly made his way to the second floor. With so many staircases from the 1st to the 29th floor, how many zombies would obstruct his path? Liu Shi hastily prepared himself mentally. Upon reaching the second floor, a cacophony of human screams echoed from within, indicating that someone was evidently in peril. However, Liu Shi resolved to refrain from engaging in matters unrelated to his mission and continued his ascent. It was at this moment that he discovered the staircase within the building was, in fact, a double staircase. This revelation alleviated some of his apprehension, as it implied that the likelihood of encountering zombies on the staircase was no longer absolute, but rather reduced to 50%, significantly easing his burden. He encountered no zombies on either the second or third floors. It appeared that they had all congregated on the first floor, where they had already been dealt with. The safety doors on these two levels were securely locked. Liu Shi let out a sigh of relief. However, the staircase was shrouded in darkness, eerily silent, and appeared particularly terrifying. The 4th floor. Liu Shi cautiously ascended the steps, only to be startled as the sensor light abruptly illuminated, revealing 3 grotesque zombies emerging from the darkness, lunging menacingly towards him. Liu Shi, with unwavering resolve, pulled the trigger. The handgun struck 2 zombies, while another was shielded from the bullet by its predecessors. The relentless horde continued to surge toward Liu Shi. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. He crouched down and delivered a swift slash with his dagger across the abdomen of one zombie, followed by a decisive thrust to the neck of another. The blade pierced the nape of the latter, causing green blood to spurt forth, splattering against the wall. After deftly dispatching 3 zombies without incident, Liu Shi realized that the overhead light was not malfunctioning, nor was it operated by a manual switch. Instead, it was voice-activated, illuminating only in response to sound. When silence prevailed, the light would extinguish automatically. This implied that if the zombies remained motionless ahead, the light would likewise remain dark. To proceed with caution, Liu Shi decisively severed the arm of a zombie and hurled it towards the 5th floor. A resounding thud echoed, and the sensor lights in the corridor illuminated, revealing nothing amiss. Without hesitation, Liu Shi ascended, cautiously testing several floors, encountering a handful of low-level zombies, all of which he dispatched with ease. Eventually, he reached the 25th floor. Upon observing the staircase crowded with zombies, at least a dozen, Liu Shi couldn't help but swallow hard. What is this? Are you all gathered here for a game of mahjong? This could easily fill several tables. However, despite his musings, he promptly initiated the assault without a moment's hesitation. He pulled the trigger decisively, eliminating the front line of zombies. As the remaining undead drew near, the risk of using his handgun increased significantly. Thus, Liu Shi swiftly resorted to his dagger. With deft precision, he slashed to the left and right, employing techniques such as stabbing, thrusting, and slicing with remarkable finesse. Particularly, he favored the thrust and slice methods. When confronted by the advancing horde once more, Liu Shi kicked one zombie away and swiftly slashed its throat. In that instant, the zombies had inadvertently struck the overhead light, shattering it. Crash! Liu Shi felt an urge to curse. It was simply too dark. Liu Shi focused intently in the darkness, his gaze fixed upon the staircase where a zombie's eyes glowed an eerie green. The creature's features and form had melded into the inky blackness of the staircase, rendering it nearly invisible in the pitch-black surroundings, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, Liu Shi possessed not only keen sight but also the ability to probe with his mental fortitude. Utilizing this advantage, he acted preemptively, swiftly dispatching the remaining zombies. A few streaks of white light pierced through the night. Liu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to eliminate them all. Fortunately, he had not encountered any advanced zombies. Liu Shi advanced forward, glancing at the floor signs. There were still 4 levels to ascend before reaching the 29th floor. A little more effort was required. Liu Shi initially intended to take a brief respite before departing. However, despite his desire for rest, the circumstances rendered it impossible. For the commotion from earlier had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the zombies above. To make matters worse, the zombies in the room below, having heard the noise, were now ascending the staircase. Faced with the perilous situation of being besieged from both above and below, he found himself in a dire predicament. Liu Shi, relying on his formidable mental strength, conducted a brief investigation, and his expression changed dramatically. What? There are actually second-tier zombies? Liu Shi no longer dared to delay and hurriedly rushed to the 29th floor. After a fierce struggle, he finally managed to unlock the security door of the 29th floor. The moment he entered the corridor, he quickly secured the door behind him and rushed to lock another security door. For the time being, he felt a semblance of safety. No one understood the peril of second-tier zombies better than him. Such adversaries were formidable. It was not that Liu Shi feared them, but rather that if a confrontation ensued, the commotion would be too great to control. His mission was to rescue the girl, not to slay the undead. Through keen observation, Liu Shi discerned that the building employed a design of 2 elevators serving 3 households. Thus, there were 3 families residing on the 29th floor. Which household was it? The system had not specified. It seemed he would have to search each unit individually. At that moment, within Villa 1, Sui and his sister Su Lingong were receiving reports. They simultaneously echoed in disbelief. What did you say? Zombies have broken out of Building 3? Indeed. And there are quite a few. The Special Operations Team is currently engaged in eradication, the butler reported earnestly. Sui clenched his fist in anger, exclaiming, "Damn it. Just days ago, we expended a considerable effort to seal all entrances and exits of the high-rise buildings, and now they have been breached so swiftly." Su Lingyong analyzed the situation. Brother, zombies are rampant everywhere, and even within the Special Operations Team, there are no guarantees of safety. Previously, numerous team members were infected by the virus and transformed into zombies. Hence, it will be challenging to mobilize reinforcements from elsewhere in the short term. How infuriating. Su Lingyong's expression darkened. If zombies breached the high-rise residences and infiltrated the villa area, they would be in grave danger. They had no external aid. Any bite or even a mere touch from a zombie could lead to infection and eventual transformation. Thus, the frontline Special Operations Team was in a perilous position. Reliant solely on ranged attacks, too fearful to approach. I'll go take a look. I have awakened my abilities and should be immune to the zombie virus. I am eager to discover the extent of my powers. Su Lingyong volunteered, her excitement palpable. Absolutely not. Sui interrupted. Sister, it is far too dangerous. You cannot go. If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to our parents? Su Lingyong refrained from further argument and activated her abilities. A flame appeared in her hand, and with a swift motion, she unleashed it. The curtains over 10 meters away were instantly engulfed in flames. Its power seemed quite formidable. See, you need not worry about my safety. The only concern should be whether I might soil my clothes. Su Lingyong spoke with an air of arrogance. On the very first day of the apocalypse, she awakened her fire-based abilities. After several days of evolution, she considered herself invincible. Her brother, Sui, also awakened his powers, although they were of a defensive nature, rooted in earth. The siblings had been recruiting other ability users but had seen little success. They had become the apex of human combat strength within their community, regarded as the deities of war. Thanks to their familial background and innate talents, they received protection from the military. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. I have heard that the nation is recruiting ability users to form an army to combat the zombies. If we hold on, we might yet receive aid, Sui urged, suppressing his inner turmoil and anxiety. Indeed, miss. You are of noble birth. Do not take unnecessary risks. The steward chimed in. The warmth that had begun to bloom in Su Lingyang's heart was doused by their words, causing her expression to waver slightly. Humph, she scoffed, sweeping away with a flick of her sleeve. Observing her departure, Sui breathed a sigh of relief, shaking his head as he commanded, hurry and replace the curtains. Yes. After enduring 2 trials and errors, Liu Shi successfully eliminated several zombies and has essentially pinpointed that the target resides within Unit 1. Liu Shi approached the entrance of Unit 1 with utmost caution, the steel door firmly locked. However, the act of breaking in posed no challenge for him. The true difficulty lay in how to skillfully rescue the other party in the most critical moment, ensuring that they would be profoundly grateful and devoted, yet without leaving any room for reproach. Driven by curiosity, Liu Shi pressed his ear against the door, striving to discern the circumstances within. Through the door, he heard the anguished plea of a weak female voice. Brother, please, don't kill me. Before she could finish, a raspy voice interrupted. Cough. Son, act swiftly. Our family has been without food for days. If you do not take action, we shall all perish from hunger. At that moment, another sharp-tongued woman chimed in. Hurry. End her life, you spineless wretch. Do you wish to see our entire family starve? Inside the room stood a slender man, trembling slightly as he brandished a kitchen knife, facing a woman who lay on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. The woman, clad in a loose white robe, possessed striking beauty, particularly evident in her captivating eyes that evoked a sense of deep affection. Yet, her exquisite visage bore bruises, a testament to past violence. Behind the man, an elderly figure and a young, plump woman gestured vigorously, urging him to swiftly dispatch the woman before him. Brother, do you not remember? Our mother passed away long ago. I raised you single-handedly. Please, do not kill me. I can venture outside and bring back food for you. The beautiful woman continued to plead. The man with the knife hesitated, his expression torn between cruelty and doubt, as if on the brink of committing an atrocity. Do not trust her. The outside world is infested with zombies. If she goes out, she may never return. It is better for us to consume her than to let her fall into the hands of the undead. The elderly man urged fervently. Yes, if we eat her, we may survive. If we let her go, we are all doomed. The elder, sensing the futility of mere words, decided to escalate his approach. He shakily grasped his cane and hobbled closer to the man and the girl. The man, feeling provoked, shouted, Stay back. Do not come any closer. The old man halted, his eyes filled with fury and despair. Why do you hesitate? Hurry, kill her. Alas, how did I end up with such a spineless wretch for a son? He cursed inwardly, yet dared not approach further. The beautiful woman, perceiving her brother's indecision, seemed to arrive at a painful conclusion. Brother, I shall reveal to you a monumental secret. Your wife and our father, they are involved with each other, and I have witnessed it. They wish to kill me to silence me. Once I am gone, you will be next. She had initially refrained from revealing such a harsh truth, understanding its brutality for any man. Yet, faced with the betrayal of her father and sister-in-law conspiring against her, compelling her beloved brother to commit murder, she felt utterly shattered. The revelation left everyone in stunned silence, particularly the man wielding the knife, whose eyes widened in shock, a clear sign of overwhelming stimulation. He turned the blade towards his wife, demanding, Is it true? Are you hiding something from me? However, before the man could finish his sentence, a beer bottle came crashing down upon his head with a resounding thud. In disbelief, he gazed at his wife, who had unleashed this violence upon him, as crimson blood began to stain his face. Clearly, the blow had rendered him precariously close to unconsciousness, his lips still murmuring, Why? Why? Because you are utterly useless. For all these years of marriage, you have brought neither wealth nor a vehicle. The house is not even yours. You lack the strength to confront anyone, and I must take matters into my own hands. The plump young woman wore an expression of disdain, even spitting on the ground in contempt. She appeared dangerously volatile. The stunning woman on the floor, witnessing this, rushed forward to assess the situation, exclaiming, No, brother. Seeing her brother lying motionless on the ground, blood gushing from his head, a rare fury crossed the beautiful woman's face. Lu Yin, how dare you? You consume her food, wear our clothes, and not only do you disregard your duties as a wife, but now you also seek to murder your husband. Ha! And what of it? Go ahead. Call the police on me. I not only intend to kill you, but I also plan to eliminate him. This way, we shall no longer suffer from hunger. Every meal will be filled with meat, she cackled. With that, Liu Yin picked up the kitchen knife from the ground and slowly approached the beautiful woman. Nearby, an elderly man stood by, arms crossed, his expression cold and detached, as though the fallen figure was not his own son. Upon hearing this, Liu Shi could not help but shudder. What in the world? His daughter-in-law conspired with her father-in-law to plot against her own husband and aunt? Murder, dismemberment, and even cannibalism? It was utterly inhumane. Inside the room, Liu Yin approached the exquisite young woman with a knife, a sinister smile adorning her face, emanating an aura of terror. The beautiful girl instinctively recoiled, her body trembling, her eyes filled with fear. Yet, in the next moment, her pupils dilated in disbelief as she witnessed an unimaginable scene. Liu Yin, while advancing towards her, reached the side of her unconscious brother. The exquisite young woman thought Liu Yin intended to slay her, but to her horror, she realized that her true target was. With a swift motion, Liu Yin brought down the knife. Crack. The man lying on the ground was cleaved in two, his head rolling aside, his eyes wide open in disbelief, refusing to close even in death. Liu Yin's kitchen knife, capable of severing beef and lamb bones with ease, proved to be a mere trifle against the fragile human spine. A human neck was no match for such a blade. With the brutal murder of her husband, Liu Yin looked up at the beautiful girl, a mad smile twisting her ugly visage. See? Killing someone isn't difficult at all. It's merely a matter of striking swiftly. Ningxi, you're next. The fridge at home is conveniently empty enough to accommodate 2 corpses. Ningxi was still grappling with the shocking events unfolding before her. Her sister-in-law had just killed her own brother right in front of her. Although her sister-in-law was often lazy, vain, and miserly, how could she commit such an atrocity? No. After a stunned silence of half a minute, Ningxi finally screamed in rage, tears cascading down her cheeks. Her brother, though lacking ambition and resolute character, was inherently a good person. He had never done anything wrong, not even harming a chicken. Most importantly, the bond between the 2 siblings, having grown up together, was profound. Memories of their shared childhood flashed vividly in her mind, amplifying her heartbreak. She was not a dark sorcerer, yet she loved her brother dearly. He was, after all, her flesh and blood. But now, her beloved brother lay slain before her, a victim of this vile woman. Ningxi recalled the changes in her brother after his marriage. How he had grown irritable, and how the distance between them had widened. All of this was the fault of this wretched woman before her. She had not only robbed her brother of his happiness, but had also taken his life. Ningxi glared fiercely at Liu Yin. Had her gaze possessed the power to kill, she would have vanquished her adversary 1,000 times over. At that moment, her heart was devoid of fear, replaced solely by seething anger. This wicked woman had taken her brother's life. As Ningxi cried out, an inexplicable surge of strength coursed through her, and she seized a dumbbell from behind her, hurling it towards Liu Yin. Taken aback, Liu Yin turned to evade, inadvertently causing the dumbbell to knock the knife from her grip. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Ningxi recklessly lunged at her, and they began to grapple chaotically. However, Liu Yin quickly gained the upper hand, leveraging her weight to overpower Ningxi, pinning her to the ground. Towering over her, Liu Yin sneered, "You wretched girl. I merely took your brother's life. I have yet to lay a hand on you, and you dare to resist?" With that, a resounding slap echoed through the air, leaving a crimson mark upon Ningxi's face. The force of Liu Yin's strike nearly sent Ningxi into unconsciousness. She was filled with resentment. Yet her body lay immobilized beneath the oppressive weight of the formidable woman. No matter how she squirmed, she could not dislodge Liu Yin, who sat heavily upon her abdomen, rendering her breathless. Ningxi could scarcely fathom how her brother had endured life alongside such a grotesque figure. With such weight, it was miraculous that he had survived as long as he did. Meanwhile, an elderly figure, observing the chaos, finally spoke. It was Ningxi's father. To her astonishment, he interjected, "Liu Yin, do not strike too hard." Both Liu Yin and Ningxi turned to him in disbelief. Liu Yin's expression was one of confusion, her brow furrowing slightly, while Ningxi's face bore the marks of shock, her heart still clinging to a flicker of hope. After all, he was her biological father. The saying goes that even a tiger does not eat its young. She could not fathom that her father harbored no conscience. Could he truly allow this malevolent woman to extinguish her life? Yet, the lifeless body of her brother lay nearby, deepening her despair. Seeing their bewilderment, Ning's father awkwardly attempted to clarify. "Well, Liu Yin, don't you think my daughter is exceptionally beautiful? More stunning than the stars of television? Such beauty, I feel, would be a pity to extinguish so readily." Ningxi's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart sinking into despair. What had she just heard? Her own father not only refrained from aiding her, but seemed to suggest that before her demise, he wished for her to endure torment at the hands of another. 2 lines of tears silently streamed down Ningxi's face, a testament to the collapse of her emotions and the desolation of her heart. Resigned, Ningxi ceased her struggles. Liu Yin cast a meaningful glance at Ning's father, then at Ningxi. She was genuinely intrigued by this unfolding drama, which was far more captivating than any reality show on television. Once the spectacle concluded and her husband was consumed, it would be their turn. Oh! How her mind was already devising the entire plan. Just then, unable to bear the scene any longer, Liu Shi outside could no longer restrain himself and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking left the 3 individuals within the room utterly astonished. After all, this was the apocalypse. Who would randomly come knocking at the door? It was worth noting that food deliveries had ceased, packages were no longer arriving. And as for the property management and neighbors, they had likely transformed into zombies or become fodder for the undead. Liu Yin slowly rose, releasing Ningxi, who was filled with a mix of despair and curiosity, and called out, "Who is it?" Liu Shi could have barged in directly, yet he chose to knock on the door instead. For even in the apocalypse, courtesy remains of utmost importance. "I am here to fix the sewer." Liu Shi fabricated an excuse. Fix the sewer? Liu Yin and Ning's father exchanged bewildered glances. How could that be? Ning's father, with a demeanor of grave wisdom, shook his head, signaling not to open the door. "We do not require sewer repairs." "Who are you truly?" Liu Yin, equally curious, pondered how a living soul would dare to knock on others' doors in such dire times. This individual exuded an aura of abnormality. Driven by curiosity, she approached the door, attempting to peek through and discern the happenings outside. However, as she pressed her eye against the peephole, a sudden scream erupted. Ningxi and her father looked at Liu Yin in confusion, unsure of the reason behind her scream, especially given its harrowing nature. It was only when Liu Yin turned around, revealing one of her eyes gouged out and blood streaming down her face, that they felt a chill run through their hearts. What calamity was transpiring? Ningxi glanced up at the door, noticing a dagger embedded where her eye had been. It was a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Before those inside could react, they noticed that the steel door was faintly glowing red and emanating heat. This Liu Yin, terrified, quickly retreated, her earlier bravado dissipating, replaced by trepidation. Even someone as oblivious as she could sense the abnormality of the situation. Under the astonished gazes of the 3, bang, the door crashed open, and Liu Shi's dashing figure strode in. Even before he entered, his voice preceded him, jokingly proclaiming, "Hello everyone. Have you eaten?" Such a seemingly mundane question, in ordinary times, now felt like a sharp dagger piercing each heart in this desolate world. Eating had become the greatest luxury of all. "Who are you?" Ning's father asked, his expression distorted by overwhelming fear as he posed his question. Liu Yin, utterly frightened, stumbled back, a yellow liquid streaming from her lower body. Only Ningxi regarded the man before her with a curious gaze, appraising him from head to toe. As one already on the brink of death, she no longer feared it. He appeared charming and handsome, exuding an innate allure, and the dagger he held seemed long and formidable. If possible, she would have liked to bite him to prove she was not cowardly. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a physical education teacher from Jinghai University, sent here to find a girl named what was it she? Liu Shi came to a halt, a smile gracing his face as he offered an explanation. His gaze wandered around the room, eventually resting upon a breathtaking young woman reclining on the floor. Initially, he was unaware of her name until he overheard a conversation moments ago that suggested it might be Ningxi. What a peculiar name. Do not mistake me for a sports teacher. My literary exposure is limited. Before the 3 could fully comprehend the situation, Liu Shi pointed towards Ningxi and declared, "It is her." "Me?" Ningxi, barely managing to lift herself, appeared utterly bewildered. "When did I come to know you?" "Jinghai University? I am not acquainted with anyone there." Ningxi had been an exemplary graduate from a medical university, having just completed her studies not long ago. At the age of 26, she was working as an intern at a public hospital. Pursuing a career in medicine is inherently arduous, coupled with modest financial compensation. To alleviate her family's economic strain, she often took up modeling gigs during her spare time. The reason she could afford such a splendid residence was due to her mother's savings, tragically diminished by her untimely passing 2 years prior. Following her mother's death, the family's financial situation deteriorated significantly, and the burden of providing for the household now rested squarely on her shoulders. As Ning Shi pondered these thoughts, Liu Shi spoke again, saying, "Yes, you. Come with me." Ning Shi instinctively felt the urge to follow Liu Shi and attempted to move her feet. It was certainly not due to his handsome appearance, but rather because remaining here would result in certain death. Rather than perish in this place, it seemed more prudent to embrace the unknown. Although the future remained uncertain, it was certainly preferable to meeting her end here, at the hands of her own family. As for avenging her brother, perhaps if she possessed the strength, she would seek retribution, but in her current state, she felt too feeble. Just then, her father emerged to intervene, exclaiming, "Wait." Liu Shi raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting sincerity as he awaited the other party to continue with their reasoning. Suddenly, Ning Fu recalled the moment when the intruder had forcefully entered. Feeling a sense of trepidation, he hesitated before speaking. "She is my daughter. You may take her, but you must provide us with ample provisions and repair our door." Ning Shi struggled to approach Liu Shi's side and turned back to say, "What a father you are. I have no need for a parent as beastly and cold-hearted as you." Liu Shi raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness towards Ning's father, conveying his inability to assist. "You see, it is not that I am unwilling to offer my aid, but rather that your daughter does not acknowledge you as her father. Thus, you possess no grounds to make any demands." Ning's father was left speechless, grappling with a sense of guilt. Meanwhile, Liu Yan's eyes were still stained with blood. She sat on the ground in a state of terror. The earlier ferocity with which she had confronted her husband now vanished without a trace. "Do you have anything to say?" Liu Shi inquired, fixing his gaze upon Liu Yan, seeking her perspective. No, you all should leave quickly." Liu Yan wished to spend not a moment longer in Liu Shi's presence, for he seemed like a demon, utterly terrifying. Liu Shi nodded slightly, signifying his agreement. He then spoke, "Well, since you have no objections, prepare to meet your demise." As soon as the words left his lips, Liu Shi raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, turning away and taking 2 steps before executing a series of successive strikes. The 2 individuals were sent soaring through the air. Subsequently, amidst their expressions of terror, their bodies were propelled out of the window, plummeting from the 29th floor. Liu approached the window. The gust of wind from the exclusive high-rise residence tousled his hair, giving it an ethereal, almost disheveled appearance. Liu Shi watched in horror as 2 individuals plummeted to the ground, transforming into 2 pools of blood. The soldiers below, startled, recoiled and hurled curses at the figures above, though the distance rendered Liu Shi incapable of discerning their precise insults. Meanwhile, Ning Shi remained in a state of disbelief, as if ensnared in a dream, witnessing the unfolding events with incredulity. Just moments ago, she had been a wretched soul, desperately struggling against the imminent demise at the hands of her own kin. Yet now, she found herself miraculously saved, while the architect of her torment faced dire retribution and had already met their fate. An indescribable exhilaration surged within her. This profound transformation was all due to the man standing before her. It felt as though a shackle she had long borne was quietly slipping away. However, her gaze soon fell upon her deceased brother, and her expression shifted once more to one of solemnity and numbness, the gravity of the moment settling in. Liu Shi returned to her side once more, his smile radiant as he remarked, "I hope you don't mind that I accompanied them for a while. My actions were solely driven by my disdain for them, and have nothing to do with you." Ning Shi finally regained her composure. Her heart a tumultuous whirl as she gazed at the man before her. He had just taken a life, yet here he stood, exuding such nonchalance, as if the act of murder had not been committed by him. Furthermore, he offered me solace, urging me to cast aside any psychological burdens. Are today's young men truly so considerate? Ning Shi, confronted with his eager gaze, found her own eyes evasive. "No, I do not mind. One among them is my biological father, who condoned his daughter-in-law's heinous act of slaying his own son. He even turned against me, his own daughter, in a manner that is utterly unforgivable. Another is my sister-in-law, who has committed fratricide and plotted to murder me for consumption. Such actions are a complete erosion of humanity. Thank you for avenging me." Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the women recommended by the system were all exceptional, possessing both intelligence and beauty. Liu Shi scrutinized the enchanting beauty before him. Her figure, with its alluring curves and an S-shaped silhouette, appeared even more tantalizing beneath her pristine white coat. Truly, she embodied the quintessential model physique, further accentuated by her esteemed profession as a doctor, fulfilling the fantasies of every man. "Forgive my bluntness, but you seem rather unkempt at the moment. Would you care to take a shower first? Perhaps change into something more suitable?" Liu Shi casually suggested, intending to ensure her comfort, as one undoubtedly feels uneasy in a state of disarray. Liu Shi advanced relentlessly, engaging in close combat with the zombies. Yet, remarkably, he remained unblemished, devoid of blood and excessive dust, indicating his aversion to filth. This, undoubtedly, can be attributed to his ice-based supernatural abilities. Liu Shi's instinctive remark caused a flush to rise on Ning Shi's face. She had witnessed numerous tales of gallant heroes rescuing fair maidens, only to culminate in a promise of devotion. Now, he was urging her to bathe. Was he truly that eager? It wouldn't be a hardship to acquiesce, especially since life was fleeting. After all, she had yet to experience the embrace of a man. Given his striking appearance, it would hardly be a loss. Ning Shi lowered her gaze, a hint of shyness gracing her demeanor as she made her way towards the bathroom. Glancing back at Liu Shi, who wore an expression of earnest sincerity, her resolve only strengthened. Liu Shi surveyed the dismal living room, marred by the presence of a lifeless body, and found the situation particularly disheartening. Thus, he took command of the iron-framed sofa within the room, maneuvering it back and forth to clear the chaotic clutter, including the corpse, and unceremoniously pushed everything down to the lower floor. This was followed by another act of aerial disposal, provoking the soldiers below to express their exasperation and ire. Half an hour passed. Liu Shi, in a state of utter boredom, finally awaited Ning Shi's emergence from the bathroom, still wrapped in a pristine white towel, which instantly captivated his attention. Liu Shi was about to suggest changing clothes and leaving quickly, as he had many tasks to attend to. However, he realized that his large hand had already been grasped by the other party, gently leading him towards the bedroom. This is such a fortunate turn of events. After Liu Shi rescued Ning Shi, he also vanquished numerous zombies, resulting in a bountiful reward, particularly considering Liu Shi's relatively low level at present. His advancement in various realms has been remarkably swift. Shortly thereafter, Liu Shi heard a warm and delightful voice echoing in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully rescuing a remarkable young lady in this wretched apocalypse. She has bid farewell to danger and is now in a state of safety under your protection. Furthermore, she has successfully conceived a child. As a reward, the host has been granted the physique of immunity to all toxins. Ding. With this immunity, no poison can inflict even the slightest harm upon the host, deemed the strongest across all realms. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased by 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your mental power has also increased by 500. The attribute points acquired from defeating zombies remain unchanged. Should you obtain crystal cores, additional rewards can be exchanged. Continue your commendable efforts, host. Upon hearing the notification, Liu Shi was both astonished and delighted. Although he did not acquire a new supernatural ability, nor did the space expand, the gift of immunity to all toxins was indeed a significant boon. From that moment forward, Liu Shi was liberated from the fear of zombie viruses, as well as any mutated or variant pathogens. Even in the unfortunate event of poisoning, there was no cause for concern. System, he declared, please temporarily conceal the notifications regarding forced pushes and rewards for exterminating zombies. Have you not observed that I have never required such coercive measures? I shall summon you for notifications when the need arises. Liu Shi, filled with a sense of accomplishment, gestured confidently. He had long found the system's prompts overly intricate and had been tirelessly pursuing simplifications. Of course, it was also quite pleasant to listen during moments of boredom. Very well, the system replied, before falling into silence. Liu Shi continued to access the personal information panel of the current female lead. Name: Ning Shi. Charisma: 96. Supernatural ability: unawakened. Affection level: 80. Quite impressive. Her charisma has remarkably reached 96, indicating that she scores exceedingly high in physique, beauty, proportions, and leg length. Such an average score is indicative of her exceptional qualities. Given these attributes, she ranks above average among Liu Shi's numerous female acquaintances. Furthermore, her voluntary dedication has elevated her affection level to 80. Oh, so her name is Ning Shi, not Lin Shi. What a beautiful character, Shi. No, what a splendid character, Shi. Liu Shi approached the window, observing that the sky outside was gradually shrouded in twilight. The night was on the verge of descending, and after a day of diligent effort, he found himself richly rewarded. Liu Shi surreptitiously repaired the steel gate, remelting it to safeguard against the unknown dangers of the night. He also encased the floor-to-ceiling glass windows of the living room balcony in a solid layer of ice. It appeared impenetrable, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would occur. When Ning Shi awoke, he shared with her the meticulously prepared pre-cooked meals. These were not the ordinary pre-packaged meals one might find. Rather, they were lovingly crafted by his virtuous wife, Diana, before his departure, yielding a generous quantity. Liu Shi capitalized on the unchanging nature of space-time flow, placing food inside, which remained exactly the same upon retrieval. This extraordinary ability allowed Liu Shi to relish delicious, piping hot meals at any given moment. It was a source of envy for all. When Ning Shi witnessed Liu Shi conjuring such an abundance of fresh and steaming food, she was utterly astonished. While she was aware of his extraordinary powers, she never anticipated witnessing them firsthand. Nonetheless, in this apocalyptic world, what could possibly be deemed impossible? Ning Shi's capacity for acceptance was remarkably swift. She quickly grasped and embraced the reality before her. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Liu Shi began to shimmer with admiration. Ding! Congratulations to the female protagonist Ning Shi, whose favorability rating has increased by 10, reaching 90. As Liu Shi savored his meal, he glanced up and offered a subtle smile to Ning Shi upon receiving a prompt. It must be said, the blend of a model and a doctor was indeed quite delightful. In a playful attempt to tease her, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "By the way, I still do not know your name." Ning Shi, having just brought food to her lips, paused momentarily. Remembering the events that had transpired earlier, she blushed and replied, "My name is Ning Shi, with Ning meaning tranquility and Shi representing the ebb and flow of tides." After this, she hesitantly asked, "Earlier this afternoon, you mentioned you are a professor at Jinghai University. What is your name?" "How embarrassing. I do not even know his name. Moreover, it appears he is equally oblivious to mine. How could we be so careless? Am I being too hasty? No, this is a post-apocalyptic world. I should not be so concerned with such trivial formalities." Besides, he did not refuse or oppose, but rather seemed to enjoy it. This indicates that my actions are indeed justified. There is absolutely nothing wrong. A session of mental reassurance allowed the flustered Ning Shi to regain a semblance of composure. Liu Shi. The Liu from to be benevolent like Liu, and the Shi meaning to be pragmatic. It was Liu Shi's first formal introduction before a woman. It felt somewhat like a case of love blossoming after marriage. "Liu, what does that mean?" Ning Shi's expression was one of confusion, exuding a myriad of emotions. "Yes, Liu Shi." Ning Shi managed a forced smile, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "What an odd name. Who has the surname Liu? Like the Lian Li Ing scoundrel? Does he fancy himself as Rukawakid? Is he merely brushing me off?" In truth, Liu Shi was not dismissing Ning Shi. As the phrase "to be benevolent like Liu" originates from the Zhuajuan, your aide of Duke Qing, signifying a willingness to heed correct advice. Moreover, Shi shares phonetic similarities with to be and can hold synonymous meanings. Of course, Liu Shi was unaware of Ning Shi's thoughts, believing she had accurately comprehended his name. After finishing their meal, Liu Shi instinctively articulated his plans for the following day. He needed to rescue 2 other young women in distress. It was likely he would face swarms of zombies, potentially encountering formidable second-level or even third-level zombies. It was essential to rest well. However, Ning Shi interpreted his words differently. He mentioned resting after dinner. In this delicate atmosphere, her heart raced like a startled deer, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Her gaze reflected both shyness and concern, as if she were undergoing an internal struggle. Could it be that he intends to? The thought flickered through her mind, stirring a cascade of ripples within. A faint blush graced her cheeks, a hallmark of youthful shyness and unease. Stealing a glance at the figure drawing near, her heart was a tumult of emotions. "How vexing," she murmured softly. This was both a small complaint about the involuntary fluttering within her and an acceptance of the sudden onset of feelings that she could not control. Her tone held a hint of playful reproach, yet it undeniably added an alluring charm to her demeanor. He was so strong, recovering with remarkable swiftness. She silently admired him, her awe stemming from both the rapidity of his physical healing and her admiration for his indomitable spirit. She was acutely aware that such a man effortlessly tugged at her heartstrings, evoking both love and trepidation. Yet, amidst this admiration and infatuation, a thread of worry intertwined. "However, I fear I may be overwhelmed." She pondered whether her body and spirit could truly endure such fervor and passion. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her gaze, as if she stood at a crossroads, hesitating to take that fateful step. Nevertheless, her bashfulness remained undiminished. She bit down on her lower lip. attempting to quell the tumult within her. Yet, that emotion surged forth like a spring, unstoppable and fervent. Liu Shi gazed upon everything, attributing her flushed complexion merely to the warmth of the meal she had consumed. It was only later that he realized the extent of his misjudgment. The following day, as dawn broke gently, the view from the 29th floor revealed the horizon illuminated by the rising sun. Liu Shi enjoyed a deep and refreshing slumber last night, thus awakening with exceptional vigor the following day. In contrast, Ningxi bore conspicuous dark circles under her eyes, leaving one to ponder whether this would affect their forthcoming endeavors. After partaking in a sumptuous breakfast and donning their attire, they prepared to embark on their day. Liu Shi held Ningxi's hand, preparing to step outside. However, upon reaching the entrance, he abruptly halted, sensing a formidable aura emanating from beyond the door. It was at least that of a high-level, second-tier zombie, and the entity's strength appeared to surpass his own. What should he do? Exiting through the front door would inevitably lead to a confrontation with this powerful adversary. Even if he were to emerge victorious, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory, risking collateral damage. The thought of Ningxi meeting her demise was intolerable. It would be a tragedy of 2 lives lost, a fate he could not permit. Yet, what alternatives were there to bypass the main entrance? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the ice on the balcony, sparking a different idea. This notion would subsequently alter his approach to the impending conflict. At that moment, Liu Shi's mind conceived 2 promising strategies. The first entailed leaping from the 29th floor. By harnessing the cushioning effect of his metallic abilities, he might achieve a sensation akin to flying with a sword. Though it appeared somewhat fantastical, it was not an impossible feat. Descending in this manner would allow him to evade any encounter with the zombies outside. Liu Shi immediately summoned the Sword of Victory, utilizing his metallic abilities to make it soar and orbit around him. Subsequently, he stepped onto it, clumsily managing to navigate around the living room for nearly half a circuit, leaving Ningxi utterly astonished, her mouth covered and eyes wide, on the verge of gasping in disbelief. The plan was viable, however, it carried inherent risks. Should he fail to maintain control or exhaust his mental energy, peril would ensue. Thus, it could only serve as a contingency. The second option was to confront the challenge head-on, engaging in a fierce battle to eliminate the zombies at the entrance and acquire the crystal cores before devising further strategies. After all, second-level crystal cores were rare treasures capable of awakening his woman's abilities, with the potential to be inherited by their offspring. Just imagine, if their child were to be born with extraordinary powers, they would indeed be starting life on the winning side. Such a temptation was undeniably significant. Yet, before pursuing this, he needed to ensure Ningxi's safety. Liu Shi gazed at Ningxi, unable to arrive at a decision for the moment. System. Where exactly is the second girl in need of rescue? Liu Shi first ascertained the position of the other party, assessing the level of risk before contemplating any action, thus circumventing numerous potential issues. Ding. The second girl in need of rescue is someone you cannot refuse. She is a peerless superstar, adored by countless admirers. Surely, you have yet to experience the allure of a celebrity, have you not? Liu Shi, please be serious. My inquiry pertains to the location, not her allure. Kindly refrain from providing irrelevant responses. Ding. The calculation is underway for the second maiden in need of rescue, located on the 68th, 69th, and 70th floors of Building 8. Separated from here by 2 additional structures, making direct access impossible. The floor plan has been unveiled. Liu Shi gazed intently at the floor plan revealed by the system, realizing that to reach his desired destination, he would have to navigate around at least 2 buildings. It was evident that the adversary was positioned near the top floor. If he were to descend, not only would he have to contend with a horde of zombies obstructing his path, but even upon reaching the entrance of Building 8, he would be compelled to battle his way up from the first floor. The mere thought of this filled Liu Shi with a sense of fatigue in his limbs. System. Why does this unparalleled starlet reside alone in a 3-story apartment? Liu Shi inquired, perplexed. Ding. Because she possesses wealth, and she can choose to inhabit as many floors as she desires. A gentle reminder, the 70th floor of Building 8 is the pinnacle. The host may descend from the heavens, ideally upon a rainbow cloud. Liu Shi mused. This system is becoming increasingly frivolous. However, the idea of descending from the heavens seems rather appealing. We are currently on the 29th floor. Reaching the top floor from here would be far easier than descending to the first floor and then ascending 68 stories. Once I reach the pinnacle, I can then leap from the rooftop of the top floor to the rooftops of buildings 5 and 7. before finally vaulting from the rooftop of Building 7 to that of Building 8. Liu Shi glanced at the floor plan, noting that the distance between the front and rear of the buildings exceeded 80 meters, presenting quite a challenge. However, the lateral distance between the buildings was a mere 10 meters, well within his acceptable range. After making up his mind, he pressed on. Liu Shi immediately addressed Ning Shi, saying, "Ning Shi, please take refuge in the bedroom. Do not emerge unless I call for you. Allow me to clear the zombies at the entrance before we make our departure." Oh, Ning Shi's face suddenly flushed crimson, her thoughts veiled in mystery. Nevertheless, she obediently retreated, gently locking the door behind her. Liu Shi hastily erected a formidable layer of ice at the entrance. Subsequently, he melted all the metal within the house into a series of sharp spikes, which he suspended behind him, extending beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. Viewed from the outside, these formidable spikes appeared to be arranged with striking precision, hanging in the air, exuding an imposing presence. Liu Shi contemplated internally. Only with sufficient distance could the advantages of the sword rain be fully realized. The living room, with its distance of several meters, should suffice. He then held his breath and cautiously opened the door to the room, gradually retreating to a safer distance. Indeed, the first zombie lingering in the corridor spotted Liu Shi's figure, kicked the door wide open, and lunged towards him. Liu Shi wielded the sword rain with his left hand, poised to unleash its power, while his right hand commanded the icy abilities, instantaneously freezing the zombies that surged forth. The large floor-to-ceiling window had been shattered completely, allowing a continuous influx of air and moisture to replenish Liu Shi's energy. As the first zombie burst through the entrance, it promptly roused the others lurking behind. There were no less than a dozen of them, all clamoring to rush through the doorway with ferocity. What? Were second-tier zombies also present? Upon sensing the presence of a second-tier zombie, Liu Shi's demeanor grew increasingly grave. The prowess of this particular second-tier undead was evidently far more formidable than that of the one he had previously vanquished. Liu Shi dared not to be careless. 2 ordinary zombies charged in first, and he swiftly employed his ice-based abilities to immobilize them. Following them were 3 first-tier zombies, succeeded by second-tier zombies, accompanied by several ordinary zombies. This overwhelming situation compelled Liu Shi to imperceptibly retreat a few steps, as he needed to create ample space to unleash his ultimate move. Roar. The second-tier zombie let out a fierce roar, attempting to close the distance to Liu Shi with remarkable speed. Now was the moment. Liu Shi, with a firm grip on the sword rain, swept his hand forward, causing the blades to quiver in the air momentarily before they surged forth. Magnificent. The bodies of the 3 level 1 zombies were violently pierced, their heads punctured with several gaping holes. Meanwhile, the ordinary zombies, having barely made their entrance, were swiftly annihilated. Dark green blood pooled upon the ground. Yet, astonishingly, 1 level 2 zombie evaded this devastating attack. It nimbly leapt to a corner untouched by the sword rain, glaring menacingly at Liu Shi. Its dark green eyes appeared exceedingly sinister, devoid of any emotion. The sight was truly terrifying. It is worth noting that the apocalypse had only just commenced a few days prior, and these zombies still donned remnants of human clothing, although tattered and stained. The garments were marred by blood and dirt, rendering them an exceedingly grim hue. Their faces had already lost all semblance of color, transforming from a once rosy complexion to a parched brown. Liu Shi observed that the more advanced the zombie, the more pronounced its physical transformations became. Take, for instance, the zombie before him. Its anatomical structure appeared to be entirely distinct from that of a human being. Liu Shi found himself daringly scrutinizing his opponent for the first time. The creature's teeth had elongated and sharpened, resembling those of a vampire. Its facial features had entirely forsaken aesthetics. The visage was stripped of any excess fat and collagen, transformed into a parched human skin, enveloping nothing but the remnants of bone and flesh. Additionally, the veins in its neck were remarkably prominent, devoid of any signs of a pulsing heartbeat, yet brimming with vitality. It seemed evident that it had consumed a considerable number of humans to attain such a grotesque form. Moreover, its hands bore fingers that were over twice the length of an ordinary person's, with nails adorned by sharp spikes, indicative of an evolved state, thick and sanguinary. As for the shoes upon its feet, they had been worn to the point of developing 2 gaping holes, with 10 toes rupturing forth, and the toenails appearing exceedingly sharp. Wait a moment. Liu Shi noticed her chest, which seemed to be subtly pronounced. Could it be that she was a female zombie? To think that even in death, she retained such allure. It appears she must have been quite remarkable in her former life. Liu Shi raised his head once more. Observing the shoulder-length hair that had become damp and unkempt, resembling a filthy, odorous mop retrieved from a restroom, a look of disdain involuntarily crossed his face. Alas, if the female zombie appeared in such a manner, he could hardly muster an appetite. Thus, he hastily dismissed his chaotic thoughts, unsheathed his sword, and took the initiative to confront the zombie, shouting, "Hand over the crystal core." Naturally, the second-tier zombie could not comprehend Liu Shi's words. Its expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever, devoid of any emotion. It merely shook its head and nodded slightly before leaping towards Liu Shi, revealing its sharp claws. The two figures danced through the living room in a blur, nearly invisible to ordinary onlookers. Liu Shi's speed was remarkable, yet the second-tier zombies matched him in swiftness. With both parties surpassing the bounds of ordinary human capabilities, they nearly transgressed the law of mass velocity relationship. However, the conflict between human psychics and zombies defied conventional reasoning. Fortunately, the living room was sufficiently spacious, allowing Liu Shi to engage in combat without significant strain. As the battle ensued, the room descended into chaos. With walls obliterated and two rooms breached, transforming the entire space into an expanse comparable to a typical three-bedroom, two-living room layout. Thankfully, Ningxi's unfortunate chamber remained untouched at the far end, safeguarded by an icy barrier at the entrance, ensuring temporary safety. Die for me. Liu Shi was filled with fury as he aimed at its neck and swung his sword with a swift motion. Had he connected, it would undoubtedly have been a fatal blow. Alas, the creature's speed was astonishing, evading his attack at the very last moment. And it emitted a blinding light that clouded Liu Shi's judgment. Could it be that its power lies in light? Liu Shi pondered, just as this thought crossed his mind. He found himself caught off guard as the claws of the second-tier zombie lunged towards him, nearly piercing his throat. In a state of panic, Liu Shi hastily raised his sword to block. The clash of the second-tier zombie's claws against the sword of victory produced a shower of sparks. Good heavens! How could its claws be so formidable, capable of contending with a blade? Although Liu Shi was not injured by the blow, he was forced back several steps before finally regaining his footing, his face betraying a grave expression. To his astonishment, this particular second-tier zombie was far from ordinary. Its overall strength was evidently superior to that of its peers. It was even stronger than I had imagined. Furthermore, its speed was remarkable, its claws as hard as iron. And it emitted light that disrupted vision. If given sufficient time, it might well evolve into a female zombie king. Liu Shi's SSS-grade abilities were supposed to grant him overwhelming dominance over opponents of the same tier. Yet, against this female zombie, he felt as though his strength was rendered ineffective. He would need to employ strategy to overcome it. Noticing the difficulty etched on Liu Shi's face, the second-tier zombie seized the opportunity to press its attack. With a sudden leap, it lunged at him, its razor-sharp claws mere inches away. Liu Shi deliberately bent his body to evade its fierce strike. However, he did not anticipate what followed. Liu Shi had yet to catch his breath when the knee of the second-tier zombie collided forcefully with his chest. Liu Shi caught a fleeting glimpse and discovered that its knee was as hard as iron. Should it be struck, it would likely result in severe injury, if not death. In a moment of imminent peril, Liu Shi could only push aside its knee with his hand, leveraging force to swiftly roll his body to the side. The bodies of both parties intertwined in midair. Liu Shi found himself beneath, with the zombie looming above. At this moment, it was an indelible experience for Liu Shi. Such close proximity to the female zombie evoked an inexplicable thrill within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Recognizing his advantage, the ability to utilize the force and friction of the ground to react swiftly. This was the merit of maintaining a grounded position. In contrast, the secondary-grade zombie, propelled into the air, was unable to deftly control its trajectory. Liu Shi deftly maneuvered to evade the strike of the second-tier zombie, swiftly breaking its knee with a single blow. As he dodged its attack, his right hand became unencumbered, but the proximity rendered the use of his sword impractical. He promptly sheathed the sword into his spatial pocket, clenching his right fist tightly, preparing to deliver a powerful punch. Come, experience the might of my fist. Is it as hard as it seems? Bang. Liu Shi's right fist struck the chest of the second-tier zombie with tremendous force. The impact, equating to a staggering 2,400 kilograms of pressure, was akin to being struck by a 2-ton truck traveling at an astonishing speed of 100 yards per second, approximately 72 meters per second, or 162 kilometers per hour. In an instant, the chest of the second-tier zombie caved in, and after being propelled backward, its form crashed violently against the rooftop, with half of its body embedded within the ceiling. However, Liu Shi also displayed a fleeting expression of anguish. He vigorously shook his hand, surprised to find it somewhat numb. The chest of the female zombie was astonishingly resilient. Could it have turned to stone? Initially, he had intended to strike the softest area with a powerful blow, only to encounter the hardest part of its body instead. Truly, a situation where one inflicts 1,000 wounds upon the enemy while sustaining 800 upon oneself. A miscalculation. In the midst of his lamentation, Liu Shi glanced upward at the spot where the zombie had collided, discovering a hole of moderate size in the ceiling. Yet, its figure had long since vanished without a trace. Liu Shi immediately became cautious, instinctively retreating 2 steps to maintain his guard. However, he soon realized that a second-tier zombie had somehow maneuvered behind him. Damn, this second-tier zombie possessed at least late-stage second-tier strength. And it might even be on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier, surpassing his own level by a considerable margin. Nevertheless, Liu Shi felt no fear. He was confident in his ability to slay it. Upon Liu Shi's realization of the anomaly, the second-tier zombie had already begun its assault. However, its speed was no longer as swift as before. Having learned its lesson, it refrained from leaping and instead advanced steadily on foot. This change afforded Liu Shi ample time to react. Liu Shi executed a swift kick, only to be met with a formidable block from his opponent's hands, causing both to retreat a couple of steps. It appeared that, in the absence of a decisive advantage in strength, he would have to resort to cunning tactics. However, at that moment, the commotion generated by their battle attracted a greater horde of zombies, and several first-level zombies emerged at the entrance, placing Liu Shi once again in a daunting situation of facing multiple adversaries. Liu Shi advanced without the slightest hesitation, brandishing his sword as a figure darted forward, swiftly dispatching several first-level zombies. He then raised his hand to seal the entrance. Upon turning back, he found that second-level zombies were once again launching their assault, accompanied by a dazzling radiance. Liu Shi swiftly closed his eyes, his mental energy surging forth, accurately discerning the nature of its assault. The level 2 zombie once again opted for an aerial attack, capitalizing on its advantage as it lunged towards Liu Shi with both hands and feet. It revealed not a single flaw, not even granting Liu Shi a moment's respite against its iron-like chest. Liu Shi uncovered a most terrifying truth. It was evolving, continuously learning and adapting even amidst battle. Is this mere instinct? It seems to transcend the primal responses of the body. How frightful! To claim it lacks intellect? Who would believe such a notion? It appears that the longer the struggle persists, the more unfavorable the circumstances become for me. Liu Shi swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught of the second-tier zombie. However, before he could rise, it lunged at him once more, employing the same tactic, leaving Liu Shi with no means of counteraction. Icebound, Liu Shi called out softly. In an instant, a wall of ice materialized before him. However, this icy barrier could not entirely thwart the onslaught of the level 2 zombies. With a resounding crash, the figures of the level 2 zombies burst forth from the shattered ice, causing the wall to completely crumble. Yet, in that very moment, it had managed to momentarily impede their assault. This brief interlude turned out to be the decisive factor that determined success or failure. As the level 2 zombies landed, they discovered that Liu Shi had vanished from their sight. At that precise moment, Liu Shi lunged from the side, brandishing his sword with the intent of severing its neck. The level 2 zombie reacted swiftly, raising its hands to block while emitting a disruptive sound. Unbeknownst to it, Liu Shi's sword strike was merely a feint. The true lethal blow was already coalescing behind the level 2 zombie. At that moment, the creature stood with its back to the floor-to-ceiling glass window of the living room, oblivious to the outside world. The window had long been shattered, revealing a vast sky where a colossal metallic blade was swiftly taking form. With a decisive sweep of his hand, Liu Shi unleashed the blade with a speed that was almost blinding. As the level 2 zombie barely managed to deflect Liu Shi's sword strike, it suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did this blow feel so light? Though it could not articulate such thoughts, Liu Shi was certain of one thing. The moment the sword made contact, the zombie's expression shifted dramatically, its facial muscles tensing in realization. Alas, it was too late. In the fleeting moment that its muscles tightened, the immense metallic blade pierced through its chest from behind, pinning it to the ground, rendering it utterly immobile. The blade was over 30 centimeters in width, sufficient to extinguish its life force. Yet Liu Shi remained unsatisfied. With a swift motion, he severed its head from its body. As the head fell, the body succumbed to a lifeless slump. Liu Shi then observed the head rolling on the ground, its eyes gradually dimming, transitioning between a crimson hue and an inky green. Slowly, it lost its luster, fading into a dull gray. With a sigh of relief, Liu Shi discarded his sword and sank to the ground, exhaling deeply. Finally, victory was his. Although the battle seemed prolonged, it transpired in but a fleeting instant. Nonetheless, the toll it took on his physical and mental stamina was immense, instilling in Liu Shi an urgent desire to enhance his strength. Despite the absence of peril, reflecting on the encounter still sent a shiver down his spine. After a brief respite, he collected himself. Liu Shi hurriedly rose and began to search, discovering a shimmering crystal core nestled within the cranium of a second-tier zombie. At last, his efforts had not been in vain. He swiftly stowed away the crystal core, and with a hint of disdain, prodded the zombie's body with the tip of his sword, ultimately unceremoniously tearing away the remnants of its clothing. He wished to examine the mutations present on its form. TCH. Upon discerning the mutations of the second-tier zombie before him, his eyes filled with contempt. It was not transformed into stone, as he had anticipated, but rather into bone. Damn. How outrageous. In the scene, the second-tier zombie had been left in a pitiable state by Liu Shi. Not only had he unfastened its garments, but he had also conducted a biological examination of its remains, an act that was nothing short of inhumane. Nevertheless, such close-range study of his adversary had afforded Liu Shi a broader perspective. As the saying goes, to know both oneself and one's enemy is to win 100 battles without peril. For Liu Shi, this type of research was undoubtedly necessary and entirely legitimate. After toying with the findings for a while, Liu Shi, feeling a sense of ennui, promptly made his way to the bathroom for a shower. After all, he had just engaged in combat with a second-tier zombie, leaving his clothes soiled and his face streaked with dust, a mixture of grime and sweat that rendered him particularly disheveled. Were he facing an ordinary opponent, he would have had the energy to utilize his ice abilities to avoid getting dirty. However, confronted with such a formidable foe, he had not dared to be careless, which had led to his current disarray. Fortunately, he had sustained no injuries. Liu Shi made his way to the bathroom, only to discover that it had been almost completely reduced to rubble. The door and half of the wall had collapsed, leaving him with no choice but to make do with a hasty wash. From outside, one could behold a rather peculiar sight, a house with shattered floor-to-ceiling windows. Its interior marred by crumbling eaves and broken walls, yet a man was bathing outdoors nearby, a scene that was truly difficult to behold. At long last, he enjoyed a warm shower and donned a fresh set of clothes. Liu Shi rapped upon Ningxi's door, calling, "Ningxi, it is I. Come forth, for we must depart." With a soft creak, the securely locked door gradually swung open, accompanied by a series of gentle clicks, revealing Ningxi's breathtakingly beautiful visage. Liu Shi smiled and said, "I apologize. It seems your home has been turned into such a state that it may no longer be habitable." Ningxi slowly stepped out of the room. Her heart jolted at the sight of her once familiar home, now utterly transformed. She had heard the commotion outside with crystal clarity. The incessant sounds of collision echoed relentlessly, and the room trembled violently. Numerous times, she felt the urge to step outside and discover the source of the chaos. Yet the admonitions from Liu Shi restrained her. Surveying the disarray of her residence, Ningxi let out a soft sigh. Even if the house had not been damaged, it was rendered uninhabitable, infested with zombies, making it utterly unsuitable for living. Perhaps its ruin was a blessing in disguise, severing her lingering thoughts and allowing the painful memories of familial betrayal to be buried deep, or perhaps one day, they would fade away entirely, never to resurface. However, in stark contrast to the desolate state of the house, Liu Shi maintained an air of elegance, his attire remaining unblemished, which attested to his undeniable strength. With a hint of jest, Ningxi remarked, "Mr. Liu, it seems I must rely on you from now on." Liu Shi raised an eyebrow and feigned seriousness as he said, "All right, Ashi. Let us proceed. Stay close behind me and do not stray too far." With that, Liu Shi brandished the dagger of slaughter, forcefully breaking open the door to the room and stepping into the corridor. As he gazed ahead, he observed that the safety gate of the staircase was utterly destroyed. It seemed that the recent skirmish had eradicated the zombies on the nearby floors. Ningxi, filled with curiosity, glanced around. This was her first venture outside since the onset of the apocalypse, and she was brimming with wonder about the world beyond. Keep up. Liu Shi intended to ascend the staircase, his present objective being the top floor of Building 3. Drawing upon his prior experience with stairway confrontations, he proceeded with utmost caution. Before embarking on his journey, he took a moment to access his personal panel to assess his current status. Name, Liu Shi level, warrior strength, 2400 mental power, 2400 speed, 237 attributes, immune to all poisons, golden dual kidneys, enhanced attributes, perfect aim. Guaranteed favorability aura of 70. Immune to zombie virus, mastery of sword techniques ability, advanced ice elemental power personal assets, 5,000 cubic meters of storage space, various supplies, sword of victory. Dagger of slaughter number of rescued maidens, 6, Zhuang shouting, Diana, Tang Wuming, Song Do Do, Liang Jing, Ning Shi, offspring in gestation. 6 unallocated attributes, 800 indeed. After several rounds of gains, both his strength and mental prowess had experienced significant enhancement, though his speed remained stagnant. The limitation stemmed from the inadequacy of his physical strength, which had yet to reach a certain threshold. Perhaps, upon advancing to the rank of general, this would change. He resolved to allocate all unassigned attributes to his mental power. Done, he murmured. The unallocated attributes reset to 0, augmenting his mental power by 800, reaching a total of 3,200. Excellent. He felt a substantial increase in his mental acuity. Liu Shi strode purposefully up the staircase, first casting a stone to test the waters, employing his mental prowess to probe his surroundings. He found that as his psychic abilities advanced, his mastery over his metallic powers became increasingly adept, requiring less reliance on spatial and potential energy enhancements. Although short-range assaults significantly diminished the force of his strikes, penetrating the average zombie posed no challenge whatsoever. Concentrate. Liu Shi let out a low exclamation, and several blades formed from the safety door materialized around him, swirling in the air as a temporary shield against ordinary harm. Darling, is this your extraordinary ability? How impressive! Ning Shi couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this is my metallic power, allowing me to control any metal. However, it requires a significant amount of mental energy, and the temporary blades I conjure possess only average hardness and strength. If only I had specialized flying knives or blades, I wouldn't need to rely on last-minute measures, Liu Shi explained while ascending the stairs, effortlessly dispatching a few ordinary zombies that obstructed his path. Whoosh, whoosh. The blades darted through the zombies' heads and throats, then shook off the residual blood before returning to Liu Shi's side, continuing their vigilant orbit. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 zombies, earning 5 attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying 1 zombie, earning 1 attribute point. If only I possessed an extraordinary ability as well, I wouldn't be bullied and could assist my husband. Ning Shi felt a tinge of disappointment as she pressed closely against Liu Shi's back. There is definitely a way, and you will surely become an extraordinary person in the future. I will help you awaken your powers when the time comes. It's not a difficult task, so there is no need to put too much pressure on yourself. For now, focus your attention and stay close to me. Just make sure not to get lost, understood? As Liu Shi spoke, he advanced, and in the blink of an eye, they had ascended from the 29th floor to the 39th floor. The rooftop loomed ever closer. Just as Liu Shi intended to quicken his pace, he suddenly heard a woman's cry for help from nearby. Help? Liu Shi initially had no intention of interfering, but Ning Shi tugged at the hem of his garment, implying that he should take a glance. Liu Shi swiftly employed his mental prowess to scan the vicinity. Detecting no imminent peril, he nodded affirmatively and proceeded towards the origin of the sound. With a resounding thud, Liu Shi forcefully kicked open the door from whence the noise emanated. What unfolded before his eyes was a breathtaking spectacle. Liu Shi gently stepped through the doorway, closely followed by Ning Shi. The house, recently renovated, appeared exceedingly pristine. Upon entering the foyer, one was immediately greeted by a series of impeccably arranged photographs. They depicted a young couple, likely newlyweds, suggesting that this was their marital abode. The man exuded charm, while the woman radiated beauty. Their affectionate wedding portraits were artfully displayed throughout the residence, creating an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. This was undoubtedly the most splendid portrayal of life, evoking envy in onlookers, even stirring a flicker of emotion within Liu Shi. Such profound affection and happiness seemed to epitomize the life everyone dreams of, a luxurious new home, financial security, and a joyful existence with one's beloved. However, as Liu Shi made his way into the living room, he was confronted with a grotesque sight. A zombie lay on the floor, a knife embedded in its heart, its head severed from the neck. Strikingly, the attire of this creature bore a remarkable resemblance to that of the man in the photographs. Moreover, the manner of its demise suggested a tragic suicide, for the hand still clutched the hilt of the knife embedded in its chest, gripped tightly, unable to release its hold before the fatal blow was delivered. It appeared that the creature had been dead for a day or two, as much of the blood had congealed. Liu Shi looked up and finally discerned the source of the sound. A rather young pregnant woman lay in the living room, sprawled in a pool of blood. It was evident that her amniotic fluid had ruptured. On the verge of labor yet unable to deliver, she writhed in agony, calling out for help. Her body was covered in blood and sweat, a sight that stirred profound discomfort in Liu Shi, compelling him to consider offering her a final release from her suffering. However, even amidst her cries of pain and moans, there remained a certain melodic quality to her voice, causing Liu Shi to hesitate for a moment. Liu Shi hesitated, contemplating whether to linger a moment longer before taking action. It was in this fleeting moment of indecision that Ningxi tugged at Liu Shi's sleeve, her eyes pleading as she implored, "Darling, I am a doctor. Allow me to save her." Although Liu Shi was aware that Ningxi was a doctor, as she was initially clad in a pristine white coat, he remained oblivious to her specific medical specialty. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "What specialty do you practice? Can you assist with childbirth as well?" To which she replied, "As it happens, I am an obstetrician and gynecologist, perfectly aligned with the field." Liu Shi was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. To hinder a qualified physician from saving a life is akin to preventing a driver from steering a vehicle or a chef from preparing a meal. It is a transgression, for these professions embody their passions. Yet, rather than prolonging the suffering of another for a fleeting moment, it would be far more merciful to assist her in finding peace. After all, one may save a life for a brief interval, but not for eternity. In a world ravaged by despair, the weak possess no means to endure, and thus lack the right to survive. However, witnessing Ningxi's pitiful visage stirred a sense of compassion within. Liu Shi did not immediately dismiss her dignity. He merely nodded slightly and stepped aside, casually repairing the damaged door while glancing left and right. After receiving Liu Shi's consent, Ningxi hurriedly approached to offer assistance, reassuring, "Do not be afraid. I am a doctor, and I am here to help you." The young woman, struggling in despair, responded promptly upon hearing that a doctor was present. Yet, the cries and shouts of encouragement continued unabated. "Push. It's almost there. Take a deep breath." The waiting period proved rather tedious. However, considering that Ningxi was an obstetrician, this would serve as invaluable experience for her. In the future, when her own child was born, she would not need to search far and wide for assistance. This thought rendered the wait somewhat bearable. Yet, one could not help but ponder, when Ningxi's own child arrived, who would be there to assist her? Just as Liu Shi was lost in contemplation, the sounds of a newborn's cries broke through his reverie. "Wah wah wah. It's a girl. Congratulations." Ningxi's voice rang out, imbued with a sense of accomplishment. The young mother sighed in relief, stammering her gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." At that moment, Liu Shi's mind was suddenly filled with the sound of a system voice. "Ding. Congratulations, host. This system has identified another girl in need of rescue." This revelation sparked a glimmer of interest in Liu Shi. Another goal? Who was it? Where could she be? "Ding. The newborn girl is destined to be connected with you. If you save her, you are certain to reap unexpected rewards in the future, and when she grows up, she may even bear children for you." Upon hearing this, Liu Shi was immediately taken aback, his mind momentarily struggling to comprehend the revelation. After a long pause, he finally inquired, "Are you suggesting, system, that I should raise a child bride, one who has been predetermined from the moment of her birth, nurturing her through every phase of her infancy for 18 long years?" "Ding. Correct answer." The system replied with a hint of pride in its voice, which only served to infuriate Liu Shi further. "Is this what you mean by nurturing from a young age? If the system were a real person, he would surely have been beaten to the point of being unrecognizable by Liu Shi for daring to propose such an outrageous demand. "No way. I have no time for this." Liu Shi resolutely declined. At that moment, Ningxi had already assisted the young woman onto the bed and emerged holding the little girl. As she walked, a joyful smile adorned her face. "Darling, look at how adorable this little girl is. She opened her eyes right after birth, and her eyes are simply enchanting." Liu Shi cast an impatient glance, yet she was simultaneously captivated by the infant's appearance. Typically, newborns are characterized by their wrinkled skin, but this one was quite the opposite, appearing rather adorable. Could this be what they refer to as a destined heroine? Even before her birth, her father had transformed into a zombie and had the audacity to take his own life to save the two of them. From the moment she entered the world, she seemed to possess an extraordinary fortune, even attracting both herself and Ningxi to assist in her delivery. Such a thought indeed suggested something remarkable. Could it be that in this apocalyptic era, luck holds significance as well? Nevertheless, Liu Shi remained resolute in her decision not to take the child with her, for the reason was quite simple. She was far too young. At present, she appeared to be of no use. Oh, let us return her. Her mother misses her dearly. We should take our leave. Liu Shi felt a surge of emotion within. Yet he maintained an impassive exterior as he urged himself to depart. He feared that the longer he lingered, the more likely he would succumb to the absurd demands of the system. However, just moments ago, her mother had expressed a desire to entrust her daughter to them, inviting them to take her away. No, Liu Shi resolutely declined. Ningxi was momentarily taken aback, her fondness for him slightly diminished. At that instant, the system's delicate voice chimed once more, ding. If the host leaves sufficient supplies for half a year, the reward will be the Eye of Insight. Damn it, annoying system. Why didn't you mention this sooner? She has just been born, in dire need of her biological mother's presence. Not to mention her need for breast milk. Can you provide for her? Liu Shi remarked meaningfully while observing the child cradled in Ningxi's arms. Ningxi was momentarily stunned, evidently having not considered this matter. Though she was quite mature, she indeed could not produce breast milk. How about this? I shall leave them provisions for a year and a half, enough for them to weather the storm. Perhaps, in due course, the government will send someone to rescue them. After all, the male figure was previously clad in military attire. He might possess connections to the military, Liu Shi suggested, casually picking up a photograph from the room and presenting it to Ningxi. A hint of hesitation finally flickered across Ningxi's exquisite visage. It appeared that he was not as heartless and indifferent as she had presumed. His considerations were far more thoughtful than her own. She had misjudged him. Ding. Ningxi's favorability increased by 15, reaching a total of 75. Indeed, it seems that women often rely on persuasion and coaxing. Subsequently, Liu Shi retained a stockpile of essential supplies, including diapers, milk powder, flour, rice, vegetables, and various types of meat, sufficient to sustain her and her daughter for over 6 months. To prevent the contamination of their water source, they found themselves without drinking water. Liu Shi provided several tons of bottled water. Upon witnessing this, Ningxi also revealed a smile. She truly is a compassionate physician. After accomplishing all of this, Liu Shi was rewarded by the system as he had wished. With this reward, he gained the ability to perceive the attributes of all things without relying on mental strength. And he also possessed a built-in X-ray vision. Although there are certain limitations concerning distance, this capability still brought Liu Shi immense satisfaction. It was simply marvelous. Liu Shi hastily averted his gaze from Ningxi. Affectedly composed, he grasped her hand and prepared to depart. Before leaving, he even benevolently took the time to clear away the refuse, discarding her husband's remains downstairs. Liu Shi and Ningxi departed from the home of the young woman, continuing their ascent towards the upper floors. Meanwhile, the offline surveillance within the woman's residence remained operational, capturing every moment of the scene, including Liu Shi's striking visage. After exiting the woman's abode, Liu Shi and Ningxi encountered few obstacles and were not faced with any calls for help. They wasted no time, swiftly dispatching a handful of ordinary zombies that obstructed their path. At last, they arrived at the rooftop of Building 3, where the wind howled, tousling their hair. Do you see that? Our objective lies over there, in Building 8, Liu Shi remarked, gesturing towards their destination before turning to explain to Ningxi. Though Ningxi spotted the distant Building 8, she pondered how they would reach it from such a distance. Were they expected to fly there? Liu Shi observed Ningxi nodding in agreement, and thus he grasped her hand, leading her to the edge of the rooftop. He articulated his next course of action. We shall leap from here. The 5th building lies just across. Ningxi gazed in disbelief at the distant edifice, which appeared to span at least several meters in width. How could they possibly jump? A gust of wind surged upward from below, nearly toppling her to the ground. She glanced at the towering heights above and the far-off ground, her legs nearly buckling in fear. Fortunately, Liu Shi swiftly seized her arm, preventing her from being swept away. As she remained engulfed in confusion, she suddenly felt a pair of strong arms encircle her waist, lifting her in a princess carry. The solidity of Liu Shi's shoulder instantly clarified her predicament. She then pushed against his chest, exclaiming, "No, not here." Liu Shi was momentarily bewildered. How could her thoughts be so erratic? Do I truly appear to be such a person, one whose mind is solely preoccupied with mating? Liu Shi lowered his head and inquired, "Are you ready?" "I am about to leap across." It was only then that Ningxi regained her senses. What? He claims he intends to jump? This is terrible. We are doomed. Although Ningxi had witnessed Liu Shi slaying zombies on the staircase, she perceived that as a manifestation of his extraordinary abilities, not a testament to his physical prowess in executing such a formidable leap. Moreover, with her added weight, how could they possibly make it across? Yet, driven by trust, she chose to close her eyes. If death were to come, so be it. Without him, I would have perished long ago. At worst, we shall share the same grave. Liu Shi ceased his idle chatter, acutely aware that he had already squandered a considerable amount of time on the road. Should he arrive late, it would render his efforts futile. He stooped slightly and retreated a few paces, preparing to gather his strength. With a powerful push from his heels, he surged forward, covering a distance of several meters before leaping into the air. Should there have been spectators below, they would have witnessed a breathtaking arc as he soared from one edge of the rooftop to the other. The entire sequence appeared to unfold in slow motion, yet transpired in the blink of an eye. Liu Shi had already executed the leap, landing gracefully and steadily. It is now time to open his eyes. Liu Shi reassured Ningxi, stating that they were safe. Are we dead? How can you still speak? Ningxi inquired in astonishment. What are you thinking? How could we possibly talk if we were dead? We jumped over here. This is Building 5. Liu Shi elaborated, gesturing towards Building 3 across the way. Look. We were previously there. The broken floor-to-ceiling window on that level is where your former home once stood. Home? Ningxi murmured softly, as if lost in a different era. From now on, wherever I go, that place will be your new home. Liu Shi added, aiming to comfort her and prevent any unpleasant memories from surfacing. Ningxi lowered her head, resting it on his sturdy shoulder, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of security. Ding. Congratulations, the host's affinity has increased by 5. Ningxi's affinity has reached 80. At last, it has reached 80, albeit without any rewards from the system. Yet, this achievement of a man winning a woman's heart is indeed quite gratifying. All right, we cannot linger here. If we jump from the other side of the rooftop to Building 7, we will be even closer to our destinations. Liu Shi explained as he carried Ningxi towards the edge of the rooftop. Since she showed no intention of descending, he had no plans of letting go. For the sensation of holding her was undeniably delightful. This weight felt featherlight to Liu Shi. However, upon reaching the other edge, they were met with the sight of the opposite rooftop, which had been utterly ravaged, rendering any attempt to leap across impossible. Has there been an explosion? Ningxi exclaimed, following Liu Shi's gaze in disbelief. It seems that a tragic story must have unfolded here. Liu Shi whispered, gently placing Ningxi down and shielding her behind him. Hold on to me. Don't let the wind sweep you away. Liu Shi's mind was racing, contemplating which solution could effectively resolve the current predicament. Ultimately, he settled on the last option. Without hesitation, he set to work. With a grand gesture, Liu Shi declared, congeal. Instantly, a platform of approximately 1 square meter formed on the rooftop opposite, solidified from ice for Liu Shi to alight upon. Although the icy surface was slick and could not compare to solid ground, Liu Shi, with his remarkable skill and audacity, possessed the confidence to land smoothly. My unparalleled star. Please hold on a moment. I shall be there shortly. Come up. Liu Shi gestured for Ningxi to mount his back, a gesture designed to prevent any obstruction of vision. After all, it is no simple task to precisely control one's landing point. Ningxi promptly complied. As Liu Shi leapt into the air, from the ground floor, one could discern a figure seemingly bearing another on his back, soaring from one edge of the rooftop to the other. Yet, it appeared that no one noticed this remarkable feat. Even if someone had, Liu Shi remained utterly indifferent. Upon landing safely, he exhaled a gentle sigh of relief. He then continued onward, still carrying Ningxi. Perhaps due to her overwhelming anxiety, she panted heavily, seeming more fatigued than he, the warmth of her breath brushing against his earlobe, evoking a peculiar sensation. Yet, he paid it no heed. Soon enough, Liu Shi leaped across the shattered rooftop, effortlessly dispatching a few remaining zombies, and arrived at the edge of the opposite side. A glance ahead revealed an intact high-rise building, his long-cherished destination, Building 8. However, positioned at the side of Building 8, he could discern no signs of activity within. One must concede that the architectural privacy measures were exceedingly effective. Yet, Liu Shi soon identified the most pressing issue at hand. It was not merely the exceptional privacy of the building across from him, but rather the considerable height disparity between Building 7 and Building 8 that posed a significant challenge. The rooftop of Building 7 had been bombed, resulting in it being several stories shorter than Building 8. It is well known that jumping down from a height is relatively simple, but attempting to leap upward from a lower elevation is akin to an insurmountable challenge. Without any form of support, Liu Shi harbored little confidence in bridging such a vast distance. Of course, if he could find a way to leverage some assistance in the middle, perhaps it would not be an insurmountable task. Leverage? Liu Shi swiftly conceived a solution. He first brandished his sword of victory, urging it to soar into the sky. And then, after a few powerful strides, he leapt into the air. Liu Shi's leap was already infused with tremendous force. Yet it appeared that he fell just short of the rooftop of Building 8, if not for an unforeseen occurrence. An unforeseen occurrence transpired. Liu Shi, bearing Ning Shi's body, ascended to the pinnacle of their leap before plummeting rapidly downward. The timid Ning Shi, sensing the peril, cried out in alarm. Were they truly on the brink of death? Just then, the flying sword, having circled through the air, finally arrived. Harnessing its frenetic momentum to soar beneath Liu Shi's feet at the critical moment, Liu Shi found himself perched upon the flying sword, yearning to leap once more. However, fate played a cruel trick on him. The world of cinema had deceived him. He had overlooked the immutable law of inertia governing objects in motion. The sword, soaring through the air with breathtaking speed, offered him no upward propulsion whatsoever. Instead, it nearly toppled him. Together with Ning Shi, they continued their descent. Was death imminent? On the rooftop of Building 8, an eerie tranquility reigned, as if no soul had ever ventured to visit. Moments ago, a striking young man had attempted to ascend while carrying a woman, only to plummet from the sky, their fates uncertain. If the rooftop possessed consciousness, it would surely lament Liu Shi's folly and overconfidence. A gust of wind swept through, accentuating the desolation of the 8th floor. It was a place where even birds dared not linger, for the altitude was too formidable. Thus, how could anyone possibly arrive here? At that very moment, a woman's piercing scream from below shattered the stillness. As the sound grew nearer, a pair of robust male feet landed heavily upon the long unvisited rooftop, solidly touching the ground. Following the feet, an extraordinarily handsome visage came into view. His countenance exuded determination, tinged with a hint of mischief. His mouth was perfectly aligned, radiating confidence. Tall and imposing, he bore upon his back a woman who had been overwhelmed with terror, on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, she had narrowly escaped disaster. The man exhaled, finally releasing the trembling Ning Shi. As soon as her feet touched the rooftop, she crumpled to the ground, her body shivering uncontrollably. Having brushed against the brink of death, she felt as though she had traversed that harrowing threshold once more. Each encounter brought her to the very edge of ecstasy. Liu Shi turned around and approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing down the side of the building. His sword of victory was deeply embedded in the structure, seemingly irretrievable for the time being. After all, his mental energy had nearly been exhausted. Had it not been for a moment of inspiration to anchor the flying sword into the wall for leverage, he would have likely been consumed by regret for a lifetime. Fortunately, in the end, his gamble paid off. He was saved. What a close call. My beloved star, please do not let me down. For you, I nearly risked my very life. Liu Shi, accompanied by Ning Shi, surveyed the 8th floor penthouse. After circling it twice, they finally discerned the door leading downstairs. However, this door appeared to have been modified, exuding an aura of substantial weight. This shall not pose a challenge for me. With a slight restoration of his mental energy, Liu Shi resolutely emptied his body once more. Melt. Liu Shi called out softly as the heavy door to the top floor began to undergo a transformation. Particularly, the position of the large lock appeared especially crimson. With a resounding crack, the point where the lock was welded inside and out snapped. It's done. Let us proceed inside. Liu Shi forcefully pushed open the door, the thickness of which could rival that of a bank vault. They entered through the grand entrance on the top floor and arrived at the staircase. By traversing the staircase and passing through the security door, they could reach the corridor, which ultimately led to the room of the female celebrity. Liu Shi meticulously applied the same method along the way, continuously amassing spiritual energy while simultaneously depleting his physical strength. He barely reached the position of the security door. They looked up at the door, astonished by its formidable thickness. Even the vault doors of a bank might pale in comparison. This female celebrity certainly spared no expense. At that moment, Liu Shi sensed that his body was beginning to falter, his mental strength had been excessively depleted, and his limbs felt somewhat numb, to the point where he struggled to maintain control over them. Are you all right? Ning Shi observed Liu Shi's condition with keen concern. I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Liu Shi wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead with his arm, his gaze growing resolute. Victory was within reach, and he could not afford to surrender now. Moreover, he was in urgent need of replenishing his energy. For him, the most significant source of rejuvenation lay within the room ahead. After a brief moment of rest, Liu Shi once again exerted himself to sever the weld of the heavy security door. The task was so arduous that beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. Prompting Ning Shi to helplessly stand by, offering her assistance by wiping his perspiration. She contemplated suggesting he take a brief respite, yet hesitated to interrupt his concentration. Liu Shi murmured with determination. After a moment, a decisive crack resonated as the weld finally gave way. Seizing this moment, Ningxi inquired, "Darling, is there a bank vault inside? Why have we come here?" Liu Shi adjusted his breathing and suddenly recalled that he had yet to disclose to Ningxi the true reason for his visit. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decided it was best to reveal the truth. "I have an old friend residing here, and I intend to rescue her." Ningxi gazed at the imposing security door, her mind whispering doubts. With such a formidable protective barrier in place, did they truly need our assistance for a rescue? Nonetheless, she maintained her composure. Regarding him with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, Liu Shi refrained from offering further explanations and stepped inside first. Upon traversing the security door, they discovered that the corridor's decor was in stark contrast to that of the staircase. The latter was quite rudimentary, while the former exuded opulence. Adorned in a European style with exaggerated reliefs and substantial oil paintings, everything one could desire. The soundproofing within the residence was exceptionally well executed, despite the apocalyptic chaos outside. Not a whisper of noise penetrated the interior. It felt as though they were in a realm apart from the rest of the world, an astonishing sensation. Moreover, the air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, subtly intertwined with hints of cream, intoxicating in its allure. In every sense, visual, auditory, and olfactory, one was enveloped in an ambience of exquisite taste. It was evident that this abode belonged to individuals of considerable wealth. Such lavish decor must have necessitated a significant expenditure. The meticulous attention to detail in the furnishings clearly indicated that the owner was indeed affluent and discerning. This must be the place. Liu Shi, while surveying the decor before him, stepped into the room. The corridor on this floor had merged seamlessly with the living area, and the door ahead stood ajar. As he approached the entrance to the living room, Liu Shi was suddenly struck by the sound of soft weeping. The sorrowful cries seemed discordant with the surrounding ambience, creating an unsettling contrast. "Is someone crying?" Ningxi, evidently having heard it as well, whispered to Liu Shi. Liu Shi made a gesture for silence, and alongside Ningxi, they cautiously peered through the doorway, eager to uncover the mystery within. Before them lay a vast living room, seemingly spanning several hundred square meters. To comprehend the enormity of such a space, one must consider that, in the world prior to the apocalypse, this would undoubtedly be classified as a luxurious mansion. It was evident that the entire floor had been merged from two separate units, likely totaling over 1,000 square meters. Moreover, the occupant possessed not merely this level, but also the two floors beneath, all to herself. One could not help but wonder, did she not harbor any fears living in such an expansive abode alone? Liu Shi exchanged a glance with Ningxi and proceeded towards the source of the cries. They treaded lightly, the carpeted floor muffling their footsteps to near silence. They passed by the piano, the sofa, and numerous captivating arcade machines, until they finally reached the heart of the living room. Raising their eyes, they beheld a magnificent portrait adorning the central wall. The subject of the photograph was an ethereal young woman, exuding an otherworldly charm, seemingly untouched by the mundanity of life. Yet, her perfectly contoured figure, accentuating an exquisite S-curve, rendered her unforgettable, leaving a lingering impression. Particularly striking were her delicate features. Liu Shi found himself at a loss for words. Despite having an abundance of beautiful wives and being a man of considerable experience and worldly insight, he remained utterly astonished by the grace and beauty of the girl before him. Ouyang Yi and Ningxi, too, were entranced by the photograph, and a name escaped their lips. In Liu Shi's mind, memories of a particular name began to surface. Ouyang Yi, female, 20 years of age. She commenced her foray into the world of advertisements at the tender age of 2, transitioned to film and television at 5, took on leading roles by 8, and by 13, she had already claimed the title of Best Actress, while others were still engrossed in their studies. She had ascended to the status of a nationally renowned superstar, revered by netizens as the Celestial Sister, embodying purity and elegance, untouched by scandal. She has remained perpetually single, devoid of romantic entanglements, eschewing kissing scenes, bed scenes, and any roles involving interactions with men. For any scene requiring male contact, body doubles are employed. She is celebrated as the most beloved female star, the nation's goddess and sweetheart. In the rooms of countless otaku, her image adorns the walls, as she perpetually remains an unattainable ideal for men across the land. Is it she? In a moment of reverie, a figure emerged from a canvas, inquiring, "Who is there?" Liu Shi turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. "Who are you? How did you gain entry?" The stunning beauty before him was the first to break the silence, her voice laced with an interrogative tone. Liu Shi was utterly captivated by the sudden appearance of the young lady. Indeed, he was the type of person who, upon encountering an unparalleled beauty, found himself rooted to the spot. Especially when faced with the exquisite woman before him, his mind was flooded with countless thoughts. What would they name their child? Which formula would they choose? What brand of diapers to use? And so on. He had meticulously considered every detail, fearing that even the slightest imperfection might linger. After all, a flawless woman deserved a life of equal perfection. Before Liu Shi could gather his thoughts, a startled exclamation shattered his reverie. "Oh Yang, is that really you? Oh my goodness, I can't believe I'm finally meeting you in person." Ningxi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she approached. Reminiscent of an old friend reuniting after many years, Yang offered a shy smile, accustomed to such scenes, and inquired once more, "Who are you?" Ningxi, exuding an air of familiarity, stepped closer to Yang and said with a grin, "Yang, do you know? I am your most devoted fan. Even more loyal than your typical fans. I'm practically your diehard supporter. Would you mind signing an autograph for me?" With that, Ningxi produced a small photograph from seemingly nowhere, depicting Yang in her costume, a still from her performance. "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't bring a pen. Do you have one?" she asked, her excitement and embarrassment mingling as she handed over the photo. This familiar scene of a fan seeking an autograph allowed Yang to lower her guard somewhat, as it was all too familiar to her. One could easily discern the fervor and sincerity radiating from Ningxi, devoid of any pretense. In response, Yang retrieved a pen from somewhere and elegantly inscribed her name on the photograph before returning it to Ningxi. Just as Ningxi reached out to take it, Yang withdrew her hand, saying, "Now, could you tell me who you are and how you got in here?" Ningxi, finally snapping back from the thrill of meeting her idol, glanced at Liu Shi and hurriedly introduced, "I'm Ningxi, a gynecologist. I had no idea we lived in the same neighborhood." "A gynecologist?" Yang replied, her expression turning somewhat skeptical, her face reflecting uncertainty. Ningxi turned to tug Liu Shi forward, stating, "Why do you both seem like strangers when you're old friends? Why is no one speaking?" Yang's mind was racing, attempting to recall any information about the man before her, yet she came up empty. "I don't know him. What old friend?" Seeing the eager expression on Ningxi's face, Liu Shi feigned calmness, stepping forward and, in a shocking turn, slapped Yang's stunning face. Smack. Liu Shi delivered a resounding slap, leaving Yang in a state of bewilderment. She gazed incredulously at the man before her, his extraordinary countenance reflecting utter astonishment. "How dare he strike me? We are strangers. What gives him the right to assault me upon our first encounter?" Yet, strangely enough, I felt no anger. What is this inexplicable sense of exhilaration? Yang's face bore an expression of disbelief, mirrored by Ningxi beside her. "No way. Liu Shi, are you truly this audacious? Are you a friend or a foe? Why would you strike her upon first meeting?" At that moment, Liu Shi himself felt uncertain. This was his inaugural use of the Eye of Insight, and he was unsure of its accuracy. He had acted upon discovering through the eye that Yang, who appeared ethereal and innocent, had indeed never been acquainted with a man. However, the true essence of her character was far from the demure facade she presented. The eye revealed that beneath her composed exterior lay a wild spirit, a veritable two-faced individual. Most surprisingly, Liu Shi discerned her inclination towards masochism. She was undoubtedly a masochist, perhaps even unaware of it herself, as no one had ever dared to be rough with her. Yet, observing her reaction, he felt assured that he had made the right gamble. With a sharp crack, Liu Shi slapped her again, while both Yang and Ningxi were still in shock. Of course, Liu Shi meticulously controlled the force. Though the sound was loud, it inflicted no real harm, merely leaving a tingling sensation that would dissipate by the next day. Given his strength, he genuinely feared he might have struck her too hard. "Come with me. I have something to discuss with you." After delivering the slap, Liu Shi grasped Yang's hand and led her toward the bedroom, leaving Ningxi in a state of confusion. Moments later, Ningxi regained her composure. Truly, they were old friends, foregoing all formalities and resorting to a slap upon meeting. How exhilarating. What was the true nature of their relationship? Why did her husband know such a stunning celebrity? "She was my idol. What if, Meanwhile, in the Jing'an Yudi Villa district, the siblings Su Lingong and Su Yi hurriedly exited, their previous calm demeanor replaced by urgency. As they walked, Su Yi anxiously inquired, "Is what you just said true? There has been a massive zombie outbreak at the high-rise building?" "Yes, young master. Initially, there was a minor issue at Building 3, with zombies breaching one exit. But it was manageable. However, when our team attempted to suppress the situation, they were thwarted by falling corpses and furniture, leading to the zombies scattering in all directions." The old butler, with a visage of helplessness, reported the situation while wiping the sweat from his brow. He had rushed to deliver the news, not even pausing to sip water, anxious that any delay might hinder the important matters concerning the young master and young lady, potentially leading to irreparable consequences. For an old butler, his dedication was truly commendable. Although Su Lingong was also in a hurry, her countenance remained icy, betraying no sign of anger as she pressed on. "What about the situation in the other buildings? How do you explain that?" The butler swallowed hard and sighed. "Alas. What are you sighing for? Speak quickly," Su Yi urged impatiently, his demeanor unmistakably authoritative. The butler tensed and hurried to comply. Continuing his report, after the outbreak of zombies in Building 3, they scattered in all directions, subsequently breaking through the exits of Buildings 2, 3, and 5. They even surged into Building 1, turning all those we had sheltered into zombies, with no one escaping. As the number of zombies swelled, chaos ensued. A multitude of zombies gathered in front of Building 3, preparing to break through. We dispatched a large number of personnel to contain them, and it seemed we were on the verge of exterminating them all. The butler paused, glancing at his master's expressions to gauge whether to continue and in what manner. Su Lingyang's expression grew even colder as she fixed a fierce gaze upon him. The butler dared not withhold any longer, recounting the grim reality. However, at a critical moment, calamity struck. Another zombie corpse fell from the sky. To avoid contamination from the blood and flesh of the zombie virus, we had to retreat several meters, inadvertently granting the zombies an opportunity. They seized the moment and broke through our encirclement, forcing our personnel to retreat further. The Villa district is no longer safe. "Humph. A bunch of useless fools," Su Yi retorted coldly. The butler, filled with shame, looked ahead and his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Be careful." Several zombies were charging towards Su Lingyang and the others, poised to strike. Yet, Su Lingyang remained unfazed, stepping back slightly before extending her hands and proclaiming, "Flame." With a resounding roar, a searing blaze erupted from her palms, akin to a powerful energy blast, surging towards the oncoming zombies. In the blink of an eye, the zombies had no time to evade, all succumbing to the inferno, leaving not even ashes behind. Su Lingyang, slightly fatigued, withdrew her hands, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Such exertion was still quite taxing for her, depleting her energy significantly. "Sister, it seems your abilities have improved considerably. You should now be able to handle these ordinary zombies with ease." Su Yi praised with a sense of pride, only to receive an expressionless response from Su Lingyang, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. The old butler stepped forward to express his loyalty. "Miss, your prowess is truly astounding, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. There seems to be no one else in this world who can compare to you." However, the old steward received only a stoic response from Su Lingyang. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. "Miss, young master, the outside is teeming with zombies. Why not retreat to the basement of the villa to seek refuge? At least we could evade this wave of the undead." Su Yi patted the old steward's shoulder, exuding an air of wisdom, and solemnly declared, "In the early days of this apocalypse, we lacked the means to protect ourselves, and indeed, it was necessary to hide and survive. Yet now, both my sister and I have awakened our abilities and possess the power for self-preservation. How can we continue to remain passive? Moreover, the entire neighborhood is in utter chaos. We cannot afford to stay idle. This apocalypse is hell for ordinary people, but for us siblings, it presents an opportunity. As long as we continually upgrade and enhance our strength, the future may hold." "Young master, be careful," the old steward interjected, interrupting Su Yi's musings. Turning to his side, Su Yi noticed a zombie lunging towards him, poised to attack. Yet, he was far from defenseless. With a swift motion, he placed one hand on the ground and called out, "Rise." For earthen walls erupted from the ground, blocking the zombie's path and ensnaring it within. This was Su Yi's awakened earth-based ability, focusing on defense and trapping foes. Witnessing the zombie's confinement, the old steward couldn't help but praise, "Young master, what a remarkable skill." With such prowess, you are destined to dominate in this apocalypse. After a moment of hearty laughter, he realized that the young master was not amused, gazing at him as if he were a madman. Su Lingyang's expression remained icy and devoid of emotion, yet her beauty was undeniable. Observing this, the old steward swiftly adjusted his demeanor, retreating a step to stand behind them, adopting a more subdued and compliant posture. Only then did Su Lingyang coolly inquire, "Brother, where shall we go next?" Su Yi donned a contemplative expression and replied gravely, "We find ourselves in the city center, an area fraught with complexity and undoubtedly swarming with zombies. If we wish to bide our time, we must venture to a location where the undead are less concentrated. However, before that, we must first gather sufficient supplies. Otherwise, survival will be challenging." With wisdom and determination gleaming in her eyes, Su Lingyang analyzed the situation. At that moment, the old steward also stepped forward to offer counsel. "Miss, young master, I know of a place abundant in supplies." "Speak." Sui responded succinctly. "This location is not far from here. It is the largest supply distribution center in Jinghai City, where various supermarkets procure their goods and has established a partnership with our Su family." "Are you referring to the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center?" Sui exclaimed in astonishment. As the eldest son of the Su family, how could he possibly be unaware of this location? However, this place was rather sensitive, being a controlled area of the state. It was a realm he had never dared to contemplate in the past, although the apocalypse had commenced and the nation was in disarray. Lacking the ability to attend to its own affairs, he still felt a twinge of concern, for he understood that no matter the era, not even in times of chaos, could power truly exist in a vacuum. Indeed, young master, young lady, it has only been a few days since the onset of the apocalypse. Resources are now claimed by the capable, and the former order has vanished entirely. We need not worry about anything. Even if we refrain from taking action, others will undoubtedly do so, the old steward implored, his tone both earnest and persuasive, resembling a figure attempting to lead innocent children astray. His expression bore a hint of cunning. In the past, the old steward had been responsible for managing the darker dealings of the Su family, with a particular enthusiasm for acts of violence. He was a man without a household registration, long free from societal constraints. Thus, his unorthodox thoughts came as no surprise. Yet, his loyalty to the Su family was unwavering. Without them, he would have perished long ago. Even with the apocalypse upon them, his resolve remained unshaken. Exchanging glances with Sui, Su Lingyang nodded in agreement. Sui commanded, "Quickly, gather all who can be summoned. Take whatever weapons you can carry. We are set to undertake a significant endeavor." "Understood," the old steward replied, departing with a sense of satisfaction. Shortly thereafter, a formidable convoy emerged from the villa district, comprising both off-road vehicles and large trucks. Su Lingyang and Su Yi were among the passengers, seated in the central position of the convoy as arranged by the steward, ensuring they had support both front and back. However, Su Yi perceived the central position as the most perilous, for should the convoy encounter trouble, they would find themselves trapped with no means of escape, caught in a dilemma with no way out. Yet, under the steward's insistence and Su Lingyang's indifferent demeanor, Sui had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, the siblings were seated in the rear of the vehicle. The old steward drove, reporting as he navigated, "Miss, young master, our convoy presently consists of approximately 500 combat-ready individuals and around 100 vehicles, all equipped with firearms, albeit lacking any supernatural abilities. That's of no consequence. Just focus on driving. I shall rest for a while. Call me when we arrive." With a languid demeanor, Sui uttered a few words before closing his eyes to rest, while Su Lingyang cast a cold gaze out the window. Outside, the number of zombies had surged dramatically, their grotesque forms wandering the streets, instilling a sense of dread. Occasionally, a living person, unearthed from the shadows by the ravenous undead, would be swiftly surrounded and devoured, their limbs torn asunder and scattered upon the ground, a scene of unspeakable horror. Some of the zombies had begun to take notice of the commotion caused by the convoy. Stirring restlessly, however, the overwhelming noise from the vehicles had rendered most of them hesitant to advance, though devoid of rational thought. They were instinctively aware of the strong overpowering the weak. A few oblivious zombies obstructed the path of the convoy, only to be sent flying by the military jeep, crushed beneath its wheels, reduced to a grotesque pulp that sullied the tires. The convoy gradually exited the residential complex, leaving behind two overlapping tire tracks stained with the blood and remains of the zombies, attracting a swarm of flies and insects that circled above. Throughout the journey, the convoy encountered minimal danger or obstruction, occasionally confronted by small clusters of zombies that were swiftly dispatched by the barrage of machine gun fire. As the gunfire erupted ahead, the entire convoy was compelled to halt, awaiting clearance of the threat before proceeding. The old steward awaited the report with calm composure, having endured numerous waves of assaults along the way, to which the crew had grown numb. However, after several minutes, the gunfire fell silent, and the steward grew anxious as no report came through. He called out, "What is happening ahead? Report immediately. Acknowledge receipt." But the response was not from the captain. Instead, it was a cacophony of distorted electromagnetic noise. Alarm bells rang in the steward's mind, just as he turned to alert the two young masters. He caught sight of a terrifying zombie lunging towards the window. With a guttural roar, the zombie reached the glass, gnawing and pounding against it, startling the steward into an exclamation. "Ah!" His cry roused the slumbering Sui and jolted Su Lingong to turn abruptly. "What is happening?" Sui inquired first, his tone tinged with urgency, his voice betraying a hint of tension. The steward patted his chest, nearly forgetting that they were not in a standard jeep, but in an armored vehicle, which posed little threat from ordinary zombies. Yet, despite the presence of armored vehicles in the convoy, they were few in number. The majority were regular military jeeps. "Young master, this is dire. We've lost contact with the front of the convoy." Before the steward could finish, an urgent voice crackled through the radio. "Report. Report. The convoy has been ambushed." The old steward discerned the voices of the individuals. They were members of Team 2. The first team, positioned ahead, had evidently lost contact, suggesting they had perished. Team 2, having encountered a zombie assault, seemed to be unharmed thus far. Sui decisively shouted into the walkie-talkie, "All personnel, remain vigilant and exert full effort to break through." "Received, understood," came the response before the other party disconnected. Outside, the chaotic sounds of gunfire resumed, and the convoy began to advance slowly. As long as the convoy was in motion, it indicated that the situation was not yet dire. The greatest fear was a standstill, where they would be besieged and rendered as helpless as lambs to the slaughter. However, the convoy did not travel far before the gunfire had abruptly ceased. "What is happening? Why have we stopped again?" Su Lingong inquired, her unease palpable. At that moment, chaos reigned at the front of the convoy. Initially, they managed to suppress the encroaching zombies with their firepower, dispatching many of them. Rat-tat. Kill. Fire away. Fire fiercely. Damn it. Yet, it soon became apparent to Team 1 that something was amiss. The sheer volume of zombies overwhelmed them. Their rate of fire could not keep pace with the relentless tide of the undead. Before long, they were engulfed in a mass of corpses. As they were forced to shoot from open windows, lean out, or even stand atop their vehicles, they found themselves without cover when the zombies surged forward, leading to their demise. The zombies reveled in their fresh feast, becoming even more bloodthirsty and terrifying. The members of Team 2, witnessing the annihilation of Team 1 in horror, urgently sought guidance from their superiors. Their orders were to break through at all costs. Under such perilous circumstances, only a desperate escape could offer a glimmer of hope. Yet, breaking through was no simple task. The path ahead was teeming with zombies, rendering their vehicles immobile. Reluctantly, they dispatched personnel to clear a path, with gunfire once more. Initially, under the firepower suppression, they indeed carved out a bloody route, allowing the convoy to inch forward. However, during a brief moment when the soldiers were reloading, the vast horde of zombies closed in once again. Before the comrades could finish reloading, they became fodder for the undead. As they watched the zombies viciously tear into their fallen teammates, fear began to creep into the hearts of those in the rear. The scene was one of utter devastation. If this continued, they would surely meet their end here. Just as despair enveloped them, they noticed several armored SUVs charging towards them from the rear. Bang! The armored off-road vehicle surged forward, recklessly occupying the opposing lane as it sped along. Its immense momentum rendered the unfortunate zombies it collided with utterly defenseless, sending them flying or crushing them beneath its weight. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that within two of the vehicles sat the very young master and young lady they were tasked with protecting. At this moment, Su Lingong had inexplicably taken the driver's seat, personally steering the vehicle in pursuit of the one ahead. Leading the charge was a heavy armored off-road vehicle driven by Sui, paving the way. Following closely behind Su Lingong was the vehicle operated by the butler himself, accompanied by several others. forming a small convoy. The scene was one of fierce determination, with a remarkable speed. The zombies that lay before them were numerous, creating a veritable path of blood. As the group was momentarily stunned, a command crackled through the radio. Everyone, listen. Form several small teams to break through. Our destination is up ahead for regrouping. The realization dawned upon them, prompting a flurry of activity as they hastily started their vehicles, scattering in clusters. Freed from the constraints of a unified formation, their agility significantly increased, and they employed every ounce of resourcefulness to escape. The vast horde of zombies was left fragmented in their wake. "We are saved," the elderly butler exclaimed, glancing back to see the horde receding into the distance. He couldn't help but express his gratitude, praising the young lady's calmness and her ingenious strategy of breaking into smaller groups, which ultimately led to their escape. Otherwise, they might have faced a truly dire fate. The thought was chilling. Jing'an residence, top floor of Building 8. After Liu Shi delivered a sharp slap, he forcefully pulled Ouyang-yi into the bedroom and deftly locked the door behind them. The sound of the lock clicking into place made Ouyang-yi finally realize the gravity of the situation. What was his intention? Could it be that he was planning something untoward? Why did I not resist earlier? Why did I allow him to drag me here? What should I do now? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Ouyang-yi suddenly wrenched her arm free from his grasp and, touching her face, confronted him with a fierce determination. "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation," she demanded. "On what grounds do you assault someone without cause? Furthermore, this is my home. How did you manage to enter so stealthily?" Liu Shi did not rush to respond. Instead, he approached the window to observe the situation outside. Below, chaos had ensued. A convoy was slowly departing from the villa area, while the security personnel had completely retreated, leaving the surroundings devoid of human presence, now populated solely by the figures of the undead. Liu Shi furrowed his brow but turned to say, "We are in an apocalyptic world now, my dear starlet. Do you truly believe that I require justification for my actions? Is there any need for me to elucidate further? As for how I gained entry, I shall indulge you. We leaped from the rooftop of the adjacent building to arrive here." Liu Shi gestured upwards. "Then, we unlocked your security door from the roof and entered. Is there a problem with that? But the door on my rooftop was crafted with great expense. Even a bomb would scarcely breach it. How could you possibly have opened it? Moreover, the security door in my corridor was constructed to banking standards, making it even more impervious to tampering. Frankly, did you steal my keys? And considering the considerable distance to the opposite building, how could you have possibly jumped across?" Ouyang-yi questioned incredulously, clearly struggling to accept Liu Shi's assertions. Liu Shi smiled faintly at the corners of his mouth, raising his hand gently. And a specially crafted metallic flying dagger appeared behind him, gradually soaring towards Ouyang-yi. This was the dagger Liu Shi had prepared in advance. Upon seeing the dagger, Ouyang-yi's initial reaction was one of confusion. "What is this?" Soon, astonishment followed, for she witnessed the dagger levitating as if by magic, capable of changing direction at will, seemingly under the control of its wielder. My heavens, is this a supernatural ability? The legendary supernatural power? Ouyang-yi, a consummate actress with countless performances under her belt and a plethora of scripts read, had heard of such abilities before. However, she had always believed that the supernatural effects depicted in television and film were merely special effects, never anticipating their existence in real life. Ouyang-yi was left breathless with shock, unable to utter a word. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the extraordinary man before her. "What about me? Indeed, I am a wielder of supernatural abilities, capable of manipulating all metals. Thus, your so-called heavily fortified, bank-standard security door is as fragile as a house of cards before me. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and it is already opened." Liu Shi casually boasted, his cheeks unflushed and his demeanor unfazed. He recalled how, just moments ago, opening those two doors had nearly drained him of all his mental energy, leaving him on the brink of collapse. Of course, had Liu Shi not exhausted his energy beforehand, opening those doors would have been effortless. Ouyang-yi, nearly losing her balance from Liu Shi's words, stumbled and collapsed onto the edge of the bed. This bedroom was, in fact, her master suite, the one she cherished most. The decor was exquisite, and the spacious area afforded a breathtaking view of the entire Jinghai city upon drawing back the curtains. The nighttime panorama was nothing short of enchanting. With the stars and moon visible overhead, once upon a time, she had dreamed of bringing her future Prince Charming to this very room, to cuddle together and stargaze. Yet, until Liu Shi's intrusion, no man had ever entered her home, let alone her sacred space. Now, Inexplicably, this man had claimed so many of her firsts, the first to strike her, the first to invade her home, the first to trespass into her bedroom, the first to threaten her, and the first to instill fear in her. He even sought to take away her most precious first. This left her both enraged and terrified. She dared not resist, for he was far too formidable. What exactly do you intend to achieve by coming here? If it is to possess me, humph, I advise you. Yang Yi feigned composure, yet before she could finish her threatening words, she was struck once more. Slap. Liu Shi gazed at her with a profound smile, leaving her emotions in turmoil. Yang Yi's heart plummeted into despair. The man before her, whom she had known for merely a few minutes, had struck her with such ferocity, his slaps resounding against her reddened cheek, a stinging reminder of the ordeal. In those fleeting moments, the number of blows she had endured eclipsed all the hardships of her past lives combined. Yet, inexplicably, despite his assault, a part of her yearned for him to continue. What was happening to her? Yang Yi was bewildered, feigning a sense of victimhood, regardless of the circumstances. She could not allow her purity to be tarnished or relinquish any advantage to this man. No, she must devise a means of salvation. As she pondered her escape strategy, an epiphany struck her. Yang Yi, a master of performance with formidable psychological resilience, swiftly recalibrated her mindset, seemingly regaining her confidence and formulating a plan to divert attention and redirect blame. Standing tall before Liu Shi, she declared, I understand why you clandestinely approached my home. Indeed, I possess a substantial stockpile of provisions here. An entire floor of my building, the 68th, is dedicated to my personal pantry, brimming with all manner of supplies. Even if the outside world faces famine, we could sustain ourselves for a year or two with these resources. With your extraordinary abilities, if you are willing to heed my call, I can provide you with sustenance. Furthermore, my home is remarkably secure. Together, we could establish a sanctuary. What do you think? Upon hearing Yang Yi's words, Liu Shi's interest peaked, and a sense of elation washed over him as he replied, Oh, you possess provisions and supplies? In a bid to rescue the mother and daughter duo, Liu Shi had previously set aside a considerable amount of supplies. Although he was rewarded for his efforts, a sense of unease still lingered within him. The adage holds true, with provisions in hand, one's heart remains untroubled. With so many women relying on him, the abundance of food and resources was indeed a boon. However, as he had just reiterated, conditions must be met. He expected compliance. Upon hearing Liu Shi's interest in provisions, Yang Yi felt a surge of confidence. Comply with you? Why should I heed your words? I could simply eliminate you, and the food would be mine. Not to mention reducing the number of mouths to feed. Liu Shi flashed a menacing smile, causing Yang Yi to tremble slightly. What manner of person is he? Why do threats and temptations seem utterly ineffective? Surely, he must possess some flaws. It is inconceivable that a person is without shortcomings. But wait, he is a man. And the common flaw among men is women. A realization struck Yang Yi, and she gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Could it be that I must indeed throw myself into the jaws of danger? Is there truly no other recourse? Liu Shi gazed at the extraordinary actress before him, his heart swelling with admiration. She was undeniably more captivating and intriguing than she appeared on television, in films, or on posters. After all, the version of her that graced the silver screen was merely an actress donning the mantle of a character. In this moment, he beheld the genuine essence of her being. Hence, he jested once more. Moreover, who claims that I should regard this place as a sanctuary from the apocalypse? This locale is not nearly as secure as you might envision. Should the water, electricity, and gas be cut off, I fear you would scarcely survive 6 months. Regardless of the abundance of supplies at your disposal. Liu Shi's words detonated in Yang Yi's mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, how had she not considered this? Not to mention the cessation of water and gas, even a mere power outage would likely be unbearable for her. Just imagine, in the dead of night, unable to see a single hand in front of her. Outside lurked countless zombies, and here she was, alone in such a vast space. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. After all, no one could predict what might suddenly emerge from the darkness. At this point, Yang Yi startled herself with her own thoughts. A sharp cry escaped her lips as she hurried towards Liu Shi, who instinctively enveloped her in his embrace. Internally, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Amusingly, he quipped, "What's this? Are you seeking comfort, or are you planning to pull a fast one?" Just as Yang Yi had begun to feel a semblance of safety, she found herself irked by his words. How could he always manage to infuriate her so effortlessly? Yet, His remarks were irrefutable. Nevertheless, considering the potential challenges that lay ahead, she resolved to make an effort to retain his company. After all, misery loves company. With this in mind, the burdens would seem lighter. Where else could they go if not here? The outside world was rife with zombies. They certainly couldn't run amok. Embracing the mindset of facing death together and sharing in their fears, Ouyang surprisingly found herself urging Liu Shi to stay. Simultaneously, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Yearning for his affirmative response, Liu Shi, observing the shift in the other's demeanor, chose to abandon his reticence and spoke with remarkable candor. I possess a safe haven elsewhere, replete with an inexhaustible supply of pristine water and an abundance of sustenance. The first cohort of survivors has already sought refuge within the sanctuary. Should you express interest? I would be willing to escort you there. If not, then so be it. I am indeed interested. Please, you must take me with you. Ouyang exclaimed in a flurry of words, her tone betraying a hint of uncertainty. There was a subtle undertone of pleading in her voice as she mused to herself. Why would he choose to bring me along? Is it merely because I am a beautiful actress? Liu Shi was taken aback to find that her guess had indeed been correct. Nevertheless, adhering to her usual practice, she feigned difficulty, posing the question, why should I take you along? Apart from your beauty, do you possess any other value? I can act, and I have considerable wealth. Ouyang, evidently eager to demonstrate her worth, was unwittingly stepping into the trap Liu Shi had meticulously laid, yet she still failed to grasp the crux of the matter. This compelled Liu Shi to discreetly remind her once more, acting, money? These are mere illusions in today's world. They serve no purpose for survival. If those are all you have, then I'm afraid it's not enough. Liu Shi feigned a turn to leave, lightly uttering, by the way, our presence here is not due to your provisions or the allure of your stardom. It is merely a coincidence. As for my acquaintance with you, which I mentioned to Ningxi outside, I merely fabricated that to placate her inquiries. Furthermore, we were not truly acquainted before, so do not take it to heart. As Liu Shi's figure began to fade away, Ouyang felt a surge of anxiety, urgency, and fear, a tumult of emotions entwined within her. Had she not crossed paths with Liu Shi, she could have feigned normalcy, pretended that no zombies lurked beyond the door, that the apocalypse had not descended upon them, and lived in solitude within these walls. Although there were moments of fear and tears, she believed she could endure it all. After all, her greatest skill was solitude. Of course, this was predicated on having internet access, or at the very least, electricity. But now, Liu Shi's seemingly casual remarks struck her like a thunderclap, awakening her from her stupor. The current situation, she feared, could not be sustained for much longer. As for awaiting rescue, she had just witnessed the departing military convoy downstairs. If they had left, what hope remained for salvation? Stop right there. In her desperation, Ouyang felt a surge of anger. She called out, hoping to halt his departure. Indeed, Liu Shi graciously paused, turning back to glance at her. Though his expression remained impassive, a tempest brewed within him. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her exquisite features, combined with a hint of distress, were utterly captivating. The fact that he had managed to restrain himself until now was nothing short of miraculous. In truth, Liu Shi could have easily barged in and dismissed everything, including Ouyang, the moment he entered. Yet, he had ultimately restrained himself. Why? Because he wished to avoid being contradicted by the system. He had previously compelled the system to disregard the display of his overwhelming dominance, brazenly claiming that he required no assistance, believing his charm alone could render him invincible. The system had always been skeptical of his assertions. Upon entering, he had even wagered with the system, thus he could not afford to lose. He not only aimed to triumph, but to do so with panache. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Liu Shi asked, his demeanor betraying a subtle dissonance. I still have value. Please grant me an opportunity to prove myself. Ouyang's voice bore a hint of pleading, nearly melting Liu Shi's resolve. He found himself wrestling with his emotions. What value? Ouyang, flustered, stamped her foot in frustration, struggling to articulate her needs and worth. In her agitation, she turned her face away, casting furtive glances at Liu Shi, anxious that he might indeed leave, oblivious to her plight. Little did she know, Liu Shi did not walk away. Instead, he approached her, delivering a sharp slap. Smack. Surely, you do not mean to imply that your sole purpose is to endure slaps without a hint of anger? If that truly is your role, then I implore you, grant me a few more slaps. Just take me away from here. Ouyang's acting prowess erupted as she embarked on her performance. With an almost pleading tone and expression, she gazed intently at Liu Shi. It is not entirely impossible. There is no one around. If you were to kneel and beg, I might consider acquiescing, Liu Shi taunted deliberately. Thud. To his surprise, without a moment's hesitation, Ouyang knelt before him, her eyes brimming with a pitiful plea, earnestly seeking Liu Shi's intentions. It was as though she silently beckoned. Please, take your pick. Liu Shi was filled with elation. It seemed that the unparalleled star before him had truly surrendered, even in the face of such humiliation and the utter loss of dignity. She was willing to kneel. The boundaries of her principles had been completely breached. In this situation, words were rendered unnecessary. Whatever he demanded of her, she would undoubtedly acquiesce unconditionally, encompassing a multitude of matters. Rise, he commanded. Given your remarkable obedience, I may consent to escort you from this place. However, before we depart, there is a matter of utmost importance that we must address. Liu Shi's expression suddenly turned grave. Ouyang ceased her kneeling, gently rising from the ground. The roles had shifted, and she now resembled a dutiful servant from a drama, half crouching obediently. Please, my master, command me. I shall brave fire and water. Undeterred by the prospect of death, there is no need for such extreme measures, nor do I require your willingness to face death. Liu Shi replied earnestly. He hoped that the star before him would not be overly anxious. He harbored no malicious intent. He had always been a kind-hearted individual. However, he could not resist the urge to deliver a slap to her face, landing squarely. Smack. Days later, Liu Shi felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life, brimming with vigor and clarity as he embraced the system's notifications. The challenges and perils he had faced over the past few days, which had nearly cost him his life, now seemed entirely worthwhile and exceedingly so. At that moment, a melodious female voice resonated in Liu Shi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won the bet. You have received a bountiful reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully rescuing a quality young woman in this cursed apocalypse, and for actively employing the skill of precision, resulting in the conception of a child. The SSS-level metal control has evolved into a psychic manipulation skill, while the metal abilities remain unchanged. You can now control the movement of all objects from a distance, with the exception of living beings. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your storage space has been upgraded to LV6, reaching 10,000 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your strength has increased by 500. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your mental power has increased by 500. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying 150 zombies, earning 150 attribute points. Liu Shi nodded in satisfaction, feeling an exhilarating surge of both physical strength and mental prowess, which enveloped him in a comforting sensation. Moreover, he discovered that his previously honed mental control over metal extended beyond mere metallic objects. It could influence a myriad of items within the room. This encompassed clothing, blankets, curtains, cosmetics, slippers, and more. The prospect was indeed fascinating. Whenever he wished, any object in his vicinity was entirely under his command. Naturally, such control was contingent upon the proximity and mass of the object. The closer the object was to Liu Shi, the greater the degree of control, while distant objects yielded diminished influence. Beyond a certain range, control became impossible. He experimented further, attempting to exert his mental force on Ouyang, only to find it ineffective against living beings. After several attempts, Liu Shi finally grasped the system's intent. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy. The mental force proved remarkably effective. It was splendidly useful. Previously, his offensive capabilities were confined to metal and ice spikes. Now, with this upgrade, virtually anything could serve as a weapon: buildings, vehicles, and beyond. It was formidable, truly formidable. Subsequently, Liu Shi meticulously assessed his newfound gains, including the transformation into a storage space of 10,000 cubic meters, which filled him with immense satisfaction. However, he recognized that his current drawback lay in his speed, which was not sufficiently rapid. If he could achieve swifter movement, it would enhance his confidence in combat. With this thought, Liu Shi addressed the system. Allocate all unassigned attributes to speed. To his surprise, the system responded with a failure notification. Ding. Allocation failed. The law of speed relative to object mass remains unbroken. To enhance speed, one must attain the rank of a general or else face failure. Liu Shi expressed his dissatisfaction with the outcome, inquiring with confusion, what is the specific principle behind this? Why did it fail? Ding. The host is now aware of the speed of light. Liu Shi nodded in acknowledgement as the system continued to elucidate. Ding. According to the theory of relativity, It is currently impossible for any object to attain the speed of light. The reason lies in the fact that as an object's velocity approaches that of light, the mass and energy required to propel it tend toward infinity. This results in an insatiable demand for energy, rendering the achievement of light speed unattainable. Consequently, regardless of the amount of energy we provide, we cannot elevate an object's speed to that of light, as the energy required itself approaches the infinite. Thus, the fundamental reason for our inability to reach the speed of light resides in the core principles and laws of physics. What does this have to do with my inability to increase my speed? Liu Shi continued to inquire, asserting that as a physical education teacher, having a slightly inadequate grasp of physics is neither embarrassing nor detrimental to the system. The principle remains consistent: to enhance velocity, one must possess a greater reservoir of energy to sustain it, alongside a body robust enough to withstand rapid motion without disintegration. Adequate energy is essential to support our movement speed, while mitigating factors such as air resistance and friction is crucial for any potential increase in speed. Currently, the host velocity has reached the pinnacle of warrior level, having already drawn upon its speed reserves. However, the present strength is insufficient to significantly elevate speed. As strength improves, velocity will naturally transcend its limitations. Liu Shi nodded in a manner that suggested a partial understanding. I see now. Although he could not fully comprehend the system's discourse, he grasped a fundamental notion. To attain greater speed, one must possess sufficient strength. Furthermore, his physique needed to be fortified. It was akin to a paper airplane, which could never soar swiftly. Any slight increase in speed would lead to deformation or even ruin. In contrast, a rocket structure is robust enough to sustain rapid flight, even surpassing the speed of sound. Yet, despite this, rockets can never reach the speed of light, for their rigidity remains insufficient and their energy inadequate. This revelation bore both grim and hopeful tidings. The grim news was that he could not enhance his speed for the time being. The hopeful news was that no object could increase its speed, particularly those of his own caliber, which might not even match his current velocity, indicating that he was, for the moment, unparalleled in speed among equals. Thus, he resolved to allocate all his unassigned attributes to strength. Ding! Congratulations, host. Strength has increased by 150, reaching a total of 3,050. Liu Shi finally nodded in satisfaction. He then casually opened Ouyang Yi's personal panel to inspect. Name: Ouyang Yi. Charisma: 100. Special ability: Unawakened. Affection level: 90. To his astonishment, her affection level had reached 90, which was truly remarkable. It is worth noting that they had only just met today. Nevertheless, the two had become sufficiently acquainted, having established a profound understanding of one another. Liu Shi meticulously examined her other attributes and data, confirming that he was indeed her first driver. Furthermore, her physique, beauty, and leg length all received perfect scores. It was the first time Liu Shi had encountered such an abundance of perfect ratings. Indeed, she truly was a paragon of excellence. As Liu Shi gazed out at the dimming sky, he resolved not to venture outside today. After all, despite his capabilities, he could not tirelessly battle the undead, nor could he continually put his life at risk. It was essential to take a well-deserved rest. Outside, Ningxi had been waiting for quite some time. Since Liu Shi had taken Ouyang Yi away, a considerable portion of the day had elapsed with no sign of their return. Disturbingly, the sounds of Ouyang Yi being struck echoed from within. Slap, slap, slap. The brutality was alarming. Surely, he wouldn't have harmed my idol with such immense strength. If he truly exerted himself, Ouyang Yi would scarcely endure a few blows. What should I do now? Yet, Ningxi reassured herself, concocting plausible justifications in her mind. He must not be genuinely striking her. This was likely a mere jest between old friends. Indeed, after such a long separation, it was only natural for them to have much to discuss upon their reunion. If they were enjoying themselves, it was only to be expected that they would exchange applause and delight. How could I think otherwise of him? He undoubtedly understands restraint and would not overstep his bounds. Nevertheless, as darkness enveloped the surroundings and dinner remained elusive, she pondered when they would finally emerge. Gurgle. Her stomach growled with hunger. Ningxi placed a hand on her belly, feeling inexplicably ravenous. She contemplated knocking on the door several times, yet each time she raised her hand, she was swiftly dissuaded by her own thoughts. The night deepened, and her hunger grew unbearable. She stepped forward once more, intending to knock and summon them out. After all, any conversation could wait until after dinner. There was no need to engage in endless chatter upon first meeting. Just then, The door she had eagerly anticipated finally swung open. Liu Shi suddenly appeared, exuding a refreshing aura. With the enhancement of his abilities, he could distinctly perceive the transformations within his body, which were indeed substantial. Notably, both his appearance and vitality had become markedly superior. As Liu Shi exited the living room, he noticed Ningxi, her brows furrowed in hunger, pacing restlessly. Approaching her, he remarked, "You must be famished. Come, let us partake in dinner first." With that, Liu Shi retrieved a sumptuous feast from the system space and arranged it on the table. Ningxi, disregarding her ladylike demeanor, eagerly indulged in the meal. After a short while, she suddenly recalled her idol, the star Ouyang, who had yet to make an appearance. While gnawing on a chicken leg, she inquired, "Darling, why hasn't Ti come out yet?" "Oh, she is simply exhausted and still resting. You see, she has been living alone for quite some time, lacking a sense of security. Now that we are finally here, the tension she has been carrying has relaxed, and with that newfound sense of safety, she naturally succumbed to sleep." Liu Shi spoke eloquently, elucidating the reasons behind Ouyang's slumber. "What were you discussing in there for such an extended period?" Ningxi inquired with curiosity. "Oh, it was nothing significant, merely a routine conversation about some future matters. You'll come to know the specifics in due course. Now, let us dine." Liu Shi ceased to speak, and Ningxi, displaying her keen intuition, lowered her head to eat. After a considerable time, the two finally felt satiated, each releasing a satisfied belch. Following this, they exchanged a knowing smile, and Liu Shi rose to his feet, saying, "Come, let us take a stroll to aid in digestion and tour the opulent abode of our illustrious star. It is ill-mannered to remain seated after a hearty meal." "Indeed," Ningxi replied, and thus, Liu Shi led her on a circuit around the 70th floor, where they encountered an array of exquisite collectibles, but little else of interest. He then guided her to a corner where a staircase connected the two levels, and together, they descended to the 69th floor. Upon arriving, they were struck by the realization of their naivety. Ningxi's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate several eggs. Before them lay not a series of rooms or lounges, but rather an expansive fitness club, complete with an indoor swimming pool, a solitary basketball court, and adjacent amenities like a cinema and KTV. The sheer magnitude of the equipment dazzled their senses. In the gym, an assortment of fitness apparatus stood in orderly fashion, resembling a battalion of steel awaiting inspection. In the running area, rows of high-tech treadmills glimmered with a futuristic allure, their screens projecting virtual landscapes that transported one to meandering mountain paths or coastal runways, every breath harmonizing with the rhythm of nature. Goodness, what need had she for so many treadmills? Was it merely for aesthetic appeal? The strength training section, adjacent to the free weights area in the machine training zone, showcased dumbbells, barbells, and Smith machines, each glinting with a cold metallic sheen, eagerly anticipating the baptism of perspiration. In a quiet corner, the yoga room and aerobics studio exuded an air of tranquility and mystery, where soft lighting and melodious music intertwined to create a serene ocean of calm. Liu Shi could envision every stretch and breath of Ouyang, each imbued with a yearning for a life of beauty. She was undeniably exquisite. In a fleeting moment, they almost believed they had wandered into the wrong filming location. Ultimately, they realized just how utterly absurd the situation truly was. One can only say that the lives of the affluent remain incomprehensible to us. "Let us proceed to the next floor," Yi suggested, mentioning that there were provisions stored below. Liu Shi took Ningxi's hand and descended, eager to witness what lay beneath and how astonishing it could be. Liu Shi guided Ningxi through a staircase adorned with lush greenery and exquisite artworks. Upon reaching the 68th floor, they found themselves in a realm akin to another world, where every detail exuded an extraordinary elegance. Liu Shi and Ningxi stood at the entrance, utterly astonished. At the threshold, a profusion of fresh flowers surrounded them, exuding a delightful fragrance as if welcoming them into this culinary paradise. Will these flowers never wilt? Liu Shi couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Gazing upwards, he beheld shelves adorned with an exquisite array of products, a confluence of select ingredients and goods from around the globe. In the fresh produce section, vibrant vegetables and fruits were piled high, each piece plump and juicy, emanating a natural sweetness. The imported goods section was replete with an assortment of cheeses, noodles, sushi, and more from foreign lands. Meanwhile, in the wine area, various wines and whiskeys glimmered enticingly under the soft lighting, each drop seemingly imbued with tales and emotions. Notably, the supermarket featured a live cooking area, its open kitchen elegantly designed, compelling Liu Shi to pause in admiration. "Wow, This truly exemplifies opulence, he mused. It rivals even the lavish feasts of King Zhou. Yet, what he observed was merely the tip of the iceberg of an entire floor. Soon, Liu Shi's attention was drawn to several doors nearby, prompting him to approach. Upon opening one, he gasped in astonishment. Inside lay a refrigeration room. Mountains of various meats piled high, seemingly enough to last a year without venturing outside. How lazy must one be to purchase such an abundance of meat all at once? He wondered. He opened another door, only to find it filled to the brim with rice and flour. Liu Shi was at a loss for words. With such a considerable stockpile of grain, did she not worry about it becoming infested? Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Shi gathered all the supplies into his spatial realm. Subsequently, he scoured the entire floor, leaving no resource untouched. Upon inspecting his collection, he was astounded to discover that this bounty exceeded his previous accumulations by more than double. Remarkably, his personal stockpile surpassed even that of the school cafeteria and convenience store combined. Who would believe such a tale? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes? Liu Shi would have found it utterly incredulous. This haul was indeed substantial, fully compensating for the earlier sense of depletion he felt after leaving supplies for the young woman. Ningxi, observing Liu Shi as he collected the supplies, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He was indeed unabashed. As if he had returned to his own home. One might ponder, was his spatial ability not excessively extraordinary? How could it possibly accommodate such an abundance? Ningxi casually picked up an apple that Liu Shi had yet to gather, taking a bite while watching the resources vanish in clusters wherever Liu Shi passed. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ouyang stirred from a hazy slumber. Struggling to rise from her nearly disassembled form, she groaned, "Oh dear, why does my body ache so?" As she rubbed her shoulders and long legs, a sudden realization struck her, prompting her to hastily lift the covers for a quick inspection. Indeed, something had gone awry. Liu Shi has already departed? Ouyang gasped in astonishment. Was it not a dream? Was it indeed real? To her surprise, after conversing with him for such an extended period, she found herself parched and fatigued. At some point, she had succumbed to slumber. Yet, how could he sneak away while she was asleep? How utterly despicable! Ouyang could not help but emit a sharp cry. However, she quickly regained her composure, and upon confirming traces of Liu Shi's presence, she hobbled around the house in search of him. Yet, she scoured the entire floor without encountering a single soul. How could this be? Where could he have gone? Could it truly be that he fled? How could he leave without her? He had promised to take her along. No, perhaps he was downstairs. Thus, Ouyang hastily descended the stairs, only to find the 69th floor utterly devoid of presence, with everything remaining in its original state, showing no signs of change. Nevertheless, she clung to a glimmer of hope as she ascended to the 68th floor. The moment she entered, her mind became utterly bewildered. Not only was there no sign of anyone, but it appeared as though a thief had ransacked the place. Gazing at the empty expanse of her exclusive personal supermarket, she realized that there was not a morsel of food left, not even a shelf remaining. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing the toy in her hand to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Thud, thump. The fatigue and weakness in her legs overwhelmed her, compelling her to kneel on the floor, her spirit utterly deflated. How could this be? How could this happen? He had promised to take her away. How could he depart without a word and take all her provisions, leaving her behind? Could it be? Could it be that I am not even worth a single packet of instant noodles? Woo-woo. At the thought of this, tears streamed uncontrollably down Ouyang-Yi's cheeks. In that moment, she had lost all semblance of an illustrious star, transforming instead into a pitiable figure, evoking sympathy in all who beheld her. Fragile and disheartened, she seemed to be at the mercy of fate. Woo-woo. Now woo. As Ouyang-Yi wept, Ningxi stood by the window at the far side of the 68th floor, peering outside. The strong wind tousled her flowing hair. Yet, even in this simple pose, her enchanting silhouette was enough to captivate most men in the world. Her slender waist and hourglass figure were simply mesmerizing. The curvature of her back, as she bent slightly, appeared so alluring that one would consider it impolite not to reach out and give her a gentle pat. At that moment, she grasped a very thick, robust rope. One end of the rope was secured to a load-bearing pillar within the house, while the other extended along the windowsill and out into the tumultuous world beyond. Following the rope's path, she could hear the chaos and clamor outside. Was that the sound of someone crying? Ningxi seemed to perceive a faint sound of weeping. Yet she quickly dismissed it, for her attention was captivated by a matter of far greater significance. Gripping the thick rope with great determination, It appeared she was pulling something of utmost importance. Following her gaze, Liu Shi was seen bound at the other end of the rope, perilously suspended outside the building. An alarming sight indeed. "Husband, please be careful, I am worried." Ningxi intermittently shouted towards Liu Shi, striving to remind him to prioritize his safety. After all, should anything untoward befall Liu Shi, the loss of companionship would be but a trivial concern. Without his protection, her own survival would be in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Liu Shi, situated below, offered no verbal response but instead signaled with a gesture indicating that all was well. At that moment, he was cautiously descending along the thick rope. Soon, he reached the position of the Sword of Victory. He secured the rope tightly around his waist, braced his feet against a sturdy part of the structure, and, with both hands firmly grasping the Sword of Victory, he exerted tremendous effort to draw it forth. "Ah!" Liu Shi called out softly. Unfortunately, the sword had been driven too deeply, embedding most of its length within the structure. Moreover, the very location where the blade had penetrated was part of a load-bearing wall, exceptionally sturdy and thick. This rendered him unable to wield his metallic abilities or mental powers for manipulation. He could only descend the stairs to retrieve the sword himself. As Liu Shi exerted his strength, the blade gradually began to emerge. Ningxi, witnessing the imminent victory, exuberantly exclaimed, "Hooray! My husband is amazing, go, darling. Hurry and pull it out." Liu Shi smiled knowingly, internally marveling at how vividly and colorfully Ningxi spoke, yet remained focused on drawing his sword. With a sharp clang, Liu Shi finally succeeded in extracting the Sword of Victory from the wall. He examined it closely, finding no signs of damage, and nodded in satisfaction. Just then, his gaze was caught by a shadowy figure approaching. With a loud crash, the window beside him shattered, and a level 1 zombie leaped out, aiming to bite Liu Shi. Fortunately, Liu Shi had already drawn the Sword of Victory. With a swift motion, he swung the blade and cleaved the creature in half. The zombie's body was split, foul blood gushing forth, streaking across Liu Shi's sword before plummeting from the high-rise to the ground floor. A resounding thud followed. Liu Shi gazed intently downwards until the lifeless body of the zombie crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Only then did he lift his head to observe the spot from which the zombie had burst through the window. To his astonishment, he discovered a pair of predatory eyes, vigilantly fixed upon him. Roar, roar, roar. The room was shrouded in darkness, preventing Liu Shi from discerning the figure clearly. Narrowing his eyes, he extended his mental prowess, which left him utterly astonished. What? Even animals have succumbed to the fate of becoming zombies? Startled, Liu Shi beheld the approaching zombie, which revealed its true form. It was a grotesque creature resembling a giant dog, towering at least twice the height of a typical canine, comparable in size to an adult horse. Its body was adorned with various sharp protrusions, rendering it exceptionally fearsome. Clearly, this apocalyptic world had not only transformed humans into undead beings, but also mutated animals. It is only a matter of time before even more formidable monsters emerge. The pace of evolution in the animal kingdom far surpasses that of human society. Liu Shi promptly activated the Eye of Insight. Discerning that the creature's strength was merely on par with a level 1 zombie, posing little threat, he gently extended his left hand and reached out to the zombie dog with a firm grip. A cacophony of violent collisions erupted within the room. With Liu Shi's deft manipulation, all the furniture within the confines of the room surged towards the zombie dog, enveloping it as if it were a dumpling. While this maneuver would not annihilate the creature, it undoubtedly caused considerable inconvenience. Subsequently, Liu Shi altered his gestures, his 2 fingers slicing leftward. A series of sharp metallic whooshes sliced through the air, hurtling towards the zombie dog. "Die," Liu Shi coldly uttered. And torrents of sword-like strikes pierced through the zombie dog's skull, creating multiple gaping holes in its body. Liu Shi effortlessly resolved the troublesome matter, gazing upon the fallen, lifeless zombie dog. Yet, a sense of joy eluded him. The emergence of the zombie dog signified that humanity must now contend with the entire animal kingdom, including the grotesque transformations of terrestrial and marine creatures into zombies and monsters, not merely humans succumbing to this fate. The very thought of such a scenario is terrifying. As Liu Shi had anticipated, the world was shrouded in an unprecedented gloom, with once thriving cities reduced to desolate ruins. The skyline no longer shimmered with neon lights. Instead, it was replaced by an ominous, ghostly green glow under the night sky. This sudden catastrophe had utterly upended the laws of nature. Across forests and primitive tribes worldwide, as well as in deep-sea regions, numerous animals had also transformed into zombies, undergoing horrifying mutations under the influence of an unknown force. They morphed into colossal, monstrous zombies, rampaging across the land, In the eyes of these zombie beasts, only insatiable hunger and the thirst for slaughter remained, tearing the earth into chaos and despair. Especially in proximity to these mutated zombie monsters, the regions had truly descended into hell. Their power surpassing the comprehension of human survivors and even the capabilities of those with extraordinary abilities. However, it seemed that humanity was yet to grasp the full extent of this predicament, for the most pressing threat before them remained the zombies that were once their kin, alongside the lesser zombies transformed from livestock and pets. Back in Jinghai, where Liu Shi resided, as he fell into contemplation, a sweet voice shattered the silence. "Darling, are you all right? Come up quickly, don't keep fighting." Ningxi called out, her heart filled with concern. Liu Shi sheathed the sword of victory and was about to ascend when a sudden thought crossed his mind. He called out to Ningxi, "Ningxi, you should return. There is no need for you to remain here. I still have a few matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly." "Ah, my dear, please be careful." Ningxi responded with surprise, yet she did not oppose him, nor did she show any intention of departing immediately. Liu Shi refocused his attention, recalling the matter he had just mentioned regarding the Weisstein. Previously, he had heard from Song Dao, his assistant, Shaoli, that the Weisstein resided in this community, specifically on the 57th floor of Building 8. Now, having ascended to the height of the 65th floor via a rope, he realized that he only needed to descend a little further to reach the Weisstein's abode and uncover the truth. Liu Shi gently loosened the coarse rope around his waist and continued his descent along it. Upon reaching the 65th floor, he paused and offered a smile towards Ningxi. From her vantage point above, Ningxi observed as Liu Shi grasped the rope, took a light leap, and with a swift kick shattered the glass window, his figure vanishing into the void beyond. Anxiously, Ningxi entwined her hands, uncertain of her next move, yet obediently retreated from the window. At that moment, she distinctly heard the sound of someone weeping within the room. The voice, was it not strikingly similar to Yi's? Ningxi made her way through the living room and, indeed, found Ouyang Yi kneeling on the floor, her face awash with tears. Hurrying over, Ningxi sought to console her. "Yi, what troubles you? Why are you crying so heartily?" Upon seeing Ningxi, Ouyang Yi's heart leaped with joy. Yet doubt lingered in her eyes. She glanced around, searching for Liu Shi's presence, and while wiping her tears, she queried with confusion, "Where is Liu Shi? Why are you alone?" "Oh, he had some matters to attend to, but he will return shortly," Ningxi hastily reassured her, though internally she pondered why her dear Yi was so concerned for her man. At that moment, Ouyang Yi's incredulous voice pierced through. "Are you certain he will come back?" Ningxi was momentarily taken aback. She had never contemplated that question. Yet she was resolute in her belief that her man would never so easily abandon her. "Ding. Congratulations, the host has increased the favorability of the female lead, Ningxi, by 5 points, reaching a total of 85. Liu Shi had just entered the room, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard such a prompt, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Ah, women and their penchant for overthinking." Liu Shi traversed the room and entered the living room, only to find it utterly devoid of presence. This led him to question whether he had mistakenly entered the wrong place. Had it not been for the family portrait of the Weisstein adorning the wall, he might have begun to doubt the veracity of the information he had received. "Investigate," he commanded, subsequently channeling his mental energy to probe the surroundings, eager to uncover any elusive secrets. Ah, could it be that something was concealed here? Liu Shi approached a bedroom, only to discover that the door was indeed locked from within. A triumphant smile involuntarily spread across his face. He deliberately knocked on the door and called out loudly, "Weisstein, are you home? Liu Shi? Is that you, Teacher Liu? How did you find this place?" A familiar voice resonated, jolting Liu Shi with a sense of recognition. He had finally located the person he sought. Before long, the door creaked open, revealing the Weisstein's anxious face. Behind him stood a young woman, who was distinctly different from the family depicted in the Weisstein's photographs. Instead, she appeared to be a current university student, her skin delicate and rosy. Liu Shi, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Who might this be?" The Weisstein, slightly embarrassed, adjusted his spectacles and replied, "Ah, she is my student, here to seek my guidance. By the way, Liu Shi, how did you find your way here? Do you have any food on you? I am absolutely famished." "Hello, Teacher Liu." The female student, charming and innocent in appearance, seemed remarkably pure, though regrettably, she had already lost her virtue. "Oh, I see. I wonder where the dean's wife and family have gone." Liu Shi nodded perfunctorily, a surge of malice brewing within him as he continued to extract information. They've gone out to enjoy the holiday. Unfortunately, they have yet to return. And with the chaos outside, who knows if they are still alive? As the vice dean spoke, he began to weep profusely, tears streaming down his face, presenting himself as a figure burdened with emotion. Yet, if he truly held such affection, how could he be found cavorting with a female student in his home? At that moment, he appeared far from his former lofty stature, resembling more a lowly dog. Ah, splendid. This certainly alleviates many of my concerns. Do you have anything else to say before your imminent demise? Liu Shi bluntly posed the question, leaving the vice dean utterly stunned. Had he truly heard what he thought he had? Liu Shi intends to kill him? Teacher Liu, what are you implying? We have no grievances or animosities. What do your words mean? The vice dean feigned composure, eager to ascertain the reason. Huh, what a splendid claim of having no grievances. Was the outsourcing of the school's security not facilitated by your hand? I presume you have reaped quite a few benefits from it, haven't you? Do you comprehend the true nature of those beasts? Furthermore, in the course of our work, did you not threaten me and repeatedly exploit your authority to send me to clean the floors and wash the toilets? Ah, are you referring to these two matters? They are trifles, hardly warranting such an uproar. The vice dean displayed an air of innocence, akin to a pitiable old dog. He continued to maneuver, hoping to discover a glimmer of opportunity, while contemplating how he might turn the tables on his adversary. Trifles? To me, taking your life is merely a trivial matter. Liu Shi gently raised his hand, and a sharp blade hovered ominously behind him, ready to strike at the slightest thought. Are you a supernatural being? The vice dean stammered in shock, retreating several steps as the specter of death loomed near. A female student behind him hurried to support him, preventing him from collapsing. Humph! Liu Shi scoffed disdainfully. With a sudden plummet, the vice dean knelt, hastily bowing his head. Teacher Liu, please spare my life. It was my folly not to recognize your greatness, and I have wronged you. I implore you to grant me mercy. I possess wealth, considerable wealth, and gold. Abundant gold that I am willing to offer you. Seeing Liu Shi unmoved, he desperately shoved the female student forward, pleading, Teacher Liu, I also present this young lady to you. She is quite enticing. Liu Shi, am I akin to a scavenger? Liu Shi exhibited little interest in money, however. He was open to considering gold. Should humanity survive and order be restored in the future, gold would undoubtedly serve as an essential medium for the exchange of goods. He then inquired softly, where is the gold? The vice president, as if granted a reprieve, realized that willingness to negotiate indicated a possibility for compromise. He promptly rose and led Liu Shi to his study. There, he gently activated a concealed switch within a cabinet. Click. Suddenly, an entire wall of the study revealed its true nature. To Liu Shi's astonishment, it unveiled a hidden chamber filled with gold, cash, and a plethora of collectibles. Liu Shi unceremoniously gathered all the gold and treasures, completely disregarding the cash that was as worthless as waste paper. Have you awakened spatial abilities? The vice dean, having held a prominent position for many years, possessed keen insight. He marveled repeatedly at the prowess demonstrated by Liu Shi, while the female student behind him wore an expression of astonishment. Liu Shi paid no heed to the matter at hand. After collecting the gold and other resources, he turned and remarked, Vice Dean, it seems you have indeed indulged in considerable avarice over the years. You have also caused much suffering to numerous innocent maidens. A corrupt official like you, who has committed countless atrocities, deserves to perish. What? You intend to kill me? The vice dean exclaimed in disbelief, feeling a warm surge emanating from his neck. He hurriedly clasped his throat, his eyes wide with shock as he collapsed to the ground. His body convulsed a few times before his gaze dimmed. The female students behind him were evidently shaken, collapsing in terror as they trembled on the ground. Liu Shi regarded her with a disdainful gaze, and a seemingly innocuous remark slipped from his lips, leaving her utterly petrified. Would you like me to accompany you as well? Yes. No. The female student became incoherent, and as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, she realized she could no longer feel her lips or her body. Her head had seemingly detached itself from her form. To her horror, she beheld a headless corpse slowly collapsing to the ground. Her vision began to fade into darkness, and all that remained was a faint auditory perception of footsteps departing into the distance. Liu Shi deftly sheathed the suspended blade and turned to depart. He approached the window, tugged on the thick rope, ensuring its safety and stability, before ascending along the very rope he had just climbed. Within the confines of the 68th floor, Yang Yi had ceased her weeping. She ought to feel grateful, fortunate to be among the women chosen by the system for salvation. Otherwise, Her fate would likely be no better than that of the female student below. Ningxi remained quietly by her side, each woman ensnared in her own inner turmoil. Until the nature of their relationship, whether adversarial or amicable, was clarified, excessive conversation seemed ill-advised, lest they find themselves in a position of disadvantage. Ningxi had also discerned that her connection with Liu Shi was anything but that of mere old friends. It was more akin to that of former lovers. How could she compete with someone so flawless? Surely, her husband would not grow weary of her and contemplate abandonment. At that moment, Ouyang-yi's thoughts had settled considerably. She had likely come to understand the dynamics between Liu Shi and Ningxi. Recognizing that Ningxi was the woman Liu Shi had rescued during his passage through Building 3. In front of her admirers, she needed to maintain an air of aloofness, preserving the aura and grace befitting her status. As the two women found themselves in a standoff, the tension lingered. At long last, Liu Shi made his appearance, playfully remarking, "Oh, you're all here? We should be on our way." Upon seeing Liu Shi, Ningxi was the first to rush forward. "Husband, you're back." The way Ningxi exclaimed the word husband was particularly loud, as if she feared someone might not hear her. Ouyang-yi was filled with surprise and joy at Liu Shi's return. She naturally grasped the implication behind Ningxi's words and sensed the silent display of rivalry. However, her innate confidence and pride forbade her from placing herself on par with Ningxi to engage in a contest of wills. In that moment, Ouyang-yi's thoughts were entirely consumed by Liu Shi. He truly has not abandoned us. How wonderful. Struggling against her aching body, she managed to rise and said, "Yes. Liu Shi, before you leave, could you please help me carry some luggage?" Liu Shi nodded, acknowledging that carrying some luggage was quite reasonable. After all, who does not possess a few belongings? All right, let us proceed. As Liu Shi had already emptied all the supplies from the 68th floor, they ascended together to the 69th floor. Along the way, Liu Shi offered assistance to the mobility-impaired Ouyang-yi, and their eyes met several times, igniting sparks of fervent attraction. Meanwhile, Ningxi, with her arms crossed, followed closely behind, seemingly displeased yet suppressing her feelings. Upon reaching the 69th floor, Ouyang-yi pointed to her favored fitness equipment and exclaimed, "Liu Shi, these are the pieces I particularly like. Could you help me take them?" Call me husband," Liu Shi playfully demanded as he began to gather the specified equipment into their space. "Husband," Ouyang-yi responded, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Unable to maintain eye contact with Liu Shi's assertive stare, she then pointed to a few more machines, saying, "I want this one, and that one, this one, oh, that one." Liu Shi, rendered speechless, remarked with a hint of exasperation, "Perhaps we should simply take everything away. After all, the space is quite vacant." Ouyang-yi, her expression brimming with anticipation, lifted one foot and inquired hopefully, "Is that really possible?" "Of course. There is nothing that cannot be done. My dear, your husband possesses a treasure of considerable magnitude." Liu Shi responded with a mischievous grin, before turning to gather all the fitness equipment, diligently collecting every item. It took over half an hour to relocate everything movable from the entire floor. "You're amazing, dear. Where is your treasure? I cannot seem to see it. How is it possible for something so large to contain so many items?" Ouyang-yi was filled with curiosity regarding the remarkable treasure Liu Shi had alluded to. Regrettably, such an extraordinary treasure could not be revealed, for the system was visible only to him. The spatial realm belonged solely to him, inaccessible and unseen by others. Liu Shi gently tapped Ouyang-yi's forehead and, with a tone of affectionate teasing, remarked, "You are quite the mischievous one. Come, let us ascend to the upper floor and see what luggage you still need to gather." Thank you, darling. You are so remarkable, so thoughtful, and I adore you." Ouyang-yi's unguarded confession stirred a flurry of emotions within Liu Shi. Meanwhile, Ningxi, who stood behind them, felt no longer awed by her idol's presence. Instead, her heart brimmed with hostility. Her nose seemed to elevate in disdain. The top floor. In the bedroom, Ouyang-yi was preparing to pack a few garments when Liu Shi interrupted her, saying, "No need for such trouble. I shall handle everything." "Ah, darling, that is simply splendid," Ouyang-yi exclaimed, her face aglow with delight. She had been fretting over how to select the clothes, shoes, and bags to take with her. Each piece was a luxury item, costing tens of thousands, and now considered a unique collectible, irreplaceable in production. Without uttering a word, Liu Shi gestured grandly, and all the soft furnishings in the room, including the bed that had borne witness to their shared moments, were swiftly removed. "Darling, come here quickly." I have some valuables to take with me, Ouyang-yi exclaimed as she emerged from the bedroom and made her way to a concealed door in the living room. She stepped inside. Liu Shi followed closely behind, casually removing the sofa, piano, and various furnishings from the living room. These items were undoubtedly of high-end quality, possessing considerable value and exceptional craftsmanship. Securing them for future use was a prudent decision, ensuring that they would not find themselves bereft of furniture, reminiscent of a return to primitive existence. When Liu Shi accompanied Ouyang-yi into the dimly lit room, he was utterly astounded. The abundance of jewelry and precious gems present was enough to establish a museum. Moreover, the boxes of gold were haphazardly piled, evoking a sense of wonder in Liu Shi as he swallowed hard in disbelief. "What are you daydreaming about? My dear, hurry up and collect it," urged Ouyang-yi, who had long grown weary of such treasures, leaving only those who beheld them for the first time to be so profoundly astonished. Liu Shi quickly regained his composure and began to gather his belongings. Despite his extensive experience, he found himself astonished by the sheer magnitude of wealth before him. Even if this gold served no immediate purpose, it remained an invaluable treasure. Were it not for the apocalyptic circumstances and his unique advantages, he might have fallen to his knees, beseeching the stunning actress before him for her patronage, not for anything extravagant, merely for a morsel to sustain him. To his surprise, she truly appeared to be a petite heiress, possessing everything one could desire. "Is there anything you lack?" Liu Shi teased, gazing at Ouyang-yi with an expression that suggested he wished to devour her whole. "Darling, from this moment on, all that is mine shall be yours. I implore you. Considering today's accomplishments, do not forsake me." Seizing the opportunity to voice her apprehensions, Ouyang-yi stepped closer, wrapping her arms around Liu Shi's waist. She buried her head into his sturdy chest, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she implored, "Darling, is it possible? Promise me you will never abandon me." Liu Shi gently brushed her long, silky hair, which carried a subtle fragrance. "Rest assured, as long as I live, I shall never abandon you, nor the child you carry," Liu Shi assured her, embodying the promise of a responsible man. Upon hearing this, Ouyang-yi felt a wave of relief. However, it wasn't long before she sensed something amiss. What was wrong? A child? Where did that come from? "Dear husband, you say I am with child? How am I unaware of this?" Ouyang-yi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed up at Liu Shi, her gaze reminiscent of a boundless starry sea. "Do you think your husband is merely idling away? You shall soon discover." Liu Shi feigned mystery, playfully pinching her, leading Ouyang-yi to believe he was jesting. "Now that we have gathered most of our belongings, shall we proceed to the safe house you mentioned?" Ouyang-yi inquired, her eyes twinkling with anticipation, eager to learn what Liu Shi's safe haven entailed, and who the first group of survivors might be. "Indeed. However, before we return, there is one more matter we must attend to." Liu Shi suddenly looked off into the distance, actually checking the system for the details of the third girl to be rescued. At that moment, Ningxi approached, nearly echoing Ouyang-yi's question, "What is it?" Liu Shi responded with a phrase that struck a familiar chord with Ningxi. "I must meet an old friend." "Old friend? Another old friend?" Ningxi's alertness heightened. She finally understood that the old friend Liu Shi referred to was likely not a respectable acquaintance, but rather an ex-lover. Humph. Men. In contrast, Ouyang-yi appeared indifferent, finding no fault in the situation. It was only natural to meet an old friend during such an outing. She instinctively asked, "Is it a man or a woman?" "A woman," Liu Shi replied candidly, as it was only a matter of time before he disclosed this. At that moment, both Ningxi and Ouyang-yi surprisingly found themselves in agreement. "Humph. Men." Meanwhile, Liu Shi was pressing the system. "Why are you so sluggish? Provide me with the information at once." Ding. "Data updating, please wait." Detected that the third girl of the community has already departed from this location, confirming her position. Departed from here? Could it be the previous convoy? Liu Shi suddenly had a revelation. Given this, the identity of the young girl he was about to rescue must surely be one of either immense wealth or noble lineage. How exhilarating. One can only hope that her dowry is as lavish as that of a renowned starlet. Ding. The location of the girl in urgent need of rescue has been confirmed. She is situated near the National Strategic Storage Center of Jinghai, approximately 20 kilometers away. Host, please proceed promptly and delve into the rescue. Remember, do not rush recklessly into the fray. Liu Shi heard the system's response and subtly touched his nose, feeling a twinge of guilt. He suspected that the system was being deceptive, yet he lacked any tangible evidence. Turning his gaze towards the eager Ningxi and Ouyang-yi, he announced, "Our destination this time is the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center, located over 20 kilometers away. I need to prepare additional supplies there and pay a visit to an old friend. Would you two care to join me? Ning Shi eagerly interjected. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Ouyang Yi added. From now on, we must remain inseparable. You cannot escape me. Excellent. Let us set forth, Liu Shi declared, preparing to lead the way. However, he was interrupted by Ouyang Yi. Wait, darling, how do we plan to traverse this 20-kilometer distance? We'll head downstairs and then find a vehicle, he replied. Oh. But dear, I possess a private bulletproof car, so we need to rely on anyone else's vehicle. My own is far cleaner, Ouyang Yi said, thoughtfully producing the car keys. Well, how splendid. Through the keen insight of Liu Shi, he discovered that Ouyang Yi had presented a key for a customized Tesla Cybertruck. Although this vehicle is a relic from decades past, its collectible value far surpasses its practical utility. Crafted entirely from aerospace-grade steel, it boasts bulletproof and collision-resistant features, along with off-road capabilities that outshine its contemporaries. Furthermore, it is specifically outfitted with comprehensive bulletproof glass and tires constructed from advanced materials. The interior accommodates 5 seats, offering an expansive space where one can engage in various activities. Truly, it is akin to a young calf soaring through the skies on an airplane. Excellent. I am quite fond of this vehicle. Let us proceed, Liu Shi declared, turning towards the corridor with the intention of exiting through the security door and descending to the underground garage via the stairs. Wait, Ouyang Yi called out to Liu Shi once more, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Darling, I have a private elevator, though I am uncertain if there are any zombies present. Shall we take the elevator down? A private elevator? How splendid. As long as it doesn't stop midway, even the presence of zombies would pose little threat. Liu Shi felt a surge of joy at the prospect of avoiding the stairs. Who wouldn't be pleased by that? Where's the elevator? How did I not notice it? Ning Shi inquired, having become familiar with the surroundings and having explored thoroughly, yet failing to discover the existence of another elevator. It is concealed behind that painting, which I personally funded for installation. No one else is aware of it. Moreover, the power supply is independent, so even if the building loses electricity, the reserve batteries can sustain usage for 1 or 2 trips, Ouyang Yi explained, gesturing towards the painting at the end of the corridor. Ah, I see. Then let us go, Liu Shi nodded, deepening his appreciation for Ouyang Yi's opulence. Ouyang Yi carefully approached a specific spot and tapped the figurine hanging around her neck. Beep. The decorative wall slowly opened, revealing the entrance to a stainless steel elevator. As Liu Shi approached, he discovered that this wall was, in fact, constructed of wood. Cleverly masquerading as a mere partition, it was truly fascinating. Subsequently, Ouyang Yi swiped her card once more. Beep. The elevator doors creaked open, allowing the 3 of them to step inside. Ouyang Yi cast a final glance at her opulent mansion, bidding it a heartfelt farewell. On their journey to the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center, a steel-armored vehicle barreled down the road with reckless abandon, mercilessly colliding with any zombie that dared to obstruct its path. Oh well. Liu Shi, seated in the driver's seat, couldn't help but exclaim as he accelerated, sending a zombie flying. The sensation was undeniably exhilarating. However, Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi were less than pleased. They grasped the seats with both hands, their bodies swaying perilously, and cried out in unison, Darling, slow down. Please, slow down. Yes, darling, you're driving too fast. I can hardly bear it. Liu Shi turned his head to glance at Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi, who were jostled by the vehicle to an unrecognizable state. Their condition was painfully evident. Their bodies had almost been distorted by the relentless shaking. Consequently, he gently reduced the speed, maintaining the car at approximately 80 kilometers per hour, while making every effort to avoid colliding with the zombies, thus minimizing any further jolts. All right, I shall drive a bit slower. Thank you, darling. You are the best. Darling, you're so obedient. The vehicle sped along the road, racing past the ravaged cityscape, witnessing the remnants of a once thriving downtown, now reduced to mere ruins. Liu Shi could not help but lament the harshness of this wretched apocalypse, which offers little respite for survival. Were it not for the presence of a system that empowers him through the rescue of young maidens or the nurturing of offspring, he would have likely perished long ago. This illustrates the brutal reality faced by ordinary individuals in such dire times. A mere misstep could lead to a swift demise, vanishing into oblivion, leaving no room for sentimentality. The distance of over 20 kilometers is not particularly daunting, especially when traveling by car. After approximately 20 minutes of driving, they could clearly discern the structure of the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center in the distance. The building, though modest in height at around 3 stories, boasts an expansive footprint, making it easily visible from the relatively flat terrain surrounding it. Liu Shi continued to advance in the direction of the building, only to discover a disturbing sight along the way. Numerous corpses of zombies littered the ground, alongside dismembered human limbs. Judging by their attire, clad in camouflage uniforms, they appeared to be soldiers. On the roadside, several abandoned vehicles still emitted plumes of smoke. From these clues, Liu Shi could surmise that a fierce battle had recently transpired here, resulting in catastrophic losses for both sides. Such a gruesome scene could not have arisen without immense devastation. After careful contemplation, Liu Shi began to reduce his speed, attentively observing the surroundings on both sides as he drove. Liu Shi even lowered the car window slightly to better discern the sounds nearby. Gunfire! He exclaimed, instantly alert, as it appeared that a battle raged ahead. Though the sounds were somewhat distant, they reached his ears with remarkable clarity. His mental acuity expanded outward, revealing a contingent engaged in combat with the undead. Clad in biohazard suits and special forces attire, their faces obscured by gas masks, they exuded an air of professionalism, undoubtedly military personnel. As the gunfire echoed relentlessly, the ranks of zombies dwindled rapidly, lacking the leadership of higher-tiered undead. As the skirmish continued, the zombies soon found themselves at a disadvantage, and before long, they were utterly vanquished. Reinforcements. After one squad exhausted their ammunition, another swiftly advanced to replenish their ranks, demonstrating their rigorous training. After Liu Shi and the others had finished dealing with the zombies, they quietly maneuvered the vehicle to the edge of the battlefield and slowly drove out. Who goes there? As the front of the car emerged slightly, they were greeted with a shout from the opposite side. In an effort to avoid unnecessary conflict, Liu Shi adhered to the principle of refraining from physical confrontation whenever possible. He reluctantly removed the white undergarments he had worn for several days. Using a wooden stick to signal his surrender, he called out to the opposing side, "Do not fire. We are human beings, not zombies." The guards, observing Liu Shi in his armored vehicle, noted his cautious demeanor, particularly as it appeared there were two women accompanying him. Consequently, their vigilance slightly diminished, and they shouted, "Bring the vehicle over, but proceed slowly. Stop right there." Liu Shi drove in the direction indicated by the other party, arriving at an open area. Should they exhibit any nefarious intentions, they could be effortlessly dispatched. Although uncertain of their malevolence, in this apocalyptic world, he was reluctant to place his trust in anyone, especially considering that the other party was armed with a firearm. Liu Shi was unwilling to remain so passive. Thus, at first, he proceeded along the route they had designated. As he approached the destination, he turned back and exclaimed, "Hold on tight." Huh? Oh. Though the two women were bewildered, they obediently grasped onto anything within the vehicle that they could hold. Liu Shi then pressed down on the accelerator. Bang. The car collided forcefully with the protective barrier ahead, creating a breach. Yet, it did not come to a halt. Instead, it continued to surge forward for several hundred meters, racing towards the entrance of the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center. There, it executed a flawless 180-degree turn, leaving a striking skid mark on the ground, which erupted into clouds of smoke before finally coming to rest. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Hurry! Surround them! The soldiers stationed at the entrance were instantly thrown into disarray. How dare they play tricks on us? In the blink of an eye, Liu Shi and his companions found themselves encircled, with dozens of soldiers brandishing submachine guns, poised for action. At that moment, a man dressed in the garb of a captain stepped forward, shouting, "Listen up, those in front. Cut the engine and exit the vehicle. Hands on your heads." In such a precarious situation, Liu Shi would certainly not sit idly by, nor would he place his beloved in jeopardy. His hand pressed against the underside of the vehicle as he commanded, "Congeal." Almost instantaneously, a layer of frost began to coalesce visibly, seeping from beneath the carriage to envelop the tires, and then spreading across the ground with a deliberate grace. What was that? Some soldiers sensed a disturbance. Yet before they could react, they found themselves entirely encased in ice, rendered immobile. Liu Shi gazed proudly at the surrounding ice sculptures, a smile gracing his lips. He had not struck them down with lethal force. He had merely immobilized their movements. In an hour, they would naturally thaw, enduring little more than some frostbite, without any peril to their lives. As for why he refrained from ending their lives, simply because there was no immediate necessity. "Will you remain in the car? Or will you accompany me?" Liu Shi inquired of the two women. "Of course, we shall follow you." Ouyang Yi responded with a serious demeanor, her expression resolute. "I wish to join as well," Ningxi declared, equally determined. "Very well. Let us disembark." Liu Shi gently opened the car door and subsequently stepped out with two young women. From a distance, one might mistake them for affluent young gentlemen accompanied by their charming companions, embarking on a leisurely outing, a sight that was indeed captivating and striking. However, as soon as they alighted, before they could fully grasp their surroundings, a frigid voice, laced with inquiry, pierced the air. "Who are you? How dare you be so brazen here?" Upon hearing that voice, Liu Shi was struck by an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Pondering how such an icy tone could still exist in this world, he turned his gaze in the direction of the sound, where a figure of striking beauty emerged before him. She possessed a captivating visage and a statuesque form, her legs elongated as if they defied mortality. Clad in fitted black leather pants, she exuded an aura of wild intensity. Her raven hair was loosely tied, cascading down her back like a waterfall, reaching her waist. Her eyes, deep and fathomless as the sea, seemed capable of unraveling the most profound secrets of the human heart, yet they were veiled by a faint frostiness, deterring any who might dare to approach. She radiated an ethereal purity and a biting chill reminiscent of the first snow of winter. Her every movement imbued with an indescribable nobility and detachment. Trailing closely behind this aloof young lady was a shadowy figure, a dashing young man. In stark contrast to his sister's cool demeanor, he embodied the quintessential affluent air. His smile was as warm as the spring sun, and his every gesture exuded a carefree nonchalance. With an air of playful irreverence, he nonetheless maintained the elegance of a refined gentleman. Liu Shi cast a glance at the two individuals, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had discerned that both were endowed with extraordinary abilities. If the newcomers were neither Su Lingong nor her brother Su Yi, who could they possibly be? "Which one of you is it?" Yang Yi retorted. The moment her words fell, they thundered through Su Yi's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed as he stared at Yang Yi, nearly drooling, instinctively exclaiming, "Yang Yi? Is that truly you?" "Indeed. Why are you so fierce? We haven't even met yet, and you're already hurling insults." Yang Yi replied, adopting a demeanor of self-evident authority, her gaze eventually settling on Su Lingyang's face. She internally questioned the background of the woman before her, who bore a striking beauty that rivaled her own. With a hint of natural animosity stemming from her femininity, Yang Yi crossed her arms, awaiting an explanation from the two. She hoped they would take the hint and refrain from provoking her husband into action. "Humph. So pathetic. Are you rendered speechless in the presence of a starlet?" A cold snort from Su Lingyang splashed a bucket of cold water on Su Yi, jolting him back to clarity, his eyes sharp once more. "Alert. A damsel in dire need of rescue has been detected. Su Lingyang. Name, Su Lingyang. Rank, apprentice level. Physical appearance, 100. Ability, SS grade fire element. Affection level, -100. Hostile. Difficult to conquer. Currently at extreme difficulty." At this, Liu Shi's lips twitched imperceptibly. He mentally remarked to the system, "Are you blind? Just look at her haughty demeanor. Brimming with arrogance, she hardly requires my assistance. If anything, I should be the one saving her. Alert. The system makes no errors. Your inability to rescue her stems from your own lack of capability. Please refrain from further complaints. Time is of the essence. Curse it. You have quite the rhythmic flair." As Liu Shi conversed with the system, Su Yi furrowed his brow, a natural disdain for Liu Shi brewing within him. Why should he be allowed to stand so close to his goddess? He pointed at Liu Shi, shouting, "Hey, you there, come over here." Liu Shi, with a hand that had just removed his undergarments, pointed to his own face, perplexed, and asked, "Did you call me?" "Yes, it is you," Su Yi replied, his expression brimming with impatience, as if he were on the verge of expressing his desire to strike. However, at that moment, Yang Yi wrapped her arms around Liu Shi's arm, pulling him closer while playfully protesting, "Darling, ignore him." Yang Yi's actions inadvertently saved the man opposite her. Liu Shi had initially intended to sever the fingers of his adversary. Boom. A thunderous clap of thunder echoed in Su Yi's mind, reverberating with shock. "Darling? The goddess is referring to another man as her husband? How infuriating. How could this be? Is she not renowned for her pure and innocent demeanor? Since when has she acquired a husband?" At that instant, Ningxi, unwilling to be outdone, advanced to embrace Liu Shi's other arm, proudly lifting her chin as if to declare, "You shall not bully my husband. The accolades cannot solely belong to Yi." Witnessing this scene, Su Lingyang furrowed her brows. Who exactly is this man? How is it that Yang Yi refers to him as husband, and it appears that another woman of exceptional caliber is also by his side? He must be of considerable significance. Suppressing her initial disdain, Su Lingyang regarded Liu Shi with newfound respect and emotionlessly stated, "I am Su Lingyang of the Su family. And this is my brother, Sui. You have intruded upon our territory uninvited and have incapacitated our security team. What do you have to say for yourselves?" Liu Shi gazed at the frosty beauty before him, her visage devoid of any discernible emotion, rendering her an enigma, yet undeniably captivating. He provocatively remarked, "Explain? Why should I owe you an explanation, Su family? Do you hold such significance?" Su Lingyang, taken aback by the audacity displayed even after her departure from the Su household, felt an irksome indignation. Such a scenario was foreign to her experience. Perhaps you are unaware of the formidable influence wielded by the Su family. Even in this apocalyptic era, we are not to be taken lightly. Do not trample upon our boundaries. Su Lingyang articulated her thoughts with an unwavering demeanor, exuding confidence and authority. This composure, cultivated over years of privilege, was not a mere display of arrogance. Her every gesture radiated the aura of one accustomed to high station. Liu Shi, unfazed, wore an expression of indifference, completely unperturbed by the other person's status. Instead, with a playful retort, he replied, "There is no explanation. A bottom line? What is a bottom line? There is but a pair of underpants. Would you like them?" Liu Shi, after speaking, cast aside the white underwear he had used as a symbol of surrender. He secretly infused it with a mental force, ensuring it would reach its designated target with precision. Su Lingyang did not anticipate such audacity from her opponent, who threw a harmless piece of white cloth her way. Humph! Did he think she would flinch? She refused to yield in spirit. Indignant, she chose not to evade. Yet, to her astonishment, the white cloth seemed to sprout wings, genuinely fluttering onto her face. It clung to her, as if ensnared by glue. Liu Shi could not help but burst into laughter. Ouyang Yi and Ning Shi also stifled their giggles, creating an awkward atmosphere. Only Su Lingyang appeared as if she were frozen in place, utterly motionless. Her face concealed beneath a white cloth that had grown uncomfortably warm and flushed. The turmoil within her was ineffable, while her exterior coldness had vanished entirely. Were it not for the fabric obscuring her visage, surely everyone would have been taken aback by her transformation. Goodness! The icy beauty had actually been rendered crimson with rage. This was a situation ripe for disaster. Su Lingyang initially thought the innocuous white cloth posed no threat, yet upon grasping the true implication of the mention of underwear, her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment, and her pupils constricted as shock coursed through her. How infuriating! She internally lamented, her heartbeat accelerating. The scent, a peculiar warmth born from the prolonged contact between fabric and skin, dissipated all her lingering doubts in an instant. She was now convinced that the underwear referenced was indeed that exceedingly intimate garment she had worn. This revelation tangled her emotions into a complex web of astonishment, embarrassment, and an imperceptible thread of anger. She had never anticipated such a predicament would befall her, nor that she would become the focal point of this mortifying scene. She endeavored to maintain her composure, despite the tempest raging within her. Taking a deep breath, she sought to suppress this intricate emotional turmoil while silently strategizing how to navigate this sudden crisis. Yet, she could not contain her inner fury, cursing vehemently in her mind. That scoundrel! How dare he? In that instant, she felt sullied, as if her very essence had been tainted. With all her might, she stifled her rage, remaining utterly still. At that moment, Su Yi, in a fit of curiosity, reached out to remove the white cloth from Su Lingyang's face, even bringing it to his nose for a sniff. How vile! What is that scent? Is this truly underwear? My sister has a phobia of germs. You're doomed. Su Yi's words shattered Su Lingyang's last vestiges of sanity. Even the frostiness of her demeanor could no longer contain the eruption that followed. Though she understood her brother intended to use her as a means to exact retribution, she could no longer care about being manipulated. Her desire to retaliate against him had ignited. Thus, she erupted in despair, exclaiming, "You foul man! How dare you insult me? I shall kill you." As Su Lingyang unleashed her formidable abilities, she approached with an unwavering determination to deliver a decisive blow, exerting her full strength. With a single strike, the heavens and earth seemed to change color. The air itself appeared to be searing and boiling, prompting Sui to hastily retreat several steps. He watched as flames engulfed Liu Shi and his companions. After this all-out attack, Su Lingyang regained a semblance of calm. However, the exertion left her gasping for breath, beads of sweat glistening on her brow. It was evident that this powerful strike had nearly drained her of strength, rendering her incapable of executing such a grand maneuver again in the near future. Am I to perish just like this? Su Lingyang questioned, disbelief etched on her face. As the flames gradually dissipated, she discovered an ice wall standing before Liu Shi, effectively thwarting all her assaults. What? Indeed, an ice-type ability, how could it be so potent? Su Lingyang's expression shifted, a mixture of shock and a hint of pallor overtaking her features. There was astonishment, as well as the weight of exhaustion. Bang! The ice wall was shattered by Liu Shi's palm, revealing him alongside the enchanting Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi, all of whom remained unscathed and composed. This revelation struck Su Lingyang hard. Huh, I had assumed you were expressionless. How surprising that you too can convey emotion. Liu Shi's words struck like a bolt. An unexpected personal attack that left her momentarily speechless. You. Su Lingyang found herself at a loss for words, unable to retort. As Liu Shi executed his defensive maneuvers, he simultaneously enhanced the freezing intensity surrounding the soldiers, preventing them from prematurely emerging from their shells. At that moment, Su Lingyang's elderly butler hurried over, accompanied by several dozen well-equipped individuals. Upon reaching Su Lingyang's side, he immediately adopted a vigilant stance and, with a tone of concern, inquired, "Miss, young master, are you both unharmed?" Sui brushed off the dust from his clothes and replied, "I am fine. However, we have encountered a formidable obstacle." The butler followed Sui's gaze and turned his attention to Liu Shi. At this moment, Liu Shi exuded an air of calm composure, flanked by allies. Presenting himself as a quintessential villain, the old steward whispered, "Given the formidable nature of our adversaries, it would be prudent to temporarily retreat from the fray. The cargo over there is nearly loaded. We can make our exit." Su Lingyang displayed a flicker of hesitation. She yearned to vanquish Liu Shi, yet realized she was no match for him. To strike again would only bring her further humiliation. Sui, too, gritted his teeth in frustration, lamenting the loss of his idol. However, reason prevailed over impulse, and the siblings nodded in agreement to withdraw. Just as they turned to leave, Liu Shi's voice arrogantly pierced the air. "Wait, did I permit you to leave?" Upon hearing this, the siblings paused in their tracks. Though individually they may falter against him, together they believed they could potentially subdue him. Even if they could not, escaping unscathed seemed feasible. Why then did he maintain such arrogance? Su Lingyang's expression soured once again, while the corners of Su Yi's mouth twitched in disdain. They were accustomed to being the bullies. Never before had they been subjected to such contempt. The old steward's countenance shifted dramatically, sensing impending trouble. Su Lingyang turned around, her voice laced with icy disdain. "You shameless fool. What more do you desire?" "Ha-ha-ha." Liu Shi, met with scorn, let out a hearty laugh that resonated like a refreshing spring breeze. To him, the phrase shameless felt more like a form of praise and affirmation. He then fixed his gaze upon Su Lingyang's unparalleled figure and exquisite visage, declaring, "What do I desire? Naturally, I wish for you to stay and become my woman." As Liu Shi's words lingered in the air, a palpable shift swept over the gathering, their expressions transforming in unison. Even Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi could not maintain their earlier composure. Could it be another sister was about to join their ranks? Su Lingyang and Sui swiftly voiced their opposition in unison. "You must be dreaming." Following their declaration, the siblings exchanged a knowing glance. Sui stepped forward protectively, shielding his sister behind him, and called out to Liu Shi, "Do not entertain such dreams. How dare you set your sights on my sister? Are you not aware that she is my Achilles heel?" Liu Shi dismissed the notion with a sardonic smile, remarking, "Reverse scales? Only dragons possess such a feature. Yet you hardly resemble a dragon. Rather, you appear more akin to a mealworm." Liu Shi's words were undoubtedly an exaggeration in the eyes of Sui. He was a paragon among men, a true dragon among mere mortals. He was accustomed to being revered like a celestial body surrounded by stars, and had never endured such indignities. Enraged, he exclaimed, "You seek death." In an instant, Sui unleashed his full power, deploying a formidable attack. A wall of earth surged forth, adorned with countless sharp spikes, hurtling towards Liu Shi. Should he be struck, the consequences would be perilous indeed. Liu Shiyan observed the performance before him with an air of indifference, utterly unmoved. Just as the earthen spike seemed poised to pierce his body, it unexpectedly froze, halting a mere half-centimeter from him. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by the situation, and attempted to exert greater control, only to discover that he was utterly incapable of doing so. How can this be? The spike I conjured has gone awry. With a frustrated exclamation, he intensified his efforts in a bid to reclaim the situation, yet found that no matter how hard he tried, it could not advance an inch further. Su Lingyang, sensing the anomaly, stepped forward to assist, struggling against her nearly exhausted body. and unleashed her full strength in a powerful strike. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it spares no effort. How much more so when faced with a formidable foe? A torrent of flames descended from the heavens, intent on reducing Liu Shi to ashes. However, to their astonishment, the flames inflicted no harm upon him, for an ice wall rose to shield the sky, thwarting the fiery onslaught, leaving even Liu Shi's hair untouched. Both siblings were on the verge of collapse, panting heavily as beads of sweat cascaded down their cheeks. The perspiration-soaked Su Lingyang's fitted attire, momentarily distracting Liu Shi. Now it is my turn. A casually uttered remark by Liu Shi sent a tremor through the Su Lingyang siblings, who found themselves on the verge of exhaustion, utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught of their adversary. Yet, they had no choice but to endure. Liu Shi harnessed his mental prowess to direct the earthen spike toward the Su siblings. Bang, bang. Without a doubt, Su Lingyang and Su Yi found themselves powerless against the assault, both struck with formidable force. It was not that they were weak. Rather, Liu Shi was overwhelmingly strong. How could he possibly possess such power? Su Yi, filled with resentment, spat blood as he uttered this thought. The old steward hurriedly stepped forward to support him, his heart racing with anxiety. If the young master and mistress were to perish here, he would bear the weight of unimaginable guilt. At that moment, the soldiers behind them raised their rifles, aiming at Liu Shi, yet they dared not act recklessly. If even the extraordinary abilities of the young master and mistress could not contend with him, then they, mere mortals, would likely be no more than insignificant insects in his presence. Who on earth are you? Why are you so powerful? Su Lingyang, struck in the abdomen, did not spit blood but clutched her aching stomach, voicing her innermost question. Liu Shi approached her step by step, halting before her, crouching down, and regarding her with a teasing gaze. What do you think? With my strength, would you allow me to be your man? You wish. Even if it cost me my life. Su Lingyang had yet to finish her sentence when she noticed a flying sword already poised against her throat. Should she dare utter a single negative word, it would likely spell her demise on the spot. Observing this, the old steward hurriedly crawled to Liu Shi's feet, bowing his head in fervent supplication. Spare us. Please, spare us. Esteemed sir, please do not harm our young lady's life. Everything else can be negotiated. Liu Shi cast a fleeting glance at the old steward, his murderous intent dissipating. You are indeed remarkably loyal. Liu Shi subsequently sheathed his flying sword, turned to embrace Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi, and uttered a parting remark. Never mind. I am magnanimous. You may go. Su Lingyang and his sister, along with the old steward, stood in disbelief, frozen in place. Were they truly to be let off so easily? An overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped them. Shortly thereafter, they heard Liu Shi continue. However, the supplies must remain. I shall take all of them. Su Lingyang. Su Yi. The old steward, as expected. The youth will not relent easily. Young master, young miss, without our supplies, survival is utterly impossible. Before any could respond, Liu Shi had already begun to stride toward their convoy. Where he passed, not a blade of grass remained unscathed. Liu Shi effortlessly drew even the large trucks into the spatial system, leaving Su Lingyang and her companions utterly astonished. A spatial ability? The old butler trembled with excitement, struggling to articulate his thoughts. It is well known that in a post-apocalyptic world, encountering an individual endowed with spatial powers is akin to scaling the heavens. The prospect of finding such a person is as improbable as searching for a needle in a haystack. And yet, such a person had materialized before them, leaving one to wonder how they could possibly contain their elation. Moreover, this individual did not seem to be a harbinger of death. He even contemplated marrying their young lady. The old butler's imagination soared to great heights. Meanwhile, Su Lingyang's heart raced with trepidation. Astute as she was, she could not overlook the multitude of secrets surrounding this man. Not only did he possess ice-based abilities, but he could also manipulate objects from a distance, and, astonishingly, wield spatial powers. This was undoubtedly a paragon of virtue. A man one would be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern. However, the thought of being involved with him. Su Lingyang recalled the white cloth that had recently covered her face and felt as though she had been subjected to a profound humiliation, stirring a tempest within her soul. No, I cannot do this. I do not harbor any affection for men. They are utterly filthy. As Su Lingyang gazed on in confusion, Liu Shi had already completed the collection of all the supplies from the convoy outside and was making his way toward the storage center's warehouse. Liu Shi contemplated that, given the number of trucks outside, it was utterly impossible to transport all the supplies. This implied that a significant portion of the goods remained within the warehouse, which he could not afford to overlook. Indeed, Upon entering the warehouse, a dazzling array of supplies was meticulously arranged, seemingly awaiting Liu Shi's command to seize them at will. Excellent. Take everything, Liu Shi declared with satisfaction as he began his task. Beside him, Ningxi joyfully admired the scene, exclaiming, "Wow, darling, so many supplies. We will be wealthy beyond measure. We could feast for generations." Ouyang Yi, beaming with happiness, encouraged Liu Shi, saying, "Darling, you are truly remarkable. Can your treasure really hold all this? So many supplies can fit?" Liu Shi coughed, taken aback by the sudden turn of events. As she gathered the supplies, Su Lingyang and her brother, along with the old butler, stealthily approached, peering in from the doorway to observe. The shock reverberating within them was beyond the capacity of mere words. They were utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the astonishment of the moment. While the others wore serious expressions and fell into deep contemplation, the old butler broke the silence with a surprising remark: "If we cannot defeat them, we must join them." Su Lingyang and Su Yi exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide as they regarded the old butler, who appeared to be delighting in some fanciful notion. Their hearts were nearly in turmoil. Join. If we cannot win, how can we maintain our pride? If we join, will we lead, or will we be led? It seemed impossible. Sui glared at Ouyang Yi, who was playfully clinging to Liu Shi's side, and muttered through clenched teeth, "I can never coexist with him." After a brief internal struggle, Su Lingyang seized Su Yi's wrist, urging, "Do not act rashly. We are not their match. Let us assess the situation first." Several hours later, Liu Shikai had just completed the collection of all supplies at the Jinghai National Strategic Storage Center, spanning from the first floor to the third. The effort nearly left him utterly exhausted. However, upon witnessing the replenishment of the storage space, his spirits lifted considerably. Meanwhile, Ningxi and Ouyang Yi had long since taken their leave, seated nearby to observe the proceedings. All was settled. The task was accomplished. Liu Shi hastened towards the two young ladies, who joyfully rushed to meet him, their eagerness evident as they longed to be entwined around him at every moment. However, having exerted themselves during their earlier walk, they found themselves somewhat fatigued, which prevented them from accompanying Liu Shi in gathering supplies. Liu Shi and his companions, filled with laughter and camaraderie, made their way towards the entrance, preparing to drive back to the safe house. This outing had proven to be immensely fruitful. However, as they reached the door, Liu noticed that Su Lingyang and her companions had yet to depart. This was not unexpected. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Oh, why are you still lingering? Do you think I wouldn't harm you?" The expressions of Su Lingyang and her companions stiffened, as they indeed harbored a genuine concern regarding Liu Shi's potential actions. The elderly steward was the first to kneel on the ground, pleading earnestly, "Esteemed one, in this city of Jinghai, we find ourselves utterly alone and without support. I beseech you to accept us temporarily. Our Su family holds significant influence both in the capital and within the military. Once the situation stabilizes, we shall surely repay your kindness handsomely." Liu Shi harbored no interest in such empty promises. Regardless of their strength or connections, it was of no concern to him. In this apocalyptic world, the might of one's own fist was the only truth. At present, his attention was solely captivated by the striking beauty before him. Sensing Liu Shi's predatory gaze, Su Lingyang struggled to suppress a discomfort akin to violation. Yet, her tone softened. "I have yet to inquire. You have taken all the resources. Yet we hope you might leave us a glimmer of hope for survival, and we shall repay you generously in the future." Liu Shi smiled at the corners of his mouth. "In the future? A generous reward? My name is Liu Shi. There is no need for such rewards. You may follow me. As for the others, aside from accompanying me, they are free to do as they wish." Sui and the old butler were both taken aback. What does this mean? Su Lingyang hurriedly interceded for her brother Su Yi and the old butler, saying, "Liu Shi, I am deeply grateful for your willingness to take me in, but Sui is my brother, and I cannot abandon him. Could you perhaps show a bit of kindness and allow them to accompany us as well?" "Absolutely not," Liu Shi immediately retorted. His household was filled with beautiful wives, and taking in an imposing man like this was simply out of the question, especially considering that this young man had the audacity to harbor feelings for my family's starlet. That simply cannot be allowed. Perhaps I should consider a physical castration for him? That is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. However, these individuals, along with their escort, represent a force that cannot be overlooked. They could still be of some use against ordinary zombies. For now, I shall let them be. But, in light of your plea, I shall find them a nearby location to settle. As for food and supplies, they must seek those out themselves. My provisions are not meant to sustain the useless. You, Sui was on the verge of losing his temper, but was halted by Su Lingyang's gaze and restrained by the old butler. What do you mean by you? Which finger were you pointing at me with just now? Liu Shi countered, his demeanor shifting instantly from amiable to menacing. Upon seeing that the other party intended to target her brother, Su Lingyang quickly reassured him. Liu Shi, please spare him. Losing a finger would be quite pitiable. Is that agreeable? Liu Shi's expression shifted several times, and after deep contemplation, he ultimately resolved to temporarily entrust his fingers to him, intending to retrieve them later. Turning to Su Lingyang, he smiled and said, all right, I shall heed your words. How do you plan to repay my compliance? Upon hearing such an overt suggestion, Su Lingyang could not help but swallow hard. What was he trying to imply? Yet, he indeed seemed rather obedient and well-behaved. Moreover, he consistently wore a cheerful smile towards me. He appeared to be less insufferable than I had previously imagined. Ding. Congratulations, host, the female lead. Su Lingyang's favorability has increased by 50, bringing the current favorability to -50. It seems she still harbors quite a dislike for me. -50. What a considerable grudge that must be. It was previously at -100. Liu Shi wished to refrain from further entanglements in such matters. As long as she followed me, it was only a matter of time before I would manipulate her, to win your heart and provide you with comfort. Come, let us return home. Liu Shi spoke thus, unguardedly taking Su Lingyang's delicate hand as they made their way to the car. Su Lingyang's face flushed a deep crimson. It was her first experience of being held by someone in such a manner. She felt an urge to resist, yet the thought of his domineering nature stifled her rebellion, leading her to struggle only symbolically before acquiescing and following him. Ding. Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang, has gained 30 points of affection, bringing her current affection level to -20. Ding. Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang, has gained 20 points of affection. Now her affection level stands at 0. Ding. Congratulations, host. The female lead, Su Lingyang, has gained 5 points of affection, elevating her current affection level to 5. As Liu Shi made his way towards the vehicle, he received such a prompt. A surge of joy welled up within him. Could it truly be this simple? He had presumed her to be an icy beauty. Yet she was, in fact, warm beneath her cold exterior. Haha. Behind him, Sui watched, his fist clenched so tightly that his nails drew blood. Fixated on Liu Shi with helpless frustration. How infuriating. The goddess is yours. To think that even my sister is not spared. How despicable. Truly despicable. The elderly steward shook his head and patted Sui on the shoulder before slowly walking away, calling out to the others. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and gather your things. Bring over the usable vehicles. We must follow. With a roar, Liu Shi started the vehicle, slowly driving away. Su Lingyang, seated in the passenger seat, finally let out a slight sigh of relief. She deliberately turned her gaze towards the window, but in reality, she was observing Liu Shi's face and every subtle movement through the reflection of the glass. Upon closer inspection, he was quite handsome. Wait, how could I entertain such thoughts? Su Lingyang was nearly startled by her own musings, quickly averting her gaze. She genuinely focused on the scenery outside, albeit occasionally stealing glances. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of glee began to blossom within her. Meanwhile, Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi obediently sat in the back seat, their arms crossed, displaying a facade of indignation as long as Liu Shi did not glance their way. However, the moment he turned his gaze towards them, they transformed into obedient and charming figures, adorned with delightful smiles. Liu Shi smiled faintly, uninterested in their petty schemes. Having encountered such matters frequently, she had naturally grown accustomed to them. When they eventually discovered that several sisters awaited her at home, they would undoubtedly be even more astonished. Liu Shi was wholly focused on driving, and through the rearview mirror, he could see dozens of vehicles trailing behind him, all belonging to Su Lingyang's faction, numbering at least 100 individuals. As Liu Shi contemplated where to accommodate them, a sudden impact startled him. Bang! A zombie, whose presence was unknown until that moment, collided violently with the windshield of his car. To be precise, his vehicle struck the creature, which was now reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh and blood. The zombie's face was pressed against the glass, contorted in a horrifying grimace. The three women gasped in unison, their startled screams piercing the air. As Liu Shi brought the car to a halt, the convoy behind him gradually came to a stop as well. Liu Shi gazed ahead, only to find that, unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly stumbled into a veritable den of zombies, their numbers exceedingly vast. Have I inadvertently dashed into the heart of a zombie lair? Liu Shi swiftly unleashed his psychic energy and discerned their current location, which was in close proximity to the community center, featuring an expansive, multifaceted supermarket and a bustling pedestrian street. Typically, this area thrived with activity. These individuals must have transformed into zombies while leisurely shopping, leading them to linger in this vicinity, causing havoc. Little did they anticipate encountering them today. "Husband, there are so many zombies outside. What should we do?" Ouyang Yi inquired, her tone tinged with anxiety. Ningxi and Su Lingyong turned their gaze toward Liu Shi, hoping he would take the lead. At this moment, they were bound together by fate, truly sharing the essence of life and death. If calamity struck, none would survive alone. Let us charge forward. As Liu Shi observed the multitude of vehicles ensnared behind him, retreating was an impossibility. The encroaching zombies were beginning to converge upon their position, leaving only the option to break through. Thus, Liu Shi maneuvered the vehicle back a half step, creating some distance from the advancing undead. With a decisive press of the accelerator, the engine roared to life. The zombies ahead, oblivious to the need for evasion, collided with the front of the car, being crushed beneath the wheels. Inside the vehicle, they felt a slight jolt, yet beneath them lay a grim tableau of lifeless corpses. A few particularly exuberant zombies were flung against the windshield, only to tumble backward, their fates uncertain. The enraged undead, displaying no sign of pain, continued their relentless assault. The overwhelming resistance caused the vehicle's speed to dwindle, and soon it was nearly immobile. While the throng of zombies grew increasingly formidable, "Liu Shi, there are too many zombies. We cannot push through. What shall we do?" Su Lingyong accurately assessed the dire situation and called out to Liu Shi. Liu Shi shared a profound sentiment. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would observe that the vehicles had been ensnared in an impenetrable encirclement. Most alarmingly, the relentless tide of zombies continued to surge forth, tightening their grip around them. It resembled a swarm of ants voraciously consuming a morsel of rice. The density of the approaching undead suggested that there was certainly a commanding figure orchestrating their movements. Liu Shi swiftly deduced that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. He needed to identify the superior zombie orchestrating this chaos. With the aid of his mental acuity and the eye of insight, he began his investigation. Liu Shi swiftly uncovered the mastermind behind the scenes within a dimly lit abode. Once again, it was a trio of level 2 zombies. How infuriating. The distance between us was too great for me to employ ranged attacks. What should I do? Liu Shi directed his gaze towards Su Lingyong, contemplating whether executing her on the spot would significantly enhance his strength. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion as he remained engaged in a wager with the system, betting that he could elevate Su Lingyong's favorability without employing his overwhelming skills, ultimately leading her to willingly offer herself to him. Such a reward would be exceedingly generous, while utilizing his overpowering abilities would indeed augment his strength and guarantee a base level of favorability from her, at least in the range of 70 to 80. This was not the outcome Liu Shi desired. Feeling the intensity of Liu Shi's fervent gaze, Su Lingyong involuntarily shuddered. Could it be that he harbored intentions of claiming her as his own in her final moments? Yet, considering the inevitability of her demise, she pondered that perhaps there was nothing that could not be accepted. With that thought, Su Lingyong closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of submission, and called out to Liu Shi, "You may proceed." Come? Come for what? Liu Shi had long since retracted his thoughts, contemplating how to break the stalemate. Suddenly, he heard Su Lingyong utter a bewildering remark. Looking at her expression, one that seemed to embrace death itself, he couldn't help but feel a chuckle rising within him. Yet, it must be said, she truly appeared breathtaking, so stunning it was almost suffocating. Observing Su Lingyong, who remained with her eyes closed and head slightly raised, Liu Shi felt a pang of compassion, unwilling to let her down. Therefore, he gently pressed his lips against hers, bestowing a swift peck. The taste was delightful, sweet, and tender. Ding. Congratulations, host. The affection level of the young lady Su Lingyong has increased by 10, reaching 15, sensing the unusual sensation on her lips. Albeit for just a fleeting moment, Su Lingyong's beautiful eyes flew open wide in disbelief. Her first kiss, just like that, it was gone. But was that truly all? She yearned for more. Ningxi and Ouyang Yi in the backseat witnessed the entire scene unfold, yet remained silent. In this life and death moment, they too desired to receive all of Liu Shi's affection, wishing to never part. Even in death, they wished to perish together. However, at this moment, Liu Shi had already placed one hand on the car roof, seemingly ready to unleash his powers for an attack. The two women held their breath, observing intently, unwilling to disturb him in the slightest. Icebound for 1,000 miles. Liu Shi, prompted by the system, uttered a slogan that bore the taint of false advertising. The so-called 1,000 miles was, in truth, a mere exaggeration. Given his capabilities, achieving 100 meters of freezing would be commendable. As Liu Shi exerted himself, his ice powers rapidly coalesced. The car's roof, visibly laden with frost, soon transmitted this chill to the surrounding zombies, transforming their previously frenzied demeanor into an eerie stillness. They were instantaneously encased in ice. Gazing down from the roof, one witnessed the chilling spectacle of the surrounding zombies morphing into frozen sculptures. Their bodies gradually transitioned from a foul, brown hue to a pristine, snowy white, tinged with a hint of transparency. A thick layer of ice enveloped their skin, constraining their movements and utterly robbing them of vitality. The moment Liu Shi made his move, he unleashed his full power. Even the air around him turned frigid, as if winter had suddenly descended upon them. The area of ice expansion grew increasingly vast, until all the zombies within a 50-meter radius of the vehicle were frozen to death, finally coming to a gradual halt with diminished strength. A glance around revealed that this area of effect skill had obliterated thousands of the undead. Sui and the old butler observed from the rear of the convoy, astonished by Liu Shi's grand display of prowess. "He is even stronger than we had perceived," the old butler remarked. Sui himself felt a surge of trepidation. Had their adversary exerted his full might earlier, they would likely have all met their demise. Unbeknownst to him, his animosity towards Liu Shi had lessened somewhat. Indeed, earlier, when they had been encased in ice and miraculously survived, they had assumed it was due to Liu Shi's inadequacy, only to realize that he had shown them mercy. This act of grace would not be forgotten. Many soldiers in the rear began to voice their thoughts, elevating Liu Shi's esteem in their eyes significantly. Inside the vehicle, Liu Shi gasped for breath. This single maneuver had already depleted a third of his energy. Outside, the surroundings were encased in ice for 50 meters. Yet the atmosphere within the vehicle remained largely unaffected. Yang hurriedly approached, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, soothingly saying, "My love, you have worked hard." Ningxi regretted her delayed response, having been outpaced by her. Su Lingyang, meanwhile, was captivated by the beauty of the actress, inwardly marveling at her exquisite charm. Liu Shi cast her a gaze filled with affection before returning to the driver's seat, commencing the ignition of the vehicle with the intention of swiftly maneuvering through the encirclement. Even if he could not entirely break free from the siege, at the very least, he would draw closer to the zombies manipulated from behind the scenes, enabling him to capture the mastermind. "Steady yourself. I am about to surge forward," with a low rumble as the vehicle roared to life. The frozen zombies in proximity shattered one by one, transforming into a cascade of ice shards, utterly lifeless. Yet, given that the vehicle had previously been ensnared in an impassable blockade, its movement remained somewhat laborious. Liu Shi incessantly adjusted the vehicle's direction, advancing for a while, then reversing again, persistently maneuvering to extricate more space. The confines were exceedingly narrow, rendering the vehicle's initiation a formidable challenge. Su Lingyang immediately discerned the predicament at hand. Regardless of the horsepower, encountering such circumstances would likely render any vehicle immobile. At that moment, Liu Shi extended his palm and made a sweeping gesture towards the front of the vehicle. A formidable surge of mental power erupted forth, forcefully displacing several zombies that stood in the path, sending them crashing into others. Bang, bang. The two groups of zombies collided, shattering upon impact. As a narrow gap finally presented itself ahead, Liu Shi pressed the accelerator to the floor. Vroom, vroom. The vehicle surged forward at a rapid pace. The sound of the car colliding with zombies echoed repeatedly as Liu Shi and his companions pressed onward, relentlessly navigating the treacherous road. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed over 50 meters, nearing the edge of the frozen area, yet countless zombies still obstructed their path. Some zombies even perched on higher ground, roaring incessantly in a frenzied manner, exuding an air of madness. Liu Shi grasped the steering wheel with one hand, while the fingers of his other hand were brought together and pointed at his head. He shouted forcefully, "Melt!" with Liu Shi's exclamation. The metal surrounding the vehicle turned a fiery red, subsequently beginning to liquefy, transforming into a multitude of sharp swords that rained down, suspended above the car. As the number of these sword-like projectiles continued to accumulate, Liu Shi's mental fortitude had reached a critical threshold, rendering him reluctant to exert any further strain. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Lingyang observed Liu Shi's earnestness and dedication, and was inevitably touched by his resolve. If circumstances permitted, she yearned to lend her extraordinary abilities to assist him. Regrettably, The barrier of the vehicle rendered her fire-based powers entirely ineffective, and opening the window posed a perilous risk. Thus, she could only remain in silence. Ahead, as the vehicle neared the edge of the frozen expanse, a horde of ferocious zombies emerged in front of them. With a flick of Liu Shi's fingers, countless blades of rain surged forth. As the sword rain descended, these ordinary zombies stood no chance. Even the first-tier zombies could not withstand such a relentless onslaught. Entire clusters of zombies fell, pierced by the relentless barrage of blades. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Shi pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, crushing the corpses of the zombies beneath its wheels. At last, they broke free from the encirclement of the undead, and the number of pursuing zombies had notably diminished. Everyone could finally exhale with a sigh of relief. Are we saved? Ning Shi inquired, her expression relaxing. Not yet, Liu Shi replied gravely, noting that there were still a few formidable adversaries ahead. Su Lingyang, scanning the surrounding buildings for the opponents Liu Shi mentioned, found nothing and furrowed her brows in concern. Ouyang Yi, oblivious to the complexities of the situation, focused solely on whether her husband was fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly offered Liu Shi a peeled candy. Darling, have a piece of candy to replenish your energy. Liu Shi unceremoniously opened her mouth and accepted her offering. In the spirit of fairness, she also presented Su Lingyang and Ning Shi with distinctly different candies. The two girls, momentarily stunned, received them with bewilderment, their thoughts struggling to keep pace. Just as the atmosphere grew subtly charged, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt, jolting them from their reverie. What happened? Su Lingyang quickly turned her head to gaze out the front of the car. What met her eyes were three colossal zombies, strikingly different from ordinary ones. They appeared grotesque, their eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. These zombies are terrifying. They are enormous. Ning Shi exclaimed in awe. Where's the enormity? Liu Shi casually inquired, hoping the remark pertained to their size rather than anything else. Even Ouyang Yi, who typically remained oblivious to the world outside, was taken aback. The pink candy she had been holding fell from her slightly parted lips, landing inside the vehicle with a soft thud. Ding! The sound of the candy hitting the car echoed, resonating with an unsettling clarity. You all wait for me in the car. If you see that I am overmatched, drive away swiftly, Liu Shi stated impassively, preparing to exit for a decisive confrontation. Before she could open the door, however, Ouyang Yi grasped her arm. And before she could react, a figure leaped into her embrace. Husband, please don't say such things. You will surely prevail. If you perish, I shall not live either. Woo-woo. Ning Shi gently rested her head on Liu Shi's shoulder, declaring, Husband, we will not leave. If we must die, let it be together. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ouyang Yi's affection level has increased by 10, reaching 100. Together in life and death. Ding. Congratulations, host. Ning Shi's affection level has increased by 15, reaching 100. In death, we are united. Ding. Congratulations, host. Su Lingyang's affection level has increased by 15, reaching 30. You have become exceedingly agreeable. Upon hearing these gentle reminders, Liu Shi softly patted Ouyang Yi and Ning Shi, expressing his gratitude and comfort. He buried his head in Ouyang Yi's hair and directed his gaze towards Su Lingyang. Noticing him embraced by two lovely companions while casting a lingering glance her way, Su Lingyang swiftly turned her head away, her thoughts a tangled web. All right. Thank you both, my beautiful supporters, for your encouragement. Please wait for me in the car. I shall return shortly. Be careful, my love. Ouyang Yi bid him farewell with a tender heart. I will be waiting for you. Ning Shi added, her eyes sparkling with charm. Even Su Lingyang couldn't resist glancing back at Liu Shi, only to find that he no longer regarded her. A wave of disappointment washed over her heart. Liu Shi first cleared away a few small shrimp beside the car door, then stepped out and gently closed the door behind him. He approached the front of the car with measured steps. The three women observed every movement of Liu Shi through the windshield, noting that he appeared to be in good spirits, devoid of fear or trembling legs. They silently cheered him on, their fists clenched tightly, unbeknownst to themselves. Liu Shi stood before three formidable second-tier zombies, his height of nearly 1.8 meters rendering him akin to a mere child in their presence. The disparity in both stature and physique was striking. It was evident that these three zombies were likely to have been towering figures in life, perhaps fitness trainers or basketball players. And their transformation into the undead had only amplified their imposing frames. However, while their considerable height conferred upon them immense strength, it also bore the common drawback of diminished speed. As they gazed upon Liu Shi, their eyes glistening with hunger, They could not help but salivate at the sight of his vibrant and succulent flesh. Without uttering a word, Liu Shi unsheathed the sword of victory. Sword, arise. In an instant, the sword of victory manifested in his grasp. After a brief standoff, Liu Shi bellowed in fury, kill. He surged forward with astonishing speed, while the three zombies simultaneously launched their assaults. As he approached the grotesque figures, Liu Shi leapt into the air, raising the sword high above his head. Delivering a strike fueled by his utmost strength, Liu Shi traced elegant arcs in the air. Bang! A sword struck the ground, causing debris to scatter and dust to swirl, creating a vast crater upon impact. Although the three zombies were not directly hit, the residual shockwave staggered them. Now is the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Shi sprang into action with lightning speed, charging towards one of the unsteady zombies. PSSH. A spray of crimson light erupted as the head of a second-tier zombie was effortlessly severed by the sharp blade. Dark green blood gushed forth, staining the previously crimson sky with its vivid hue. Liu Shi landed steadily and then shouted, die? The enormous ice spear, which had coalesced in the high sky, hurtled towards another zombie at the mere flick of his wrist. This particular zombie, having regained its footing, gazed incredulously at the incoming ice spear. With a hint of terror in its eyes, it bellowed defiantly, roar. With a crack, a tremendous bolt of lightning erupted from its mouth, striking the ice spear directly. The clash of thunder and ice ignited a brilliant blaze in the heavens. However, ice could never rival electricity. The lightning concealed an immense heat capable of incinerating all. Under the relentless advance of the lightning, the ice spear began to disintegrate. With a resounding boom, the ice spear ultimately shattered, transforming into countless droplets of icy water that cascaded downward. The zombie that had obliterated the ice spear wore a fleeting expression of triumph. Yet, that pride swiftly morphed into agony as it lowered its gaze in disbelief. An exquisite sword had, unbeknownst to it, pierced through its chest, emerging from its back. Yet, despite the severity of its wound, it was not fatal. Just as it contemplated retaliation, the sword was swiftly withdrawn from its chest. Liu Shi swiftly unsheathed the sword of victory, pivoting with a flourish as he swung it backward. Poochie. The head of the first zombie was severed by Liu Shi. A second one fell. Liu Shi counted the number of foes he had vanquished, his gaze fixed upon the last remaining zombie. With the lessons learned from the previous two, a trace of seriousness appeared on the creature's face. Yet, it was but a fleeting expression. Clearly, it believed it possessed sufficient means of self-preservation, facing the imminent danger with an air of confidence. Liu Shi had already taken note of this. Without the slightest hesitation, he drew his sword and struck upward with great force. Bang! The blade's brilliance swept across the ground, traversing the space and collided with the opposing wall, shattering numerous shards of glass. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that the zombie had not been struck. It seemed to have vanished into thin air, evading the attack at the very last moment the sword's light reached its destination. Liu Shi extended his mental prowess, yet he could not discern the whereabouts of his adversary, which deepened his expression with concern. This is not good. Just as he found himself in a precarious situation, he sensed an overwhelming aura of malevolence manifesting behind him. Swiftly, he raised his sword to deflect the impending threat. Clang! The claws of the zombie clashed against the blade, sending forth dazzling sparks. To his astonishment, it was a skill of instantaneous movement. This could lead to a significant opportunity. Upon detecting the opponent's extraordinary ability, Liu Shi felt a surge of joy within, yet he remained cautious. Although the skill of teleportation is difficult to counter, its offensive power and lethality are rather limited. The true strength of such a skill lies in its element of surprise, making it ideal for assassination and ambush rather than direct confrontation. Icebound. At the moment of collision with the zombie, Liu Shi swiftly unleashed his freezing ability, attempting to encase the foe in ice to prevent its teleportation. However, as the frost began to creep along the victory sword, it merely grazed the fingers of the zombie before its form vanished once more, leaving behind only a severed digit. Humph! I have severed your finger. Why do you not emerge and meet your demise? Liu Shi let out a cold snort, only to feel an unexpected chill in his lower body. To his astonishment, the zombie had somehow teleported right beneath him. Does it possess such peculiar tastes? Goodness! That was perilously close. Liu Shi swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the vicious attack of the zombie monkey. Had he been struck by that blow, he would surely have been left with a multitude of beautiful wives, condemned to a life of solitude, while he himself could only lament his fate from a distance. Regret lingers. The memory still haunts him. Liu Shi, wary and on high alert, swiftly summoned the dagger of assassination to defend his vulnerable flank, determined to prevent a repeat of previous misfortunes. To his astonishment, the final zombie proved to be the most formidable adversary, possessing the extraordinary ability of teleportation. The one he had previously dispatched wielded the power of lightning. Yet what of the first zombie? It had not even had the chance to unleash its powers before he struck it down. He resolved to investigate further at a later time. Inside the vehicle, Su Lingong, Ning Shi, and Ouyang Yi were anxiously observing the battle. The demise of the two zombies had afforded them a moment of reprieve. Yet the tenacity of the third instilled a sense of dread within them. Husband, keep going. Husband, you can do it. Liu Shi, persevere. They fervently chanted in their hearts, fervently hoping for Liu Shi's swift triumph over his foes as they offered their silent prayers for his success. Liu Shi engaged in a fierce battle with the final zombie, exchanging blows in a thrilling yet perilous duel. Each time he poised to deliver a fatal strike, the adversary would promptly vanish, only to launch unexpected assaults at his vulnerable points. Wait. Liu Shi soon discerned the crux of the issue. Through his keen insight, he scrutinized the entity's peculiar abilities. Although he could not unravel the intricacies or principles behind them, he did uncover a particularly intriguing observation. The creature's teleportation was not an act of tearing through the void to re-emerge, but rather a result of its unparalleled speed, rendering it imperceptible to the naked eye. However, traces of its movement could be seen in the footprints left upon the ground. Yet, the zombie's velocity was so astonishingly swift that even with this evidence, tracking it proved futile. Furthermore, once it employed its teleportation skill, it seemed enveloped in a protective layer. Yet, the astute Liu Shi noted that this protective barrier had grown increasingly thin throughout their skirmish, and the distance over which the creature could teleport was also diminishing. With a clear understanding of the opponent's vulnerabilities now in mind, Liu Shi prepared to exploit them. Liu Shi, filled with newfound confidence, brandished his sword once more and charged towards the horde of zombies. Liu Shi shouted, "This time, you shall not escape." Liu Shi swiftly approached his adversary, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes with unparalleled speed, reaching the pinnacle of swiftness. Not only did he inflict damage upon his foe, but he also obstructed its path, rendering the zombie hesitant to recklessly employ its teleportation ability. Moments later, the zombie could no longer withstand the relentless edge of Liu Shi's blade and was compelled to retreat, creating several paces of distance between them. Once again, it resorted to its teleportation skill. Liu Shi seized the opportune moment, ensuring that the location to which he teleported was sufficiently distant from himself, surpassing the range of his instantaneous movement. With one hand pressed firmly against the ground, he proclaimed, "Icebound for 1,000 miles." As Liu Shi exerted his ice-based abilities with all his might, the ground rapidly succumbed to frost. In the direction from which the level 2 zombie retreated, several faint footprints appeared, their emergence gradually slowing. Soon, the creature revealed itself. At this moment, its lower half was becoming increasingly encased in ice. Its teleportation ability faltered. It turned back, terror-stricken, only to discover that Liu Shi's position was entirely vacant. What? Where did he go? If the zombie harbored thoughts, it would undoubtedly ponder such questions in its mind. However, there was no time for extensive contemplation. The sin of death was already upon it. In a state of panic, it frantically scanned its surroundings and caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. A spray of liquid erupted forth. The level 2 zombie, its face contorted in agony, collapsed to the ground, its lower half still standing firm while its upper body was severed in two. Devoid of the capacity to resist, its defeat was inevitable. In the midst of its unwilling gaze, Liu Shi struck decisively, severing its head. As the head rolled a few times, its eyes dimmed, forever extinguished. It was dead beyond all possibility of revival. Liu Shi exhaled with relief, shaking the sword of victory as he raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. The ordinary zombies had scattered in disarray, fear of death spreading among the horde, rendering them incapable of lingering any longer. The previously encircling zombies had all dispersed, leaving behind a multitude of corpses, testament to the grandeur of the battle that had unfolded here. As he gazed down the road, the scene was utterly grim. All once mobile entities had succumbed to silence, enveloping the area in a profound stillness. Only a handful of vacant-eyed zombies wandered aimlessly through the streets. But Liu Shi paid them no mind. He swiftly dispatched 3 second-tier zombies, cracking open their skulls to retrieve 3 glimmering cores. Beholding this bountiful harvest, Liu Shi felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, the fruits of his labor were plentiful. His efforts had not been in vain. With the acquisition of these 3 cores, Liu Shi now possessed a total of 4 unused cores. The previously obtained core was a light elemental core, complemented by the two newly acquired Thunder Elemental and Teleportation cores, alongside one enigmatic core of unknown powers. Liu Shi opened the eye of insight and observed, a knowing smile gracing his face. Indeed, this crystal core is an embodiment of hypnotic abilities. No wonder the multitude of zombies had launched their frenzied attacks without fear of death. They were under hypnosis. Logically speaking, even the most insignificant creatures strive for survival, let alone the evolved intelligence of zombies. They possess an inherent instinct to fear the strong and belittle the weak, as well as physiological responses to seek benefits and avoid harm. Yet, astonishingly, under the influence of this hypnotic ability, they transformed into a state of ferocity, unafraid of death. This power is truly remarkable. Having grasped the entirety of the situation, Liu Shi carefully gathered all the crystalline cores. Upon returning to the safe house, she intended to surprise her women with an unexpected enhancement. She believed that once they awakened as supernatural beings, their combat prowess would undoubtedly become formidable, eliminating the tendency to timidly plead for gentleness. However, it is worth noting that not all women are frail and delicate. The young girls possess not only the advantage of youth, but also the potential to receive rewards from the system. Considering various circumstances, if faced with a situation where a mature woman and a young girl were in peril and required rescue, Liu Shi would undoubtedly choose the pure and innocent girl, relegating the mature woman to a secondary option. His intentions were not frivolous or merely for excitement. Rather, they were rooted in the desire for lineage and lasting companionship. They engage in both physical and emotional connections, for as the saying goes, the elderly fail to recognize the value of youth, mistaking mature women for treasures. With that thought, he withdrew his mind. Liu Shi retrieved several bottles of bottled water from the space, briefly cleansing the soiled areas of his hair and body. After Liu Shi thoroughly washed his hands, he proceeded to cleanse his hair. Inside the car, Su Lingyang observed this scene through the windshield. An overwhelming sense of triumph filling her heart, instilling a delightful sensation as if her soul were brimming. However, witnessing Liu Shi washing his hair at the scene caused her lips to twitch involuntarily. You certainly have a penchant for cleanliness. Yet, with so many zombie corpses nearby, do you not find it filthy? Subsequently, she noticed that Liu Shi not only washed his hair but also took the liberty to bathe. Su Lingyang quickly turned her head away, shielding her face with one hand, too bashful to look directly, yet unable to resist sneaking a few glances through her fingers. The rearview mirror obstructed Liu Shi's vital areas, and both Ning Shi and Ouyang Yi vied for a better view, only to catch sight of Liu Shi having already rid himself of dust and grime. He appeared utterly rejuvenated, remarkably clean and tidy, as he busied himself adjusting the clothes he had already donned. After Liu Shi had cleansed himself thoroughly, he retrieved a fresh set of garments from his surroundings and changed in full view of the public. He then returned to the vehicle. The moment Liu Shi stepped through the door, the expressions of the three women were rather peculiar, particularly that of Su Lingyang, whose gaze was distinctly strange. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Su Lingyang's favorability has increased by 10, reaching a total of 25. However, Liu Shi paid little heed to the peculiarities of the three women or the system's notification. Instead, after fastening his seatbelt, he declared, "Let's go. We are heading home." Indeed, Liu Shi felt utterly fatigued. After several rounds of combat, his body was nearly drained, and his mental fortitude was waning. He yearned to return to the safe house to recuperate, to rest, and to spend quality time with his exquisite wives. On the road to Jinghai University, a steel off-road vehicle sped past, crushing the skull of a zombie beneath its weight upon landing. Whoosh, whoosh. It moved with remarkable velocity, vanishing from sight in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of dozens of vehicles followed suit, also traversing the path with astonishing speed. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire echoed as they swiftly eliminated a few solitary zombies that had strayed onto the road. Bang, bang. The soldiers within the vehicles expressed their astonishment. Did you see that? Just moments ago, he single-handedly annihilated an entire horde of zombies and effortlessly dispatched 3 exceptionally powerful ones. Truly remarkable. Indeed, only by aligning ourselves with such formidable individuals do we stand a chance of survival. Absolutely. The group murmured amongst themselves, the atmosphere within the vehicle imbued with a sense of ease. Yet, one individual wore a troubled expression, Sui. Meanwhile, the elder steward nodded in agreement, as if he had made a sagacious decision. After approximately half an hour of travel, the convoy arrived near Jinghai University, encountering neither danger nor difficulty. Liu Shi parked the vehicle at the entrance of Beiyuan. He signaled to the cars behind him, instructing them to take refuge in Nanyuan. Following Liu Shi's previous sweep, Nanyuan had been largely cleared of excess zombies, and the threat of advanced foes, such as the second-tier zombies, was virtually non-existent. They could rest assured in their encampment, as this arrangement would not only ensure their presence remained within their watchful gaze, but also pose no jeopardy to the safety of the shelter. Liu Shi exclaimed, "There are numerous small supermarkets near the southern garden. You must gather supplies on your own. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary." The old steward, positioned at the forefront of the convoy, nodded in agreement, understanding the directive. He then signaled to the members of the convoy, who promptly made their way into the southern garden. Liu Shi, utilizing his extraordinary abilities, deftly opened the gates of the north courtyard. After the vehicle passed through, the entrance seamlessly reverted to its original state, executed with meticulous caution. Shortly thereafter, this bulletproof SUV, having endured numerous battles, came to a halt at the entrance of a villa district. "Let us proceed. We have arrived." Alight. Ningxi, Ouyang-yi, and Su Lingang eagerly peered out, their curiosity piqued by the villa before them. Their new lives were poised to commence from this moment onward. The Jing'an Safe Base, located approximately 500 kilometers from Jinghai City, was once easily accessible via high-speed rail in just over an hour, a vital component of the one-hour urban lifestyle. However, with the onset of the apocalypse, all transportation links between the two locales had been severed, and high-speed trains no longer traversed the route. By car, the journey now extended to 4 or 5 hours. Yet, if we were to transform into untainted fledglings, soaring through the skies and observing the landscape below, departing from Jinghai City and following the highway to Jing'an City, we would find the roads almost deserted. The vehicles littering the highways were largely abandoned, some overturned, others collided, creating a scene of utter chaos, with a few still emitting faint wisps of smoke. In the surrounding area, only a scant few zombies roamed the desolate pavement, having succumbed to starvation and now lingering on the brink of death. Occasionally, they would emit feeble, hollow growls, roar. The fledglings finally descended upon the perimeter of the Jing'an Safe Base, an expansive stronghold controlled by local warlords. This site had evolved into the largest refuge in Jing'an City, where nearly all of the city's survivors had been rescued. Although referred to as a sanctuary, it had once served as the principal distribution hub for goods, brimming with supplies and distance from the urban center. The surrounding structures, while not towering, were robust concrete edifices, providing ample safety for habitation. The most formidable warlord in Jing'an City was none other than the Zhang family. Prior to the apocalypse, the Zhangs reigned as the sovereigns of both the underworld and legitimate realms, wielding absolute control over local governance and livelihoods. It was said that one might not know their nationality, but ignorance of their overlord, the Zhang emperor, was inconceivable. In Jinghai City, it was common knowledge that if one earned 100 yuan working in Jingnan, a staggering 99 of those yuan would ultimately find their way into the Zhang's coffers, leaving but a solitary yuan that, after much circling, would invariably end up back with them. Their family monopolized essentials such as food, housing, and transportation, and even the military was under their dominion. Thus, their influence in Jing'an was undeniably formidable. In the wake of the apocalypse, the Zhang family swiftly eradicated the mutated zombies with ruthless efficiency, establishing this safe haven, a feat made possible by their concentrated power. At this moment, in a luxurious estate at the Southern Security Base, a strikingly youthful figure appeared at the entrance. With practiced ease, she retrieved a top-secret letter from the mailbox, its opening sealed with an official stamp, warning outsiders against tampering. Upon acquiring the letter, her steps quickened, her high heels rhythmically striking the ground as she made her way into the depths of the estate. As she walked further away, one could admire her graceful silhouette, her slender waist easily encircled by a hand, complemented by narrow shoulders and curvaceous hips, a sight pleasing to most men's tastes. She swayed her rhythmically undulating waist, deftly unlocked the grand door of the villa, and entered. At the entrance, she casually picked up a bouquet recently delivered by the butler, placing it in a vase in the living room. Upon reaching the staircase, she changed into a pair of quiet flats. Her snow-white, delicate feet appeared particularly enticing, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water, evoking a sense of tenderness. After switching her shoes, she remembered to take the letter and ascended the stairs. We were deeply captivated by the beauty of her feet and legs, unable to divert our gaze. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she solemnly adjusted her appearance, cleared her throat gently, and knocked on the door with just the right amount of force. In a sweet, gentle voice, she called out, "Miss," an A-level letter. possibly concerning Jinghai University. "Come in," came a familiar voice in response. The young woman at the door gently pushed the door open. Before her stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, her feet wrapped in bandages, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and clad in a sheer nightgown. Her hazy silhouette obscured her true features. Yet it was evident that she appeared somewhat drowsy. Nevertheless, her captivating presence remained undeniable. Every gesture exuded an enchanting aura. The woman who entered respectfully presented the letter with both hands and then obediently stood aside, awaiting further instructions. The one referred to as Miss extended her delicate fingers, untouched by the sun, to take the envelope, effortlessly tearing it open and discarding the seal onto the floor, which was caught by the other woman as if handling a sacred object. "Miss, is there good news?" The maid's gaze was slightly lifted, yet her beauty was undeniable. The letter obscured the Miss's face, preventing us from glimpsing her extraordinary beauty. Following her gaze, we focused on the letter's contents. It bore the alarming words, "Jinghai has fallen. Zombies are rampant." As the letter was set down, we finally had the opportunity to behold the Miss's countenance, now adorned with a frown of concern. Her expression, fraught with unspoken distress, lent her an air of exquisite charm. She was none other than the familiar figure of Zhang Shouting, a third-year dance major. Observing her disheartened demeanor, the maid cast a worried glance at the letter, her expression shifting in response. This news is hardly favorable for the young lady. Ever since her rescue, she has been consumed by worry, her appetite lost as she yearns to learn about the situation at Jinghai University. As her maid, it is only natural that she understands whom her mistress is concerned about. It is said that her thoughts are occupied by a physical education teacher named Liu Shi. Though the precise reasons remain shrouded in mystery. Are physical education teachers truly so sought after in these times? Do not fret, my lady. Perhaps he still lives. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhuang Shouting's eyes as she turned to her familiar companion, Xiao Dai, and inquired, "Is that truly so? Does he still have a chance at life?" Given that he is a physical education teacher and has not succumbed to the undead since the onset of the apocalypse, perhaps he managed to escape a dire fate. Xiao Dai, the dutiful maid, offered her reassurances, though deep down, she may not have believed her own words. An orphan raised alongside Zhuang Shouting, she had always been both a companion and protector. Among the numerous maids who served as bodyguards, she held a special place in her mistress's heart. Tragically, nearly half of her colleagues had sacrificed their lives during the rescue operation, falling victim to the zombies or becoming one themselves at the hands of their comrades. Through Xiao Dai's memories, the narrative rewinds to the very first day of the apocalypse. Before the chaos erupted, they had received confidential information about the world's impending changes. Thus, they stealthily gathered near and within Jinghai University, swiftly initiating a plan to rescue their mistress, pinpointing her location through the tracker she wore. It turned out she was in the changing room. However, upon their arrival, they found the door firmly locked and surrounded by zombies, forcing them to enter through a window. Inside, they discovered that their mistress had sustained a foot injury from a nail, blood pooling on the floor. Her trousers were torn, her top severely wrinkled, hair disheveled, legs trembling, and her body burning with fever. Her condition was critical. Without a moment's hesitation, they helped her escape through the window. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, which exacted a heavy toll on their team. Yet, the sole purpose of their existence was to protect and serve their lady. To die for her was their unwavering belief, a most honorable endeavor. They swiftly fled Jinghai University in a designated vehicle, tending to their mistress's wounds and lowering her temperature as they hastily departed Jinghai City, returning to their stronghold in Jingnan City. Xiao Dai faintly recalls that by the time they reached their mistress, her consciousness had become exceedingly foggy, her incoherent mumblings revealing her distress. "Teacher, please, quickly pull it out," she had pleaded. Bewildered, Xiao Dai later inquired about this. Embarrassed, Zhuang Shouting confessed that she was begging her teacher to remove the nail. Xiao Dai was filled with doubt and ceased to inquire further. Since that fateful day, Miss had been incessantly murmuring, even calling out the name of Teacher Liu from physical education in her dreams, requesting him to be gentle. Gentle? What does that even mean? As Xiao Dai fell into contemplation, a deep male voice shattered her thoughts. "My precious daughter, are you feeling any better?" Before the person even arrived, the voice had already reached her. Upon hearing it, Xiao Dai hastily knelt to greet him with utmost reverence. "Greetings, master," she said, her posture reflecting both humility and a sense of obligation. Zhuang Jingxiu acknowledged her effortlessly. His gaze shifted to his beloved daughter, Zhuang Shouting, and his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding any semblance of authority. Instead, He appeared as a tender father. My dear daughter, are you experiencing any discomfort? I have brought a doctor to reassess your condition. Known as the Emperor of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Jingxiu had lived a life of unparalleled splendor, possessing wealth, power, and women. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, he had only one daughter, which made him cherish her all the more. He treated her with such care that he feared she might break in his hands or dissolve on his tongue, indulging her every whim. I'm feeling much better. Can the doctor remove my stitches now? Zhuang Shouting replied, slightly exasperated by her father's enthusiasm. She longed to move about, yet her injuries rendered her mobility difficult. Zhuang Jingxiu maintained his smile, waving his hand to beckon the team of female doctors. A dozen of them entered in a line, equipped with various medical and diagnostic instruments. This was the display of prestige that often accompanies affluent families. Miss, your foot is healed quite well. The stitches can be removed, announced the lead, elderly female doctor. Thank you, Aunt Shun. Zhuang Shouting responded graciously. There's no need for such formality, miss. It is my duty. Subsequently, under the guidance of Dr. Shun, the team prepared for the surgical procedure with all necessary equipment at the ready. Aunt Shun personally attended to Zhuang Shouting, carefully unwrapping the bandages and tending to the wound. After a thorough examination, Aunt Shun remarked, Miss, you are nearly fully recovered. The wound has scabbed and healed. However, you will need to apply this ointment for about a week to eliminate the scar. All right, I can apply it myself. Thank you all for your hard work. With that, Aunt Shun received her dismissal, promptly gathering her equipment, bowing to Zhuang Jingxiu, and retreating slowly. Zhuang Jingxiu leaned back, casting a sidelong glance at the departing group. His expression shifted instantly as he turned to Zhuang Shouting, attempting to placate her. Tinger, once you are well, please refrain from wandering about. There are zombies everywhere. Remaining within the estate is the safest option. I have stationed several snipers nearby, ready to ensure your safety at the slightest disturbance. Oh, understood, father. Understood. By the way, do you still recall the marriage arrangement your grandfather set for you? Zhuang Shouting was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry. Of course, she remembered. Her grandfather had been a longtime friend of Grandpa Gu, sharing a bond of life and death. Before his passing, he had specifically arranged a marriage for her with Gu Yin, the grandson of Grandpa Gu. They had met once in their childhood and had a fierce quarrel over toys, during which she had struck him, leaving him in tears. After that, they had never crossed paths again. However, over the years, the Gu family had diligently maintained the relationship between the two families and had proposed 3 years ago that once they turned 18, the engagement would be fulfilled. Consequently, Zhuang Shouting decided to attend university in Jinghai, seeking both peace and a means to delay the inevitable. Do you remember? What is the matter? Zhuang Shouting asked with a hint of concern. Well, it's like this, Zhuang Jingxiu began. A few days ago, someone from their family came to inquire about your situation, expressing a desire to meet. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they might have already arrived. He recounted the entire sequence of events. And what happened next? Did anyone from their family survive? Zhuang Shouting asked with keen interest. If they had all perished in the apocalypse, then the so-called marriage would naturally cease to exist. Previously, she had been merely disinterested in the engagement. However, after her experiences with Liu Shi, she had developed an aversion to any other man. Indeed, I just received word from them. They are all quite well. Their family's power in Handong is by no means inferior to ours, so it's unlikely they met a careless fate. Otherwise, your grandfather would not have made such arrangements prior to his departure, considering the strength of the Gu family. Zhuang Jingxiu spoke earnestly, devoid of pride or resistance. For him, he naturally wished that his daughter would remain unmarried, always by his side as his little comfort. Yet, rationality reminded him that one day, she would marry, and the Gu family seemed a commendable choice. They were well-matched, and Gu Yin was quite a handsome young man. The sole heir of the Gu family. Such a powerful alliance was difficult to reject. But father, I have someone I care for, Zhuang Shouting suddenly declared, causing the nearby Xiao Dai to stiffen in surprise. She had not anticipated such a revelation from her mistress. Zhuang Jingxiu, however, responded with mild disbelief. Oh, so there is someone you wish to be with. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he sensed something amiss. What had he just heard? As he regained his composure, his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his precious daughter. What did you just say? Zhuang Shouting, undeterred, replied, I said, I already have someone I love, and I will marry no one else. Please cancel my engagement with the Gu family. Zhuang Jingxiu finally comprehended his daughter's words. Yet his mind struggled to catch up. The dissolution of the engagement was not an insurmountable issue, albeit somewhat troublesome and embarrassing. However, their family was not reliant on others. They could simply part ways without further ado. But wait, his daughter mentioned she had a romantic interest? When did this occur? Who was this young man? As realization dawned, Zhuang Jinxiu's tone turned slightly irate, resembling a gardener whose carefully nurtured cabbage was suddenly ravaged by a pig. Zhuang Xiaoting's expression darkened as she bowed her head in silence, suddenly recalling her uncertainty about Lu Laoshir's fate. What if he were no longer alive? What would become of her? Yet, the gravity of her expression conveyed a wealth of information to Zhuang Jinxiu. He widened his eyes in astonishment, akin to two copper bells, and shook his daughter's arms, exclaiming, "My precious daughter, speak. Who is he? Did he bully you?" Zhuang Jinxiu felt as though he might suffer a heart attack or a stroke from the sheer shock of such news. Wondering how he had been oblivious to such a momentous event, he shot a fierce glare at Xiao Dai before turning his concerned gaze back to his beloved daughter, awaiting her explanation. "He hasn't bullied me. I'm merely worried because I don't know if he's alive or dead," Zhuang Xiaoting confessed her innermost thoughts, knowing her father would undoubtedly assist her. "Come now, my darling daughter, quickly tell me who he is and how you met." Zhuang Jinxiu felt it imperative to first ascertain the identity of this young man before formulating a subsequent plan. He is a physical education teacher at Jinghai University, and he is quite handsome. What? Just a physical education teacher? Zhuang Jinxiu exclaimed in shock. Xiao Dai reminisced about the peculiar scene she had witnessed while rescuing the young lady in the changing room. A seed of doubt began to germinate within her. No wonder the young lady was in the boys' changing room. It turned out she was secretly meeting with the PE teacher. What did it mean to say he was merely a physical education teacher? He was quite impressive. Zhuang Xiaoting momentarily faltered, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushing. This scene was promptly captured by both Zhuang Jinxiu and Xiao Dai, further solidifying Xiao Dai's suspicions. Zhuang Jinxiu nearly choked on his own astonishment. The precious garment of his little cotton-padded jacket had been sullied by another. However, Zhuang Xiaoting quickly regained her composure, concerned her father might discern the truth. "Father, you possess remarkable abilities. Could you send someone to inquire about Lu Laoshir? I wish to know how he is faring." Zhuang Jinxiu's lips twitched in frustration. Yet he refrained from displaying his anger in front of his daughter. He could only suppress his indignation and replied, Fine. I shall send someone to search at once." He dispatched someone to locate him. Let me see, has he truly gained the audacity of a bear and the boldness of a leopard? A mere physical education teacher. Does he not inquire whether my daughter is someone he can aspire to? Humph. Come forth. With a commanding shout from Zhuang Jinxiu, individuals outside the living room immediately knelt in response. "Here. Send someone to Jinghai. Find that person for me, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth. He must be unearthed." Understood. Xiao Dai slowly exited the room to arrange the specifics of the search. Zhuang Xiaoting felt a warmth in her heart witnessing her father's decisiveness and subsequently inquired, "When shall we address the matter of canceling the engagement with the Gu family?" Zhuang Jinxiu's expression grew pensive. "In a few days, the Gu family will come by. We must also consider the old ties between your grandfather and their family. We will discuss the particulars upon their arrival." "But father, you must not go back on your word then." In the villa district of Jinghai University, within the safe house, Liu Shi sat gracefully in the main seat, having indulged in a satisfying meal, and let out a contented belch. His gaze swept across the gathered women. Seated around the table were Diana, Tang Wuming, Mu Wanqing, Song Dodo, Liang Jing, Ning Shi, Ouyang Yi, Su Lingong, and Shui Lingu, a total of 9. Among these remarkable women, only Diana, Su Lingong, and Song Dodo had awakened their extraordinary abilities. Diana had awakened an A-grade wind ability through the crystal core bestowed upon her by Liu Shi, while Song Dodo had independently awakened an S-grade water ability. Likewise, Su Lingyang had also awakened a fire ability on her own. Currently, Liu Shi possessed 4 unused crystal cores. Now, the moment they had all been eagerly anticipating had arrived. All right, now that everyone is acquainted, we are all family from this point forward, and we must look after one another. During my recent excursion, I acquired 4 extraordinary ability crystal cores, which I will dedicate entirely to aiding you in awakening your powers and enhancing your strength. In doing so, you will each gain the means to protect yourselves. Liu Shi candidly expressed his intentions, and the time for the awakening ceremony of the crystal core was at hand. Among the 9 women present, only 4 would be granted the crystal core, while 2 would lose this opportunity. A sense of trepidation enveloped most of the women, as they were uncertain whether they would be selected or eliminated. Only Diana, Su Lingyang, and Song Dodo remained remarkably composed. for they had already acquired extraordinary abilities and were not part of the competition. Together, they cast their fervent gazes upon Liu Shi's handsome visage, hoping fervently to be chosen by him. Amidst the anxious and expectant stares of the women, Liu Shi parted his lips slightly and with a voice like gold. He announced the first selection, Mengwu, come forth. Tang Mengwu, taken aback yet overjoyed, hastily rose with delicate steps and knelt before Liu Shi. She lifted her enchanting face. Gazing at Liu Shi with a captivating look that could almost draw tears, Liu Shi conjured a crystal core from the void, into the astonishment of the onlookers. It materialized seemingly out of thin air.